Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 201, Unravel the Mystery. If I truly wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. At that moment, a pleasant voice suddenly spoke from behind them. Seio's pupils contracted, and Ieyasu was also startled. They wanted to turn around but found their bodies wouldn't move, as if they were paralyzed, unable to even hold their weapons steadily. From behind them, a silver-haired girl emerged, walking in front of them. Without them noticing, Kagaya, who should have been at a distance, had appeared right behind them. You. Ieyasu gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed him as if his body had been drained of energy, and he could no longer hold his sword. With a clang, it fell to the ground. How is this possible? I told you, if I truly wanted to kill you, it wouldn't take any effort. Kagaya took light steps towards Seio, her lips curving into a smile as she lifted Seio's chin with her pale fingers and chuckled, such naive children. Only children would innocently think that those who offer poisoned candy are good people. You, what do you mean? Seio endured Kagaya's intrusion, her cheeks flushing with pink. What I mean is, let her go. Before Kagaya could finish, a burst of energy suddenly erupted from Ieyasu, like a small whirlwind surrounding him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Kagaya as he tightly grasped the sword he had picked up from the ground. Oh. Kagaya's beautiful eyes widened slightly, curious as she observed Ieyasu's sudden outburst of strength. A smile played on her lips. As expected from Tatsumi's companion, you have some ability, managing to break free from my ocular technique. Kagaya's ability to appear behind them was Yamatsu Hirasaka, the power to traverse space. The paralysis was caused by her ability to manipulate others. Surprisingly, Ieyasu had managed to escape her control. Could it be because her powers were suppressed, or did this boy have some unique ability? I said let her go. With a furious shout, Ieyasu stepped forward, like a violent storm, charging at Kagaya. His speed was incredible. In an instant, he was before her, raising his sword, enveloped in a fierce wind blade, and struck down with all his might. Gusts of wind surged, storms raged, and violent gales kicked up clouds of dust, filling the air with swirling particles. What? Ieyasu's pupils shrank, his face filled with disbelief. As the dust settled, the girl named Kagaya had blocked his full-force strike with just 2 fingers. Kagaya lightly flicked her fingers against Ieyasu's sword, and he felt a powerful force pushing him back. He stumbled, nearly falling over. How is this possible? Ieyasu exclaimed in shock. You can wield the power of wind. Quite a useful ability. Kagaya smiled slightly, extending her fair arm, and with a slight bend of her fingers, Ieyasu's sword flew into her hand under an unseen force. But still too immature. Ieyasu gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in frustration and reluctance. With such strength, you can't be an ordinary person, Seio said sternly. Who are you? That can wait, Kagaya replied with a soft smile. More importantly, I think you should come and see something. She tossed the sword back to Ieyasu in an arc. Ieyasu was caught off guard, surprised that Kagaya returned his sword, and awkwardly caught it, nearly cutting himself. Seio found she could move again and gripped her bow but ultimately held back. She knew that the silver-haired girl's strength was beyond what they could handle. Even if they fought desperately, they might not harm her. She's right. If she truly wanted to kill us, we'd already be dead. Seio and Ieyasu exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and followed her. They wanted to see what Kagaya was up to. The 3 of them walked along the tree-lined path towards the back of the villa. The back of the villa was a forest filled with lush trees and dense bushes, and it was eerily silent. In early summer, there should have been insects and birds, but there was no sound, making it even more unsettling. Seio and Ieyasu felt a chill creeping up their spines, a sense of dread rising, prompting them to stay close to Kagaya. All right, we're here. After an unknown amount of time, Kagaya stopped. Ieyasu nearly bumped into her, blushing slightly. His sense of direction had always been poor, causing him to get lost frequently. Once, he left his village and took a month to find his way back, earning him the nickname, Road Idiot. In the dark forest, he was completely lost. Thankfully, no one noticed, and Ieyasu sighed in relief. Before them was a structure resembling a warehouse, rusted and seemingly aged, with walls covered in creeping vines. Why did you bring us here? Seio asked. You'll know once you open it, Kagaya replied with a bright smile. Seio furrowed her brows but eventually approached, with Ieyasu following closely. As they neared the warehouse, they vaguely heard sounds. The closer they got, the louder it became, though they couldn't discern what it was. Seiyo and Ieyasu exchanged glances, their throats tightening as they swallowed nervously. For some reason, a deep chill rose up their spines. Finally, they stood outside the warehouse, and the sounds inside became clear to their ears. Their hearts skipped a beat, for what they heard were wails of agony. With a flash of white and a clang, Ieyasu sliced through the warehouse's chains and pushed the doors open with a grating sound. What they saw inside left Seiyo and Ieyasu wide-eyed and speechless, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Chapter 202, Hell on Earth. Ieyasu and Seiyo were stunned by the horrific scene inside the warehouse and didn't even notice when Kagaya came up behind them. The warehouse was filled with numerous large iron cages, neatly arranged. The cages were rusty, stained with dark red blood, and emitted a nauseating smell. Inside these cages were people. They were naked, their bodies covered in scars, with no unblemished skin. Emaciated and skeletal, their faces wore expressions of lifeless numbness, like zombies. Some had gone insane, constantly wailing and banging their heads against the cages, even though blood was pouring from their wounds. In the center of the warehouse were various torture devices, enough to make one's hair stand on end. The instruments were stained with dark red marks, dried blood, while some were still wet, exuding a fresh, bloody smell, indicating recent use. Beside the torture devices were severed limbs and corpses strewn about, emitting a putrid stench. Suddenly, Ieyasu felt something cold drip onto his face. He looked up, his pupils shrinking sharply. He saw more than a dozen people hanging from the ceiling. Their bodies were battered, with flesh torn and bleeding, exposing white bones. Most had died from the torture, and those who hadn't were barely clinging to life, unlikely to survive much longer. Now you understand why I killed them, Kagaya sighed softly. You mean, these are all? Seiyo said, eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, Kagaya replied quietly, luring strangers into their home with sweet words, then torturing them to death. That was the nature of this family. Bastards. Ieyasu shouted angrily. They're inhuman. This is the darkness of the imperial capital, Kagaya said solemnly. It's a brutal reality, a living hell. The horrific scene had overwhelmed Ieyasu and Seiyo, leaving them struggling to process it. The atmosphere fell silent. Ieyasu's face turned red, and he awkwardly scratched his head, expressing gratitude. Thank you for saving us. If not for you, we might have. It was nothing, just a whim, Kagaya smiled faintly, waving her hand dismissively. We were wrong to blame you, Seiyo said, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. She apologized, bowing to Kagaya. Seiyo was still shaken, knowing that without Kagaya's intervention, she might have ended up like the people in the warehouse. This thought sent chills down her spine. She was deeply grateful to Kagaya, seeing her as a savior. It's fine, I don't mind, Kagaya said with a playful smile, lifting Seiyo's chin with her slender fingers. As long as you make it up to me. How do I do that? Seiyo was startled by Kagaya's gesture, stammering slightly, her face turning pink. You'll find out in the future, Kagaya said with a mysterious smile. The intimate scene made Ieyasu stare in shock. The two pretty faces so close together were like twin lotus flowers, dazzling to behold. Noticing Ieyasu's expression, Seiyo quickly moved away from Kagaya and angrily stomped on his foot. What are you looking at? Ow, Seiyo, Ieyasu yelped, hopping in pain, you're too ruthless. Humph, Seiyo turned away, trying to hide her embarrassment. I wasn't looking at you, Ieyasu muttered. Oh. Seiyo paused, a mischievous smile on her face. Then who were you looking at? TCH, none of your business. Amid the roaring flames, the cries of anguish gradually faded into silence, leaving only the crackling of burning wood and the mournful wail of the wind. The prisoners in the warehouse had been poisoned and had no hope of survival. Even if they were freed now, it would be too late. They were already the walking dead, their fates sealed the moment they were thrown into that prison. Let's go, Kagaya suddenly said, breaking the heavy silence. The Imperial Army has taken notice. We should leave now. Ieyasu and Seiyo nodded silently, following Kagaya into the distance. The events of the day had been too overwhelming, and they needed time to process. They had always thought the imperial capital was a beautiful place, but now they realized, as Kagaya had said, how naive they had been. Do you think the empire is dark? Kagaya asked, turning to them. Ieyasu fell silent, while Seiyo gently shook her head, though their expressions spoke volumes. The empire has rotted from top to bottom, Kagaya said, gazing into the distance. The ministers in the capital hoard power, form cliques, eliminate dissent, and oppress the people, leaving them in misery and war. Night Raid is just one of the resistance groups. Are you? Seiyo said, surprised. No, Kagaya shook her head, I'm not connected to them. Then who are you? Ieyasu asked, puzzled. I'm the princess's royal guard, Kagaya said, turning to them with a gentle smile. She had already decided on her identity. It wouldn't be wise to reveal she was the princess, as it would only arouse suspicion. Claiming to be a guard would earn more trust. Sure enough, Seo's expression showed sudden realization, and she exclaimed, "Amazing. No wonder you're so strong. What are your plans now?" Kagaya asked. "We don't know," Ieyasu said, scratching his head. Seo also shook her head. The day's events had dampened their spirits. The beautiful image they had of the capital was shattered, leaving them unsure of what to do. "If that's the case, I have a question for you," Kagaya said seriously, her smile fading. "Would you like to become magical girls and help me save the world?" Chapter 203, Board a Pirate Ship. "Are you referring to Her Highness, the Princess?" Seo asked uncertainly. "Indeed," Kagaya replied slowly. "Though Her Highness the Princess is a woman, she has grand ambitions. Her goal is to eliminate the ministers, end the Empire's brutal rule, eradicate the rebel forces, and allow the people to live in peace and happiness. I hope you will join us in rebuilding this world." "But," Ieyasu hesitated, "Her Highness the Princess seems..." He didn't finish his sentence, implying that the Empire's princess had been secluded and her reputation diminished, with many people unaware of her existence. Such a princess might make those who join her have doubts. "If you're worried about Her Highness's abilities, there's no need to be concerned," Kagaya said with a smile. "No, that's not what I meant," Ieyasu said, waving his hand awkwardly. "Since when did you become so timid?" Seo teased, blinking her eyes. "When did I become timid?" Ieyasu shouted, his face flushed, "You're the timid one." For some reason, he was very concerned about how Kagaya perceived him, afraid of being seen as a coward. "Really?" Seo said noncommittally. Ieyasu ignored her, walked up to Kagaya, and said earnestly, "I've decided. I want to join. Please let me join. Make sure you think this through." "This isn't child's play," Kagaya said with a faint smile. "It will be dangerous, and you might die. Even so, do you still want to join? And once you join, there's no turning back." "Yes, I've made up my mind," Ieyasu said firmly. "And you?" Kagaya turned to Seo. "I feel the same way," Seo nodded lightly. "You saved us. Without you, we might have been killed. Besides, I want to change this unfortunate world so that people and everyone in my village can live happy lives." Looking at their youthful faces and trusting eyes, Kagaya laughed inwardly, knowing she had successfully convinced them to join. Kagaya gave them 2 letters of introduction, which would allow them to join the Imperial Army and even become officers. This way, they would be like nails driven into the military, becoming useful in the future. Meanwhile, a few figures appeared in the villa where Kagaya had been earlier, moving around as if inspecting something. "Looks like someone beat us to it," a hot-bodied girl with golden hair lamented, "What a shame. I wanted to warm up a bit." "I wonder who did this," a green-haired boy with goggles squatted down, examining the corpses on the ground. "It seems quite a few people were involved." "No, it was done by one person," said a man in armor carrying a long spear as he approached in a deep voice. "One person," the green-haired boy said in surprise. "How is that possible?" "It was indeed one person," the armored man said gravely, "Look at the wounds on these corpses. They're all on the chest, and the force and depth are nearly identical, each one killed with a single blow. This was done by a skilled expert." "Could they be that formidable?" the green-haired boy said, somewhat incredulously. "How do they compare to you?" "Hard to say. Only by fighting them would I know," the armored man replied. "Are you done looking?" a pretty girl with long black hair said pitifully. "If you are, let's go back. I'm hungry." "Hey, didn't you just eat?" someone said, exasperated. By this time, Kagaya had already slipped back into the palace under the cover of night and returned to her own palace. Upon opening the door, she was met by a tearful maid holding a fox mask. She was Kagaya's maid. "Your Highness, you finally returned," the maid said tearfully, almost crying. "What's wrong?" Kagaya comforted her, patting her shoulder with a smile. "It's only been a day, nothing serious." "Please don't do this again," the maid sniffled, seemingly still frightened. All right," Kagaya agreed reluctantly. This maid was quite competent, adept in both tasks and serving tea, but her courage was excessively small. However, it might be time to explain things to the emperor. She couldn't sneak out of the palace every time she wanted to leave. The next morning, the sun slowly rose from the horizon, spreading its gentle light across the earth. A gentle breeze rustled the willows, the moist air mingling with the cool wind, refreshing the soul. Kagaya got up early, washed up, and hurriedly headed toward the palace after breakfast. On the way, she encountered an unexpected person. Minister. The person approaching her was Minister Honest, surrounded by a large entourage. "Your Highness," Minister Honest noticed her and bowed slightly, "Good morning." "Good morning, Minister," Kagaya nodded in acknowledgement. I wonder where you are headed so early, Minister Honest asked with a slight smile. I don't think I need to report my activities to you, Kagaya replied. Forgive me, I didn't mean that, Minister Honest said with a broad smile. I just wanted to remind you that His Majesty is busy with state affairs and quite tired. If possible, please don't disturb him. Don't worry. The Emperor is young and full of energy, so there shouldn't be any problems, Kagaya said nonchalantly, ignoring the minister's implied warning. Is that so? Minister Honest's eyes flashed with displeasure before he concealed it with a smile, but the palace has been quite chaotic lately. It would be wise for your highness not to wander around, lest you accidentally hurt yourself. There's no need for you to worry, Minister, Kagaya smiled, turning to leave. She could easily detect the veiled threats in Minister Honest's words, but she didn't care. To her, Minister Honest was just a pompous fool using the Emperor's authority to bully others. Her real enemies were elsewhere. My lord, it is said that Her Highness has spoken ill of you to the Emperor, a nearby guard whispered. That wench, Minister Honest snorted coldly, watching Kagaya's retreating figure, his eyes filled with lecherous intent. Ignore her. She won't stir up much trouble. Someday, I'll make her suffer so much that she won't be able to cry. Chapter 204, Black-Haired Girl. Kagaya walked out of the palace and breathed a sigh of relief. As she expected, the Emperor had agreed to let her freely leave the palace and even agreed to let her have her own guard. This meant that Kagaya had the power to organize her own forces, indicating that the young Emperor was very fond of his sister. However, even with Kagaya's subtle probing, the young Emperor still followed the minister's advice and spoke of the minister with unwavering trust. While Kagaya was lost in thought, a man approached from afar. He was in his 30s, with golden hair and a square face, his eyes bright and sharp. His sturdy physique was clad in gleaming armor. He was none other than General Bude, whom she had encountered not long ago. Your Highness, General Bude said, bowing slightly. Kagaya nodded lightly, saying nothing more as she walked past him. General Bude watched her retreating figure, frowning slightly before turning to leave. For the next month or two, Kagaya remained dormant in the capital, refraining from going out, as if returning to her reclusive days. However, she was not idle during this time. She worked diligently to familiarize herself with the Empire's structure and departments, secretly recruiting talent and guards using her identity as the princess. Unfortunately, most of these recruits were ordinary soldiers with low combat power, mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Still, they were better than nothing, and they could serve some purpose, especially in handling ordinary matters. After all, Kagaya couldn't manage everything personally and didn't have the time for it. Additionally, she began to establish the foundation of an intelligence network. Although its utility was not yet apparent, as the network improved, it would play a significant role. Intelligence is always crucial, whether for monitoring the ministers in the capital, the local nobility, or even night raid. It would allow Kagaya to act preemptively. The Imperial training camp was located on the south side of the palace, housing about 100,000 troops. This was the Empire's most formidable force, aside from Estetha's army. These were elite Imperial soldiers, with many highly capable individuals. Akame and Kurum were among the powerful figures who emerged from there. This time, Kagaya's destination was the Imperial training camp. Since Kagaya deliberately concealed her presence and evaded the Imperial patrols, no one noticed the extra person inside. The training camp was filled with shouting and the clashing of weapons. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as the Empire's most elite force, radiating a powerful aura even from afar. This made sense, given that the corrupt ministers and officials knew better than anyone that they had aroused public outrage. Uprisings were breaking out all over, with countless people wanting their heads. To protect themselves, they increased their investment in defense, explaining the military's strength. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from afar, loud as thunder. Danger beast. Kagaya's pretty face showed curiosity. Someone is actually using a danger beast as a training target. She lightly tapped her toes, moving like a gentle breeze towards the sound. Soon, the lush forest parted to reveal a large clearing and figures on the field. On the field was a massive beast resembling a dinosaur but even more formidable. Its sharp, pointed teeth and enormous claws gleamed like blades, exuding an astonishing presence. Facing it was a petite figure. Her shoulder-length hair fluttered in the wind, her slender eyebrows extending into her temples, her watery eyes calm and serene. Her skin was as white and smooth as snow, a true beauty. However, her face was now cold and emotionless, her expression so severe it seemed ready to drip water. Her eyes were fixed on the danger beast, a flash of coldness flickering within them. With a roar, the danger beast charged at the black-haired girl. Despite its massive size, it was surprisingly agile and moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon the girl, swinging its huge claws at her as if to crush her into pulp. Just as the beast's claws were about to strike, the girl moved. Like a black lightning bolt, she flashed, her long katana cutting a bone-chilling arc. The danger beast suddenly halted, motionless as a statue, a strange sight. the black-haired girl sheathed her sword and walked off the field. The breeze gently rustled the leaves, her hair swaying in the wind. At that moment, the danger beast's body exploded, blood mixed with flesh and organs spraying everywhere, turning the field crimson. The stench of blood permeated the air. I didn't expect to find such a strong little one here. What a surprise, Kagaya remarked with a light laugh, her eyes fixed on the distant girl. This attire, that sword, if I'm not mistaken. Suddenly, the girl, who had been walking away, turned sharply, her foot slamming down like an arrow from a bow as she charged towards the bushes. Her arm swung, her sword cutting a path of icy light. A figure leaped out of the bushes, dodging the black-haired girl's attack. The trees in the bush were severed at their trunks, a moment slower, the figure would have shared their fate. Not bad, detecting me, Kagaya applauded, smiling with narrowed eyes. Kagaya had not deliberately concealed her presence, but for the girl to sense her in an instant and pinpoint her location was no small feat. Who are you? The black-haired girl asked, pointing her sword at Kagaya with a stern voice. Who am I? Kagaya toyed with a strand of her hair, smiling faintly. If you defeat me, I'll tell you. Then you can die. With those words, a bloodthirsty red light flashed in the girl's eyes. She stomped her foot, her petite body like a black lightning bolt, rushing forward. In an instant, she was in front of Kagaya, her sword raised high, gleaming with a chilling light as she slashed down fiercely. Chapter 205, Are You Just Playing With Me? The black-haired girl's swordsmanship was extremely fierce, sweeping, and decisive like a thunderbolt. Her swings were swift and blinding, making it difficult for the eye to follow. It seemed her swordsmanship had been honed between life and death, executed cleanly and without hesitation, aiming for a single, lethal strike. If an ordinary person faced her, they likely wouldn't last more than a few moves before being decapitated. Unfortunately for her, she was facing Kagaya. Kagaya had been through countless battles since childhood, growing up amidst slaughter. The number of people she had killed was enough to cover the ground with corpses and rivers of blood. She was the true Asura. Moreover, those who had fought Kagaya were not ordinary people. Most were exceptionally powerful, capable of dominating their own domains, such as the Tsuchikage, Reikage, or even Uchiha Madara. In comparison, the black-haired girl was still too immature, like a minor witch before a grand one. After all, she was still just a little girl. Her fierce strike, accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air, slashed toward Kagaya's neck. Right from the start, she aimed to kill Kagaya. Seeing Kagaya about to be decapitated, in this critical moment, Kagaya's lips curled into a smile. For some reason, seeing Kagaya smile, the black-haired girl felt a bad premonition, a feeling she had developed after countless life-and-death experiences. With a clang, a katana blocked the black-haired girl's fatal strike, preventing it from advancing even an inch. What? The black-haired girl was shocked. She hadn't even noticed how the sword appeared in Kagaya's hand, as if it had appeared in the blink of an eye before her. No one ever told you that you shouldn't be distracted in battle. Kagaya chuckled, swinging her arm. The katana in her hand became a flash of lightning. So fast. The black-haired girl's pupils contracted, startled. She tried to turn and parry with her long sword, but it was too late. Her soft, smooth abdomen took a heavy blow. Under the immense force, it caved in instantly, sending a surge of intense pain through her body. The black-haired girl's eyes widened, her mouth opened, and saliva dribbled from her lips. Her body flew backward rolling several times before coming to a stop. Is that all the strength you have? Kagaya taunted, twirling the katana in her hand. The long katana seemed to have a life of its own, spinning freely under her control. A trace of anger flashed in the black-haired girl's black and white eyes. She bit her lip and struggled to her feet, using her long sword for support. Despite her anger, she felt a chill in her heart. The silver-haired girl had only used the hilt. If she had used the blade, she would already be dead. She could feel that the silver-haired girl in front of her was very strong. But she would not give up. Gripping her long sword, a murderous aura emerged from her, shrouded in a faint black mist, exuding an eerie vibe. The black-haired girl stomped the ground, her body transforming into a stream of light, appearing before Kagaya in an instant. She swung her arm, slashing toward Kagaya. Die. As the black-haired girl charged with her sword, Kagaya stepped forward, lowering her body at lightning speed, slipping past her. At the same time, the hilt of Kagaya's sword struck toward her abdomen like a flash of lightning. Seems like you haven't learned your lesson yet. Before Kagaya finished speaking, she paused slightly, seemingly realizing something. She stomped the ground and leaned back, narrowly dodging the black-haired girl's long sword that sliced through the air in front of her. It turned out that the black-haired girl had flipped her hand midway, accelerating the sword's speed to slash at Kagaya's neck. The shortness of the hilt meant that Kagaya would be struck before her attack landed, resulting in a cut throat. Seeing Kagaya's opening, the black-haired girl seized the opportunity, relentlessly pursuing. Her long sword continued to slash, raining blows down like a fierce storm, clashing with Kagaya's katana and sparking fiery clashes. Despite being at a disadvantage, Kagaya showed no signs of distress or desperation. Instead, she appeared relaxed, stepping nimbly as if strolling leisurely. Her grass-cutting sword danced effortlessly in her hand, forming an impenetrable defense against the onslaught. Realizing her attacks couldn't break Kagaya's defense, the black-haired girl grew agitated. Her pretty face was slick with sweat as she panted slightly, the intense exertion leaving her feeling out of her depth. Her strength was not entirely her own, to a large extent, she relied on drugs. The fierce battle had exhausted her stamina, and the drug's effects were waning. Looks like she would have to use that move. Pressing her lips together, the black-haired girl suddenly halted. What's the matter? Are you surrendering? Kagaya also stopped, holding her sword in reverse, and chuckled. The black-haired girl ignored Kagaya's taunts, gripping her long sword tightly and raising it overhead. A black sphere appeared at the sword's tip, growing larger, emitting countless black lightning bolts. An ominous aura permeated the air. A red light flashed in the black-haired girl's eyes as she smiled bloodthirstily and whispered, "You're strong, but with Yatsufusa." A dull thud interrupted her. The black-haired girl's eyes widened, her pupils shrinking. She stared in disbelief at the dainty fist embedded in her abdomen. A mix of blood and saliva spurted from her mouth as a wave of intense pain coursed through her abdomen. So fast, the black-haired girl gasped through the pain. Like a cannonball, the black-haired girl was hurled back, crashing through 5 or 6 trees before colliding with a massive boulder. The shattered rock fragments flew everywhere, kicking up clouds of dust. Was she just playing with me the whole time? This was the black-haired girl's last thought before losing consciousness. Chapter 206, Behave Yourself. Oh dear, Kagaya scratched her silver hair, apologetically saying, "I think I might have hit a bit too hard." Just now, she confirmed the identity of this girl. She was Kurum, the younger sister of Akame. This was apparent from her mention of Yatsufusa. The Yatsufusa was Kurum's taigu, capable of controlling those slain by its blade through a curse. She could manipulate up to 8 corpse puppets at once, which retained their appearance and movement abilities from when they were alive. Once the ability was deactivated, they reverted to ordinary corpses. The downside was that the more corpses she controlled, the more it diminished her own physical abilities, consuming her energy greatly. Seeing that this little girl was about to activate her skill, Kagaya naturally needed to stop her. If she allowed the skill to be used, it would cause chaos in the entire Imperial training camp, leading to a massive outbreak. She was well aware that among the puppets Kurum could control was Destigul, a super dangerous beast. Although it wasn't a significant threat to her, its enormous size would undoubtedly cause a commotion, potentially exposing Kagaya's identity to the troops. However, she hadn't expected that activating Yatsufusa was when Kurum was most vulnerable, and Kagaya's punch, infused with a bit more force, ended up knocking the girl unconscious. Fortunately, she was only unconscious and not physically harmed. Upon checking, Kagaya found that Kurum's physical condition was very poor. Her body was saturated with drugs. The potent drugs, while significantly boosting her strength, were also wreaking havoc on her body, leaving it severely damaged. She was merely quenching thirst with poison. Kagaya felt pity for this young girl. Although she had never met Akame, she sensed that Kurum's talent wasn't necessarily inferior. Her meridians were exceptionally clear, and her bones were also quite good. If placed in the world of Naruto, her aptitude might even rival Uchiha Itachi's. Perhaps when she was examined earlier, she was too young to exhibit her talent and thus was not selected for the Elite 7. Due to not being chosen, she was injected with drugs to enhance her power, though the burden was significant, requiring constant drug use to maintain her physical functions. Looking at Kurum cradled in her arms, Kagaya smiled gently, thinking how Kurum's fate might diverge from the original path due to meeting her. She wouldn't die at a young age as she would have in her world. At her age, she might have just entered junior high in her original world. Touching her chest, Kagaya mused that she truly was just a little girl. Suddenly, a cold gleam flickered in Kagaya's eyes. The long sword in her hand flew out like a stream of light. "Ah, don't, it's us." 2 people emerged from the bushes, whom Kagaya recognized as Seo and Ayasu, whom she had encountered in the villa some time ago. They had been secretly observing Kagaya's battle with Kurum from the shadows, astonished by the intensity of their fight. They knew Kurum's strength well, having sparred with her and suffered a crushing defeat, even when attacking together with no chance to resist. Ayasu and Seo had hoped to witness an exciting duel between dragons and tigers, but instead found a one-sided battle. In Kagaya's presence, Kurum was effortlessly defeated, which left them in awe. A sense of reverence for Kagaya had quietly formed in their hearts. "How did you get here?" Kagaya curiously asked, "Isn't this the Imperial training ground?" "Ah," Seo replied, slightly surprised, "wasn't it you who asked us to come here?" "Oh." Kagaya scratched her silver hair, having been so busy recently that she had forgotten. "So amazing," Seo approached with eyes almost sparkling, "I didn't realize Kagaya was so powerful." It's nothing, Kagaya grinned, lifting Seo's chin playfully, stick with me and you'll be just as powerful. Seo's face turned bright red instantly, and she looked at Kagaya helplessly, her eyes moistening even more. Can I really? At that moment, a weak voice came from the side, breaking the enchanting atmosphere. Seo quickly escaped from Kagaya's grasp, her face flushed. Oh, it's Ayasu. When did you get here? Kagaya blinked, curiously asking. Ayasu was almost in tears, thinking to himself that he had been there the whole time. On a luxurious bed, a black-haired girl rested her head on a soft goose feather pillow, sleeping soundly, breathing steadily, looking peaceful and nothing like the fierce warrior from before. It was Kurum. After knocking her out, Kagaya brought her home, helped her change clothes, and cleaned her up. Of course, Kagaya didn't do this herself but had her maid do it. Kagaya had wanted to do it herself, thinking she might take advantage of the situation. But her maid firmly refused, saying it would be an insult for the princess to lower herself to care for a commoner. Kagaya thought, how could it be insulting? If it was, she wouldn't mind being insulted like that a few more times. But unable to convince her tearful maid, Kagaya had to give up the golden opportunity. Kurum's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, still a bit groggy. After a moment, her eyes focused. Suddenly, she threw off the covers, leaping out of bed, warily scanning her surroundings. You're awake. The door opened, and a beautiful silver-haired girl stepped lightly into the room, smiling gently at her. However, Kurum wasn't pleased. She stomped forward like a specter, launching a fierce punch at Kagaya. She seemed to have forgotten the earlier lesson that much of her strength came from her taigu, March of the Dead. Without it, she was like a tiger without teeth. Even with her taigu, she was no match for Kagaya, much less now. Kagaya easily caught Kurum's small fist, pulling her off balance, and bent her arm to pin Kurum against the wall. Kurum struggled fiercely, like a kitten scratching and clawing. Behave, Kagaya said impatiently, frowning, as she smacked Kurum's little butt. With a crisp sound, Kurum's body froze, stunned. Chapter 207, Transaction. Kurum hesitated for a moment and suddenly struggled like a frenzied kitten, her legs kicking furiously. Settle down, Kagaya said impatiently, giving her another slap. However, Kurum seemed to ignore it, thrashing around like a fish out of water, her delicate face turning red as she shouted, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Seeing that Kurum refused to stop struggling, Kagaya finally became genuinely annoyed. She furrowed her brows and said in a low voice, if you move again, I'll strip you and throw you onto the street. Kurum froze, her flailing limbs coming to an abrupt stop. She turned her head away, biting her lip, her eyes full of humiliation and resentment, as if she wanted to bite her. That's more like it, Kagaya said with a satisfied smile, lifting Kurum's chin with her finger, that's the look a girl should have. Years of killing had almost turned Kurum into a cold-blooded killing machine, making her feel only coldness and numbness. Now, at least she had a bit more life, even if it was anger and hatred. All right, back to bed with you. Kagaya set her down, lifting her by the neck like a kitten and throwing her onto the bed. It was the same bed Kagaya usually slept in, covered in thick, soft goose down, so she wouldn't get hurt. The moment she landed on the bed, Kurum tensed her body as if preparing to attack, but under Kagaya's gaze, she ultimately gave up and sat on the bed. She was aware of the difference in strength between her and Kagaya, though her eyes still glared at Kagaya angrily. Kagaya ignored her and went to the table in the bedroom. She casually picked up a bag, opened it, sniffed, and turned back to ask, is this bag of cookies yours? Kurum's gaze was instantly drawn to the bag in Kagaya's hand, faintly sparkling with interest. When she looked up at Kagaya again, the resentment in her eyes intensified. Kagaya's expression twitched, a sweat drop appearing on her forehead. She felt as if she were not only bullying a child but also stealing from her. So, it's yours, Kagaya said, tossing the bag of cookies toward the trash can, but you won't need them anymore. Kurum suddenly panicked, jumping up from the bed like a kitten, rushing toward the cookies, reaching out to catch them. But halfway there, her wrist was caught. With a thud, the cookie bag fell into the trash can. Kurum turned around abruptly, glaring at Kagaya, her little body tensed tightly. This was too much. Not only was she being humiliated, but her cookies were also taken from her, and her favorite cookies had been thrown away. Just as Kurum was about to go all out against Kagaya, Kagaya said something that stunned her. Do you want the power to surpass your sister? Kagaya said with a faint smile. Kurum's eyes widened, staring at the silver-haired girl in front of her, as if not quite believing it. Kurum's beautiful eyes locked onto Kagaya. How can you guarantee that you can do it? You can choose not to believe me, Kagaya replied, sitting down in a chair and stretching lazily. After a moment of silence, Kurum raised her head and said seriously, as long as you can do it, I'll do anything. Really? Kagaya smiled. Yes. Kurum nodded firmly. Kagaya stood up from the chair and walked over to Kurum, standing in front of her. Kurum seemed uncomfortable with someone being so close, shrinking back a little, her face turning slightly red. Kagaya, however, didn't seem inclined to let her go, leaning down and whispering in her ear. "I want you to belong to me," Kagaya said softly, smiling as she spoke near Kurum's ear. "Belong to you?" Kurum's ears tingled from Kagaya's breath, her face blushing as she asked uncomfortably. "Yes, every deal has its conditions. I will give you power strong enough to surpass your sister," Kagaya said, straightening up and returning to her chair. "And in return, you will belong to me, not just your life but everything about you will become my property. Are you sure you can make me stronger than my sister?" Kurum stared at Kagaya intently, as if trying to discern the truth in her words. "I said, you can choose to believe or not," Kagaya said with a light laugh. After a while, Kurum looked up and said seriously, "All right, I agree. But I hope you can keep your word, or I will kill you." "Deal." Kagaya clapped her hands and walked over to Kurum, placing her alabaster hand against Kurum's chest. "What are you doing?" Kurum blushed, stammering. "What am I doing?" Kagaya smiled lightly, giving my client some confidence. An hour passed quickly, though it was a long ordeal for Kurum. Don't get the wrong idea, they weren't doing anything inappropriate, nor did Kagaya have the leisure for such things. She was helping Kurum detoxify. To enhance Kurum's strength, the first step was to eliminate the toxins that had been forcibly injected into her body to boost her power. Although these toxins could temporarily enhance a person's strength, they were merely a temporary fix and came at the cost of one's life. Despite being in her teens, Kurum's body was already deteriorating, largely due to these toxins. Chapter 208, Training Kurum. The toxins in your body have been cleared, so you don't need to eat those cookies anymore, understand? Kagaya said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Once your body recovers, I'll help you increase your strength. Just as Kagaya suspected, those cookies were not merely a snack to satisfy Kurum's cravings. The truth was, they contained drugs that could enhance one's power. These drugs enabled Kurum to maintain her strength, but their harmful effects were also evident. Clearing these toxins wasn't easy. Kurum had been injected with them since childhood, and they had penetrated deep into her bones, spreading throughout her body. To remove all the toxins, Kagaya had to meticulously purge them, a process as delicate as engraving on a strand of hair. This task drained a significant amount of Kagaya's physical and mental energy, leaving her feeling a bit dizzy. Luckily, Kagaya had visited the medical division back in the Naruto world and studied Tsunade's medical books, so this wasn't too difficult for her. The main challenge was that her power was suppressed in this world, requiring several times more effort and energy than usual. But it was finally done. Kurum was breathing lightly, seemingly not hearing Kagaya's words. Kagaya didn't mind. Detoxification put a heavy burden on the body and caused intense pain, making it almost unbearable. The fact that Kurum managed to endure it was already surprising to her. Kagaya left the room, instructing the maid outside, "Make sure she gets plenty of food, she'll probably be very hungry." "Yes, princess," the maid replied respectfully. In the following 2 months, Kagaya carried out her plans methodically. She secretly cultivated talent, recruited capable but marginalized soldiers and officers by promising them high ranks and wealth, and drew them into her fold. She planted her trusted followers in the army and established a communication network to covertly monitor the ministers and their allies. Additionally, she closely followed Night Raid's movements and kept informed of the latest intelligence. Her forces had begun to take shape, albeit still somewhat limited, but it was a good start. Under Kagaya's care, Kurum gradually regained her health. Furthermore, Kagaya taught her how to extract chakra, or energy, and personally trained her in martial arts. Although she was still far from matching Kagaya's strength, her progress was remarkable. With autumn's cool breeze scattering the summer heat and blue skies stretching endlessly, the season was particularly invigorating and captivating. Autumn was Kagaya's favorite season, with its mild temperatures and gentle breezes. Yes, it was the perfect season for sleeping. At that moment, Kagaya was lying on her lavishly decorated bed, hugging a soft goose-down pillow, breathing lightly. The soft sunlight bathed her exquisite face, giving her a peaceful and serene appearance. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and a long blade with a sharp wind edge came down on the sleeping Kagaya, aiming to cut her in half. Just as the blade was about to strike her, Kagaya's eyelashes trembled, and her hand, still holding the goose-down pillow, reached out lightly. Her fingers curled slightly, catching the attacking blade's edge. The attacker seemed to have anticipated this, twisting their wrist and trying to pull the blade back. But the blade was unmoving, solid as a rock. The shadow hesitated in surprise, but before they could react, a tremendous force pulled them, causing them to fall onto the bed. As the shadow tried to resist, they were pulled into an embrace by an arm as smooth as jade, hugged tightly like a pillow, with a white, silky leg wrapping around them. "Is that you, Kurum?" Kagaya mumbled sleepily, as if she was still half asleep. Her hand wandered over the body in her arms, slipping inside the girl's collar, pinching a few times as she smacked her lips. The black-haired girl in Kagaya's arms was indeed Kurum. Her face flushed as she endured Kagaya's touch, her body stiffening. Her big, clear eyes gradually grew wet, yet she did not resist. This was Kagaya's trial for Kurum. No matter the time or place, Kurum could attack her to hone her skills. However, failure came with a punishment, such as this situation. Whether Kagaya was abusing her authority was unknown. However, the enjoyment on her face was apparent. Since starting this trial, Kurum's skills had improved significantly. "Princess, breakfast is ready. Please get up and eat." Kagaya finally got up from bed, yawning as she covered her mouth. "Got it." Kurum seized the opportunity to escape Kagaya's clutches, fleeing like a startled rabbit. By the time Kagaya finished washing up and came out, it was already late morning, nearing noon. Her maid seemed accustomed to Kagaya's habit of sleeping in and wasn't surprised. The royal breakfast was indeed extravagant: fried eggs, fruit salad, grilled steak, cheese pancakes, and more filled the table. "It's really decadent, isn't it? While the people outside are suffering, the palace lives in such luxury," Kagaya said, biting into a piece of steak with a mock tone of compassion. It's quite tender, not bad. Give the chef a raise." Though the breakfast was sumptuous, Kagaya wasn't worried about waste, because a certain little glutton would definitely clean the table. Kagaya glanced at the black-haired girl wrestling with her steak. Kurum seemed to notice and looked up at Kagaya. Seeing Kagaya's bright eyes on her, she quickly looked down, her face turning slightly red with embarrassment. Kagaya smiled knowingly. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, shattering the palace's tranquility. "Princess, bad news." A guard in armor rushed in, kneeling on one knee and reporting urgently. "What's going on? Why are you so panicked?" The intrusion into her rare moment of peace made Kagaya frown slightly, a little displeased. "Your territory has been struck by a large-scale plague." Chapter 209, Her Highness the Princess's Strength. The princess also had her own territory. Kagaya's territory was located in the northern part of the empire, a dense primordial jungle. The population was relatively sparse, and there were no major cities, only scattered small villages. The largest city had no more than 10,000 people. "A plague?" Kagaya asked in surprise. "Yes," the guard replied solemnly. "It is a highly contagious and virulent virus. Within a week, thousands have been infected, and..." At this point, the guard's face showed a look of fear. "And what?" Kagaya inquired. "They have all turned into monsters," the guard said. "Monsters?" "Yes, they have become large, hideous creatures with great strength. They are bloodthirsty and enjoy eating people." The guard seemed unable to shake off the horror of his memory. Kagaya furrowed her brows, pinching her chin as she pondered. Could it be? A cold glint flashed in Kagaya's autumn water-like eyes. "It seems there's work to do," Kagaya said, wiping her mouth with a napkin. "Prepare the carriage." "Princess, do you need us to deploy the army?" the guard asked. "No need," Kagaya stood up and waved her hand. "I can take some guards with me." Kurum, who had been eating her steak, stood up quickly and said urgently, "I want to go too, please let me come with you." "No," Kagaya smiled and rejected her outright. "Your body isn't ready yet. We'll talk about it once you've fully recovered." "But..." Kurum said anxiously. Kagaya walked over to Kurum, gently ruffling her hair, and said softly, "Don't worry, there will be a time for you to shine, but not now. You need to stay home and train well until I return." "Home?" Kurum was slightly dazed by Kagaya's use of the word. "When I come back, I'll test you. If you don't pass..." Kagaya winked and gave a meaningful smile. "I'll have to punish you properly." Kurum blushed slightly, turned her head away, and appeared a little uneasy. Kagaya smiled and left. Kagaya did not bring the army, only taking a guard troop of a few hundred. Her army was still in training, with many new recruits just beginning to gain combat strength, and they hadn't yet been tested by the fire and iron of battle. They were far from ready for actual combat. Bringing an unfinished army would be of little use, and given the situation's complexity and the virus's high contagiousness, deploying the army would only add to casualties. After traveling for about 5 or 6 days, Kagaya and her group reached the border of the territory. It was a lush forest. Since it was autumn, the leaves had started falling, covering the ground with a thick layer, soft underfoot. Kagaya, however, was not in the mood to appreciate the autumn scenery. She was preoccupied and wore a worried expression. At the border of her territory, she saw a large number of civilians fleeing with their families. In a short time, she saw hundreds of people running past in panic. Cries, screams, and sobs echoed continuously. "Be on guard," the guards immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted. The guards, wielding spears, marched in formation to the front of the carriage, forming a defensive line, vigilantly watching the chaotic area. Suddenly, several humanoid danger beasts emerged from the distant forest, rushing toward the carriage. They were tall and muscular, with hairless heads, sharp teeth, and fierce eyes, appearing ferocious and terrifying. These danger beasts moved swiftly, striding forward and quickly reaching the guards, engaging them in battle. Their strength was immense, and with a single punch, they sent guards flying with blood spewing, landing heavily on the ground with fractured bones and few signs of life. The danger beasts charged into the crowd like wolves among sheep, scattering the guards. Fortunately, the guards were well-trained veterans, and after a brief moment of chaos, they regained their composure and held back the beasts. They coordinated and supported each other, eventually defeating the attacking danger beasts. Just as the guards breathed a sigh of relief, a continuous thundering sound came from the bushes, as if an earthquake was occurring. The guards tightened their grip on their spears, their expressions tense, eyes fixed on the distance, swallowing nervously. With a loud boom, countless large trees in the distance were severed and fell to the ground, sawdust flying, and dust swirling. When the dust cleared, the scene before them left the guards stunned. Some were so panicked that they dropped their spears, which hit the ground with a dull thud. Before them appeared countless danger beasts, seemingly covering the sky as they charged toward them, numbering at least several hundred. With bared fangs and fierce eyes, they marched toward the guards. Even the most optimistic captain couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. The brutality of these danger beasts was beyond imagination, and their sheer number overwhelmed them. Were they destined to perish here? Just as despair gripped the group, a figure flew out of the carriage, and like a streak of light, rushed into the midst of the beasts. She wore a fox mask, her figure graceful as she danced through the air. Her jade-like arm waved the long sword, a flash of cold light slicing through the danger beasts before her. The sword's chilling energy didn't stop there, slicing through 4 or 5 more beasts behind them. It was Kagaya. Kagaya wielded the Kusanagi sword, sending out waves of sword light, like moonlight pouring down, killing intent overflowing as the cold gleamed. Like a reaper's scythe, she harvested the lives before her. In the face of Kagaya's assault, the danger beasts fell without resistance. In a short time, she slaughtered all the beasts before her. It's Princess Kagaya. The guards immediately showed joy, their spirits lifted. They hadn't expected the legendary most beautiful woman in the empire, the princess, to possess such formidable strength. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and their morale soared, temporarily holding back the assault of the hundreds of danger beasts. Chapter 210, First Battle with Night Raid. Although the danger beasts had lost their rationality, they could still sense the dangerous aura emanating from the silver-haired girl in front of them, and instinctively moved away from her. Seeing her relentlessly pursuing them, the danger beasts scattered in all directions. But their speed could not match Kagaya, who was like a stream of light. As soon as they turned around, their heads were severed by a blade of cold light, and blood spurted into the sky. In no time at all, the danger beasts were slaughtered, their bodies lying everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Limbs and internal organs littered the ground, exuding a strong stench of blood. Kagaya stood quietly atop a hill made of corpses, holding the Kusanagi sword, her silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. The guards looked up at Kagaya in admiration, their eyes filled with a hint of fear. Clean up this place, settle the villagers, and be vigilant. Anyone taking advantage of the chaos to commit crimes shall be executed on the spot. Yes. After saying this, Kagaya stepped forward, turning into a stream of light as she rushed into the distance. She could sense that the culprit was not far away. The further she went, the more shocking the scene became. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared, and dead bodies lay everywhere, with scattered danger beasts gnawing on them. Seeing such a disgusting scene, Kagaya frowned slightly and waved her long sword. Amidst the splattering blood, she dispatched the monsters. Kagaya quickened her pace, but as she delved deeper, the aura she was following grew faint and eventually vanished. Did they escape? Kagaya furrowed her brow slightly. Suddenly, faint sounds could be heard. Holding the Kusanagi sword, Kagaya approached and found a group of villagers. Their faces were pale, and their temples were dark, trembling unnaturally. "Save us, please save us," a young man pleaded, lying on the ground in a pool of blood, dragging himself toward Kagaya with hope and joy in his eyes. Instead of receiving Kagaya's help, a cold gleam sliced through the air. The young man's head flew into the sky, blood gushing from his neck like a mist, splattering onto the white fox mask with red patterns. He was beyond saving. Kagaya's eyes could see that the virus had already corroded his body, and it wouldn't be long before he became one of the danger beasts she had slain. Leaving him alive would only be a menace, and this was no time for compassion. Seeing Kagaya kill, the other villagers widened their terrified eyes and fled, wishing they had more legs to run faster. However, they didn't get far before Kagaya caught up, severing their heads, which spun and fell to the ground with a dull thud. At dusk, the bloody slaughter began in earnest. Blood spattered, flesh flew, and cries of anguish, pleas for mercy, and sobs filled the air but didn't last long. The voices abruptly stopped as if something had strangled them. The thick scent of blood rose in the air, turning the moon above a deep crimson. Kagaya sat quietly on a rooftop, her eyes, as cold as moonlight, gazing into the distance. Her once neat and pretty cherry blossom patterned short kimono was now stained with blood. After a night of carnage, it was now dawn, with the morning star shining faintly in the sky, turning white as the fish's belly. Kagaya had lost count of how many she had killed that night, unable to remember the number herself. Men, women, the elderly, and children, all lay in pools of blood. Even as they begged for mercy, Kagaya's heart remained unmoved, mechanically raising her blade. They had all been completely infected by the virus and were beyond saving. Even if she spared them, they would turn into irrational danger beasts, threatening others. Though Kagaya felt she had done the right thing, she still felt uneasy. Bastard! Suddenly, an angry shout rang out as a figure charged at Kagaya, swinging a fist heavily at her. As if anticipating the attack, Kagaya leaned back, dodging the powerful punch. The assailant emerged, revealing herself to be a tall, curvaceous blonde girl with a beautiful face, her ample bust prominently protruding. It was the same blonde girl Kagaya had once encountered in the imperial capital. "You slaughter innocents indiscriminately, killing so many people," the blonde girl growled through gritted teeth, her eyes blazing with anger, her fists clenched tightly. "You're all the same in the Empire, a bunch of scum, and the so-called princess is nothing more than a savage wench." "Leon, what is there to say to her?" came a voice from the shadows, revealing a green-haired boy with goggles. Suddenly, a spear shot out like lightning from the darkness, aiming at Kagaya's back. In a flash of cold light, the spear was deflected by Kagaya's kusanagi sword, spinning through the air. A figure clad in armor appeared, grabbing the spear and leaping down, the weapon aimed at the silver-haired girl below. At the critical moment, Kagaya stepped lightly, her body moving like a willow leaf, evading the deadly strike. "You've fallen for it." The green-haired boy smiled faintly, pulling on a thread in his hand. Under the moonlight, silver threads shimmered with a cold gleam, surrounding Kagaya. The tough threads formed a web, enveloping Kagaya and blocking her escape routes. But Kagaya never intended to flee. Raising the kusanagi sword in her hand, her jade-like arm swung, slicing through the threads before her in a single arc. "What?" The green-haired boy was taken aback, not expecting the princess to cut through his threads. These were crafted from the fur of a legendary super danger beast that inhabited the Eastern Sea. They were not only strong but also razor-sharp. Yet Kagaya had cut through them effortlessly. Still, the green-haired boy's lips curled into a smile. His trump card wasn't these threads, it was Roman artillery, fire. A blinding column of light, emanating intense heat, shot across the sky like lightning, illuminating the land as if it were daylight, engulfing the silver-haired girl wearing the fox mask. Chapter 211, Contest of Strength. With a deafening explosion, the location where the silver-haired girl stood erupted into a violent blast. Rocks instantly shattered, debris flew everywhere, dust billowed, and flames shot up into the sky, with waves of air creating a raging hurricane that shrouded the entire area in a cloud of dust. "Good job, mine," said the green-haired boy, smiling and giving a thumbs up to the distance. He was Lubbock from Night Raid. "Be careful." "So fast." Lubbock's pupils shrank as he quickly turned to block, but it was too late. The sharp blade was already in front of him, and he could even feel the sting from the blade. Suddenly, a spear shot over, just in time to block the incoming blade. With a clash, the spear and the blade collided, creating a spray of sparks and a teeth-jarring sound. The one who blocked Kagaya's blade was a man clad in armor. With a forceful push from his spear, he shoved Kagaya away and simultaneously kicked Lubbock's butt, sending him flying. Hey, Lubbock protested, "Can't you be gentler?" "If I was gentle, you'd be dead," the armored man said sternly. If Kagaya was correct, he was Bullet from Night Raid, known for his formidable strength and close combat skills. As soon as he spoke, Bullet twirled his spear, stepped forward, and charged at Kagaya like a thunderbolt. With sudden force, the spear moved with a life of its own, slashing diagonally from the lower left corner toward Kagaya's neck. Kagaya's eyes were as calm as water. She swung her kusanagi sword, seemingly slow but actually fast, like a stream of autumn water, radiating a chilling coldness. With a clang, Bullet felt a tremendous force that nearly caused him to lose his grip on the spear. Bullet was shocked. He didn't expect the seemingly delicate silver-haired girl to possess such astonishing strength. Gripping his spear with both hands, he shouted and unleashed his brute strength, forcing Kagaya back. Using the momentum, Kagaya gracefully arced through the air, her silver hair fluttering. She spun and kicked, striking Lubbock in the stomach. Lubbock was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Clutching his abdomen in pain, he struggled to rise, his internal organs injured. "Ha!" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the side. Leon charged at Kagaya from behind, swinging her powerful beast-like fist at her. Kagaya was suspended in midair with no support, seemingly about to be hit by Leon. Suddenly, Kagaya disappeared, vanishing into thin air without a trace. Yamatsu Hirasaka. A chill came from behind, Leon's pupils shrank, and she turned hastily to see Kagaya somehow appearing behind her, her long sword radiating bone-chilling coldness in her hand. Lubbock was temporarily incapacitated, and Bullet was too far to assist. Leon seemed about to be pierced by the sword. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light struck at Kagaya. Well done, mine. Leon breathed a sigh of relief, but moments later, her eyes widened. The silver-haired girl effortlessly swung her long sword, slicing the beam in half. Undeterred, the silver-haired girl shot toward Leon like an arrow, the blade aiming for her neck. Leon barely turned, raising her arms to shield her chest, her heart sinking. Judging by how easily the blade cut through Lubbock's threads, it was incredibly sharp. Leon had little confidence in blocking it, hoping her regenerative ability would reattach her head. With a dull thud, the blade's hilt struck Leon's abdomen, causing her to spew saliva mixed with blood. Her body flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a wall, reducing it to rubble. Leon struggled to rise, gasping for breath. Enhanced by her taigu, her body was more resilient and her recovery rate faster than the average person. Despite this, the blow left her breathless and in pain. She was puzzled, the silver-haired girl could have killed her but didn't, choosing instead to spare her. However, she quickly dismissed these thoughts, believing that regardless of her actions, killing so many civilians was unforgivable. Though the battle seemed long, it was a mere blink of an eye. In that instant, 2 Night Raid members had lost their combat ability. I didn't expect the Empire to have such a princess, Bullet said, his body tense. You've hidden yourself well. Kagaya stood silently, saying nothing. Despite wearing a mask, Bullet sensed she was distracted. No matter your reasons, your actions are unforgivable, Bullet said coldly, pointing his spear at Kagaya. Prepare to face justice. As he spoke, Bullet's aura surged, enveloping him like a fierce storm as he charged at Kagaya. His spear thrusts were countless, forming a web of spear shadows that surrounded Kagaya. His power had greatly increased, thanks to his taigu, Incursio, which significantly enhanced his physical abilities. While it placed a heavy burden on the user, it was nothing for him. Bullet's movements were swift and elusive, his spear as relentless as a storm. To others, his speed would be overwhelming, invisible even, and they would be pierced before they could react. Unfortunately for him, he faced Kagaya. Her greatest strength lay in her ocular jutsu, which granted her extraordinary insight. Bullet's action seemed slowed down to her, allowing her to effortlessly anticipate and counter his moves. Sparks flew, metal clashed. The sharp clang of blade and spear echoed like a torrential downpour. Bullet's pupils contracted as he realized that the silver-haired girl, known as the princess, was blocking all his attacks single-handedly. No matter how tricky the angle, she easily parried each strike. Moreover, her relaxed demeanor suggested she wasn't even using her full strength. How was this possible? Chapter 212, Easy Victory. With a thud, Bullet hit the ground heavily. His armor was covered in scratches, some of which oozed scarlet blood, and his mask had been shattered, revealing a rather handsome face. A long sword was pressed against his neck, its blade radiating a chilling coldness he could feel. Go ahead, kill me, Bullet said, blood trickling from his lips, his gaze resolute. But don't expect me to surrender. The silver-haired girl in the fox mask glanced at him, then withdrew the sword from his neck, flicked it into its sheath, and turned to walk away into the distance. Why didn't you kill us? Bullet shouted as he rose. Hey, don't ask. Why ask such stupid questions? Lubbock said urgently. What if she changes her mind? The silver-haired girl appeared not to hear, ignoring his words as she turned and walked toward the forest, disappearing into the dawn's light. Leon. Suddenly, a clear voice called out, and a figure emerged from the bushes, running toward Leon. She had arched eyebrows, moist eyes, fair skin, pink twin tails, and wore a pink dress, holding a large sniper rifle. If Kagaya were here, she would recognize her. The girl was Mine, a member of Night Raid. How are you? Mine asked urgently after checking Leon's injuries. Are you badly hurt? Not really, I'll be fine in a bit, Leon replied with a hearty laugh. That's good. Mine sighed with relief. Hey, I'm injured too, you know, Lubbock protested. Can't you show some concern for me? You're not dead yet. Mine looked at Lubbock with surprise. Lubbock. Come to think of it, that girl went easy on us, Leon said, her expression grave. She could have killed us all, but for some reason, she didn't. Is she really that strong? Mine asked curiously. Yes, Bullet said, coughing and wiping away a trickle of blood from his mouth. If you encounter her again, don't fight her alone. She's dangerous. It would have been great if Akame were here, Mine lamented. But she's on another mission. It's useless, Bullet shook his head, looking in the direction the silver-haired girl had vanished, speaking solemnly. I can tell Akame wouldn't be her match either. What? Mine's eyes widened. As a comrade, she knew Akame's strength well, so hearing Bullet's evaluation was surprising. Could that person really be so strong? The guards stood vigilant around the carriage. Although dawn was breaking, their training kept them alert, closely watching their surroundings. Suddenly, a noise came from the dense bushes. Who goes there? The guards shouted, aiming their weapons at the bushes. But instead of an enemy, a silver-haired girl wearing a fox mask emerged. Princess, the guard said, half-kneeling in salute. Kagaya nodded slightly and turned to the captain, asking, how are things here? Reporting to the princess, as per your instructions, the civilians have been settled nearby, and food has been distributed, the captain reported gravely. Additionally, 5 or 6 people tried to loot, and 3 attempted to assault innocent girls. They have been executed on the spot. Good job, Kagaya said. Tell the steward that all guards involved in this mission will have their salaries tripled this month. Those injured will receive 5 times their salary, and families of the fallen will receive 50 gold coins in compensation. If the families wish, they can be brought to the capital and settled properly. Thank you, princess. The guards looked pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected the princess to be so generous. Typically, while their salaries were decent, living in the high-cost capital made ends meet difficult. Injuries often went untreated, and the fallen received little compensation. Seeing the princess's compassion, the guards' morale soared. This was Kagaya's strategy, to ensure loyalty by offering adequate compensation and addressing their concerns, encouraging them to fight bravely without hesitation. As Kagaya prepared to board the carriage, a commotion erupted nearby, with someone calling for her. Princess! Princess! A young voice cried urgently. Move aside, don't obstruct us, a guard said impatiently. Please, let us through, the young voice pleaded. Move, or you'll be detained, the guard warned sternly. What's going on? Kagaya approached, asking. Apologies for the disturbance, the guard said quickly. These girls insist on seeing you. I'm concerned they might be assassins. Let them come over, Kagaya smiled. But do you really think they can harm me? Kagaya chuckled. As you wish, princess. Indeed, with the princess's formidable strength, what harm could a few little girls do? Soon, 3 distinctly different girls came into view. One had yellow hair and wore a yellow outfit, exuding energy. The girl beside her had blue hair and eyes, appearing shy and introverted. In the middle stood a girl with pink hair, seeming slightly more mature than the others. All 3 had innocent faces and were quite pretty, charming, and full of potential. Seeing their innocent faces, Kagaya paused, feeling as if she had seen them before. Chapter 213, Adopt a Little Lowly. Suddenly, Kagaya's eyes, as clear as autumn water, focused as she remembered. No wonder their clothes looked so familiar to her. They were the 3 little girls who were tortured to death in the special episode. Due to the greed and extortion of the ministers and corrupt officials in this world, corruption ran rampant, causing people's livelihoods to deteriorate, leaving them in extreme poverty. People lived in a dire state, with some villages being annihilated for failing to pay taxes. Under such conditions, life was miserable, with corpses littering the ground, vast stretches of barren land, and countless people starving to death. In such dire circumstances, people resorted to selling their children to survive, and human trafficking became rampant. The 3 little girls were sold in this environment. Their tragic fate began when they were bought by a perverted master. Their subsequent fate was horrifying and tragic. They were subjected to inhumane abuse, their bodies covered in bruises, and even endured cruel humiliation. After enduring hellish torment, they eventually succumbed to despair and pain, dying in agony. My name is Far, the energetic yellow-haired girl said with a bright smile. I'm Luna, the quiet blue-haired girl said, appearing a bit uneasy. I'm Air, the gentle pink-haired girl said politely. Princess, princess. Ah. The guard's voice pulled Kagaya from her memories. She was slightly startled and looked at the 3 little girls who would have faced a tragic end. They showed timid expressions, even the lively Far nervously watching Kagaya. It's understandable, after all, they were just countryside girls who hadn't seen much of the world. The village chief was the highest authority in their village, and now they faced the princess of the empire, a stark contrast in status. They had been bought by a buyer and were to be sent to the capital, but the incident allowed them to escape. Hearing that the princess was nearby, they chased after her, traveling for 2 days and nights until they finally caught up. Despite being exhausted, they couldn't hide their excitement. They didn't expect much, they just hoped the princess would take them in. Seeing the princess say nothing, a sense of disappointment began to rise in their hearts. After all, why would the princess care about a few countryside girls? Sorry for bothering you. The slightly mature Air bowed and tried to pull Luna and Far away. But Far was still a little unwilling but had no choice. Who said you could leave? Kagaya smiled and turned to the guard, prepare another carriage for them. Yes, the guard replied respectfully. The three little girls' eyes widened in disbelief. They had given up hope but now found it revived. The girls cheered excitedly. Thank you, princess, even the composed Elle couldn't hide her excitement. Kagaya smiled and said nothing more, turning to board the carriage. With no pressing matters on the way back, the journey was slow. They traveled leisurely, admiring the beautiful autumn scenery as if on a tour, taking half a month to reach the outskirts of the capital, where the tall palace was faintly visible. Sorry, we want to see the princess. No, the princess is taking her afternoon nap and cannot be disturbed. But. Far, don't be rude. Apologies, guard sir, for the disturbance. The noise outside the carriage woke Kagaya from her nap. Kagaya had a habit of taking a nap every noon, a routine she had followed since childhood, as skipping it would leave her feeling exhausted all day. Let them in, Kagaya said with a yawn, her voice drowsy. But. Let them in. Yes. Soon, three cute little girls entered. Kagaya's carriage was a royal one, exquisitely crafted and sturdy, made of fine, durable ebony. The walls were adorned with beautiful carvings, and the interior was lined with soft velvet rugs. It was spacious, almost like a small room, comfortably accommodating 4 or 5 people without feeling crowded. Is something the matter? Kagaya asked, lying on her velvet-covered seat, her eyes half-closed with sleepiness. Sorry for disturbing your rest, princess, Elle said. The three girls looked uneasy, perhaps surprised by the luxurious interior, worried they might dirty it. They huddled in a corner, careful not to touch anything. It's fine, Kagaya said, scratching her silver hair lazily. I'm almost awake anyway. What's the matter? Is something wrong? No, not at all, Elle said quickly, waving her hands. Nothing's wrong. Oh. Kagaya asked, curious. Then what's up? We're grateful for your care, princess, Far said directly. So we wanted to give you a gift. A gift? Kagaya's curiosity piqued. What kind of gift? At that moment, Luna took something from behind her and placed it in her palm. It was a delicate bracelet, seemingly woven from grass leaves but unexpectedly intricate, adorned with tiny stars and various little flowers, giving it a unique charm. Kagaya was captivated at first glance. She took the bracelet and examined it closely, clearly fond of it. The craftsmanship of these young girls was surprising. Princess, this is a token of our gratitude. We hope you won't disdain it, Luna said, blushing shyly. Kagaya placed the bracelet on the nearby table, gazing at them quietly. Wearing her mask, the girls couldn't see Kagaya's expression. Seeing the princess watching them, they feared she disliked it, feeling anxious. Suddenly, Kagaya's smooth, jade-like hand reached out, slowly but quickly, grabbing Luna's wrist. Princess. Elle was startled, her face full of anxiety, not understanding why the princess acted this way. Luna was also at a loss, thinking she had unintentionally offended the princess. Chapter 214, The Lowly's Unease. You must have spent a lot of time making this, Kagaya said softly, looking at the scars on Luna's hand. Yes, Far replied, a bit puzzled by the princess's question, but answered truthfully. Thank you, Kagaya released Luna's soft hand, removed the fox mask from her face, and smiled gently. I really like it. The three little girls were stunned. They had heard from the villagers that the princess was the most beautiful woman in the empire, which they didn't quite believe. How could anyone be so beautiful? It had to be a rumor. But seeing her now, they realized it was true, they had never seen someone so breathtaking. It took them a moment to come to their senses. When she did, Luna waved her hands quickly, saying, It's nothing, it's what we should do. As she spoke, Luna suddenly froze, staring at her hand. The scars from weaving the bracelet, cut by the grass leaves, had completely vanished, leaving no trace. Her skin looked as fresh and smooth as if reborn. It doesn't hurt anymore, right? Kagaya asked with a soft smile. Luna was taken aback, realizing that the princess had healed her hand. She quickly said, Thank you, princess. Her face turned red with shyness. Kagaya put the delicate bracelet on her wrist, her eyes, like autumn water, smiling at the three little girls before her. You didn't just come to see me for this, did you? As if their plan had been seen through, the three little girls exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment, and they seemed uneasy. Go on, Kagaya chuckled, I'm not that scary. Elle hesitated, then finally spoke up, It's an honor to have the princess take us in, but... Her lips moved slightly, unable to finish her sentence. But what will happen to us? Far blurted out straightforwardly. Having finally expressed their concerns, the three girls felt uneasy, unsure of what the princess would do or if she'd be angry at their ploy. So that's what this is about, Kagaya realized, finding it both amusing and endearing. You were worried about this. Even if it's a small matter, and the princess might not care, it's a big deal for us. We hope you can tell us honestly, Far said. Far, Air called out urgently, worried about Far's impulsiveness. What if the princess got angry? But Kagaya didn't respond as Air feared. Instead, she smiled apologetically. I'm sorry for not considering this and informing you. But I had already instructed someone. You will be my personal attendants and help me with some tasks. Really? The girls beamed with joy. Becoming attendants to the princess was beyond their wildest dreams. They had thought finding a job to support themselves would be good enough. Now are you reassured? Kagaya laughed softly, reaching out to ruffle Luna's hair gently. Yes, Luna nodded emphatically. The three of them had been like drifting duckweed, unsure of their fate, or like wildflowers blown away by the wind. But this unexpected opportunity meant they might never go hungry again. In times of cruel rule and chaos, people often wanted nothing more than to fill their stomachs. The princess's return to the capital immediately drew attention from citizens and various parties. Countless people gathered on either side of the road, eager to catch a glimpse of the empire's most beautiful woman. However, they were destined to be disappointed, as Kagaya was lying on her soft velvet bed, catching up on sleep. Meanwhile, the three sisters frequently peeked out of the carriage, their eyes wide with wonder at the bustling capital. Having always lived in the countryside, they had never seen such a prosperous place, and the sights left them dazzled. Is she the empire's ruthless princess? A girl whispered from the shadows. This girl was tall and curvy, with long purple hair, slender brows, brown eyes, and black-framed glasses. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with a particularly captivating pair of long legs. If Kagaya had been there, she would have recognized the purple-haired girl as Shiel, who had been torn in half by Seryu's Taigu in battle. Yes, that's her, the blonde girl next to her said, gritting her teeth in hatred. She's the one who slaughtered thousands of innocent civilians. She was Leon, who had battled Kagaya over half a month ago. Her wounds had completely healed. Because Kagaya had taken her time enjoying the journey, her pace was slow, allowing Night Raid to travel ahead and catch up with Leon. Is she our target? She'll ask softly, her eyes fixed on the ornate carriage in the middle of the road. Yes, she is, Leon replied gravely. Should we act now? She'll glanced at Leon, clutching her large scissors. No, there are too many civilians on the street now. If we attack recklessly, we might harm them, Leon said, her expression serious. And this person is incredibly powerful, we can't defeat her alone. Is she really that strong? She'll asked, her eyes wide with surprise at Leon's tone of resignation. She really is. No, she's several times stronger than I said, Leon said, watching the carriage fade into the distance, her voice filled with reluctance. That person is terrifying. Finally back, Kagaya said as she stepped down from the carriage, stretching and yawning as she rubbed her eyes. Despite the luxurious carriage and the attentive guards and maids, the long journey was still tiring. Is this the palace? Far asked, her large eyes shining with excitement, occasionally exclaiming in awe. Far, be quiet, Air whispered, this is the palace, not home. I know, Far said, pouting and folding her arms in dissatisfaction. Let's go, Kagaya smiled at them. I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast. It should be ready now. Just as Kagaya finished speaking, a chilling flash of light shot toward her like lightning, reaching her in an instant. Chapter 215, The Situation in the Imperial Capital. The three young girls were terrified by the sudden attack and froze in place, letting out a simultaneous scream. As for the incoming attack, Kagaya was unconcerned. With a graceful step, she shifted her position, allowing the sharp blade to pass right in front of her. She extended her fair fingers, lightly touching the blade's surface. With a crisp sound, the glinting long blade was deflected far away. The attacker seemed to have anticipated this outcome and was not discouraged. She stepped forcefully, spinning her body and shooting out like a streak of light. The long sword traced a perfect arc, once again aiming for Kagaya's neck. Kagaya retreated, her soft body bending to dodge the attack. The attacker did not let the opportunity slip and pursued relentlessly. With another step, utilizing the counterforce, she charged like lightning, swinging her long blade in a torrential storm of slashes, raining down countless blows in an instant. Caught in the onslaught, Kagaya was like a small boat in a storm, tossed amidst the towering waves, seemingly on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Seeing Kagaya on the defensive, with the situation growing precarious, the attacker allowed a smile to creep across her face. Her blade swung even faster, the gusts it generated like wind blades, lifting fallen leaves into the air and filling the space with swirling leaves and dust. Suddenly, Kagaya extended her snow-white arm, fingers spread, like lightning, reaching for the attacker's wrist. Instead of being frightened, the attacker was delighted, accelerating toward her target. Twisting her wrist, the long blade traced a brilliant arc, slashing toward Kagaya's fingers. The blade aimed straight for Kagaya's fingers, poised to cut them in two should she dare to catch it barehanded. But just as the attacker felt assured of her victory, Kagaya vanished from her sight. Her expression shifted dramatically as panic set in. She knew something was wrong and quickly tried to retreat, but it was too late. She felt a tightness in her chest, a white hand had gripped her, numbing her elbow. Her long blade slipped from her grasp, arcing through the air before clattering to the ground. "Not bad, you've improved, Kurum." A crisp, pleasant voice whispered by her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. The attacker, a black-haired girl, was none other than Kurum, long unseen. Feeling the warmth by her ear, Kurum blushed from her neck to her ears. She knew she had failed her ambush, and as punishment for her failure, she bit her lip, enduring Kagaya's hand on her chest. "Who is she?" The three young girls ran over, curiously observing the black-haired girl. They had thought she was an assassin, but now it seemed she was acquainted with the princess. Kagaya paused, realizing the presence of the three little ones. She thought it best not to set a bad example for them. She released Kurum, who quickly backed away, sheathing her blade, looking a little flustered. "Her name is Kurum. You can call her sister from now on." "Really? That's great." The three girls surrounded her, inspecting Kurum with curiosity and admiration. She was about their age, yet so skilled. They wished they could be as strong as her. Kurum, however, seemed unaccustomed to their enthusiasm, appearing uneasy. Her delicate face showed embarrassment, which amused Kagaya. Perhaps these little ones would help soften Kurum's introverted and bloodthirsty nature. Suddenly, a guard hurried over, knelt down, and whispered, "Princess, there is urgent information from the palace." This guard was a member of Kagaya's intelligence division. Months ago, Kagaya had established this division, recruiting many talented individuals and investing heavily to build a network primarily aimed at monitoring the ministers and night raid. Normally, nothing significant should be happening. What could have occurred? Kagaya's mind raced, yet her expression remained calm. She turned to the girls and said with a gentle smile, "You play here for now. I have some matters to attend to." "Farewell, princess," the girls curtsied in unison, lifting Kagaya's spirits. Kagaya turned, signaling the guard to follow her to her office, where they went to discuss the matter. "You're saying the minister wants me to leave the capital?" Kagaya asked in surprise. "Exactly, princess. The minister brought it to the emperor's attention 3 days ago, stating that since you are nearly of age, it is inappropriate for you to reside in the palace. You should return to your domain," the guard continued. "He also claimed that you are too young to manage affairs, suggesting to the emperor that your territory be reduced." "That sly fox, aiming to strike at the root," Kagaya muttered, furrowing her brows. She had anticipated the minister would target her eventually due to their opposing stances. She had ignored his insinuations, likely making herself a thorn in his side. But Kagaya hadn't expected the minister to act so soon, catching her off guard. Her loyal followers were not yet in place, her army just beginning training, and the information and relationship network was still in its infancy. If she was forced to leave the capital now, all her previous efforts might go to waste. "Princess," the guard prompted, seeing Kagaya lost in thought. Kagaya snapped back to the present, nodding to the guard. "Return and keep this matter quiet for now. Also, reassure the subordinates." "Yes." Watching the guard leave, Kagaya tapped her chin, contemplating her next move. The minister was a cunning fox, exploiting the young emperor's trust to form factions and eliminate dissent, having replaced much of the court with his loyalists. Now he sought to target her. Kagaya frowned, her face grim, exuding an icy aura. "Minister, if you know what's good for you, I might let you live a little longer. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell first." A glint of coldness flashed in Kagaya's eyes. Chapter 216, Eliminate Traitors and Eradicate Evil. Kagaya had originally planned to stay longer in the capital, but an unexpected event changed her mind. The northern tribes had allied with the Revolutionary Army and were preparing to move south, with their first stop being Kagaya's territory. This information came from Kagaya's intelligence department, obtained at the cost of more than a dozen lives. Even the capital's ministers and officials were unaware. This highlighted the extent of the empire's decay, as they could not even obtain such crucial information. The empire's intelligence department was utterly useless. Yet, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning, clearing away her confusion. She envisioned a person, someone known as the empire's strongest general. With her presence, those tribes could indeed be ignored entirely. This might not be due to the empire's incompetence but because of their overwhelming confidence, confident enough that even a rebellion could be easily crushed. If this were the case, Kagaya had even more reason to leave the capital. Once war broke out, her territory would become the battlefield, turning it into a wasteland, and the tens or even hundreds of thousands of people living there would be caught in the crossfire. Kagaya did not want to see her lands become a blood-soaked wasteland, as she had her own plans. She intended to use her territory as a base to develop the economy, train her army, reorganize military equipment, and expand her influence. When the time was right, she would kill the ministers, eliminate his death, destroy the revolutionary army, and march her army into the capital to take control of the situation. If she was weak, it would be difficult to achieve her goals or take control of the empire. Even if she killed all her enemies, the empire would fracture, making it much harder for Kagaya to pick up the pieces. Kagaya had originally intended to train her army, cultivate some officers, and expand her influence while in the capital. But the situation no longer allowed her to wait. Although she regretted it, she had no choice. In a lavishly decorated room. "My lord, it is said that the princess has voluntarily requested to return to her territory," a small, sleazy-looking official said with a fawning smile. "Humph, that girl knows her place," the minister said, biting into a greasy roast lamb leg, smirking coldly. "She probably knows what I told the young emperor. This works well for us since the young emperor was hesitant. This saves us a lot of trouble. I heard the princess requested to take her trained troops, some officers, and a portion of weapons and supplies," the sleazy official whispered. "She's just a little girl. Does she think having these will keep her safe?" The minister's face twisted into a sinister smile. "The northern tribes are restless and will move south soon. She might end up crying and begging to return to the capital. In the chaos, a missing princess would be perfectly normal." "My lord, you are wise," the sleazy official flattered with a grin. The room echoed with malicious laughter. Kagaya stayed in the capital for a short time before setting out for her territory again. In the past half-month, she had completed the transfer of military supplies. 5,000 well-trained soldiers in armor had already set out for the princess's domain. Kurum and the 3 little girls accompanied the army on the journey. Since Kagaya had expelled the toxins from Kurum's body, her physique had changed dramatically, her potential greatly enhanced. After Kagaya's extensive training, Kurum's strength had increased significantly, even surprising Kagaya with the extent of her improvement. With Kurum accompanying the journey, Kagaya felt at ease. Kurum was no longer the sickly character she was in the original story. With Kagaya's special training, her vigilance had improved greatly, and she wouldn't easily fall prey to someone like Chelsea. However, Kurum seemed sullen during the journey, seemingly unhappy because with Kagaya gone, there was no one to guide her training or to ambush Kagaya to sharpen her skills, even though each failed attempt came with embarrassing punishments. The 3 new girls, however, were delighted. Although Kagaya was kind and sisterly, the palace's atmosphere was oppressive, and the maids were strict, making it hard for them to breathe, like birds trapped in a cage. Now that they were finally out, they felt joyful, especially since they were heading to the princess's territory, where their village was located. Kagaya, however, traveled alone, as she had some matters to attend to. In the evening, the full moon hung high in the sky. As the city lights came on, the neon lights of the capital gradually lit up, casting a soft glow on the streets. It was late autumn, and the fallen leaves rustled in the chilly autumn wind, which carried a hint of cold. Yet, the red light district of the capital was ablaze with lights, exuding a warm, inviting glow. From afar, a slightly taller building stood out among the densely packed structures. The neon lights on the building were dazzlingly colorful, and the red lanterns hanging around it added a touch of allure. It was the largest brothel in the capital's red light district. Kagaya's form flickered like a ghost, moving quickly yet appearing slow. In a blink, she had reached the opulent building's interior. Before even entering, she could hear faint moans and joyous laughter from inside. As she gently pushed the door open, her eyes were met with a group of scantily clad girls. They were attractive and slender, not stunning but possessed a certain charm. Their eyes were glazed, bodies swaying as they lay on the floor, smoking something from pipes. A strange scent wafted through the air, causing Kagaya to wrinkle her brow slightly and cover her nose. Her gaze turned to the room's center, where a large incense burner was emitting purple smoke. If Kagaya guessed correctly, this smoke was a hallucinogen, essentially a drug. The brothel's owner used these substances to control innocent girls, forcing them into prostitution. However, these hallucinogens had strong toxic side effects, severely damaging the body over time, usually leading to death within months. In the brothel, girls deemed physically unfit were disposed of without hesitation, replaced with a new batch, perpetuating a cycle of inhumanity. A cold gleam flashed in Kagaya's eyes. Her purpose here was to eliminate this blight from the capital, ensuring it could no longer harm innocent girls. As she prepared to act, a piercing scream echoed from nearby. Chapter 217, Blinded by Lust and Desire. Kagaya stepped lightly, moving toward the direction of the scream. Through the gaps in the railing, she could clearly see the scene in the distance. "As long as you earn money for me, I'll give you more drugs," 2 men said with evil grins as they looked down at the girls half lying on the ground. "Yes," the girls responded weakly, their eyes glazed, clearly under the influence of drugs. "Boss, look at this one," said a man in a white suit to the one-eyed man beside him. A girl lay on the ground, her face flushed unnaturally, her mouth slightly open with drool trailing from the corner. Her body trembled continuously. "Oh," the man called Boss sighed, "she's done for. She's rotting and smells foul." Dispose of her as waste and find a replacement. Give me more drugs, the girl pleaded, her hand trembling as she reached toward them, her eyes filled with longing for the drugs. The man in the white suit smirked, raising his fist high and punching the girl hard in the face. She let out a scream and collapsed, unconscious. Go pick up some more stupid women from the slums, the man in the white suit sneered. The one-eyed boss sneered back, after all, those trash will do anything for money. Also, boss, we should expand our drug distribution channels, the man in the white suit suggested with a fawning smile, handing a cigarette to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man took the cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and exhaled a ring of smoke. You're right. I'll go discuss it with Lord Zeeble. How about discussing it with me? A crisp voice with a hint of sweetness interrupted. Who's there? Show yourself, the man in the white suit shouted, drawing his gun and aiming it toward the voice. From behind the screen stepped a beautiful silver-haired girl who smiled gently at them. Her eyes, like pools of water, flashed with an icy coldness. Yet the two men failed to notice the killing intent in Kagaya's eyes, distracted by her beauty instead. Their gazes fixated on Kagaya, practically drooling. The girl before them had silver hair almost touching the ground, skin as smooth as porcelain, features delicate as if painted, with bright eyes and a graceful figure. Her chest was full and ample, captivating to behold. Hey, boss, the man in the white suit said excitedly, his eyes filled with lust. This is a rare catch, coming to us willingly. She must be an assassin sent by some organization, the one-eyed boss sneered. What a fool, thinking they can kill me with just one girl. That's perfect. Let's capture her and have some fun. It's been ages since we've had a beauty like this. With that face and body, just imagine her in bed, the man in the white suit leered, practically drooling. Shut up, the one-eyed boss smacked his head, then grinned slyly. Such a rare beauty should be sent to the higher-ups. If they're pleased, who knows? You're so wise, boss, the man in the white suit praised eagerly. Seize this beauty, the boss commanded. Yes, sir. At his command, a group of black-suited bodyguards wearing sunglasses rushed into the room, armed with electric batons and guns, advancing toward Kagaya. Damn it, the one-eyed boss cursed. Be careful not to harm this beauty. If she gets a scratch, I'll take your heads off. They were so blinded by lust, they failed to consider how a young girl could confidently confront them alone without strength. You think you can catch me? Kagaya smirked, her smile serene. You're not worthy. The black-suited guards hesitated, captivated by the silver-haired girl's radiant smile. In that instant, they felt the world spin around them, realizing in horror that their bodies, headless, were spraying crimson blood. They wanted to scream, but no sound came out. With a thud, two heads hit the ground, and the stench of blood filled the room. The men in the white suit and the one-eyed boss were shocked, their lewd thoughts extinguished like cold water over their heads. They hadn't expected the lamb they planned to devour to turn into a tiger. They finally realized that the silver-haired girl was not an ordinary weak girl but likely a powerful, cold-blooded killer. Stop her, dead or alive, the one-eyed boss commanded, regretting the loss of such a beauty but prioritizing his life. Get her. More armed men rushed in, equipped with firearms, crouching and aiming at Kagaya. These men appeared well-trained, more like imperial soldiers than ordinary bodyguards, wielding expensive weapons. Rat-a-tat-tat. A relentless barrage of bullets rained down like a storm, forming a metallic curtain aimed at Kagaya, filling the air with acrid smoke. The one-eyed boss lamented losing such a beauty. If he could have delivered her to a high-ranking official, he could have been rewarded handsomely, his future secure. But now, this beauty was likely riddled with bullets. In his frustration, the boss resented her decision. Why hadn't she chosen to become a high-ranking official's concubine, living in luxury and prestige? While he brooded, the smoke was blown away by the autumn breeze through the window. Yet what appeared was not the bullet-riddled body he expected but an incredible sight. Everyone was stunned, their jaws agape, some so shocked they dropped their guns without noticing. Before them stood the beautiful silver-haired girl, her alabaster arm raised. In front of her hovered countless bullets. The bullets seemed suspended by an invisible force, gleaming coldly. How is this possible? The one-eyed boss gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. With a series of metallic clinks, the bullets fell to the floor. Kagaya, expressionless, dragged her long sword as she approached them step by step, her eyes glinting coldly. You will all die. Chapter 218, Slaughter. Gunshots rang out, with bullets flying in a torrent, yet Kagaya deflected them all with her kusanagi sword amidst the crisp sound of clashing metal. Kagaya rushed forward, her long sword flashing coldly. In an instant, half a body flew into the air, crimson blood splattering everywhere with a foul stench filling the air. In Kagaya's presence, these ordinary people were as defenseless as sheep. Even with guns, they were still just ordinary people. While firearms are deadly to the average person, they are not very effective against someone with great skill. Hurry, stop her. The terrified one-eyed boss ran toward the room's exit, shouting frantically, his teeth chattering with fear. With a thud, a spherical object landed in front of him, furry and dripping with bright red blood, the severed head of the man in the white suit. His eyes were wide open, blood trickling from his mouth, and his neck was a mangled mess. Even in death, his face was etched with terror. Aya, the one-eyed boss screamed, his legs trembling as he crawled away. He didn't care about wealth, power, or beauty, he just wanted to escape with his life. A flash of cold light, and the boss fell to the ground. He looked down and saw his leg was gone, blood gushing from the wound. Aya! The one-eyed boss clutched his severed leg, howling in agony, the pain only hitting him now as the initial shock wore off. Why don't you run now? A shadow appeared in front of the boss, and he looked up to see all his bodyguards and thugs lying dead on the floor, their bodies torn apart, a gruesome sight. The silver-haired girl who had slaughtered them all stood before him, her eyes like pools of icy water. As she stared at him, the one-eyed boss felt a chill run down his spine, spreading through his entire body, leaving him cold and weak. "Spare me," the boss pleaded, his blood-soaked hands raised in supplication. "Don't kill me." Kagaya crouched down, smiling faintly. "Does it hurt?" It hurts, the boss nodded frantically, his face ashen. Kagaya swung her arm, the blade of her sword tracing an arc. The boss's hands followed his legs, severed and flying into the air, blood splattering the ground. Aya, the one-eyed boss's eyes bulged as he screamed in agony, his body drenched in blood, the ground beneath him stained crimson. Such ugliness, Kagaya chuckled lightly, her eyes devoid of humor, cold as ice. "Did you ever think of the innocent girls you harmed?" The boss could only wail and writhe like a worm in his death throes. Kagaya frowned at the repulsive sight, then stood up and swung her sword, silencing the boss's screams as his head rolled away, his twisted face showing a hint of relief and death. Kagaya exhaled, flicking the blood from her sword before it gleamed clean once more. These people were beyond redemption, and killing them felt like too light a punishment. They deserved to be executed slowly, but Kagaya couldn't be bothered. A quick death was enough. Turning away, Kagaya headed to the adjoining room, where the incense burner continued to emit purple smoke. The girls, lost in their drug-induced haze, were oblivious to what had transpired, their eyes vacant as they remained ensnared in their own world. Kagaya kicked the incense burner with her elegant leg, sending it flying like a missile. It exploded mid-air, the sparks flashing like fireworks before disintegrating in the autumn breeze. No matter where or when, drugs are a source of evil that must be destroyed. They rob people of their reason, leading to ruin and devastation. Kagaya despised such things deeply. The girls, however, posed a dilemma for Kagaya. She couldn't simply take them with her, and even if she could, they wouldn't get past the city gates, nor was there anywhere to take them. Suddenly, Kagaya's ears twitched, and she glanced into the distance, sensing something. A smile curled her lips. Just when she needed help, it arrived. Her problem might soon be solved. Kagaya moved gracefully among the girls, lying down, rubbing her eyes, making them look moist and dazed. Her languid pose made her even more enchanting, as if she were truly under the influence. Soon, 2 soft footsteps came from the ceiling, followed by 2 thuds as they landed in the room. Kagaya peeked through her half-closed eyes, taking in the intruders. One was a blonde girl, with a beautiful and spirited appearance, Leon, whom Kagaya had encountered recently. The other was a boy with green hair, slightly shorter than the girl, with a delicate face. He wore a white t-shirt under a green jacket and had goggles on his head. Kagaya recognized him as Lubbock. They entered the room with serious expressions, fists clenched, eyes alert as they scanned their surroundings, a far cry from their usual relaxed demeanor. "Looks like whoever was here left," Lubbock crouched, touching the bloodstains on the floor. "Someone beat us to it," Leon mused, stroking her chin. "I wonder which faction did this." "Either way, they did us a favor," Lubbock sighed in relief, smiling. "I thought we'd have a big fight. These people were evil, but I regret not dealing with them myself," Leon said, clenching her fists in frustration. "What about these women?" Lubbock asked, hands behind his back. "We don't have room for them at our base." "Don't worry, there's an old man in my village who's a great doctor. He loves helping young girls. I'm sure he can assist," Leon laughed confidently, arms crossed. Leon glanced over and spotted something, quickly moving toward the group of girls. "Huh, what's this?" she exclaimed. Chapter 219, Travel Together. Leon quickly walked over to the group of girls, paused in surprise, and hurriedly helped a silver-haired girl up, shaking her gently. Wake up, wake up." Kagaya, pretending to be unconscious, mentally complained, "You're shaking so hard, even if I weren't fainted, you'd knock me out." "Who is she?" Lubbock strolled over nonchalantly, but when his eyes fell on the silver-haired girl in Leon's arms, he froze, his eyes widening. It took him a while to snap back to reality. "Hey, who is she?" Lubbock asked urgently, his eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl. "She's someone I met by chance once, the daughter of an official," Leon said softly. I thought she had escaped the capital, but I didn't expect her to end up in this situation. Leone sighed, looking at the silver-haired girl with pity. In her mind, Kagaya had fallen into this den of vice and had likely suffered at the hands of the villains, maybe even. Thinking of this, Leone felt a twinge of guilt. If she hadn't been so suspicious back then and had personally escorted her to the town, maybe none of this would have happened. Let's go, Leone said, picking up Kagaya and heading off. Let me help you, sister, Lubbock quickly caught up, grinning. You just want to take advantage of her, don't you? Leone gave Lubbock a sideways glance. No way, Lubbock quickly waved his hands, laughing, I just want to help. Stop making excuses, Leone snorted, a hint of disdain on her face, as she walked toward the exit. Your eyes already gave you away. I didn't mean it, Lubbock protested, hurrying after her. Kagaya had intended to feign unconsciousness, but Leone's embrace was so comfortable, and she was so exhausted from recent events, that she ended up falling asleep. Kagaya's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, revealing clear, watery pupils. Startled, she quickly sat up, finding herself in an unfamiliar place. The slight swaying and cramped space suggested she was in a carriage. Don't worry, everything's fine now, came a gentle voice beside her. Turning her head, Kagaya saw that the speaker was Leone, the blonde girl. Where am I? Kagaya asked, puzzled. This is a carriage heading to a northern town, Leone replied with a smile. Don't worry, those bastards have been punished. You won't be troubled again. Thank you for saving me again, Kagaya said gratefully, her skin flushing slightly. It's nothing, Leone replied, a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. When we got there, we found those people had already been dealt with. We just brought you back. Still, you saved me, Kagaya shook her head gently, otherwise, I might still be there. Sorry, Leone said apologetically, I should have taken you to the town back then, so you wouldn't have been caught and humiliated by those bastards. Humiliated? Kagaya was momentarily confused but quickly understood. That place was the capital's largest red light district, filled with girls forced into prostitution. Since Kagaya had been found among them, Leone must have thought she had suffered the same fate. Kagaya shook her head gently, a sad expression on her beautiful face, tears brimming in her eyes, making her appear pitiful and vulnerable. Kagaya inwardly applauded her performance. It was so convincing, almost indistinguishable from reality. If there were awards in this world, she would surely win. Leone, seemingly moved, extended a pale arm to embrace Kagaya like a gentle big sister. Kagaya, taking advantage of the situation, curled up in Leone's arms. Just then, the curtain suddenly lifted, and Lubbock poked his head in. Seeing this scene, Lubbock was momentarily stunned before blurting out, Sister, why are you crying, ouch. Before he could finish, a cup thrown by Leone hit him on the head, knocking him back out of the carriage. Didn't I tell you not to come in? Leone roared, like a lioness. It hurts, Lubbock grumbled, rubbing his forehead as he got up, you hit too hard. I was just going to tell you we're almost at the town. Do you want to eat first? Really? Leone poked her head out of the carriage, scoffing. Who was it sneaking a peek last night? What? Lubbock protested, I wasn't peeking. I was checking if the door was closed properly. Really? Leone snorted. I swear on my honor. Ha, do you even have that? After spending a day in the carriage, Kagaya and Leone stepped out to stretch and have a meal. The carriage was not great, though not shabby, it was far from comfortable, nothing like Kagaya's royal transport. Kagaya's luxurious carriage was so smooth it didn't even feel like it moved. But after a day in this one, she felt like she might fall apart. Here, Leone handed her a meat skewer resembling a chicken leg. Lubbock had caught a low-level danger beast in the forest, small but incredibly fast. He said it took him a lot of effort to catch it. Thank you, Kagaya said politely, taking the skewer. The meat was well cooked, fragrant, and flavorful. As she bit into it, the juice burst out, leaving a lingering taste. Perhaps from the exhaustion of the previous night, Kagaya found herself quite hungry and quickly devoured it, leaving only the bone. There's more, eat up, Leone handed her another piece of roast meat, smiling. Don't be shy. Thank you. As Kagaya ate slowly but steadily, Leone casually asked, do you have any relatives or friends? Kagaya's heart skipped a beat, knowing the moment had arrived. Chapter 220, Friend or Foe? I have no one left, Kagaya said sadly. My relatives were exiled years ago for offending the minister, and I heard they were killed by bandits on their way. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked, Leone apologized. It's nothing, Kagaya shook her head gently. It was a long time ago. So now you. Leone hesitated. I don't know, Kagaya said softly. I have no skills or strength to avenge my family. It's just a dream. I have no plans for the future. Kagaya's hint was clear, she was practically asking to join them. Unexpectedly, Leon nodded, saying, "That's fine. Living for revenge isn't worth it. Your family wouldn't want that for you." "Wait, I was just saying that. Didn't you hear the hint of her wanting revenge but lacking strength?" It was obvious. Kagaya felt conflicted. "Here's the plan," Leon said with a smile. "We'll take you to a small town where I have some connections. The Imperial Army rarely goes there, so it's quite safe. Is that okay?" Kagaya was at a loss for a reason to refuse. If she suddenly asked to join them, it might raise suspicions. Even though she knew they were Night Raid, Leon hadn't mentioned her membership. Saying it out loud would be too revealing. But she couldn't think of a better excuse. "It's no problem," Leon said, throwing an arm around Kagaya's shoulders, laughing heartily. "Don't worry, I have plenty of money from that red light district. Is it really okay to spend money from exploiting girls? Shouldn't it be turned over to the state?" "Oh, right, it should be used to help the poor." Sensing Kagaya's thoughts, Leon patted her shoulder, smiling. "Don't worry, that's just a small part. Most of the money has been distributed to the poor." "You're so kind, sister," Kagaya smiled. She wasn't just being polite, giving money to the poor was admirable. "Not at all," Leon laughed, scratching her head, modest but clearly pleased, a true tsundere. However, Kagaya's plan to infiltrate Night Raid ultimately failed. She underestimated their caution. No matter how much she probed, they kept silent about Night Raid. Perhaps she hadn't earned their trust yet. Kagaya didn't realize it was entirely different. Leon liked Kagaya and didn't want her involved in this dangerous mess. Night Raid undertook perilous missions, with a high mortality rate. Few returned unscathed. To them, Kagaya was a helpless girl. Joining Night Raid would only harm her, and the Imperial Army might capture her. With her beauty, she'd suffer terribly. That's why they mentioned nothing of Night Raid, thinking a peaceful life in the town was best for her. As the sun set, the sky darkened. They finally reached the small town by dusk. The town wasn't large, with just a few hundred to 1,000 residents. The wooden houses looked old, with weathered marks everywhere. The streets were bustling, people coming and going, with shops selling fruits, vegetables, taverns, and restaurants. But as night fell, most hurried home. Wisps of smoke curled over the town, adding tranquility to its peaceful atmosphere. Their carriage stopped at the town's edge. Kagaya, Leon, and Lubbock stepped out. "Sorry, we can only take you this far. I wish I could stay longer, but we have things to do," Leon said apologetically, holding Kagaya's hand. "It's fine," Kagaya smiled gently, "I'm grateful for your care these past days. Don't mention it." "Once I'm done," Leon grinned, "I'll come back here to have a drink with you." Kagaya knew what she meant, killing the minister, overthrowing the empire, bringing happiness to everyone. But that path was fraught with danger, full of obstacles and pitfalls. In the original story, the minister used Imperial arm to seal Leon's Lionel, and she was shot multiple times. Though she killed the minister, she couldn't recover due to the seal and her injuries. In the end, Leon casually said goodbye to everyone and died peacefully in a dark alley. "Yes, we'll meet again," Kagaya nodded, smiling as she returned from her thoughts. "Are we leaving already?" Lubbock asked. "Why the rush? We could stay the night and leave in the morning." "No," Leon refused instantly, snorting, "I know what you're thinking. Behave yourself." "What?" Lubbock blushed, glancing at Kagaya. "We've been traveling for days. Shouldn't we?" Before he finished, Leon flicked Lubbock's forehead and dragged him out of town by his collar. She turned back to Kagaya, waving with a bright smile. "Goodbye, beautiful." "Goodbye," Kagaya waved her delicate hand, watching them leave. Her lips curled into a smile, hard to decipher. Night Raid, are we destined to be friends or foes? Chapter 221, Chance Encounter in the Forest. The town didn't seem to have suffered much oppression from the Empire. Although it appeared somewhat poor, it was much better than the tragic situation of other villages and towns. This might be because the Revolutionary Army blocked the Empire's forces, preventing them from extending their reach here. The local customs were still very simple, and the neighbors were harmonious, being quite friendly to outsiders. Many of the older men and women even invited Kagaya to their homes as a guest, but she declined them all. She had things to do and wouldn't be staying here long. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to infiltrate Night Raid, and her plan to gather information had failed. Staying here had no meaning, and she needed to return to her domain to take charge of things. However, to Kagaya's delight, there was a shop selling her favorite dumplings here, which was an unexpected surprise. Of course, these dumplings didn't taste the same as those from the Naruto world. These had a lighter aroma, reminiscent of the osmanthus cakes from her original world. This was probably Kagaya's biggest takeaway from this small town. On the following morning, Kagaya wanted to get up early to prepare for her departure, but reality was harsh compared to her ideal. She didn't open her eyes until almost noon, groggy and half awake. If she didn't have anything to do, she might have slept until the afternoon. After freshening up and packing her things, Kagaya waved goodbye to the inn's female owner and headed out of town. Outside the town was a vast forest, filled with dense trees as far as the eye could see. Since it was autumn, most of the leaves were already withered and yellow, swirling and dancing in the breeze before falling to the ground, forming a soft carpet. The sky was blue with floating white clouds, presenting a different kind of scenery. But Kagaya wasn't in the mood to appreciate her beloved autumn scenery, she was preoccupied with her thoughts. Just now, she received information via carrier pigeon indicating that the northern tribes were about to make a big move. They had already begun gathering soldiers, and food supplies had been delivered to the northern border. At the signal, tens of thousands of troops could swarm south. Their first target might very well be Kagaya's domain. Although her territory was surrounded by mountains, making it difficult to attack due to its natural barriers, the problem was that she had too few soldiers, only the 5,000 newly trained guards and the original 1,000 soldiers in her domain, which were essentially useless. Moreover, the 1,000 soldiers were all old, weak, and sick, and many were just collecting empty paychecks. In reality, there might not even be 800 of them. Once the pass was breached, it would be an open plain with no natural defenses. If the northern tribes didn't attack her domain, Kagaya would think they were a bunch of brainless idiots. Even more concerning was that the information hinted at the involvement of Night Raid and possibly even the minister himself. This revelation made Kagaya furious. Is he insane, trying to let the northern tribes in? Isn't this inviting disaster? Then Kagaya's expression shifted as she realized the truth. This was Minister Honest's deliberate plot. He intended to use the northern tribes and the revolutionary army to eliminate her, the imperial princess. Because of the little emperor's closeness with Kagaya, the minister couldn't directly harm her. But if she died at the hands of the tribes or the revolutionary army, the minister could wash his hands of the matter, claiming no connection. Now, the imperial princess was caught in a dire situation, surrounded by internal and external threats, like an unsolvable dilemma. But is this really a fatal predicament? A cold light flashed in Kagaya's autumn-like eyes, and a breathtaking smile appeared on her lips. While Kagaya was deep in thought, she suddenly heard the sounds of intense fighting and beastly roars from a distance. The falling leaves rustled loudly, startling the birds in the forest. Kagaya frowned slightly. This area was remote, and there shouldn't be any battles here. She lightly tapped her toes and gracefully moved like a butterfly, swiftly heading toward the source of the sound. This small town was technically within her domain, just a bit remote, located on the edge. The Empire had no control here, with no one stationed, so it was under the Revolutionary Army's de facto control. When Kagaya arrived, the battle had already ended, leaving traces of destruction on the ground and trees. The trees were broken off, showing jagged stumps. The grass and vegetation were uprooted, soil scattered, and the ground was crisscrossed with deep gashes, revealing the fierce battle. The scene was stained with crimson blood, indicating a violent confrontation. In a clearing stood a girl with long orange ponytails, her face delicate and body slender, a true beauty. At her feet was a dog-like creature gnawing on something. Kagaya's eyes focused, and through the thick foliage, she saw that what was being chewed was a human arm. "Dad, I took down a villain," the orange-haired girl muttered to herself, then suddenly laughed maniacally, her face twisted and hideous. "The light of justice has illuminated the world." Kagaya frowned slightly. If she guessed correctly, the orange-haired girl was Seiryu from the Imperial Police. She was an extremely distasteful character, harboring twisted beliefs and claiming to uphold justice. To Kagaya, she was nothing more than a deranged lunatic. At her feet was the blood-soaked creature known as Koro, Seiryu's biological imperial arm, Hekatonkai's. It could transform during battle and regenerate as long as its core wasn't destroyed, making it a tough opponent for ordinary people. In the original story, Seiryu used Koro to kill and eat the beautiful glasses-wearing girl, Shiel, and later let Koro devour the dissected Chelsea by his death. If Kagaya had to choose the people she despised most, besides Minister Honest's son, Sayura, it would be Seiryu. After watching Seiryu and her dog leave, Kagaya furrowed her brows slightly. She hadn't expected the minister to act so quickly, although it was both unexpected and within reason. However, she couldn't alert them now and cause them to be on guard. The best strategy was to lure them all to one location and take them down in one fell swoop. Kagaya emerged from the bushes and glanced around, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a small notebook on the ground caught her eye. Kagaya bent down to pick it up, and as she opened it, her beautiful eyes focused, revealing a look of surprise. This is Chapter 222, Unexpected. As an imperial citizen, one's identity must be registered at birth, and an identification card is issued by the relevant department, similar to the ID card in Kagaya's original world. Anyone without identification will be arrested for interrogation to determine if they are foreign spies or members of revolutionary groups and other rebel forces. The little notebook Kagaya held was an imperial ID card, which was not unusual in itself. However, what surprised Kagaya was the person on it. The ID card had a photo of a person with yellow hair and green eyes and a somewhat childish face. Below the picture, the name Tatsumi was written in bold letters. This was the name of the protagonist in this world's original story. Kagaya's face darkened. Could it be that the original protagonist met his end before even appearing? Could Kagaya's arrival and the ensuing butterfly effect have altered this world? Tatsumi being killed by Seiryu was indeed a surprise, but thinking it over, it made sense. At the beginning of the story, Tatsumi wasn't particularly strong, neither weak nor strong, and he didn't possess the Imperial Arm, Incursio, at the time. Without an Imperial Arm, the difference in strength is vast. This is why so many people covet the Imperial Arms. The power boost they provide is substantial, often doubling one's capabilities. Currently, it seemed that Tatsumi did not possess an Imperial Arm, while Seiryu had the biological dog-type Imperial Arm, Koro. Don't underestimate this little dog, its strength is immense when it goes berserk. When Mine and Shiel fought against Seiryu, they were defeated, and Shiel lost her life, demonstrating that Seiryu's strength should not be underestimated. It appeared that Tatsumi, in this world, did not have any protagonist's aura. Kagaya glanced at the photo in the little notebook, and with a light squeeze, the book turned to dust, scattered by the wind. In her hurry to return to her territory, Kagaya quickened her pace, swiftly traversing the lush forest. In less than 3 days, she arrived back at her domain. Suddenly, Kagaya halted, contemplating, and then retrieved her fox mask, placing it on her face. From a distance, the sound of bustling crowds reached her ears, accompanied by the clamor of many people gathering ahead. Kagaya paused, slightly surprised and curious. If she remembered correctly, ahead lay her palace, where she resided, and it should have been well guarded. Why was there a crowd gathered there? Please, give us some food. Yes, we haven't eaten in many days. Please give us some grain, just a little. If you can't, please give the children some food. They can't hold on much longer, sob. Kagaya's gaze fell upon a group of ragged commoners. They were emaciated, with sallow faces, and some were merely skin and bones. Among them were many children, tugging at their parents' clothes, with cracked lips and listless expressions. Get back, shouted the guards, this is Her Highness's palace. If you keep gathering here, we'll arrest you all. Faced with fully armed guards clad in armor, the commoners were fearful but refused to retreat. They continued to hover near the palace, with many even attempting to push forward. Alert! With a stern shout, the guards tightened their grip on their spears, pointing them at the hungry masses, the sharp tips glinting with cold light. Wait! Just then, a young girl rushed out, urgently calling, wait, don't take action. She had long black hair and a delicate face. It was Seo, whom Kagaya hadn't seen in a long time. I understand your duty, the guard said solemnly, but this is our responsibility, and we hope you can understand. But they're just ordinary people asking for a little food. Please don't harm them, Seo pleaded anxiously. As a lower-class commoner herself, Seo knew the pain of hunger, having endured it to avoid starvation. She came to the capital hoping to prevent her village from going hungry, so she understood these ragged commoners, who had come here out of desperation. I'm sorry, but without Her Highness's order, we cannot touch the war supplies, the guard said sternly. But just a little shouldn't be a problem, Seo argued. It's not just about a little, the guard replied seriously, if we open the gates here, these hungry commoners will flock here, causing even more chaos. But Seo hesitated, knowing he was speaking the truth, yet she couldn't bear to see these people reaching their limits. Suddenly, a silver-haired girl wearing a fox mask emerged from behind a large tree. The guards, upon seeing the silver-haired girl approaching, were taken aback and quickly knelt to salute. Your Highness. Yes, rise, Kagaya nodded. What is happening here? Your Highness, Seo hurried over, her voice urgent. Please give them some food, they're on the verge of starvation. Your Highness, those are war supplies, the guard interjected, if we use them rashly, during wartime. But should we let them starve to death? Seo retorted indignantly. The two were at an impasse, their gazes turning to Kagaya for her final decision. Order the distribution of food to them so they can eat, Kagaya instructed, waving her arm. Also, Seo, come with me. But the guard began. No buts, just do as I say, Kagaya replied softly. Yes, Your Highness. Though reluctant, the guards followed Kagaya's instructions. The starving people, hearing the news, erupted in thunderous cheers. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Their eyes, once filled with despair, now shone with gratitude and joy. They had come here as a last resort, not expecting much. They never imagined the princess would be so kind as to provide them with food. Given the current oppressive regime, with its heavy taxes and rampant exploitation, the government cared little for their lives. Meanwhile, Kagaya, holding Seo's soft hand, led her toward the princess's palace. Chapter 223, The Calm Before the Storm. Through Seo, Kagaya came to understand the ins and outs of the situation. It all began a few months ago with the plague incident. Kagaya's territory was struck by a severe epidemic. Even more alarmingly, the virus could spread and infect humans, turning them into large, dangerous creatures. Although Kagaya personally eliminated the dangerous creatures and destroyed all infected humans, and even the Imperial Army sent troops to scour areas possibly contaminated with the virus, the aftermath was a mess. To eradicate the virus, the Imperial Army burned down any buildings that might harbor the virus, including winter food supplies, leaving countless people homeless and destitute. Additionally, during the Imperial Army's virus sweep, many scoundrels took the opportunity to loot, pillage, and commit atrocities, resulting in numerous heinous incidents. Fortunately, Kagaya, upon hearing of these outrageous acts, sent Ieyasu and a guard unit to maintain order, preventing further escalation of these incidents. Yet, the plight of the starving masses was irreversible. The commoners gathered outside the princess's palace were only a small fraction, many more were still suffering from hunger in their devastated villages. The only thing that offered Kagaya a hint of relief was that such villages were the minority. At the time, Kagaya's decisive actions prevented the virus from spreading further, a small mercy in an otherwise tragic situation. Your Highness, Seo said nervously, are you angry with me for what I did? Angry? Kagaya asked curiously, why would I be angry? For the unreasonable request to give food to the common people, Seo said, blinking. Oh, you mean that, Kagaya realized, then smiled. You did the right thing. If I had been here, I would have done the same. Really? Seo said with surprise, then whispered, the princess is indeed a kind person. What? Kagaya asked, not having heard clearly. Nothing, Seo quickly said, waving her hand with an embarrassed smile. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on Kagaya's pretty face. She walked up to Seo, gently lifted her chin with her slender fingers, and said playfully, I've given food to the people, how do you plan to thank me? What? But it was you who. Before Seo could finish, Kagaya's soft lips pressed against hers. Seo's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening as she stood there, not knowing what to do. At that moment, a warm hand slipped under her collar, cupping her soft flesh, kneading slowly and then quickly. Seo's face flushed red, her body as stiff as wood. Her thoughts were in disarray, her clear eyes now misty as if they might overflow with tears. A strange sensation surged within her, her body twisting uncomfortably, gasping lightly, as if only this could ease the heat within her. Suddenly, the warm touch disappeared, and the strange feeling dissipated. Seo involuntarily opened her eyes and found the princess looking at her with a faint smile. Seo's face turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp, still radiating heat. She turned abruptly and ran outside. How embarrassing. How could she have done such a shameless thing? Kagaya watched Seo flee like a frightened rabbit, her autumn-like eyes twinkling with amusement. Ah, young girls in love are the best. In the following days, as the guards predicted, news of the princess distributing grain and even winter supplies spread throughout the territory. Starving people flocked to the princess's palace like bees to honey. Initially, only a dozen people came, but soon it grew to hundreds and then thousands. Some even tried to exploit the situation, pretending to be hungry to receive grain. However, Kagaya had anticipated such incidents and ordered the guards to scrutinize each person claiming to need food, promising severe punishment for fraud. More than 10 people were whipped for pretending to be starving and were displayed for 3 days, curbing the trend of falsely claiming food. Meanwhile, the palace's grain supplies were gradually running out. However, Kagaya had already sent guards to buy grain from local merchants. The merchants likely raised prices, but they wouldn't dare to blatantly overcharge the royal family, as getting caught would mean a death sentence. As for the money to buy the grain, Kagaya wasn't too worried. Before leaving the capital, the little emperor had gifted her a sum of money, easing her immediate financial concerns. Whether by intention or coincidence, Seo hadn't been around these past few days, possibly avoiding Kagaya on purpose. But according to Ieyasu, she was helping distribute food to the commoners and aiding those who couldn't carry their supplies home due to disabilities, working tirelessly but happily. Kagaya smiled knowingly and didn't say much more. Seo was likely restless cooped up in the palace, after all, she was only a lively teenager. Giving her something to do might be better for her. Compared to the south, the northern climate was drier and colder, with winter arriving much earlier. By late September and early October, frost had already settled, covering the ground, dry grass, and fallen leaves, filling the air with an autumn chill. Kagaya gazed at the clouds drifting in the sky, feeling a premonition, a storm was brewing, and a fierce battle was about to begin. As Kagaya was lost in thought, a guard rushed in urgently, saying, "Report to the princess, something bad has happened." "Calm down. What is it?" Kagaya said with a slight frown, exuding the authority of a ruler. "Speak." "Seo has clashed with the minister's subordinates," the guard reported quickly. "The minister's subordinates?" Kagaya's brow furrowed. What is that old fox doing here at such a crucial time? His intentions can't be good. What are the names of those subordinates? Kagaya asked thoughtfully. They say one of them is named Seiryu, the guard replied truthfully. Kagaya's eyes narrowed sharply. Chapter 224, Teaching a Lesson to the Perverted Girl. In an open space, two girls stood in tense confrontation, both poised to fight at any moment. So, this is the so-called princess's bodyguard, the orange-haired girl sneered, her mouth twisting into a mocking smile. It seems this princess isn't anything special. This was Seiryu, whom Kagaya had encountered in the forest not long ago. She snorted disdainfully, looking down at the black-haired girl before her with contempt. Don't you dare insult the princess, the black-haired girl retorted, biting her lip in anger, her eyes blazing with fury. She was Seo, whom Kagaya hadn't seen in days. Compared to the neatly dressed Seiryu, Seo looked a bit worse for wear. Her clothes were covered in dirt, with several rips exposing her white skin, and some spots even oozed fresh blood. It seemed she had suffered quite a bit at Seiryu's hands. Is that so? Seiryu mocked, nothing but a pretty vase. You bastard. Seo shouted, gripping her bow tightly. She swiftly drew 3 arrows from her quiver and knocked them on her bowstring, pulling it taut. Thwang. 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 3 arrows shot toward Seiryu like lightning. Koro. Seiryu snapped her fingers with a cold smile. The small dog beside her suddenly swelled, transforming into a 3-meter-tall monster, shielding her. Do you think you can hurt me? Seiryu's pupils suddenly contracted as she realized the 3 arrows arced perfectly in midair, curving around Koro, and hurtled toward her. Thunk. 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 3 muffled thuds of arrows hitting flesh echoed. Seo wiped the blood from her mouth, a victorious smile on her face. She had not been idle during her time in the princess's palace, training diligently. Even though she knew she wasn't as talented as Kurum, she had never given up. This move was the result of her hard work, firing 3 arrows simultaneously in different directions that could change course midair, allowing her to strike targets hiding behind cover. Not bad, but still not enough. Seo's eyes widened in disbelief as Seiryu emerged from behind Koro, holding 2 arrows in her hands, with the third clamped in her mouth. Seiryu wasn't unscathed, though. Her hands gripping the arrows dripped with blood. Clink, clink, clink. The blood-stained arrows clattered to the ground. You've made me angry now, Seiryu said, her face contorted, grinning menacingly. I didn't want to kill you before, but now, you'll die. As soon as Seiryu finished speaking, Koro's body expanded, its massive maw opening wide, claws extending. It launched itself at Seo like a cannonball. Startled, Seo gripped her bow tightly, knocking an arrow. With 3 sharp thwangs, a stream of arrows flew toward Koro like shooting stars. To her shock, the arrows struck Koro's thick hide with no effect, unable even to slow it down. Despite its size, Koro was incredibly fast. In an instant, it was upon Seo, swiping its claws at her. Fear finally showed on Seo's face. She hadn't expected her attacks to be so ineffective. It was too late to escape now. Am I going to die here? How frustrating. Seo's mind went blank, and for some reason, the image of that silver-haired girl floated before her eyes. Suddenly, a flash appeared before her eyes, followed by a dull boom. The ferocious giant dog was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several large trees before coming to a halt, splintering wood, and billowing smoke. A silver-haired girl wearing a fox mask appeared in front of her, exuding elegance and charm. It was the princess. Your Highness. Seo exclaimed, rushing over with a flushed face, apologizing, I'm sorry for embarrassing you. It's nothing, Kagaya said, gently patting her cheek with a smile, you should step back. Leave the rest to me. Yes. Blushing from Kagaya's affectionate gesture, Seo retreated, but stayed nearby. So you are the so-called princess, Seiryu laughed lightly, you don't seem all that special to me. How dare you? Kagaya frowned, pointing at Seiryu with her jade-like finger. You don't kneel before the princess. Are you rebelling? Caught off guard by Kagaya's words, Seiryu's smile froze. For some reason, seeing the clear eyes behind the mask, a surge of fear welled up in her heart. In a daze, she found herself kneeling instinctively. Only after kneeling did she snap back to reality, her face flushing with embarrassment. She didn't know why she had acted this way but instinctively blamed the princess. Seiryu leapt to her feet, but before she could act, a smooth, jade-like leg slammed into her abdomen. Ugh! Blood spurted from Seiryu's mouth as the immense force sent her flying, crashing to the ground like a broken kite, skidding over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Roar! Seeing its master attacked, Koro let out an ear-splitting roar, muscles bulging, eyes bloodshot, baring its teeth. It lunged at Kagaya, claws slashing downward. Just a mere beast, how dare you be so noisy? Kagaya snorted coldly, swinging her long sword like a flash of lightning, cutting through the air like a rainbow. Blood sprayed as flesh flew. Before Koro's massive body hit the ground, it disintegrated mid-air into countless pieces, scattering across the earth. Blood mist filled the air, painting the withered leaves crimson. Chapter 225, Twisted Girl. Koro. Seiryu climbed up from the ground, gasping in shock as she saw Koro reduced to pieces in the distance. Then she turned her gaze to Kagaya, her eyes filled with burning hatred, her teeth clenched tightly. Suddenly, she raised her arms, and guns unexpectedly appeared on them. She gritted her teeth and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames burst from the barrels, and amid the billowing smoke, bullets shot forth like a torrential storm. These were Seiryu's modified mechanical arms. After joining the Imperial Police Force, her father was killed by night raid, and she underwent a drastic change in personality, becoming twisted and obsessed with justice, doing whatever it took to eliminate so-called evil. In pursuit of power and revenge, Seiryu willingly underwent various modifications, with these firearms being one of them. The bullets rained down in an endless barrage, like a torrent of steel pouring forth, akin to pearls falling on a jade plate and raindrops striking banana leaves. Die. Ha ha ha. Seiryu's once delicate face twisted as her eyes lit up with excitement, laughing maniacally. But when the acrid smoke in the air dissipated, Seiryu's laughter abruptly halted. Emerging unscathed was the silver-haired girl, her luxurious attire entirely untouched, as pristine as new. How is this possible? Seiryu's eyes widened, and she stepped back, gritting her teeth and pulling the trigger once more. Rat-a-tat-tat. The flames burst again. Yet, Kagaya remained unfazed. Amidst the hail of bullets, she moved with ease, her long sword glistening like a moonbeam. The bullets shattered in midair, sliced in half by her delicate blade before they could reach her. Daring to act recklessly in my territory, I must admire your courage, Kagaya chuckled softly, but that's as far as it goes. Oh, really? Seiryu muttered, suddenly looking up with a twisted grin. You're a strong opponent indeed. How about trying this? Suddenly, numerous barrels emerged from her arms, filled with cylindrical objects, over a dozen missiles. Kagaya's eyelids twitched, and she smirked. Wait a minute, director, this isn't the right script. In the world of Akame ga Kill, there are missiles. That's a bit too far-fetched. Take this. Aiming the launchers at Kagaya, Seiryu's face twisted into a sinister grin. Before she could pull the trigger, however, a blinding flash of light appeared before her eyes. Seiryu instinctively shut her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was enveloped in a mist of blood. Her arms, laden with weapons, had been severed at the base, flying through the air amidst spraying blood. Seiryu's pupils shrank sharply. Before she could scream, a white leg slammed into her abdomen with brutal force. The unexpected pain wrenched her mouth open, spewing a mixture of blood and saliva. Her body was kicked into the air, flung like a broken kite, and crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop against a distant tree, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kagaya sauntered over gracefully, gazing down at Seiryu, who sat slumped against the tree trunk, motionless. She chuckled softly, overestimating your abilities. At that moment, Seiryu suddenly lifted her head, opening her mouth, and a tongue of fire shot out. Ha ha ha, justice executed. Seiryu's face lit up with a victorious smile, laughing heartily. Didn't expect this, did you? I've even modified my mouth. Inside Seiryu's gaping mouth was a gun barrel, still smoking. She had become so deranged that she had even altered her own mouth. Before she could finish speaking, a hand smacked across her face, twisting her already contorted features even more. The tremendous force lifted her body, flipping her over several times before she crashed against a distant rock wall. What? A defeated dog dares to bark. Kagaya chuckled, pinching a golden bullet between her fingers. You think you can ambush me with such petty tricks? With a light squeeze of her fingers, the bullet crumpled into a flat metal disc. Casually tossing it aside, it landed with a clink on the ground. Seiryu propped herself up with difficulty, coughing as blood trickled through her fingers. Her once ferocious face now showed fear as her legs shuffled backward, trying to distance herself from Kagaya. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It's too late for begging now, isn't it? Kagaya mocked with a light snort. Seiryu, her face a mask of terror, gazed at Kagaya approaching her like an innocent girl, tears welling in her eyes, looking utterly pitiful. As Kagaya neared, Seiryu suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brightening, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Koro, berserk. Unbeknownst to Kagaya, Koro had stealthily crept behind her, its body swelling with bulging muscles turning crimson, eyes glowing with a blood-red hue, as if they might bleed. Its teeth and claws elongated, resembling sharp blades, glinting with cold light. Crush her. Seiryu wore a cruel smile, appearing to have descended into madness. Her previous innocent demeanor was just an act, her current behavior a stark contrast. Her deranged appearance was bone-chilling. She was undoubtedly a twisted lunatic. "Your Highness!" Seiyo shouted anxiously, running toward Kagaya. However, her arrows were useless against Koro, and the distance was too great, making it impossible to reach in time. Amid the looming danger, Kagaya remained composed and unaware, even as the beast loomed behind her, mouth agape, bearing sharp fangs, and claws descending upon her. If the blow landed, Kagaya would surely be crushed. Chapter 226, A 13-year-old Girl. Seeing the silver-haired girl about to perish under the giant claws, she suddenly raised her smooth, jade-like arm, spreading her fingers wide. The beast behind her froze in place, as if caught in a binding spell, unable to move. This was Kagaya's ocular technique, the ability to manipulate gravity. "I've had enough fun, and now I'm bored." Kagaya turned around, her eyes like crescent moons as she smiled faintly. "It's time to end this." Sensing imminent danger, Koro started to thrash violently, panting heavily, its blood-red eyes wide open. Muscles bulged and veins stood out, yet no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free, not even a claw could move. With a slight squeeze of her delicate fingers. With an ear-splitting bang, Koro's massive body exploded into a rain of blood and gore. Saryu's pupils shrank in disbelief at the gruesome scene before her. Koro, whom she thought invincible, had been instantly killed by the silver-haired girl without any resistance. At that moment, a thought suddenly crossed her mind: had this person been toying with them all along? As the silver-haired girl walked toward her with a serene smile, a chill ran down Saryu's spine, the autumn breeze biting through her. This person didn't even consider this a battle. Scared speechless? Kagaya asked, her beautiful eyes curiously observing the stunned Saryu, her smile widening. "Then I won't hold back." Kagaya extended her arm, grabbing Saryu by her orange ponytail and dragging her along the ground as if hauling a sack, heading toward the palace. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Kagaya: was she looting the spoils? The rough treatment jolted Saryu back to reality. She struggled violently, like a fish out of water, twisting her body desperately. However, with her arms gone, she couldn't escape Kagaya's grip. For the first time, fear shone in Saryu's eyes, and a long-forgotten palace rumor surfaced in her mind. Legend had it that the princess in the palace was ruthless, and anyone who defied her met a torturous death. Behind the palace lay a mass grave for those executed by the princess. She had no idea how this mysterious princess would torment her. She had felt no fear before because she believed she would win. How could a mere ornamental princess be her match? But now, things were spiraling out of her control. An overwhelming fear gripped her heart. She didn't want to die. There was so much left to do, so much evil in the world to eradicate. She couldn't die yet. Kagaya felt a sudden stillness in the girl she was dragging. Alarmed, she turned to check, could the girl have died? To her surprise, the girl was crying, tears welling in her large eyes, streaming down her pretty face as she sobbed softly. Kagaya's lips twitched, speechless. Why did she feel like the villain here? Clearly, Saryu was the real culprit. But why did it feel like she was the bad guy? Just then, someone came running toward Kagaya from a distance. "Your Highness, please show mercy." Kagaya paused, glancing up to see who approached. The man wore a yellow-brown suit under a white lab coat, appearing in his 30s, tall and well-built, with black hair and glasses, exuding an air of refinement. The most striking feature was a lock of white hair on his head. "Who are you?" Kagaya asked, turning to face him with a slight frown. "Greetings, Your Highness. I am Dr. Stylish." The man placed his right hand over his chest and bowed. Dr. Stylish? That name was rather peculiar. Kagaya paused, recalling someone by that name. Was he the dead gay scientist Dr. Stylish? Dr. Stylish, a member of the Imperial Army, was a genius scientist with many secret projects, particularly skilled in creating and modifying equipment, dreaming of making gear akin to Imperial arms. The equipment on Saryu was his invention, a gift to her. However, his character was deplorable, resorting to any means for his research, with a penchant for human experimentation. He had modified many private soldiers and was deeply involved in dangerous creatures and pharmaceuticals. Kagaya had long suspected him of being behind the strange plague outbreak in her territory. "What do you want?" Kagaya asked impatiently. "I sincerely apologize. Saryu is still a child and unintentionally offended you," Dr. Stylish said respectfully. "I hope you can forgive her." "A child? Forgive her?" Kagaya tightened her grip on Saryu, lifting her effortlessly. Holding her by the chin, Kagaya's face wore a playful smile. "Is there such a big child?" "Well, Dr. Stylish coughed awkwardly, "She's only 13. 13. Kagaya's face darkened as she stared at Saryu, who didn't look 13, especially with her chest so developed. What could she have eaten to grow like this? "So, Your Highness, could you find it in your heart to forgive her ignorance?" Dr. Stylish pleaded. No way, Seo interjected angrily before Kagaya could respond. She offended Her Highness. She must face punishment. I see, Dr. Stylish mused, then smiled. What if she atoned for her offense? Atoned for her offense? Kagaya asked, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean? I've heard of Your Highness's generosity, distributing food to the poor to help them through winter. Admirable, Dr. Stylish said, shifting his tone. But with such actions, Your Highness's food supplies might be. What exactly are you implying? Kagaya's tone grew cold. If possible, I'd like to offer Your Highness some food supplies in exchange for Seria's forgiveness. Dr. Stylish smiled. Chapter 227, Adoration of a Young Girl. Watching Dr. Stylish and Seria's receding figures, Seo said indignantly, Your Highness, how could you let her go? Such a rude person should have been severely punished. What's the point of punishing her? Kagaya smiled. She's not the mastermind. The one pulling her strings is the true culprit, and punishment won't serve any real purpose. But, Seo protested, this damages Your Highness's authority. Authority? Kagaya chuckled. Authority is just an illusion. If you have strength, you won't be underestimated. Without strength, even if you try to maintain it, it's just a mirage. But, Seo began, eager to continue. It's nothing, Kagaya said, raising her pale arm to gently pat Seo's smooth cheek, smiling. I care more about whether the people have enough to eat than those unrealistic things. Seo's cheeks flushed under Kagaya's touch. She paused in surprise and said, Did you let that rude person go because of this? If not for this, then what else? Kagaya pinched Seo's cheek playfully. Your Highness, Seo said, her clear eyes filled with admiration, you truly are kind. Oh, not at all, Kagaya replied modestly, smoothing her soft hair. I'm not as good as you say. However, a slight smile betrayed her true feelings. That's not true, Seo shook her head earnestly. To me, you're the greatest princess. Really? Kagaya laughed, then said, By the way, the grain has arrived. Go help count it and let me know. Okay. Seo nodded enthusiastically, saying, Leave it to me. Helping people made Seo happy. Watching Seo walk away, Ieyasu approached, whispering to Kagaya, Your Highness, are you really going to let them go? Unlike Seo, Ieyasu had matured beyond his earlier shyness around Kagaya. Now, he held significant responsibility, overseeing military affairs and intelligence. Through his experiences, such as managing intelligence and dealing with dangerous creatures, he had begun to mature and could handle these roles. Moreover, Ieyasu was very loyal to Kagaya, believing she would bring happiness to the people. He trusted her completely, which is why she entrusted him with important matters. Yes, why not? Kagaya smiled slightly. Letting out a long line to catch a big fish and watching the tigers fight, it's a good strategy, isn't it? Besides, it's about time to reel in the net. Currently, Kagaya's territory was bustling with activity. Various forces were moving, stirring up the great currents of the world. Though her land was remote, it had become the focus of many forces, attracting attention from all sides. According to Kagaya's intelligence, not only had Night Raid infiltrated, but Minister Osnet had dispatched elite agents. Northern tribes were also involved, and another external force had begun paying attention. Kagaya wasn't concerned about most of them, but one force made her wary. It was a battle-hardened army, powerful beyond measure. Moreover, what concerned her most was dusk had fallen, and the last light of the setting sun had vanished. A full moon slowly rose from the horizon, its cool light spreading over the land, brightening the desolate autumn night. In a forest of swirling leaves, two girls moved quickly, darting through the trees like phantoms. One girl had pink pigtails, her appearance elegant and pure, with bright eyes and white teeth, retaining a hint of childishness, a true beauty in the making. She wore a pale pink dress, black stockings, and pink shoes, with her pleated skirt swaying in the wind. The other girl had long purple hair, delicate eyebrows, and brown eyes, as beautiful as a painting, and strikingly beautiful. Her black-framed glasses added a touch of maturity. Her graceful figure and proud chest were captivating. Hilda, the pink-haired girl whispered as they moved, Are we really going to kill the princess? That's what they say, replied the purple-haired girl, Hilda, tilting her head in confusion. Is something wrong, Mine? But, said Mine, the pink-haired girl hesitantly, the princess doesn't seem like a bad person. We saw her giving her grain to the commoners. Is what we're doing wrong? Really? Hilda asked, looking puzzled at Mine. Mine nodded, saying softly, she's not just helping the poor but giving them winter grain, relieving their taxes, and punishing those who harm the commoners. She doesn't seem like a villain. Okay, Hilda said, nodding. Let's go back, then. Hey, Hilda, Mine said, exasperated. Do you just have a pretty head on your shoulders? Huh, what? Hilda asked, confused. Weren't you suggesting we abandon the mission? When did I say that? Mine fumed. I only said she doesn't seem bad. We can't just quit our mission. So, should we continue? Hilda asked, tilting her head. Of course, silly, Mine said, exasperated, then turned serious, her bright eyes shining. I want to see if the princess truly cares for the people or is just trying to win their favor. Chapter 228, The Princess's Strategy. Just as Kagaya had anticipated, the northern tribal army began mobilizing, amassing over 100,000 troops at the border. Their banners filled the sky in a massive display of power. Among them, revolutionary forces secretly assisted the northern tribes. To the east of Kagaya's territory stood a fortress strategically positioned in an easily defensible natural choke point. It complemented Kagaya's territory, providing mutual support, making it very difficult to breach this fortress-like defense line. However, bad news arrived, drastically changing the situation. Intelligence indicated that, a few days ago, the fortress had unexpectedly withdrawn a large number of troops, retreating inland, leaving the city defenseless. They had also abandoned significant military supplies and provisions. The northern tribes and revolutionary forces seized the opportunity to occupy the fortress, capturing weapons and supplies. The northern tribes were essentially barbarians from the northern wastelands. They lived harsh lives in barren borderlands, often facing hunger. Despite their fierce and brutal nature, they lacked weapons and forging technology due to scarce iron resources, often resorting to hand-to-hand combat. This time, obtaining such a large cache of weapons and equipment significantly boosted their morale. Even worse, the fortress in Kagaya's territory became isolated, surrounded on three sides by enemies, with no natural defenses, and faced the risk of being attacked from both the front and the rear. Minister Honest is relentless in trying to eliminate me, Kagaya tossed the intelligence report aside, cradling her teacup as she took a sip and sighed. How are the preparations? They are complete, Your Highness, Ieyasu said, standing straight with a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at Kagaya. Good, keep an eye on their movements, and report any changes immediately, Kagaya said, a playful smile on her lips. It's time to close the net. Yes, but Your Highness, Ieyasu said softly, 2 people have secretly infiltrated the territory, likely members of Night Raid. Should we capture them? No need, Kagaya waved dismissively. They're just little mice, no need for a big fuss. Just monitor them closely. Kagaya would have found it strange if Night Raid hadn't sent anyone. Understood. Your Highness. At that moment, a lively blonde girl came running over, the third of the 3 sisters, Fal. Yes. Kagaya asked curiously. Air made your favorite dumplings, Fal said happily. They're delicious, I hope you'll like them. Really? Kagaya's eyes lit up, almost drooling. Initially, Kagaya took them in out of pity for their tragic circumstances, trying to make up for a regret she had from the original story. She didn't expect the 3 sisters to have such remarkable talents. Air excelled at cooking, especially desserts, surpassing even Kagaya's skills. Fal was skilled in singing and dancing, with a clear, pleasant voice that lingered like birdsong. As for the introverted Luna, she was an expert in clothing design and making, her craftsmanship surpassing even the veteran tailors Kagaya had brought from the palace, impressing Kagaya greatly. But you didn't mess up this time, right? Oh, come on, last time was just a mistake. A mistake like mixing up sugar and salt. Don't worry, Your Highness, it's delicious. I've refined the recipe. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Night had fallen, and lights were just starting to twinkle. The colors of the sunset faded as darkness settled over the sky. The round moon rose, scattering its soft light like a calm autumn lake, spreading over the waters below as a cool breeze ruffled the surface. The princess's palace was splendid, built grandly with exquisite architecture, pavilions, carved railings, and flowing water, an elegant contrast to the palace's opulence. In the dark, the palace was ablaze with lights, vibrant and bright, never dimming. Strange sounds emanated from the princess's chamber at this moment. Your Highness, please don't. It's okay, it won't hurt. I'll be gentle. But I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ouch. It's all right. It always hurts the first time, it won't after that. It's bleeding. Let me see. On a large tree outside the palace, 2 beautiful girls listened to the murmurs from the chamber, their faces flushed, Mine and Hilda. Who would have thought the legendary princess is a pervert? Mine said indignantly. Playing with girls like that, I'm going to kill her. But, Hilda said, blushing as she adjusted her glasses, didn't you say you were abandoning the mission? I've changed my mind, Mine said, chambering around in her sniper rifle with a snap. As Mine fumed, the room's door opened, and 2 girls emerged. Mine and Hilda quickly hid. Thank you, Your Highness, said a black-haired girl, embarrassed. It's nothing, just piercing your ears, an easy task, the silver-haired girl smiled, her beauty mesmerizing. She was the princess. The girls in the tree exchanged looks, speechless for a moment. It seems we misunderstood her, Hilda said, adjusting her glasses, turning to mine. I know. Mine's face was slightly red. It was the weird things they were saying. Let's let her off. What about our mission? Hilda asked, curious. Cancel it, obviously, Mine grumbled, lowering her rifle. I hope this princess is truly kind, or else. Mine glanced at the silver-haired girl, a glint of coldness in her eyes. Chapter 229, The Oriole Behind. They've left, Your Highness, Sei said softly, having noticed the two people in the tree. They were just little kittens, nothing to worry about, Kagaya replied with a light laugh, glancing at the now empty tree branches. She wasn't surprised by their arrival, what surprised her was that they left without doing anything. Had they discovered something? If that was the case, it would indeed be unexpected. Your Highness, please take this seriously, Seo's pretty face turned serious. Even though you're powerful, if you're careless, the enemy could exploit that and cause unnecessary trouble. I know, Kagaya smiled, pinching Seo's cheek playfully. You're becoming quite the little housekeeper. I'm not joking, Seo said, a little annoyed by Kagaya's nonchalance. Please be serious. I will be, Kagaya said seriously before her face broke into a playful smile again. It's late, time to sleep. Good night then, Your Highness. Seo smiled, bowed, and turned to leave. It's so late. Don't go back, it's not safe at night, Kagaya said, pulling Seo's hand with a smile. Stay here and sleep with me. I can't do that, Seo stammered. Why not? Kagaya tugged Seo into her embrace. Seo was shorter, making her seem even more delicate in Kagaya's arms. But it's against the rules, Seo said hesitantly, her face flushed. Rules are made by people, Kagaya replied, smiling at Seo. And here, I make the rules. But. Seo fidgeted with her clothes, uneasy. No buts, Kagaya said, leading Seo toward the bedroom. If we keep this up, it'll be morning. The princess's bedroom was spacious, with a soft, luxurious carpet and walls painted in warm, soft colors. The furniture was elegantly carved from fine ebony, featuring floral and bird motifs, giving the room a refined and elegant feel. The ceiling boasted a crystal chandelier, casting a gentle glow. The centerpiece was a large, ornate bed with a white finish made from precious pear wood, intricately carved with various patterns. The bed was covered in soft, luxurious down blankets, exuding a pleasant scent. Above it was a light yellow canopy, fresh and elegant. The bed was large enough to comfortably accommodate 4 or 5 people. I'll sleep on the sofa, Seo said, forcing a smile, feeling a bit awkward. That won't do, it's chilly, and you'll catch a cold, Kagaya replied firmly, pulling Seo onto the bed with a playful smile. Sleep with me. I'd rather not, Seo said, sensing danger as she tried to get up. Seeing Seo trying to escape, Kagaya pounced, pinning her down and holding her slender waist. Seo's slender, graceful figure was surprisingly well built, likely due to years of training, soft yet firm, unlike many women who appeared shapely but felt flabby. Please, don't, Seo protested weakly, her face turned away, her blush deepening. We're both girls, there's nothing wrong with sleeping together, Kagaya said, her tone serious yet playful. But, MMPH. Seo tried to speak, but Kagaya silenced her with a kiss, leaving Seo only able to whimper softly. At the same time, a delicate hand slid inside her collar. The morning sky was blue, clouds drifting lazily. Outside, the lake mirrored the sky, a gentle breeze rippling the water's surface. Sunlight streamed down, rustling dry leaves, and the wildflowers swayed in the breeze, surrounded by a sea of trees, birds chirping, enhancing the serene atmosphere. Kagaya was still asleep, her breathing gentle, cheeks flushed. Her lips moved slightly, adding to her cuteness. In her arms lay a naked young girl. Half awake, Kagaya squeezed the softness in her arms. The girl stirred, her eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. A sharp scream pierced the tranquility of the palace, startling a flock of birds. I'm sorry, Your Highness, Seo said, her face red with embarrassment. It's all my fault. It's nothing, don't worry, Kagaya replied casually, sipping tea, the red marks on her face noticeable. But. Before Seo could continue, Ayasu hurried in, kneeling before Kagaya. Your Highness. Seeing Ayasu had urgent matters to discuss, Seo excused herself. She knew the importance of privacy, despite being a close friend. As you expected, Ayasu said gravely, the minister's forces have clashed with Night Raid. Good, Kagaya said, setting her cup down with a smile. You've done well. Keep a close eye on their movements and report any changes. Yes, Ayasu replied seriously. Also, assemble the troops and prepare for battle, Kagaya said, a smile playing on her lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Such a good show requires the Oriole to be present. Chapter 230, Promise. Following Kagaya's instructions, Ieyasu led a team of elites toward the location where the minister's troops were clashing with Night Raid members. However, Kagaya didn't order them to engage but instead chose to watch from the sidelines, letting them fight until both sides were exhausted and suffered heavy casualties. Only then would her forces gradually close in and encircle them, taking them down effortlessly. This was Kagaya's reluctant strategy, given her current lack of capable subordinates who could handle matters independently. Most of her troops were ordinary officers promoted from the lower ranks, with limited skills. Moreover, they lacked sufficient imperial arms and didn't even possess a few imperial arms. If they directly clashed with the enemy, they would likely be at a disadvantage. Your Highness. As Kagaya was lost in thought, a clear voice interrupted her. She looked up to find a beautiful black-haired girl kneeling before her. It was Kurum, who had been sent on a reconnaissance mission. Oh. Kagaya looked curiously at the black-haired girl before her. What's the matter? Usually, Kurum would tirelessly train in assassination every day, never succeeding, yet she continued relentlessly despite being caught by Kagaya and enduring punishments that left her blushing. Today, however, she broke from her routine, foregoing assassination practice to approach Kagaya, which piqued Kagaya's curiosity. I want to. Kurum bit her lip. I want to join you in battle, Your Highness. Please grant me permission. Is that so? Kagaya toyed with a strand of silver hair, smiling knowingly. You're not seeking battle with me, you want to see your sister, don't you? Kurum's face turned pale as she lowered her head in silence, essentially acknowledging the truth. Kagaya sighed, walked over, helped Kurum to her feet, and sat with her on the sofa. Kurum, unsure of Kagaya's intentions, sat awkwardly, nervously twisting her clothing. The atmosphere became tense and oppressive. Just as Kurum grew increasingly uneasy, Kagaya spoke up. Don't you trust me? Kagaya asked softly, sipping tea. It's not that, Kurum said hastily, standing up. I didn't mean it that way. Having lived with the princess for so long, even Kurum knew Kagaya genuinely cared for her. Not only did Kagaya cleanse her body of toxins, but she also taught her martial arts and cared for her in many ways, evident in the envy of others. This time had been Kurum's most relaxed period. But it didn't make her happy. Instead, Kurum felt increasingly anxious, as if it were all too good to be true, a beautiful soap bubble that could burst at any moment. Ultimately, her traumatic childhood experiences left her feeling insecure. Unlike others, she lacked a sense of security. This time, her insecurities erupted. She dared not hope, fearing shattered hopes would cause greater harm. Killing her sister or being killed by her seemed her destined fate. I understand your feelings, Kagaya said with a slight smile, standing and placing a comforting hand on Kurum's shoulder, guiding her back to the sofa. I know you have reservations about me. No, I don't, Kurum protested quickly. Let me finish, Kagaya said, holding Kurum's hand and interrupting her. I told you before I'd bring your sister back, and I will. You don't have to kill each other. Trust me, okay. Kurum and Akane were two unfortunate girls, torn between love and duty to kill each other. Kurum hesitated but nodded gently. Don't worry, Kagaya said warmly. I promise to keep my word. If she doesn't return, I'll bring her back myself. Thank you. After a brief silence, Kurum lifted her head and said sincerely. Save your thanks for later, Kagaya chuckled. More importantly. Suddenly, Kagaya grabbed Kurum's thin shoulders, a mischievous smile on her face. You dared doubt your princess. I think you need some punishment. I didn't. Kurum stammered, blushing. Before she could speak further, Kagaya silenced her with a kiss. At the same time, a soft hand slipped inside Kurum's collar. The fierce battle raged in the dense forest on the eastern side of the territory, near Night Raid's headquarters, just 50 kilometers from the princess's palace, a half-hour journey. Kagaya was surprised that Night Raid dared operate so close, but she quickly realized it made sense. She had only recently moved into the palace, and the area had been sparsely guarded, with no one living there. The Imperial Army likely never imagined Night Raid would be bold enough to establish a base in their territory. It was a case of the brightest place being the darkest, so it wasn't surprising they hadn't been discovered. Two figures moved swiftly through the forest like phantoms, Kagaya and Kurum. Kagaya hadn't intended to bring Kurum, but seeing her calm demeanor, she knew Kurum would sneak off on her own. It was better to bring her along to prevent any reckless actions. With Kagaya's permission, Kurum was thrilled to venture out, even kissing Kagaya a few times in gratitude. Perhaps the training was finally paying off, Kagaya mused. As they moved through the forest, they heard distant sounds of battle, loud and continuous, with occasional explosions that startled flocks of birds. The fighting was fierce. Let's go, Kagaya said, glancing back at Kurum with a smile. We don't want to miss the show. Okay. Kurum nodded calmly, though her grip tightened around her sword. Chapter 231, to show off in front of experts. Kagaya and Kurum moved swiftly through the dense forest, like a flash of light, their feet barely touching the ground as they covered great distances in an instant. As they drew closer to the battlefield, Kagaya's brow furrowed because the sounds of battle were gradually diminishing, from initially deafening to barely audible. Could the battle be nearing its end so quickly? Kagaya felt a sense of urgency and quickened her pace. She wanted to watch a good show. Suddenly, Kagaya halted and gazed intently at the dense forest ahead. "What is it, Your Highness?" Kurum asked curiously, noticing Kagaya had stopped. "Nothing, just a little mouse," Kagaya chuckled. "Hey, you hiding in the forest, your tail is showing." At that moment, amidst the rustling sounds, a tall, muscular man emerged from the woods. "Sister." Kurum's eyes became hazy, as if in a trance, and she instinctively moved toward the man. Kagaya grabbed Kurum's wrist, smiling at the men in the distance. "I didn't expect such an intriguing imperial arm. You must be Zank the Beheader." In the world of Akane Ga Kill, the only one capable of using illusions was Zank with his Taigu, spectator. Kurum's eyes cleared as if waking from a dream. She asked, puzzled, "What happened?" "Oh." Zank appeared surprised. "You didn't fall for my illusion." "You're not the only one who knows illusions," Kagaya smirked, a hint of mockery in her voice. "You've got some nerve showing off your little tricks in front of me. You arrogant little girl, do you think?" Before Zank could finish, his sneer froze, his pupils contracting sharply. Somehow, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a bizarre space. This strange place was vast and gray, endless and devoid of color, with only black and white shades, shadowy and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. He was bound, tied to a cross. He struggled, but the ropes didn't budge. They seemed like iron, unyielding. "Welcome to the world of Tsukuyomi." A clear, melodious voice suddenly echoed in the vast space. Zank turned his head abruptly to see a silver-haired girl with a fox mask walking gracefully toward him. "This is," Zank's eyes narrowed, recognizing the girl from earlier. "What's wrong? Can't you recognize me now?" Kagaya laughed lightly, mocking. "I guess your eyes are just for show." Zank's mind raced. Suddenly, he recalled something, grinning. "I see. This is an illusion. You can't fool me." "I never said it wasn't an illusion," Kagaya replied, removing her fox mask, revealing her stunning features, smiling at Zank. "But this illusion is a bit special." Zank's eyes widened, captivated by the girl's beauty. He had never seen anyone so beautiful. Her hair was silvery, nearly reaching her waist, her skin flawless, her brows delicate, and her eyes like autumn waters. Her smile was like a blooming flower, mesmerizing and dazzling. "What's special about it?" he asked, entranced, the words slipping from his mouth. "What's special is," Kagaya said, stroking the long sword in her hand, her smile radiant, "that this world is no different from reality." With those words, the silver-haired girl's sword flashed like lightning, piercing Zank's body. Blood splattered. "Ah." Zank's eyes bulged, wide with shock, as intense pain struck like lightning, forcing a scream from his lips. He writhed, trying to break free of the ropes binding him. But the ropes were as firm as steel, and no amount of struggling could release him. "How does it feel?" Kagaya said, stepping closer, her smile like a crescent moon. "Isn't it realistic?" "How? How can this be?" Zank gasped, his eyes bloodshot, beads of sweat trickling down his face. "You think you can challenge me with your illusions?" Kagaya laughed lightly. "Before we begin, let me enlighten you. This is my world, where everything, including time and place, is under my control." "Impossible." "How can?" Zank shouted, but a chill crept up his spine. Before he could finish, there was a puff, as the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed in the silent space. "Ah." Zank screamed again, the sound wretched and pitiful, his body shaking involuntarily from the pain. "When adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt," Kagaya said, twisting the sword in her hand, smiling sweetly. "Otherwise, you'll be punished." "Ah." Zank's agonized cries grew hoarse, sounding even worse than a slaughtered pig. "Oh, there's more bad news," Kagaya said with a cute smile. "I control time here. So, you'll be stuck for another 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Despite the beautiful smile of the silver-haired girl before him, to Zank, it was the grin of a devil. Suddenly, countless identical silver-haired girls appeared on the ground, each holding a gleaming sword, smiling as they approached him. No, Aya. Chapter 232, Critical Situation. This was indeed Kagaya's Tsukuyomi. Under her powerful eye technique, Zank had no chance to fight back and fell into the illusion without realizing it. Zank's imperial arm, spectator, had 5 abilities: insight, telescopic vision, X-ray vision, foresight, and illusion vision. These allowed him to see into people's hearts, observe distant scenes, see through obstacles, predict opponents' next moves, and create illusions. Although it seemed powerful, it was not as impressive as it appeared. It was merely a basic combination of Sharingan and Byakugan. Insight, telescopic vision, and X-ray vision were not particularly unique. The foresight ability was not about predicting the future, instead, it predicted opponents' next move by observing minor muscle movements. In this regard, it was even inferior to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The only somewhat useful ability was insight, which allowed him to read others' thoughts. However, if the opponent had strong mental power, his imperial arm would be ineffective. As for the illusion, it was quite mediocre, effective only against ordinary people. Against someone with Kagaya's powerful eye techniques, trying to use an illusion was like showing off one's meager skills before an expert, leading only to self-destruction. In the world of Tsukuyomi, 3 days had passed, while in the outside world, only a moment had elapsed. During those 3 days, Zank endured inhuman torture, suffering various forms of torment until his spirit reached the brink of collapse. Kurum, gripping her long sword and preparing to attack, noticed something strange. Zank's expression suddenly turned blank, his eyes bloodshot, and his pupils contracted, his face contorted as if in immense pain. With a thud, Zank's large, muscular body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What happened to him? Kurum asked in surprise, turning to Kagaya with curiosity. Perhaps he has a condition where he faints when he talks, Kagaya replied with a straight face. That's really pitiful. Kurum walked over to him, looking at Zank with pity. She plunged her gleaming sword into his neck. Scarlet blood spurted out, splattering the ground. Kagaya smirked, realizing Kurum had a dark side. Kurum removed the eye-shaped object from Zank's forehead and handed it to Kagaya. Is this the imperial arm? Kagaya curiously examined the object before placing it on her forehead. As her mental energy flowed into it, a strange power rippled outward. Her vision became clearer, the world around her appearing in exquisite detail. She could see the veins of the leaves rustling in the breeze and the sparkling waves on the distant lake. Although it was not as powerful as Kagaya's eye technique, it was quite a useful imperial arm for ordinary people. When she turned her gaze to Kurum, Kagaya was taken aback. To her surprise, Kurum was completely naked before her. Her body was fully exposed, without any clothing. Her figure was petite and exquisite, her skin smooth and tender like that of a baby. Her breasts were small and delicate, her legs slender and perfectly proportioned, smooth and white. Kagaya also discovered an unexpected secret: Kurum was a little white tiger. Technically, Kurum had reached the age of development, and her body was beginning to take on the appearance of a young woman, so she shouldn't be completely hairless. It was likely she was naturally like this. Kagaya watched for a moment, then nonchalantly removed the imperial arm from her forehead, tossed it to the ground, and lightly stepped on it. With a crisp sound, the imperial arm shattered. Such an item was useless to Kagaya, not even worth considering as a chicken rib. The abilities possessed by this imperial arm were already covered by Kagaya's eyes and were far superior. Moreover, the imperial arm's abilities were akin to peeping. Just thinking about the possibility that Zank might have seen her and Kurum's bodies made Kagaya feel disgusted, like swallowing a fly, so destroying it was for the best. Actually, Kagaya was overthinking it. Due to Zank's limited mental power, when he used this imperial arm, he could, at most, see through one layer of clothing, unable to see everything as Kagaya could. Your Highness? Kurum asked curiously, observing Kagaya's actions. She wasn't concerned about the imperial arm, she already had Yatsufusa and cared little for other imperial arms. She was simply curious about Kagaya's actions. Nothing, the imperial arm was already broken, Kagaya said softly, her eyes gazing into the distance. Let's go, time is short. Without suspicion, Kurum nodded gently. The two of them didn't linger, continuing to run deeper into the forest. As Kagaya anticipated, the fierce battle between the minister's troops and Night Raid was drawing to a close. Both sides had suffered casualties to varying degrees, and most remaining fighters were severely wounded, their combat effectiveness greatly diminished. Perhaps realizing continued fighting would lead to mutual destruction or noticing Iyasu's encircling forces, both sides began retreating, though sporadic skirmishes continued. Kagaya and Kurum quickened their pace. Suddenly, a sorrowful and furious cry shattered the forest's tranquility, echoing from afar. Shield! Kagaya's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding gripping her. She dashed toward the sound with lightning speed, moving like a fleeting flash. Startled, Kurum also quickened her pace. Despite her efforts, she couldn't keep up with Kagaya, and the distance between them rapidly increased. Within moments, Kagaya had disappeared into the horizon. Breathing heavily, Kurum's chest rose and fell. She realized that Kagaya had been holding back to accommodate her earlier. Now, with urgency pressing, Kagaya had no choice but to unleash her full speed. How powerful is Her Highness, truly? Watching Kagaya vanish into the distant sky, Kurum bit her lip and tightened her grip on her sword. Chapter 233, A Girl Who Hasn't Learned Her Lesson. In an open and flat area, several people stood tensely, the atmosphere charged as if battle could erupt at any moment. On the left stood a pink-haired girl with twin ponytails, her features fresh and exquisite, with bright eyes and white teeth, truly a budding beauty. She wore a pink dress, a pink headband, stockings, and pink shoes, wielding a sniper rifle as tall as herself. This was mine. She looked quite disheveled, with a shallow cut on her face that was bleeding, and her dress was dirty and heavily damaged, exposing her white shoulders, while her stockings were full of holes. Opposite her stood two individuals, a hedgehog-headed man dressed in a robe, wearing wooden sandals and holding a long sword, clearly a samurai. The other was familiar, an orange-haired girl with a single ponytail tied back, her appearance cute and gentle. She wore the Imperial Army's uniform, her figure slender yet curvaceous. This was Seiryu. Beside her was a large, robust dog, her biological canine Taigu, Koro. In between them lay a girl, her face delicate and gentle, wearing black-framed glasses, with purple hair spread across the ground. This was Shiel. Her injuries were severe, her face was covered in blood, her lips pale as paper with blood at the corners, and several gaping wounds oozed blood. But the most serious injury was that her warm, soft body had been cut in half. Her upper and lower halves were completely separated, blood gushing out like a faucet, soaking the ground. The wound was a bloody mess, her internal organs visible. She was completely unconscious, her heartbeat faint, her breath barely audible. Shiel. Mine cried out in grief, tears welling in her eyes as she bit her lip hard, almost drawing blood. Another heinous criminal has been slain. Father, Master, can you see this? Seiryu looked up at the sky with a cute smile. The samurai with the long sword approached Shiel's body, sneering coldly, "Is this the strength of Night Raid? Truly disappointing. I will kill you all." Mine shouted angrily, tears in her eyes, clutching her sniper rifle as energy gathered, emitting a formidable aura. "Oh, you still want to resist?" The samurai drew his sharp blade, scoffing dismissively, "Such arrogance. You're next." Seiryu's sweet face twisted with malice, "Prepare to die." The tension escalated as battle loomed. Suddenly, a steel fist shot out from the bushes, like lightning, grabbing Mine's waist and dragging her into the forest. "Let go, boss." Mine struggled fiercely, shouting in rage, "I need to avenge Shiel." From the bushes emerged a woman with short white hair, a gentle face, wearing a black suit, Night Raid's leader, Negenda. The fist was her mechanical arm. With a slap, a red handprint appeared on Mine's face. "Shiel is dead. Do you want her death to be meaningless?" Negenda scolded sternly. Mine bit her lip, saying nothing, clutching her sniper rifle so tightly her knuckles turned white. "I understand your feelings, but we must leave now. The Imperial Army is coming. If we stay, all Night Raid members will be in danger," Negenda sighed, placing a hand on Mine's shoulder, speaking softly, "Shiel wouldn't want this. Let's go." Mine bit her lip, letting out a mournful cry, clutching her sniper rifle as she staggered away. Negenda followed closely behind, fleeing into the distance. "Chase them!" Seiryu shouted, ready to pursue. "Wait," the samurai stepped forward, stopping her. "Don't go." "What is it, Aizu?" Seiryu frowned, glaring at the samurai, speaking harshly. "Don't chase. There may be other Night Raid members ahead. We'd be walking into a trap." Aizu sheathed his sword, speaking calmly. "Humph, are you scared?" Seiryu scoffed, dismissive, "If you're too cowardly, I'll go myself. These wicked people must be punished." "Really?" Aizu's sharp gaze flicked to Seiryu. "But I hear the princess is coming this way. Are you sure you want to keep chasing?" At the mention of princess, Seiryu halted, her face changing. After a moment, she muttered resentfully, "Fine. Let's go then, we don't have much time." Aizu sheathed his sword, walking away. "You go first," Seiryu huffed, glancing at the blood-soaked Shiel, calling to Koro, "Koro, dinner time." Koro's vicious face brightened at the prospect of food, trotting over to Seiryu. Watching Koro approach, Seiryu's face darkened with anger. "What princess? One day, I'll have my revenge, chop you up, and feed you to Koro." "Oh. I hear you want to chop me up and feed me to your dog." A voice, clear as tinkling jade, suddenly rang out. From the dense, leaf-strewn forest emerged a girl wearing a white mask with red markings, walking gracefully. Her slender figure was elegant and poised. Though her face was hidden, it was clear she was a great beauty. But seeing her, Seiryu felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, her limbs numb, a chill rising up her spine, rendering her rigid. "It seems you haven't learned your lesson, Seiryu." Kagaya's voice was light but carried a chilling undertone. Chapter 234, Capture 1, Save 1. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Seeing Kagaya, Koro roared, opening its maw lined with sharp fangs. Its mountain-like body charged at Kagaya like a whirlwind, raising its giant claws to smash down on her. I don't have the mood or time to play with you today, Kagaya said, her expression calm and composed, without the slightest panic, her tone leisurely as if she were speaking casually. Just as Kagaya was about to be flattened by Koro, she raised her alabaster arm and lightly clenched her fist. With a muffled bang, Koro's massive body suddenly exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere like a bloody rain. Truly a stupid dog, never learning its lesson, Kagaya gracefully walked over, her demeanor elegant as she removed her fox mask, revealing an absolutely beautiful face untouched by makeup, smiling mockingly, but having an owner who forgets the pain once the wound heals, it's no surprise. Under Kagaya's half-smiling gaze, Saria felt a chill down her spine as if she had been plunged into an ice cave, her heart slowing down by half a beat, her body frozen. Without sparing another glance at her, Kagaya walked elegantly towards Shiel, who lay on the ground. Shiel's face was now as pale as paper, devoid of any color. She had clearly lost too much blood, her heartbeat faint and her breath weak. A black aura hung over her forehead, she was barely clinging to life and wouldn't last much longer. Seeing her in such a state, Kagaya sighed, raising her white arm to move her severed body closer together. Her fingers lightly traced across Shiel's flat abdomen, emitting a gentle white light. Do you think you can save her? Saria snapped out of her nightmare, mocking Kagaya's actions. Don't waste your effort. She's as good as dead. You can't save her, haha. Shut up, Kagaya frowned, waving her arm dismissively. With a crisp slap, Saria's laughter was abruptly cut off as her body was struck high into the air like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground, a red handprint blossoming on her pale face. If you keep talking, I'll kill you, Kagaya frowned, her face dark with anger, her voice exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Intimidated by Kagaya's presence, Saria was full of resentment but dared not speak, merely glaring at her while holding her cheek. Kagaya ignored her, placing her hand on Shiel's soft chest, focusing intently. She had no time to feel the enticing softness, her mind was solely on directing gentle energy into Shiel's body, gradually repairing her damaged tissues and reviving her life force. Shiel's body glowed with a soft, warm light. Gradually, Shiel's pale complexion turned rosy, her rigid body softened, her heart resumed beating, and her breathing steadied. Kagaya exhaled, wiping the sweat from her brow, relieved. She had finally pulled Shiel back from the brink of death, which had been no easy feat however, this did not mean Shiel was out of danger. Kagaya had merely preserved her life, full recovery would require continued treatment. But the current environment was unsuitable for further treatment, there were no medications, and enemies lurked on all sides. Kagaya needed to conserve her strength. Seeing Kagaya healing the purple-haired girl on the ground, Saria sensed her opportunity. Holding her breath and suppressing her aura, she began to stealthily retreat. Trying to escape. A soft, slightly drawling voice spoke from behind her. Saria's pupils contracted, her limbs freezing in fear as she turned slowly. In her line of sight was a breathtakingly beautiful face smiling at her. Ah! The orange-haired girl shrieked, turning to flee, utterly losing the courage to face the silver-haired girl. Her sole thought was to run away from this person, to get as far as possible and never encounter her again. But she had only run a few steps when a sharp pain struck her head, a powerful force pulling her off balance and backward. Looking up, she saw that her hair was gripped by the slender hand of the silver-haired girl. Did I say you could leave? Kagaya looked down coldly at Sariu. At that moment, a black-haired girl emerged from the dense forest, walking gracefully. It was Kurum, and she seemed to be holding something. As she approached, Sariu's pupils contracted sharply. In Kurum's hand was a human head. Despite the messy, blood-soaked hair, Sariu could still recognize the face. It was Aizu, who had left earlier. Sariu fell into a panic. She knew Aizu well and had seen him fight. He was a highly skilled swordsman, ranking among the top in the Imperial Army, especially with his lethal IAI strike that had claimed countless enemies, a force to be reckoned with. But now he had been easily killed by this black-haired girl before her, who appeared unscathed, not even her clothes were ruffled. Suddenly, she felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, she recalled that Kurum had once been part of the Imperial Army, highly skilled, and had slain countless revolutionary rebels. Yet no matter how powerful she was, it seemed impossible for her to have dispatched Aizu so swiftly and without injury. Princess, I found someone sneaking around, Kurum said, lifting the head with a calm demeanor as if it were a mere stone. Hey, isn't that disgusting? Kagaya's eyelid twitched slightly. Get rid of it. Oh, Kurum replied, tossing the bloody head away in a graceful arc, landing it in the grass. All right, we should head back. Kagaya stretched languidly, her perfect curves fully on display. Chapter 235, Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Going back? Kurum asked, surprised, looking at Kagaya. Aren't we going to seize this chance to eliminate the enemy? It seems the noise over there has stopped, indicating the battle is probably over, Kagaya said, glancing at the distant forest, then at Shiel, whom she cradled in her arms. Besides, with these two in tow, it's unlikely we'll be able to fight. Although Kurum wasn't entirely sure what soy sauce bottles referred to, she understood the general idea. Her delicate face fell, showing her disappointment. She had hoped for a fierce battle. At that moment, Seiryu, bound tightly like a package, struggled and shouted angrily, "What kind of imperial princess colludes with Night Raid? You claim to fight for everyone, but you're just a big liar." Bothered by the noise, Kurum frowned and approached Seiryu, delivering a hand chop to the back of her head with a resounding thud, silencing the noise instantly. Kurum, already in a foul mood, found Seiryu's noise unbearable, turning her into a target for venting her frustration. Kagaya watched, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, wondering if Kurum had struck Seiryu too hard and possibly killed her. Since the battles between the minister's forces and Night Raid were nearing conclusion, Kagaya decided not to proceed further, realizing any targets would likely have already fled. With two burdens, one severely injured and the other attempting to escape, Kagaya chose to head back. Especially concerning was Shiel, who, although stabilized by Kagaya's treatment and out of immediate danger, remained unconscious and weak, needing rest and unable to endure prolonged exertion or travel. Despite not capturing both the minister's forces and Night Raid in one fell swoop, there was still a silver lining. Both sides had suffered significant losses in the skirmish and would require time to recuperate. This development cleared the rear flank, allowing Kagaya to focus on the impending battle against the northern tribes. Kagaya was not overly concerned about this threat. Despite their apparent strength, the northern tribes' capabilities were limited. In the original storyline, the strongest general, Isteth, subdued them in a short time. Under her overwhelming assault, the tribes were powerless to resist. Isteth even went on to bury 400,000 of them alive, nearly annihilating the northern tribes entirely. Kagaya's real concern wasn't defeating the tribes but rather that, while repelling them, the minister's forces and Night Raid might exploit the situation, which worried her most. In her delirium, Shiel felt her mind clouded, lost in a fog. Her body seemed numb, unable to move even a finger or speak, unable to open her mouth. Am I already dead? This thought surfaced in her mind before her consciousness faded, plunging her back into darkness. Time passed, and in her hazy state, Shiel vaguely sensed a slender figure moving in front of her, checking her over. Not only that, but the figure removed her clothes, their warm hands gliding over her skin, even squeezing her breasts. The strange and unfamiliar sensations made her uncomfortable, like a jolt of electricity coursing through her, both tingling and slightly pleasant. She wanted to resist but was powerless, yet thankfully, the feeling didn't last long before the figure left. This cycle repeated numerous times. Standing beside the bed, Kagaya scratched her silver hair, troubled, muttering to herself, could I have remembered wrong? But it shouldn't be, I'm sure it's like this. Over a month had passed, and while Shiel's wounds and internal injuries had healed completely, she remained comatose with no sign of waking, much to Kagaya's vexation. Kagaya tried various methods, including full-body massages and stimulation therapy, but all were ineffective, yielding little response. Could Shiel's brain have been damaged by excessive blood loss, leaving her in a vegetative state? If so, it would be such a pity for such a beautiful girl, Kagaya thought, looking at the naked girl on the bed. Gently covering her with a down duvet, Kagaya turned to leave, intending to summon the three sisters to care for her. She had done everything possible, the rest was up to fate. If Shiel couldn't wake, she could only blame her ill fortune. Unbeknownst to Kagaya, as she turned away, the purple-haired girl's long lashes quivered slightly. As for Seiryu, she had no such luxury, confined to a dim dungeon for 2 days without food. The dungeon lay in an inconspicuous corner of the palace's northwest, initially intended for disciplining errant maids. It was deep, spanning 5 levels and about 10 meters down, shrouded in darkness and dampness, with a persistent chill but relatively clean due to years of disuse. The dungeon floor was laid with hard basalt, and the cells forged of steel, solid and durable, with bars as thick as an arm, impervious to swords. An escape was near impossible for ordinary prisoners, requiring significant effort even for the highly skilled. Such a dungeon could only be afforded by noble families. Seiryu, the first occupant since Kagaya moved in, had her taiga removed and all her guns dismantled by Kagaya, leaving her an ordinary girl. After 2 days without sustenance, she lay on the ground, clutching her growling stomach, weak and dispirited. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed through the silent dungeon. Listening to the approaching steps, Seiryu rose swiftly, gripping the iron bars with an excited expression, her hunger consuming her. Yet, when she saw the stunning silver-haired girl emerge into the flickering torchlight, her face turned ashen. Chapter 236, Training. How's it going? Kagaya asked, her footsteps light and her posture graceful as she approached, tapping on the rusty iron bars of the cell. She smiled lightly and continued, how have you been enjoying your stay here? Humph, Seiryu turned her head, snorting coldly without a word. But I hear you haven't eaten for several days, Kagaya said with a smile. I'm not hungry, Seiryu huffed. Do you think you can torture me into submission with this? I won't give in. At that moment, a loud growl came from her stomach, resonating through the silent dungeon. Saryu's pretty face instantly turned bright red. Justice will never bow to evil, she shouted loudly, as if trying to bolster her courage. Oh, really? Kagaya accepted a food box from a maid behind her and deftly opened the lid. Instantly, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. The three-tiered food box was filled with a dazzling array of dishes and exquisite pastries, the fragrance so enticing it could make one's mouth water. Saryu's eyes lit up, her gaze drawn to the dazzling array of dishes, and she involuntarily swallowed her saliva. But when her gaze met Kagaya's smiling face, she quickly turned her head away, snorting disdainfully. It's a pity. Such delicious food, meticulously prepared by the palace's new head chef, Kagaya said, shaking her head lightly in mock regret. Since you're not interested, I won't force you. Saying this, Kagaya picked up a piece of osmanthus cake from the box and took a light bite. A sweet and soft taste instantly filled her mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance. It's worth mentioning that in this world, there was originally no osmanthus or osmanthus cake, something Kagaya regretted, as it was her favorite snack besides dango. Upon hearing this, Ire, one of the three sisters, had been trying to replicate the cake. Finally, not long ago, she succeeded in creating an osmanthus cake that was indistinguishable from the original, perhaps even better. Saryu maintained a haughty demeanor, pretending to be indifferent by turning her head away, yet her constant swallowing betrayed her true thoughts. The small osmanthus cake quickly disappeared as Kagaya savored it, licking her fingers with satisfaction. Turning to Saryu, she asked with a smile, "Are you sure you don't want to try it? It's quite good." "I won't eat it." Saryu snapped, turning her back and shouting angrily. "Very well," Kagaya replied, placing the fragrant food back in the box, handing it to the maid beside her. She stood up, smiling as she said, "Miss the opportunity, and it won't come again. Since you have no appetite, I won't force you." With these words, Kagaya flashed a smile and turned to leave the dungeon. Watching the silver-haired girl walk away, feeling the burning hunger in her stomach, Saryu's cute face showed regret. She was almost about to call Kagaya back but ultimately couldn't swallow her pride. Suddenly, Kagaya paused at the dungeon's exit, turning to say with a smile, "Impressive, such resilience. As a reward, you'll get something to eat." "I don't need your reward." "I won't take it," Saryu said stubbornly, though her tone was less firm than before. Watching the maid approach with the food box, Saryu cursed herself inwardly for lacking resolve, yet she couldn't suppress a glimmer of hope. However, when the box was opened, her face fell. Inside was not the sumptuous feast she imagined, but only a piece of coarse black bread and a cup of clear water. It was a stark contrast to the earlier display. "Tightwad," Saryu shouted indignantly, grabbing the rock-hard bread and almost throwing it away. After hesitating for a moment, she refrained. She stared at the black bread in her hand, torn between defiance and hunger, then brought it to her mouth and bit into it angrily as if it were someone she hated. The bread was as hard as a rock, and she nearly broke her teeth on it, realizing why it came with water. "Jerk," Saryu muttered angrily, hurling the bread at the cell door with a metallic clang before it bounced back to her side. Now, Saryu sat curled up in the corner, arms wrapped around herself, eyes filled with tears, on the verge of crying from the injustice. Kagaya was oblivious to Saryu's plight in the dungeon, though she might have found it amusing. At that moment, Kagaya sat in the elegantly decorated living room, leisurely sipping tea from a cup. Her demeanor was relaxed, but her mind was busy processing the information she'd received. The recent clash between the minister's forces and night raid had left both sides severely weakened, with heavy losses on each side. 3 of the Rakshasa demons were killed, with 1 critically injured. Aizu was slain by Kurum, and Saryu was captured alive. On the night raid side, Bulat, one of the top combatants, was killed while covering the retreat of his comrades. Lubbock and Mine were heavily injured in the fierce battle and would take time to recover. Leon and Agenda also sustained various injuries, though Leon's regenerative abilities and Agenda's support role meant they fared slightly better. Akame, though only lightly injured, was forced to withdraw early due to severe fatigue, needing time to rest. Another piece of intelligence caught Kagaya's attention, the minister's son, Sayura. During the fierce battle, he had maneuvered his forces to launch a surprise attack on Night Raid from the rear, leaving them fighting on 2 fronts and leading to Night Raid's defeat. Bulat was killed while covering the retreat during this assault. Sayura, a character known for his cruelty and depravity, was notorious for his heinous acts, especially against women. Though his combat skills weren't lacking, particularly in martial arts, his use of a space-manipulating taigu allowed him to instantly move targets to predetermined locations, reminiscent of the Flying Thunder God technique from Naruto. Kagaya had marked Sayura for elimination, not because of his strength but because of his heinous crimes. In the original story, he had raped a young girl to death, a crime Kagaya found utterly unforgivable. While Kagaya pondered these matters, a maid entered, bowed, and spoke softly, "Your Highness, the young lady has awakened." Chapter 237, A Young Girl's Thoughts. A purple-haired girl wearing a white, semi-transparent long dress sat quietly on a luxurious bed covered with velvet. She was beautiful, her demeanor elegant, and her clear eyes were gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. The sky was blue with wispy clouds, and the lake's surface was clear, reflecting the blue sky and clouds. The colorful leaves swayed as they fell, and the gentle breeze ruffled the pool's surface, creating shimmering ripples. "How are you feeling?" "Better." A melodious voice, like the ringing of silver bells, startled the purple-haired girl. She quickly turned her head toward the sound. A stunning silver-haired girl approached gracefully, her eyebrows like distant autumn hills, her eyes like rippling autumn waters. Her shoulders were slender, and her waist was slim. Her chest stood proudly, as if budding and ready to bloom. Her steps were light, her posture elegant. Though she wore no makeup, she was even more dazzling and captivating. "Are you the princess?" The purple-haired girl's eyes focused as she tried to get up, but she felt weak and fell toward the edge of the bed. A fair hand reached out, supporting her shoulder. The purple-haired girl looked up to see the princess. "Relax," Kagaya said, helping her back onto the bed and covering her with a blanket. "I'm not a bad person, and I did save you." "Really?" Shield replied softly, "Thank you for saving me, princess." "It's nothing. Just don't try to assassinate me again," Kagaya chuckled, taking an apple from nearby and slowly peeling it with a knife. "Oh, you already know." Shield looked flustered, quickly bowing her head in apology. "I'm very sorry. That's all in the past, and besides, you didn't go through with it, did you?" Kagaya laughed gently. "In a way, I should thank you for sparing me." Shield's face turned red, and she nervously adjusted her glasses. "How are you feeling now? Any better?" Kagaya asked, looking the purple-haired girl up and down, noticing she looked much better than before. "I'm much better now, no longer in any real danger," Shield replied with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, otherwise, I would be dead now." "I told you there's no need to thank me," Kagaya suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. "If you really want to repay me, you could offer yourself to me." "Huh?" Shield froze, her expression blank as if she didn't understand. "I'm kidding." "Here, have some fruit," Kagaya said, handing over the peeled apple. "You're still recovering, so eat well to regain your strength." "Oh," Shield seemed to snap out of a dream, hurriedly taking the apple. "By the way," Kagaya suddenly remembered something, "how was the cake at lunch today?" Influenced by Air's culinary skills, Kagaya's passion for cooking was rekindled, prompting her to showcase a few dishes and desserts not found in this world, much to the delight of Air, the young chef. The cake was made with eggs, milk, fruit juice, and cream. The base was a soft cake sponge, topped with cream cheese and garnished with fruit. It was visually appealing and delicious, leaving a lingering taste. "Oh, it was wonderful," Shield smiled, "very delicious." Hearing praise from the bespectacled girl made Kagaya feel a bit smug. Then Shield added, "But the outer layer was quite hard and difficult to chew. It would be better if it were softer." "The outer layer?" Kagaya was puzzled, unsure what Shield meant. "Yes, that yellow layer on the outside," Shield tilted her head, tapping her chin with her finger. "Huh?" Kagaya's face filled with black lines as she stared dumbfounded at the purple-haired girl before her. "Hey, that was the wrapping paper. How could you eat the wrapping paper without realizing it's not meant to be eaten?" Kagaya's mouth twitched. She had just experienced the cluelessness of this airhead girl. As the sun set, leaving Shield's room, Kagaya stretched, her ample bosom particularly noticeable. Since the intense battle, the various factions seemed to have sensed something, falling into a sudden silence. The minister's forces had returned to the capital, and Night Raid had vanished, as if evaporating. The northern tribes' restless posture had also begun to calm. But Kagaya knew that the northern tribes would most likely launch an offensive by winter. The northern winters were harsh, with snow and ice making food scarce. The empire's oppression and excessive taxation had left the northern tribes with insufficient food to support the whole tribe. If things continued this way, many would likely starve before spring. Meanwhile, in the south, Kagaya's territory was rich in water and resources. While people lived modestly, they were better off compared to the northern tribes. Especially with Kagaya opening the granaries to help the people and removing heavy taxes, many had surplus grain. To the northern tribes, the southern people were fat sheep, and plunder seemed the best solution. Lost in thought, Kagaya wandered aimlessly through the palace, contemplating the current situation. Suddenly, sensing something, she looked ahead. Near the lakeside swing sat a short-haired blonde girl, her delicate and lovely appearance and petite figure made her look youthful, only about 10 years old. It was the long-lost Fa. She seemed dejected, holding the swing's ropes with her hands, gently pushing the ground with her slender legs, the swing creaking as it swayed. She lacked her usual liveliness. In Kagaya's memory, she was a lively girl, her face always adorned with a bright smile, but now she seemed lonely, like a solitary wild goose. "Fal, what are you doing?" Kagaya approached with a smile. Ah. Fal jumped in surprise, turning her head with wide eyes. She hadn't expected the princess to appear here, and in her shock, she lost her grip and fell from the swing. Chapter 238, Enlighten. As Fal was about to fall to the ground, a soft, smooth arm caught her. Looking up, she saw it was the princess. Fal hurriedly got off the swing, awkwardly saying, "Princess." Fal no longer had the innocence and liveliness she once did. Life in the princess's palace was entirely different from the carefree days in the countryside. Here, a maid was responsible for teaching her various etiquette lessons, as her image reflected on the princess and the royal family. She felt like a caged canary, well provided for, yet restricted. "What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?" Kagaya asked, holding her hand curiously. "And no," Fal murmured. "Why so restrained? Where's the lively little Fal who was like a little monkey?" Kagaya smiled. Fal said nothing, just shook her head gently, a look of loneliness flashing across her face. Kagaya gently pulled Fal into her embrace. Fal's body trembled slightly but didn't resist. "I know you don't feel free here, can't go out like others, and have few places to relax." "It's normal not to like it," Kagaya said softly. "It's not that," Fal quickly replied, "I like it here very much. Here we have food and don't go hungry, beautiful clothes, and warm, comfortable housing. This is what Luna, and I dreamed of, so please, princess, don't say that." "Then what is it?" Kagaya blinked, more curious than ever. I. Fal stammered, her face blushing as if finding it difficult to speak. Her little hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. "Go ahead, tell me." "I'm not a dangerous creature," Kagaya said, patting Fal's head and smiling. Seemingly encouraged by Kagaya's smile, Fal gathered her courage and whispered, "I feel useless here." "Useless?" Kagaya asked, surprised. "Why would you think that?" "Yes, is good at cooking and organizing things. Luna can make clothes and do gardening. But I can't do anything, not even clean or do chores properly." Fal looked up, her eyes shining as she asked, "Am I just extra here?" "Huh?" Kagaya was taken aback by Fal's words. "Is that why she's upset? Is that why you've been down?" Kagaya asked, eyes wide with surprise. "Do you think this is trivial, princess?" Fal said, slightly annoyed. Kagaya wanted to say yes, isn't it nice to sit around doing nothing? She remembered in elementary school when the teacher asked what they wanted to be when they grew up. Some said scientists, doctors, or teachers. Kagaya clearly remembered answering she wanted to live a life of leisure. She was punished, standing in the hallway all afternoon. Even now, Kagaya's greatest dream is a carefree life, but responsibilities keep her from it. Yet telling Fal this might hurt her fragile heart. After some thought, Kagaya said, "Do you know why I brought you here?" Fal was taken aback, not expecting the question, unsure how to answer. "I brought you here not for you to do anything or repay me," Kagaya smiled. "I just didn't want you living miserably. You're young and shouldn't live in hell. Princess." Hearing Kagaya's calm words, Fal's eyes began to water. She had wondered why the princess was so kind to a few rural children, never treating them as servants. She worried if the princess had ulterior motives like some wealthy perverts enjoying toying with girls for fun. Stories of the princess's past cruelty had worried them, but now it was clear she was a kind, gentle person, unlike anyone who had treated them this well. Now she knew it for sure. "All right," Kagaya said, patting the blonde girl's head. "Don't overthink it. I'll be satisfied if you're happy." Fal wiped her tears, smiling brightly and nodding vigorously. "How about this?" Kagaya said, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "I'm planning to inspect the territory tomorrow. Come with me, it'll be a nice change of pace." Inspecting the territory wasn't a whim. It was a planned move for Kagaya. She's new here, unfamiliar with the area and officials. Although she's implemented tax reductions and aid policies, Kagaya knows how corrupt the empire is. She's worried her policies might be distorted at lower levels. Only by regular inspections can she catch issues early and keep officials in check. As for bringing the girl along, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Watching her sulk in the palace isn't ideal. At her age, in Kagaya's world, she'd just be starting middle school, full of energy and curiosity. "Really?" Fal's eyes sparkled, bright as stars. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Kagaya laughed, patting her head. "I didn't mean that," Fal blushed, awkwardly saying, "I'm just so happy." "Okay, go prepare. We might be away for a while," Kagaya smiled. "Okay." Fal nodded enthusiastically, eyes shining like crescent moons. Watching the girl grow healthily was quite rewarding. Suddenly, while Kagaya wasn't paying attention, Fal leaned in, pecked her cheek, and ran off. Kagaya was stunned, touching her cheek where she'd been kissed, still processing what happened. It seemed she had been teased by the little girl. Chapter 239, Entering the Small Town for the First Time. The following morning. The sky was blue and cloudless, with bright sunlight streaming through the yellowing leaves, casting dazzling patches of light on the ground. It was already autumn, and the weather was becoming colder. The undulating forest spread in every direction, with a cool autumn breeze gently rustling the leaves. Unfaded wildflowers swayed in the wind, and birds occasionally chirping in the woods added to the tranquility. Suddenly, a clamor of footsteps gradually approached from a distance, breaking the forest's silence. Soon, a large army emerged from the dust, with flags filling the sky like a forest of swords and spears. The soldiers were fully armed, clad in shining armor, holding sharp spears, with swords at their waists and bows and crossbows on their backs. They were armed to the teeth, gleaming with an intimidating cold light. This was the princess's army. After nearly half a year of training, the troops finally began to take shape. Not only had the overall quality of the soldiers improved significantly, but individual combat abilities had also greatly increased. Additionally, Kagaya spared no expense in equipping them with full gear. Even high-ranking officers were equipped with high-quality arms, which, although not as powerful as imperial arms, were still unprecedented in such large-scale equipment. This, it must be said, was thanks to the little emperor. Perhaps out of guilt toward Kagaya, he bestowed her with a large sum of money, amounting to almost a quarter of the national treasury. Had it not been for the minister's vehement opposition, the little emperor might have given her half. "Princess, we will reach the town in about half an hour," a guard said, kneeling. "Understood." A melodious voice came from a lavish carriage. A jade-like hand reached out from the window, lifting the curtain, revealing a face of exquisite beauty capable of expressing both joy and anger, Kagaya, the princess of the empire. At this moment, her clear eyes gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Kagaya originally did not want to conduct such a high-profile inspection, but she needed to exert deterrence to keep corrupt officials in check and prevent them from acting recklessly. Additionally, by alarming them, she might catch them making mistakes. A sudden inspection might leave corrupt officials flustered. Lastly, given the likelihood that corrupt officials would be tipped off about the princess's inspection, it was better to proceed openly. Watching the pensive princess, the guard was momentarily entranced, as if lost in thought. Even though he had seen her many times, he still felt mesmerized. It wasn't until another head with a mischievous smile peeked out from the window that he snapped back to reality, his face turning red as he hastily withdrew. "Princess, are we there yet?" asked Fal, the golden-haired girl. "Almost," Kagaya replied, grabbing her by the collar like a kitten and pulling her back inside. "Sit quietly." Kagaya rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Fal, once free of the palace, was like an unbridled horse, bursting with excitement, bouncing around like a little monkey, never at rest. "I understand." Sensing that the princess was about to get angry, Fal quickly sat still, though her round eyes betrayed her true feelings. The convoy continued to move forward, and soon they heard the sounds of a bustling crowd, like a lively marketplace. "What is happening?" Kagaya frowned. "Princess, they are ordinary citizens gathered to welcome you," the guard replied respectfully. "Welcome?" Kagaya raised an eyebrow slightly. When they arrived at the town, Kagaya stepped out of the carriage and was momentarily stunned. A large crowd of civilians had gathered at the entrance, eagerly waiting and cheering. As Kagaya disembarked, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their voices echoing in the sky. "Long live the princess!" Cheers rose and fell continuously. The people, smiling, stood along the roadside, waving their flowers. As the princess approached, they threw their flowers onto the path, soon creating a sea of flowers on the road. Kagaya walked gracefully over the floral path, elegantly making her way into the town, occasionally waving her white hand at the crowd, prompting even more fervent cheers. "The princess is very popular," Fal said excitedly, her face beaming with joy as if she were the one being praised. "Is that so?" Kagaya's lips curled into a meaningful smile as she looked into the distance. As night fell, the sunset's afterglow slowly faded from the sky, and darkness returned to the night sky. A crescent moon rose slowly from the horizon, casting its soft light like a gentle stream on the yellowing forest. The cool autumn breeze stirred a rustling of leaves. As dusk settled, lights flickered on, and smoke curled from chimneys. The town's daytime bustle faded, and it now rested in tranquil serenity beneath the gentle moonlight. In a grand mansion, the lights were ablaze, the air filled with the sound of clinking glasses and lively music, suggesting a grand banquet was underway. "Princess, welcome to Ison Town," said a bald, pot-bellied man with a flattering smile. "I hope you have a delightful time here." The fat man was the town mayor, Eric, reputedly known for being amicable and helpful, enjoying widespread support and affection among the townspeople. However, he appeared unimpressive in person, somewhat disappointing. Kagaya responded ambiguously, her eyes scanning him like water. "But I did not come here to have fun." Swept by Kagaya's clear gaze, Mayor Eric felt a chill run through him, as if plunged into an icy cave. His flattering smile stiffened awkwardly. Yes, my mistake, Mayor Eric said with a forced smile, sweat beading on his forehead, feeling a chill down his spine. The princess's eyes seemed to see right through him, making him shiver with fear. Chapter 240, Banquet. The banquet was grand and magnificent, filled with music and dancing. The sound of clinking glasses filled the air, and exquisite dishes were presented in an endless stream, dazzling everyone with their variety. Eric went to great lengths to flatter the princess, praising her as someone rare on earth, so much so that his sycophantic words were unbearable to hear. Yet, Eric seemed unfazed, as if those words hadn't come from him, showing a shamelessness that was remarkable. Nonetheless, the atmosphere of the banquet was lively and harmonious. Kagaya neither agreed nor disagreed, smiling without speaking, sitting alone, and drinking quietly. Halfway through the banquet, when the wine was starting to take effect and the atmosphere began to calm down, the music and dance softened. Kagaya leaned lazily against the soft chair, her fair and delicate fingers playing with the porcelain cup in her hand, her eyes dreamy and wandering. Her graceful and soft demeanor left many people entranced. Sensing Kagaya's distraction, Eric quickly stood up and excused himself, tactfully ending the banquet early. This mansion was very luxurious. Although it could not compare to the palace or Kagaya's residence, it was still quite splendid, with tall buildings, a spacious courtyard, and charming rock gardens and pavilions. Kagaya walked leisurely along the dimly lit corridor. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness and knelt before her. It was the guard who had been by her side during the day. How did the investigation go? Kagaya asked calmly, her face showing no signs of intoxication. I have completed the investigation. This mayor, Eric, is a distant relative of the minister, known for his cruelty and brutality. He extorts and oppresses the civilians, leading to widespread resentment among the villagers. Those people you saw today were forced to act cheerful under Eric's orders, the guard reported. As expected, there is a problem. Kagaya's delicate hand rested on the railing, and she smiled coldly. Kagaya had noticed something was wrong when she arrived in the town during the day. While others might not detect the difference between genuine and forced smiles, nothing could escape Kagaya's keen eyes. Many people had stiff smiles and eyes filled with resentment. If Kagaya hadn't noticed, she might as well have been blind. Princess, should we? The guard hesitated but held his hand on his sword, making his meaning clear. Don't act rashly for now, Kagaya waved her hand, you may leave. Yes. As Kagaya expected, these people had committed many outrageous deeds behind the scenes. Now, they dared to deceive her face to face. They were truly audacious. Did they really see her as a naive young girl? Kagaya had planned to remove a few egregiously corrupt individuals during her inspection to set an example. Since someone had willingly presented themselves as a target, she wouldn't be polite. Upon returning to her room, Kagaya found that besides Fowl, there was another person present. She was a young girl, looking even younger than Fowl. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were tattered and dirty, covered with dust and mud. Her garments were torn, revealing her delicate skin, and her shoes were falling apart. Who is this? Kagaya glanced at the girl and then looked at Fowl. Princess, she claims to have something urgent to report to you, Fowl explained, stepping forward. But she insisted on speaking to you directly and refused to tell me anything. Oh. Kagaya's eyes swept over the girl, and she asked, what do you need to tell me? Are you the princess? The girl's wide eyes were fixed on Kagaya. Yes, I am, Kagaya smiled softly. Please, have a seat and tell me what's going on. Suddenly, the girl knelt on the floor with a thud, pleading urgently, Princess, please save my father. Your father? Kagaya was taken aback, her brow furrowing as she set her teacup down. What happened? They're going to execute my father, the girl said, tears welling in her eyes. With Kagaya and Fowl's patient encouragement, the girl finally began to recount her story. Several days ago, news spread that Kagaya would be inspecting the territory. The ordinary people, long suffering under the oppression and exploitation of officials and the wealthy, saw this as an opportunity to expose the crimes of the nobility and bureaucrats. However, Eric, being one of the powerful officials, had many spies. Before they could gather all the evidence, he arrested them, and the girl's father was among those captured. It was said that they would be executed tonight or tomorrow. Desperate, the girl risked everything, evading capture and slipping through defenses to reach Kagaya. Princess, please, the girl implored, looking at Kagaya with hope. Fowl, too, gazed at Kagaya expectantly, her heart touched by the girl's plight, for she had experienced something similar. Her father had been persecuted to death by corrupt officials. Kagaya thought for a moment and suddenly asked, when did you arrive here? At dusk. The girl replied, unsure why Kagaya asked but answering truthfully. At dusk. Kagaya frowned and turned to Fowl. Why didn't you tell me about this? I saw you were at the banquet, so. Fowl stammered, feeling she had made a mistake under Kagaya's gaze. Never mind, we'll discuss this later, Kagaya called out, guard. Yes. A guard in armor entered, kneeling, princess. Send the signal immediately and have the troops stationed outside the town move in, Kagaya ordered. Yes. The guard responded promptly and left without questioning. To him, the princess's orders were always correct. Kagaya's expression was grave, and her heart was filled with worry. She had a bad feeling and hoped they wouldn't be too late. Chapter 241, Destroy the Rotten and Pull Up the Decayed. The night was deep, with stars shining and a crescent moon hanging in the dark night sky, emitting a soft glow. The moonlight poured down like silk, illuminating a small, ordinary village with a silvery hue. The village was located northeast of the small town, with hundreds of households and neatly arranged houses. By now, it was late at night, and most villagers had fallen asleep, with only a few scattered lights still on. The village appeared even more peaceful and serene under the gentle moonlight. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves and a cacophony of footsteps came from afar, breaking the town's silence. The dogs in the village started barking loudly, their voices echoing sharply in the quiet night. A black-feathered arrow shot through the air like lightning, and the barking abruptly ceased. The villagers seemed to sense that something was amiss, quickly dressing and rushing out of their houses, only to be terrified by what they saw. In front of them was a group of fully armed guards, tall and burly, with bulging muscles. They wore shiny armor and held sharp steel swords, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. The villagers hesitated, afraid to approach. They were filled with unease, not knowing the guards' purpose for suddenly appearing. Judging by their looks, the visitors were unlikely to be friendly. Some quick-witted individuals had already begun fleeing under the cover of night. "Excuse me, officer, what brings you here?" An elderly man with graying hair emerged from the crowd, trembling as he spoke. "Gather all the villagers in the square," the leading officer shouted loudly, "anyone who disobeys will be severely punished." Although they did not know the guards' intentions, seeing the surrounding guards glaring at them with weapons drawn, the terrified villagers slowly gathered in the square. In no time, about 1,000 people had assembled. The square was crowded with people shoulder to shoulder, yet no one spoke. The surroundings were silent, with the crackling sound of burning torches echoing sharply in the square. Suddenly, several guards carrying something approached the officer. The people in the square could see clearly, these were several bloody heads. An uproar ensued, causing a commotion. "Reporting, sir, those who tried to escape have been executed," the guard shouted. "Very well, it seems there are no survivors," the officer grinned grotesquely, turning to face the crowd, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Kill them all." Those on the outskirts of the crowd, not fully understanding what was happening, were suddenly impaled by swords through their chests, with bright red blood spraying out instantly. Under the rain of blood, the villagers finally realized disaster had befallen them. Crying and screaming, they desperately tried to escape, but they were already surrounded by guards and were now trapped like fish in a barrel. A bloody massacre had begun. Kagaya moved lightly, her body turning into a streak of light, gliding through the dense forest like a phantom. As she drew closer to the village mentioned by the girl, her expression grew increasingly grave, for she could faintly smell the stench of blood in the chilly autumn breeze. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and Kagaya quickened her pace even further. Unfortunately, without knowing the precise location, using her Yamatsu Hirosaka technique would result in significant deviation. If she made a mistake, it would waste even more time. To be safe, Kagaya had to rely on her legs. Now, all she could hope for was that the villagers could hold on a little longer. In the village, the guards' brutal slaughter made the villagers realize their intention to wipe them out entirely. "Fight them. Even if we die, we won't let them have it easy. Kill them." Driven to desperation, the villagers found their fighting spirit, launching themselves at the surrounding guards with fists and teeth when no weapons were available. Several guards were pulled down and never rose again. The villagers' outburst briefly turned the tide, allowing them to gain a temporary upper hand. However, their fleeting courage could not change the outcome. After all, they were just unarmed civilians, and it was impossible for them to compete against the fully armed guards. Once their courage faded, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Eventually, under the bloody suppression, the villagers' morale waned. The guards, now bloodthirsty, turned into a pack of wolves among sheep, savagely slaughtering the villagers. Seeing blood and flesh flying everywhere and people being slaughtered one after another, the villagers, overwhelmed by fear, abandoned their resistance and fled in panic. But how could they escape? Faced with blood-stained swords, the villagers fell into despair. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar, as if an earthquake was occurring, deafeningly loud. Both the town guards and the villagers were drawn to the sudden noise, turning their attention to the distance. Under the dark night sky, illuminated by the moonlight, a military force with banners fluttering and weapons gleaming like a torrent of steel surged from the horizon, charging towards the town guards like an arrow. "Wait, who are you?" the town guard officer stepped forward and shouted. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold flash flickered, and the officer's head soared into the sky, with blood gushing from his neck. The officer, who had considerable strength, was decapitated in one strike by an unknown soldier. Caught off guard, the town guards collided head-on with the unexpected military force. Blood splattered, and flesh flew. The seemingly conjured-up military force displayed formidable combat power, advancing relentlessly and irresistibly. Against the fierce military force, the town guards were no match. They were overwhelmed, retreating in panic and disarray. Not only was there a significant disparity in strength between the two forces, but the town guards' weapons and equipment were far inferior. Furthermore, their willpower was no match for these wolves in sheep's clothing who only bullied civilians. The army charged like a hot knife through butter, crushing the town guards with ease, causing them to flee in all directions, wishing they could sprout extra legs. Once they had treated the villagers like sheep to be slaughtered, now they themselves were being slaughtered like sheep, a cruel irony. Finally, the villagers, still in shock, realized what had happened, momentarily unsure of what to do. The sharp-eyed one suddenly remembered, these troops, with their armor bearing unusual insignia, were the princess's guards. It's the princess's army. The princess has come to save us. It really is the princess's army. We're saved. Chapter 242, Tit for Tat. This was indeed Kagaya's Imperial Guard. Due to the need for a large number of soldiers to guard the border, the checkpoints and sentry posts within the territory also required soldiers for surveillance, and the princess's palace required a garrison for protection. Therefore, Kagaya could only bring about 500 soldiers this time. However, Kagaya was not going out to fight a war, merely to inspect the territory, and with her formidable strength, she feared no demons or ghosts, so 500 soldiers were more than enough. Kagaya's army was camped not far outside the small town, very close, so they could enter the town at a moment's notice if ordered. Facing the town mayor's soldiers, who outnumbered them several times, Kagaya's Imperial Guard showed no fear, demonstrating a powerful, tsunami-like offensive. The guard soldiers before them were as fragile as clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand even a single blow. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out, like a ghost, appearing before the Imperial Guard in the blink of an eye. A white, chilling light shot from his hand, spinning in the air, producing a harsh screech from friction with the air. Caught off guard, the Imperial Guard soldier standing at the front was struck in the chest by the white light. With a muffled bang, the Imperial Guard soldier spat blood, flying high like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground. The white, chilling light circled in the air before returning to the man's hand, revealing itself to be a pair of giant axes gleaming with the cold light, a taigu. Before them stood a burly man, shirtless, displaying his muscular physique, his body a mass of knotted muscles like an iron tower. "You useless lot, you couldn't even handle this," a person emerged from behind, a fat man with a bald head and sinister eyes. It was the town mayor, Eric. Corrupt official. So it was you. A villager stood out, shouting angrily, "You want to silence us to keep us from exposing your crimes. So what if I do?" Mayor Eric snorted disdainfully, "Do you think a few commoners like you can bring me down? Princess Kagaya won't spare you." "You're doomed," shouted the villager. "That little girl. You think she can kill me with just these few people?" Mayor Eric laughed heartily, as if he'd heard the funniest joke. "Bring out your tribe, Ted." The burly man named Ted nodded, placing his fingers in his mouth and blowing a sharp whistle that echoed throughout the town. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from afar, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps approaching from afar, sounding like thousands of troops. In no time, a large group of dark figures appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching the town, their silhouettes visible in the moonlight. These were not Imperial soldiers, they were robust and muscular, without armor or standard swords, nor did they carry bows or crossbows. Instead, they bore colorful tattoos, appearing especially strange, wielding sharp spears. The Northern Tribes. The captain of the Imperial Guards immediately recognized them because they had been trained for future encounters with the Northern Tribes. They were very familiar with their appearance, dress, habits, and combat style. "You've allied with the Northern Tribes?" The captain exclaimed in anger, "You traitor." "It's just mutual benefit," Mayor Eric said with a triumphant smile. "Surrender obediently, and I might spare your lives." "Wishful thinking, you scum," the captain rebuked loudly, righteous and indignant. "Since you wish to resist, then you'll have to die," Mayor Eric said, signaling Ted. Ted nodded, waving his hand and shouting, "Attack." At his command, a large force of Northern tribesmen, brandishing spears, charged at the Imperial Guard like a tide. The Imperial Guard showed no panic, quickly assembling in orderly ranks. The front row held large shields, the second row was a forest of swords and spears, and the rear was filled with archers and crossbowmen, all standing in uniform rows. A chilling murderous intent permeated the air. As the Northern Tribes entered range, the bows and crossbows twanged, and arrows rained down like locusts, covering the sky and earth as they shot towards the Northern Tribes. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed, followed by cries of agony. Countless northern tribesmen were knocked down, their bodies bloody and bleeding profusely. These were bows and crossbows that Kagaya had spent a fortune on. Their power was immense, no less potent than firearms, and their lethality was even greater. Apart from struggling against those with taigu, they were more than enough for everything else. Under the shower of arrows, even powerful individuals had to take it seriously. In the Empire's army, due to their high cost, only a few elite soldiers were equipped with them, but the wealthy Kagaya had them issued to everyone. Seeing their comrades cut down like wheat, the northern tribes, known for their ferocity and bravery, were not deterred but instead had their bloodlust ignited. After intense fighting, the Imperial Guard's strength had been significantly depleted, and their arrows were exhausted. They could only resort to close combat. However, the northern tribes were too numerous, like a swarm of ants, seemingly endless. A glance revealed at least several thousand if not more. Kill those wretched commoners. At that moment, Mayor Eric, watching from the sidelines, suddenly spoke, a cruel smile on his face. Immediately, a force of northern tribesmen turned toward the unarmed villagers. The villagers were terrified, drenched in cold sweat, and desperately tried to flee. But with northern tribes soldiers surrounding the entire village, where could they go? The northern tribes soldiers laughed cruelly, bloodlust shining in their eyes as they charged toward the villagers. The captain of the guards was anxious, but he was fully occupied with resisting the northern tribes and couldn't spare any soldiers to help the villagers. Just as the slaughter was about to fall upon the innocent villagers, a sweet, melodious voice rang out in the night. Mayor Eric, is this your way of welcoming me? Chapter 243, The Evil of Human Nature. Under the gentle moonlight, a stunning silver-haired girl gracefully approached. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes like the rippling autumn waters, and her shoulders slender. Her graceful figure was light and elegant, and though she wore no makeup, she appeared even more radiant and charming. At this moment, her clear eyes looked playfully at Mayor Eric in the distance, and she smiled lightly. Mayor Eric, you've accomplished quite a feat. Mayor Eric's expression changed, seemingly not expecting Kagaya to appear here. You've created such a grand setup here, is it to welcome me? Kagaya slowly approached, smiling as she spoke. Princess Kagaya, Mayor Eric's expression changed as quickly as turning a page in a book, smiling obsequiously. Some unruly people here are conspiring with the Revolutionary Army to harm you, but fortunately, I discovered it in time, so I personally led my troops to suppress them. I apologize for disturbing you. Is that so? Kagaya laughed softly, but what I heard doesn't quite match that story. Surely, those villagers are spreading slander, using flowery words to deceive your highness, making you believe them. Eric showed an indignant expression. I hope your highness can see clearly. Oh, is that so? Kagaya glanced at the tall and burly leader. Then what about these northern tribesmen? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Ted, the leader of the tribal forces, Mayor Eric introduced with a smile. He has specially come to help me deal with these remnants of the Revolutionary Army. I heard that the northern tribes are sharpening their weapons, preparing for action at the border, intending to do something untoward against the Empire. Kagaya strolled a few steps, speaking slowly. How is that possible? Mayor Eric retorted indignantly, those are surely rumors, maliciously spread. The northern tribes are simple and hospitable and are loyal to the Empire. How could they do something so outrageous? Oh, I see. It's surely those troublemakers spreading rumors to sow discord between the Empire and the tribes. Their hearts are punishable by death, and they should be executed. I hope your highness will not show mercy and won't let these guys go. Kagaya's lips curled up, and she suddenly laughed out loud, like clouds parting after the rain or flowers blooming, her clear eyes bending into crescent moons, shining brightly. Everyone present was entranced by this, and even Mayor Eric showed a greedy expression, almost drooling. Kagaya was not laughing at anything else but at Mayor Eric. He was indeed glib-tongued, not only turning black into white and accusing the villagers of being the Revolutionary Army but also whitewashing himself as a loyal and patriotic minister. If it were anyone else, he might have tricked them, but unfortunately for him, he met Kagaya, and she was fully aware of his tricks. She had seen many like him before, but it was the first time she had met someone as shameless as Mayor Eric. Indeed, I won't show mercy, Kagaya nodded seriously. Then please give the order to execute these troublemakers, Mayor Eric said joyfully, unexpectedly finding the princess easy to fool, thinking to himself that beautiful women were just vases. As for the loss of your guards, I will compensate you accordingly and give them sufficient compensation and funeral expenses. You seem to have misunderstood, Mayor Eric. Kagaya looked up, smiling faintly. The funeral expenses will be for you. Mayor Eric was stunned, taking a while to realize that Kagaya was mocking him, and his face darkened instantly. Princess Kagaya, Mayor Eric withdrew his smile, staring at Kagaya coldly. I seem to have misheard, could you repeat that? I hope you will consider carefully. His words were laced with threats. Are you threatening me, Mayor Eric? Kagaya toyed with a strand of her hair, watching the fat man before her with amusement. How could I dare threaten you, Princess Kagaya? Mayor Eric said with a forced smile. Do you think that because you have more people now, you can kill me here without anyone knowing? Kagaya pinched her chin, snapped her fingers, and smiled, and then kill all the witnesses, blaming it on the northern tribes, a flawless plan. As Kagaya's words unfolded, Mayor Eric's eyes grew brighter, greedily eyeing Kagaya's beauty and form. He chuckled wickedly, thank you for the reminder, Princess Kagaya. However, I think I've found a better way. Perhaps I could invite you to my villa, where I'll personally serve you, and I'll make sure you enjoy it. Then, Mayor Eric turned to Ted, whispering, our deal is still on. As long as you can capture this bitch unharmed, I'll double your fee. 5 times, Ted said expressionlessly. Fine, 5 times it is, Mayor Eric gritted his teeth, cursing the greed of the northern tribes. But he couldn't care less now. Kagaya's words had stirred him deeply, and he felt as though a kitten was scratching his heart. Now, lust clouding his mind, he just wanted to capture this beauty quickly. Some people are too self-important and overestimate themselves. Kagaya's charming face showed a mocking expression as she flicked her hair, her silver locks cascading like a waterfall. Hurry up and capture her. If you do, I'll provide you with the weapons and equipment you desire. Mayor Eric could barely contain his excitement, staring at the distant silver-haired girl, his throat moving as he swallowed. Ted remained unmoved, but his eyes lit up at the mention of weapons and equipment. He immediately perked up, waving his strong arm and shouting, go capture the princess alive. If you dare harm her, I'll skin you. Upon receiving the order, the northern tribes charged toward the distant silver-haired girl like a raging tide. Chapter 244, 1 against 1,000. The foreign soldiers, relentless and ceaseless, surged like a rushing tide, waving their sharp spears and swords, shouting loudly as they charged toward Kagaya. To them, capturing a fragile girl seemed effortless. They thought it would be fortunate if she didn't cry out of fear. Sending so many to deal with her seemed like overkill. However, they did not realize that the girl before them was not some delicate maiden they could trample over but a goddess of death who emerged from a sea of corpses. Facing the tide of soldiers rushing toward her, she stepped lightly as if walking on clouds, graceful and nimble. Suddenly, the corners of Kagaya's mouth curved into a smile, like flowers in full bloom. Her arm, as smooth as jade, swung, and a flash of her sharp sword gleamed coldly. Blood spurted, flesh and limbs flew. The large group of foreign soldiers had not yet approached Kagaya before their heads, under a single cold flash, were severed, and their heads spun into the air, while foul-smelling blood shot up, scattering into a mist. The soldiers had no time to react, not even realizing what had happened before they became ghosts under the princess's blade. The sword light poured down like moonlight, flowing like autumn water. Kagaya's figure was graceful and elegant, her robes fluttering in the wind, as if she was dancing. Around her, the blood sprayed like mist, falling gently like fine spring rain. Amidst the bloody storm, there was an indescribable, eerie beauty. Seemingly driven by bloodlust, under Kagaya's ruthless slaughter, the assault from the northern tribes not only did not wane but became even more frenzied. Like madmen, they charged with red eyes, teeth gritted, roaring as they rushed forward. But the gap in strength is not something that can be bridged by madness and anger. Before Kagaya, the soldiers had no strength in numbers. With each wave of her hand, several soldiers were decapitated, turning into ghosts under her sword. Gradually, the bodies around Kagaya piled up like a small mountain. Severed limbs and blood soaked the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air. Finally, seemingly growing impatient, Kagaya frowned slightly. With a swift swing of her pale arm, amidst a piercing whistling sound, a cold gleam swept out, spanning tens of meters, flashing like a white ribbon. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Within tens of meters around Kagaya, the soldiers froze as if they had been hit with a spell. They stood motionless like statues. As those behind them looked on in confusion, a gentle autumn breeze blew, and a red line appeared across their chests. In a spray of blood, their bodies split in half. The more perceptive soldiers dropped their weapons and turned to flee, but it was futile. In the instant they turned, a cold gleam flashed across them. Amidst the spraying blood, they were cut in two, their upper halves rising into the air before crashing to the ground, their screams abruptly cut off. At this moment, everyone realized that Kagaya was unharmed, not even stained with a drop of blood, and still appeared as pristine as before. Mayor Eric's face grew increasingly dark, almost dripping with water. His eyes, filled with malice, were fixed on Kagaya, who was walking leisurely among the crowd. He turned to Ted and said coldly, "Why aren't they going up faster? Are you all useless?" Ted's expression showed displeasure. He frowned but did not retort. He placed his fingers to his lips and blew a sharp whistle. Hearing the whistle, the northern tribesmen intensified their assault, but their momentum was far less than before. Seemingly intimidated by Kagaya's aura, the soldiers hesitated, faces devoid of the initial fervor, replaced by deep fear. At this point, Kagaya had already slain over 1,000 men. Thousands of corpses piled together like a small mountain, the blood flowing like a stream. This thick, heavy shade of red inspired fear, as if the person before them wasn't a beautiful woman but a reaper of souls. Ted's face showed anger. He had brought over 5,000 soldiers this time, originally to serve as the vanguard against the Empire. Misled by the words of that fat fool, Eric, he lost so many of his finest soldiers. This was no frail girl, but a formidable opponent. Anger flared within him. These men were his lifeblood, his foundation. With them, he held power. If his strength were significantly reduced, he could be devoured whole when he returned north. Yet, he was reluctant to retreat now, having lost so many and gained nothing. It was unacceptable. His only recourse was to quickly kill this so-called princess, to recoup his losses. With this thought, Ted could no longer hold back. He let out a long howl, stepped forward like a giant bird, and swung his massive axe toward Kagaya in the crowd. Kagaya, having anticipated this, turned and smiled, finally can't hold back, can you? The swung axe came down fiercely upon Kagaya, Ted's move as powerful as a meteor falling from the sky. Clang, a crisp sound echoed. Ted's eyes widened in disbelief. The girl before him had blocked his powerful strike with a casual swing of her sword. Not only that, but the immense force within her strike left him surprised, even making his hands tingle slightly. Ted's heart sank. This girl was far from ordinary. Eric had deceived him, but he had no time to curse Eric, as Kagaya's attack was relentless. Clang, clang, clang. The air was filled with cold light and slicing winds. Under Kagaya's relentless, fierce assault, Ted quickly fell into a defensive position, barely able to defend himself. He realized that the strength of the silver-haired girl before him far exceeded his expectations. He found it hard to believe that such a young girl possessed such terrifying power. Chapter 245, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, Tengai Shinsei. Blood splattered everywhere. With a loud clang, the giant axe fell to the ground, and Ted's muscular right arm flew into the air, with blood instantly gushing out like a mist. Ah! The intense pain made Ted scream uncontrollably. He clutched his shoulder tightly with his left hand where his right arm was missing. His face no longer showed the arrogance it once did, and his eyes were filled with fear. Is she even human? Does she not know fatigue at all? Ted had not held back until the end for no reason. Though Ted appeared burly and stout, he was meticulous, not just some brawn without brains guy. He wanted his army to wear down Kagaya's strength, then ambush her when she was exhausted. After waiting so long, Ted estimated that Kagaya's stamina was mostly drained, which was why he engaged her. After all, Kagaya appeared to be only in her teens, so how powerful could she be? Even if her strength was formidable, her endurance couldn't surpass someone like him, seasoned and battle-hardened. Unexpectedly, Kagaya was not as he imagined, she showed no sign of fatigue, not even a drop of sweat on her face. Seeing the silver-haired girl smiling as she approached, terror appeared on Ted's pale face. He had been in countless battles but never had been so embarrassed. He used to think that the only person who could make him fear was that one, and he never thought there could be anyone as powerful. Why not stay peacefully in the north? Kagaya asked as she walked up to him, looking down at him. Why do you like sending yourself to death? Please, please spare me, Ted stammered. I promise never to return here again. To save his life, Ted had completely abandoned his dignity. Indeed, it was hard to say if the northern tribes, willing to do anything for gain, had such a thing as dignity. And what else? Kagaya played with her hair and asked playfully. Ted was startled, hearing a hint of opportunity, and said quickly, we will compensate you and your troops for the losses, and I guarantee we will never return here. And what else? Kagaya asked. What else? Ted was taken aback, then quickly added, if you agree, we can join your command and help you conquer the land. Is that all? Kagaya chuckled softly. Ted was puzzled by what Kagaya meant, and just as he was about to speak, a cold light flashed before him. Suddenly, Ted's world spun, and the last thing he saw was his headless body and the mist of blood. Do you think I'm stupid? Kagaya scoffed disdainfully. Compensation. If you had money, would you need to raid my territory? As for joining Kagaya's army, sorry, her army wasn't open to just any riffraff. These worthless pieces of trash weren't even worth feeding. Seeing their leader beheaded by Kagaya with one slash, the already low morale collapsed entirely. The foreign soldiers scattered in panic, fleeing like dogs without homes, and the encirclement of the Imperial Guard naturally opened. The blood-stained commander of the guards rushed to Kagaya's side, knelt on one knee, and said with a guilty face, Your Highness, I failed in my duty, please punish me. No problem, Kagaya smiled slightly, you faced enemies several times your number, yet you fought bravely without fear. I am already very satisfied. Remember, when we return, properly settle the injured soldiers, and those who died in battle must be taken back and given a proper burial. Additionally, each soldier who participated in this battle should be given 30 gold coins, with double for those killed, ensuring it reaches their families. Thank you, Your Highness, the commander said gratefully. Most officials treated them like tools, speaking softly when using them but discarding them harshly, even killing them when unnecessary. Such a considerate superior as the princess was exceedingly rare in these times. Your Highness, these are brutal barbarians who may endanger the territory's security, the commander said. Now that the northern tribes have been routed and their morale is low, it's an excellent opportunity to wipe them out. I am willing to lead the Imperial Guard to eliminate them and prevent future troubles. Still burning with anger from being ambushed by some northern savages, the commander wanted to teach those barbarians a good lesson. Yes, that's true, Kagaya nodded lightly, but there's no need for you, I can handle it myself. Your Highness. The commander was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Just watch, Kagaya said with a smile. Having spoken, Kagaya raised her hand, as smooth and white as jade, spreading her delicate fingers. Her eyes shone like autumn water, glimmering like stars in the night sky. The commander curiously watched Kagaya, unsure what she was doing. Suddenly, as if he noticed something, he quickly looked up, and his pupils shrank. In the dark night sky, a faint light shone, illuminating the clouds, as if something were hidden among them. Suddenly, the clouds parted, and a gigantic meteor appeared in the sky. It was enormous, blocking out the sky, with a diameter of 100 meters. Surrounding it was a blazing fire caused by friction with the air, making it look like a giant fireball, strikingly visible in the dark night sky. What is that? The commander was stunned as if frozen in place, utterly shocked by what he saw. Could it be? The commander was startled, turning his head quickly to look at Kagaya beside him, who appeared calm and undisturbed. Yet, for some reason, he felt an eerie aura emanating from her that sent shivers down his spine. How could this be possible? Is this the power a human could possess? Perhaps only a legendary god could do this. While lost in thought, the colossal meteor in the sky, blazing brightly and trailing a long tail of flame, plummeted toward the ground. Chapter 246, How Disgusting. A dazzling light pierced the night sky, turning the dark sky bright as day in an instant, followed by a deafening boom echoing through the heavens. The earth shook violently as rocks on the ground shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. The shockwave, mixed with powerful gusts of wind, swept across the landscape like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. When people opened their eyes, they were stunned by the scene before them. A kilometer-wide crater appeared where the meteor had struck, so deep that its bottom could not be seen. The area around the crater was in chaos, rocks were pulverized, the ground was leveled, and the trees in the forest were cut off at their trunks, engulfed in raging flames, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. Kagaya, her jade-like fingers gently resting on her chin, nodded to herself in satisfaction. Though her power was suppressed and the impact wasn't as strong as in the Naruto world, she was pleased with the destruction she caused here. However, one drawback was the enormous chakra consumption due to the suppression, and even with Kagaya's strength, she couldn't use this move many times. But she wasn't concerned. This large-scale attack was excellent for dealing with a massive number of minor enemies, but against a true opponent, it was practically useless. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, virtually ineffective. With this, the northern tribes should be mostly wiped out, Kagaya said, clapping her hands, and turned to the still-dazed guard captain. You can clean up the aftermath and see if there are any stragglers. The captain snapped back to reality and quickly complied, but he couldn't help wanting to retort when he looked at the forest, now a wasteland in the distance. Any stragglers are probably roasted by now. In a shadowy corner, someone was stealthily trying to sneak away into the darkness. Mayor Eric, did I say you could leave? The voice, as melodious as a heavenly tune, suddenly sounded, freezing Mayor Eric in his tracks as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, a chill running down his spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably like a sieve. Your Highness, Mayor Eric stammered, forcing himself to turn around with a smile that was uglier than crying, his teeth chattering. If he had any thoughts about Kagaya before, he no longer did. He couldn't have imagined that the princess he thought was weak possessed such immense power. He regretted it to his core, and if given another chance, he would turn tail and run without hesitation, never to return. Unfortunately, in this world, there is no cure for regret, nor is there Doraemon's time machine. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Kagaya asked playfully, her pale fingers toying with a strand of silver hair. I'm innocent, Your Highness. Mayor Eric cried out, falling to his knees with a loud thud, sobbing bitterly. Kagaya was taken aback, thankful she wasn't drinking water, otherwise, she would have spat it out. The word innocent was so widely known that it made Kagaya think of those scenes of upright officials solving cases. But it was absurdly out of place here. Yet, Kagaya was curious to hear what he had to say. Go on. Your Highness, it was all Ted of the northern tribe's doing, Mayor Eric wailed. He forced me, I had no choice but to comply. Please, have mercy. Oh. Kagaya tilted her head, intrigued. Why would you be afraid of him? With her movement, her long hair cascaded like silk or mist, resembling moonlight pouring down. You don't know, he's powerful and has so many troops, I didn't dare resist, Mayor Eric said, snot and tears running down his face. I wanted to tell you, but I feared his retaliation, so I played along. I tried to inform you, but his soldiers watched closely, and I had no chance. So you're a loyal official? Kagaya's eyes blinked, her lips curling up slightly. I wouldn't dare call myself that, but I have always been devoted to your highness, Mayor Eric said with tears glistening in his eyes, looking pitiably at Kagaya. If he were a cute little girl, Kagaya might have considered it, but a bald fat man like him. He should just die. If you are so loyal, Kagaya said with a sweet smile, would you do something for me? I'd do anything, Mayor Eric said, seeing a glimmer of hope flash across his face, vowing earnestly, just leave it to me. Is that so? Kagaya's smile turned enigmatic, then please, go and die. As soon as the words left her lips, Kagaya raised her white arm, and a sharp blade flashed through the air. A long knife shot out swiftly, piercing through Eric, with its tip protruding from his back, as crimson blood slowly dripped from the blade. Mayor Eric stared in disbelief at the blade through his chest, raising his head, his face pale and lifeless, his lips twitching as if to speak, but he said nothing. His corpulent body collapsed to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Kagaya elegantly walked over and withdrew the knife from Eric's body, a line of blood spurting out. So disgusting, Kagaya muttered disdainfully, wiping the blade clean on Eric's clothes, her face showing clear disgust. Originally, she intended to toy with him, perhaps turning him into a human stick, but this guy was too revolting. His fat, ugly face was nauseating enough to make her retch, so it was better to kill him quickly. Seeing his expressions of despair turn to hope and then back to despair was quite amusing. It must be painful to be killed at the moment of hope. Kagaya thought with malicious amusement. In comparison, pretty girls are more worth training and are also more pleasing to the eye, reminding Kagaya of Seryu, still locked in the dungeon. Speaking of which, hopefully, she hasn't starved to death. Chapter 247, Mysterious Visitor. Due to the impact of the meteor, a huge circular crater appeared in what was once a vast and lush forest, resembling a giant volcanic crater. The soil inside the crater had crystallized due to the intense heat. Around the crater, the dense forest was leveled to the ground, revealing a scarred landscape stretching for kilometers. The raging fires had been extinguished, but sparks and wisps of smoke still rose faintly into the air. In this catastrophic event, over 5,000 northern tribesmen were obliterated in an instant, leaving not even ashes, as they were vaporized by the extreme heat. The few remnants who escaped were less than 1/10 of their original number. Such is the power of Tengai Shinsei. Your Highness, most of the remnants of the northern tribes have been eradicated. The few who remain are fleeing north. Should we order a pursuit? The guard captain, Ayasu, asked as he knelt before her. No need, Kagaya waved her hand dismissively. They're just ants. Letting them go won't change the outcome. Understood, Ayasu replied. Additionally, many commoners wish to see your highness to express their gratitude personally. That won't be necessary, Kagaya said, taking a sip of tea and sighing softly. Tell them to go back. There's no need to thank me. In fact, it's because of me that they suffered such a calamity. That's not true, Ayasu lifted his head and said earnestly. It was you who rescued them, freeing them from Eric's tyrannical rule. You gave them a new life. Ayasu, since when did you start flattering people? That's not like you, Kagaya chuckled. And no, that's not it, the young captain blushed slightly, coughing. I genuinely believe that. All right, enough with the compliments, Kagaya said, suddenly recalling something. Inform the chief of internal affairs to allocate some funds for the villagers here. Also, go to Eric's house immediately and seize everything there to prevent it from being moved. Yes, Ayasu replied, quickly departing to carry out the orders. Watching Ayasu's retreating figure, Kagaya fell into deep thought. The issues within her territory seemed more severe than she had imagined. Not only were the officials corrupt and oppressive, but they also had their own armed forces and even colluded with the northern tribes, secretly supplying them with weapons and equipment. If war were to break out, and these people collaborated with the northern tribes during intense battles, Kagaya's army would face enemies on both sides, creating significant problems for her. After all, Kagaya couldn't use Tengai Shinsei every time. Though its attack power was formidable, its consumption was equally tremendous, and she would only resort to it in extreme circumstances. She needed to conserve some chakra to handle unexpected situations. Using Tengai Shinsei this time was a calculated decision by Kagaya to showcase her immense power as a deterrent, warning those on the fence and those watching in secret to think twice before acting. As long as they didn't provoke her, Kagaya would not concern herself with them, but if they dared to challenge her, they should be prepared for a beating. Your Highness. A sweet and melodious voice pulled Kagaya out of her contemplation. She turned her head to see Fal and another girl about her age standing nearby. The girl was delicate and pretty, with features like a painting. She wore a light green dress, looking charming and cute. Kagaya was taken aback, recognizing her as the girl who had sought help earlier. Now clean and in new clothes, she appeared to be a budding beauty, surprising Kagaya. She was shyly looking at Kagaya, and upon meeting her gaze, quickly lowered her head. "What's the matter? Do you need something from me?" Kagaya asked, setting her teacup down and looking curious. "Your Highness, could you take her in?" Fal ran over, looking at Kagaya with hopeful eyes. "Why should I take her in?" Kagaya asked in surprise. "Can't you?" Fal's face showed disappointment. The little girl beside her trembled, biting her lip, her face pale. "No, that's not what I meant," Kagaya quickly clarified, feeling a bit helpless. "I meant, how did she end up here? What about her parents?" "Her parents were killed last night," Fal said softly. The girl's large, beautiful eyes welled up with tears, as if she wanted to cry but held back. "Oh, I see," Kagaya realized. The conflict last night resulted in many casualties, with over 100 villagers killed, leaving many families shattered. Among them were many children whose parents had been killed, leaving them homeless and destitute. Kagaya pondered that expecting these children to survive independently was unrealistic. Those with relatives might be okay, but those without any support would struggle to survive the winter. Being in the north, winters were extremely harsh, with freezing temperatures. The two little girls watched Kagaya nervously, looking pitiful as if awaiting a judge's verdict. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kagaya smiled at their pitiful gazes. "Don't worry, I didn't say I'd kick her out. How about this, she can stay here and return to the palace with us." "Thank you, Your Highness," Fal said happily, holding the girl's hand tightly as if they were sisters. Suddenly, Kagaya's gaze sharpened, and she told Fal, "You two go on. I have some official business to attend to. Inform everyone else that no one is to approach my room without my command." "Yes, Your Highness." Watching the two girls walk away, Kagaya smiled slightly, turning her attention to the window. "Since you're here, why not come in? I didn't expect Her Highness to hide such formidable power. Truly impressive." Chapter 248, The Targeted Princess. Standing in front of Kagaya was a woman with magnificent silver blue hair and deep, icy blue eyes. Her features were exquisite, with a queenly, almond-shaped face and crystal-clear white skin. Her figure was voluptuous, and she exuded a commanding aura with a captivating charm. Kagaya seemed unfazed, lounging lazily on a plush, comfortable sofa. She held a teacup in her pale hands, sipping from it before exhaling softly. Then, she looked up and smiled lightly, saying, "I'm surprised the Empire's strongest general, Isteth, has graced me with her presence. I'm truly honored." "Your Highness," Isteth said with a slight bow, her deep eyes fixed on Kagaya, her lips curling into a faint smile. "You are the one who surprises me." "I wonder what business General Isteth has with me today," Kagaya asked softly, placing her teacup on the table. "I heard there was a massive meteor strike on the town yesterday, and since Your Highness is here, I came to investigate," Isteth replied, her voice rich and magnetic, with an indescribable allure. "Thank you for your concern, General," Kagaya replied with a smile, shifting the conversation. "But surely you have other matters to discuss." "Indeed, Your Highness possesses incredible strength," Isteth said, her eyes gleaming with a barely noticeable excitement. "If possible, I would like to spar with you." "I'm sorry," Kagaya smiled gently, elegantly raising her teacup and taking another sip. "I have many affairs to attend to and cannot accompany you." "Is that so?" "What a pity," Isteth murmured, a glint of light flashing in her deep blue eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile. As soon as she spoke, 3 ice pillars materialized in the air beside Isteth, shooting toward Kagaya like lightning. However, when they reached within half a meter of Kagaya, it was as if an invisible force stopped them from advancing further. "General Isteth, is this how you show your manners?" Kagaya chuckled softly. "Such behavior doesn't suit someone of your esteemed rank." With Kagaya's gentle smile, the ice pillars hovering before her suddenly shattered, turning into glittering ice shards like tiny stars. The coldness they brought lingered briefly before dissipating into the air. "Forgive me for my impatience," Isteth said with a slight bow, raising her head with a determined gaze in her blue eyes. "Nonetheless, I look forward to facing Your Highness in battle." Watching Isteth's perfect figure gradually recede, Kagaya furrowed her brows slightly. She hadn't expected her display of power to attract Isteth so quickly, although given Isteth's competitive nature, it was only a matter of time before she came seeking a challenge. Still, Kagaya hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. Judging by Isteth's demeanor, she seemed to have set her sights on Kagaya, not out of any deep-seated hatred or conflict of interest, but perhaps simply because Isteth had found an intriguing opponent worth pursuing. After all, she was so powerful that she had no equals. However, this could pose quite a headache for Kagaya, not because she feared Isteth or believed she couldn't defeat her. The concern was that Isteth might interfere at a critical moment, causing complications for Kagaya. In truth, from a personal standpoint, Kagaya quite admired Esteth, but it was mere admiration. If Esteth ever stood in the way of her plans, Kagaya wouldn't hesitate to act decisively. A chill as cold as ice flashed through Kagaya's autumn water-clear eyes. Perhaps sensing Kagaya's intent, Esteth paused at the mansion's exit, turning back to gaze at the distant silhouette, the corner of her mouth curling into a smile. "Princess, what an interesting person," Esteth murmured, clutching her chest with a slight blush on her face. "But why is my heart racing? Is it the anticipation of the upcoming battle? Oh, wait." Suddenly recalling something, Esteth pulled a small booklet from her pocket, flipping through it carefully. A look of realization dawned on her strong-willed face. "So that's it," Esteth said, touching her blushing cheek as she glanced into the distance. "Is this what it feels like?" She held a small booklet with pink letters on the cover that read Love Guide. "In truth, dear girl, you're overthinking it." Meanwhile, as Kagaya was absorbed in her work, she suddenly shivered, a chill creeping up her spine. Looking up, she gazed out the window at the withering leaves in the autumn breeze and mused, winter is finally coming. There were many tasks to handle, such as resettling the villagers who had been displaced and injured during the chaos, rebuilding homes, dealing with corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants who had colluded with the former town chief, and appointing a new town chief while deploying troops to prevent further disturbances. The myriad issues kept Kagaya extremely busy, making her realize the necessity of recruiting capable administrators. Most of her subordinates were military officers, adept at leading troops into battle, but when it came to managing affairs, they were like ducks on a leash, likely less capable than she was. The only thing that offered Kagaya some respite was the prospect of confiscating assets. On the night Eric was executed, Kagaya ordered his mansion and properties to be surrounded by heavy troops to prevent any transfer of assets. The following day, during the confiscation, Kagaya discovered that Eric was a staggering embezzler, with millions of gold coins hidden in a secret underground chamber in his mansion. The place was filled to the brim with treasures, jewelry, jade, and priceless paintings, many bearing royal insignias. As for the common people's properties and lands he had seized, they were beyond estimation. But rather than feeling pleased, Kagaya was deeply troubled. If a minor town chief could run rampant, exploiting and oppressing the populace, hiding his actions while being so egregiously corrupt, what of the other areas in her territory? Chapter 249, Highway Robbery. The sky was high and the clouds were light, the cicadas cried in sorrow, the autumn wind was bleak, and the forest was drenched in color. The season had reached late autumn, and the weather gradually became cooler. Everything was withering, and white dew condensed into frost. Amidst the atmosphere of desolation, there was a strong sense of coldness. Yet the cold of late autumn did not dampen people's enthusiasm. When Her Highness the Princess left, the small town emptied, with crowds gathering along the roadsides to bid her farewell. Joy was evident on their faces. Unlike the forced smiles during her arrival, the residents were now genuinely cheerful and came of their own accord. The princess had removed the former town chief, Eric, freeing them from heavy taxation and oppressive tyranny, giving them a sense of rebirth from their previously miserable lives. Moreover, every household received a substantial compensation and a piece of land, which delighted them immensely. Seeing such a scene, Kagaya only smiled lightly and said nothing, as she still had many things to attend to. Unlike her arrival, the convoy leaving was significantly larger, with more than a dozen additional carriages laden with heavy goods, evidenced by the deep ruts they left in the ground. Indeed, the carriages were filled with gold coins and jewelry, all seized from the former town chief Eric's estate. After distributing a portion to the town's residents, the rest was claimed by Kagaya. "What, you think it should be handed over to the state?" Kagaya was not foolish enough to relinquish such a windfall once it had fallen into her lap, so she gladly accepted it. Though Kagaya had ample funds now, whoever complains about having too much money? Moreover, the time to spend the money hadn't arrived yet, but when it does, for example, in wartime or post-war reconstruction, it would flow like water, and Kagaya feared her current funds might still fall short. Due to the burden of transporting the gold-laden carriages and the fact that some roads were in disrepair and uneven, making travel difficult, the entire convoy moved slowly. Kagaya considered returning ahead of the convoy but thought better of it. This sum of money was no trifling amount, and various factions must have caught wind of it and might be lying in ambush. Furthermore, her troops were depleted from the previous battle, and their weapons and equipment had suffered significant damage, so Kagaya was concerned about their ability to defend the convoy adequately. Oh well, let's treat this as a sightseeing trip, Kagaya thought, comforting herself as she gazed at the desolate landscape outside the window. Only this season truly lacked any beautiful scenery. The flowers and grass had withered, most of the leaves had fallen, and everywhere were bare branches, casting ghostly shadows like flickering phantoms. However, this allowed Kagaya to enjoy a rare moment of peace, though it did not last long. Suddenly, the convoy halted as if something had happened up ahead. "What's going on?" Kagaya asked, pulling back the curtain with her fair hand to look outside. "It's nothing, Your Highness. There are a few bandits attempting a robbery ahead," the guard captain Ayasu reported, kneeling halfway and speaking in a deep voice. Robbery. Kagaya's clear eyes brightened with curiosity. Someone dared to rob the princess's convoy. Kagaya was intrigued by such audacity and wondered what kind of bandits would dare to commit such a brazen act. However, this place was indeed suitable for an ambush. It was a deep gorge flanked by towering peaks, with only a narrow, winding path in between. If there were ambushers on both sides, charging down the slope would indeed present a challenging situation of being attacked from both the front and rear. "I'll go take a look." Kagaya's soul burned with curiosity as she had never encountered a robbery before. "Your Highness, these roadside bandits are beneath your attention." "We can handle them," Ieyasu said sternly. "It's fine, I'm just going to take a look." Kagaya waved her hand dismissively. "I've made up my mind, so don't stop me." Seeing that her Highness was determined, Ieyasu did not press further, knowing that with her strength, there was no need for concern. "Your Highness, I want to come too," said Far, poking her golden head out of the carriage with a playful grin. "Let the adults handle this, and be good," Kagaya said, tapping her forehead. "Oh," Far replied, somewhat disappointed as she withdrew, originally eager to join the excitement. When Kagaya reached the front, she saw a group confronting the Imperial Guards ahead of the convoy. They wore grey robes, tightly wrapped to conceal their faces, and wielded a motley assortment of weapons that seemed quite old, showing signs of rust and decay. Kagaya paused briefly upon seeing them, then looked up at the peaks flanking them, a subtle smile forming on her lips. "So it's this group." The bandits flinched upon seeing Kagaya, instinctively retreating a few steps and gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on her. To them, she wasn't just a charming princess but a fierce, dangerous threat. Ahem, Kagaya approached gracefully and elegantly, looking up with a faint smile. "When did night raids start resorting to banditry?" The leader trembled, seemingly surprised that their identity had been revealed, and the rebels disguised as bandits tensed up immediately. They hadn't expected Kagaya to see through them so quickly, leaving them momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to them, all disguises were futile before Kagaya's ocular jutsu, utterly ineffective. Tensions escalated as both sides faced off, the air thick with anxiety, and a fierce battle seemed imminent. Retreat. Just as Kagaya thought the fight was about to break out, the group turned and fled without hesitation, like rabbits darting away. The sudden turn of events left Kagaya momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be a robbery? Why are they running now? Can't they show a bit of professionalism? Kagaya couldn't help but feel baffled. Chapter 250, Return to the Territory. I thought there would be a good show to watch, but it ended before it even began. Was this a diversion tactic, trying to draw the guards away from the carriage and then attack to steal the goods? However, Kagaya dismissed that thought. If that were the case, the canyon should have been heavily ambushed on both sides, waiting to attack once the guards left. Yet, under Kagaya's ocular jutsu, there was no ambush detected on either side of the canyon. With her perception, she would have sensed it immediately if there were any. Truly puzzling. After this minor episode, Kagaya couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but she soon returned to her relaxed state. The journey that followed was calm and uneventful, not a soul in sight, not even many dangerous beasts appeared, making it all rather dull. Fortunately, after more than a month of travel, Kagaya finally returned to her territory, ending the tedious journey. As soon as she returned, Air rushed over with a worried expression, telling Kagaya that she had left without saying goodbye. One day, she left a note and departed. The note expressed her gratitude to Her Highness for saving her and for the care during her stay but stated that she couldn't stay there long and wanted to return to her companions. She would find a way to repay Her Highness in the future. Her departure was within Kagaya's expectations, knowing that she couldn't stay at the palace indefinitely, as their goodwill hadn't reached that level, nor were they on the same side. Kagaya sighed softly, feeling a bit regretful, but there was nothing she could do. Just then, a sharp blade flashed toward Kagaya like lightning. Kagaya remained calm, showing no panic, as if she had expected it. She extended her fair fingers and flicked the blade lightly, causing it to lose balance and fly off. However, the attacker did not give up, twisting her wrist to leverage the rebounding force and launching another attack, this time aiming for Kagaya's fair neck. This move surprised Kagaya, not only neutralizing her force but also using it to launch another attack, akin to the technique of using force against force. In that moment of pause, the sharp blade was already before her, poised to cut her white neck. Kagaya stomped her foot, leaping back to dodge the deadly blow. Although she dodged the attack, Kagaya lost the initiative and fell into a disadvantageous position. The sharp blade followed closely, with horizontal slashes, diagonal cuts, and vertical chops, each move alarming, every stroke lethal, like a relentless storm, leaving no room to breathe. Seeing Kagaya flustered and struggling to fend off the attacks, the attacker smirked, letting out a light snort through her delicate nose, a hint of pride in her smile. However, her triumph was short-lived as a fair hand suddenly shot through the layers of blade shadows and grabbed her snow-white wrist. The attacker was shocked, trying to twist her wrist to redirect the blade, but it was too late. She felt a surge of force from her wrist, causing her to lose balance and lean forward uncontrollably. Still refusing to give up, she suddenly drew a sharp dagger from her thigh beneath her skirt and stabbed toward Kagaya's chest. You really do want to kill me, huh? Before the dagger could approach Kagaya, the arm holding it went numb at the elbow, losing all feeling, and the dagger slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. The attacker felt the world spin, and by the time she regained her senses, she was already in Kagaya's embrace. The one held in Kagaya's arms was a beautiful black-haired girl named Kurum. Not bad, you've improved quite a bit, Kagaya chuckled, sliding her hand under Kurum's skirt and feeling a soft, silky sensation akin to fine silk, making it irresistible. Kurum snorted softly, turning her head with a look of defiance, as if throwing a small tantrum. Kagaya chuckled softly, fully aware of why Kurum was upset, because she didn't take her along on the patrol. Initially, Kagaya wanted to bring her, but after some thought, she realized that if everyone left, who would watch over the palace? Although the guards were loyal, their skills were lacking, they could handle ordinary people, but dealing with experts was beyond them. And since the palace was Kagaya's stronghold, holding large amounts of money and important information, it would be troublesome if someone took advantage while they were away. Thus, reluctantly, Kagaya had Kurum stay behind to guard the place. It was unavoidable. It all came down to the fact that Kagaya had too few capable subordinates. Seeing Kurum's pouting, which made her even more adorable, Kagaya couldn't help but increase her grip, gently stroking the smooth skin from the back to the front, finding it soft and supple without any excess flesh. Feeling Kagaya's touch, Kurum snorted, turning her head away, still feigning anger, though her ears flushed slightly red. Kagaya's hand caressed Kurum's flat stomach, but seemingly dissatisfied, she moved upwards, feeling the lace-like texture of her undergarment, knowing it was the bra restraining her small chest. Blocked from further progress, Kagaya was undeterred and continued her exploration, reaching behind Kurum and deftly unfastening the small clasp. The two small, tender mounds popped free from their confines. Kagaya smirked, gently holding the soft mounds in her hands. Kagaya sat elegantly with a teacup cradled in her fair hands, steam rising from the cup like a wisp of white mist. She took a gentle sip, the fragrant tea spreading throughout her mouth. Life was indeed quite good now. With the redness of the slap on her face yet to fade, Kagaya mused. Being able to live leisurely every day was indeed enjoyable, traveling, shopping, trying delicious foods, teasing little girls, and even some training. Wait, Kagaya suddenly recalled, there seemed to be something she forgot. She pondered for a moment before it dawned on her, there was someone she had left in the dungeon. Chapter 251, That's Too Bullying. The dungeon was dark and eerie, with only a few dim oil lamps flickering along the sides of the corridor, casting shadowy glows. Walking under the faint light, shadows loomed around. Descending the stairs, the coldness intensified, and the air was filled with the stench of rotting earth. The dungeon was deathly silent, the only sounds were the echoing of footsteps and faint heartbeats, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Though the dungeon appeared as bright as day to Kagaya, she habitually took a lamp, and with light steps, she swiftly reached the front of a cell. In the lamp's bright light, Kagaya saw a girl curled up on a pile of straw inside. It was Seiryu, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Apparently disturbed by the light, Seiryu lifted her head and shielded her eyes with her hand, squinting against the brightness. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, her eyes were unaccustomed to the harsh light. Her once pretty face was now much thinner, with an unhealthy pallor, and her spirit seemed listless and weak. How have you been lately? Kagaya asked as she walked over and crouched down with a smile. Recognizing Kagaya, Seiryu snorted lightly and turned her head away, clearly showing her hostility toward Kagaya. She clutched her stomach, too weak to even hurl insults, indicating she had suffered greatly during this time. What, don't want to talk to me? Kagaya asked with a smile. Seiryu turned her back on Kagaya, lying sideways on the straw, motionless and seemingly ignoring Kagaya's words as if she hadn't heard them. Well, Kagaya said, scratching her silver hair apologetically, I'm sorry about before, I didn't think to instruct the servants to prepare some tasty food for you. Just then, Seiryu turned her head back, eyes filled with anger, and shouted loudly, Stop pretending, I will never submit to you. Before she finished her sentence, a gurgle sound emanated from her stomach, causing her face to turn red with embarrassment. She bit her lip, glaring at Kagaya with eyes full of defiance, as if ready to fight to the end. I was going to let you out, Kagaya sighed, but since you don't want to leave, I won't force you. Hearing this, Seiryu paused, then turned away, snorting coldly, no matter how you try to sweet-talk me, it won't work. Since you're so adamant, I'll be going, Kagaya said, taking a paper-wrapped item from her bag. This is osmanthus cake made by Chef Air. It's quite good, do you want to try it? After unwrapping the paper, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, fresh and elegant with a hint of floral scent. Of course, the flower wasn't osmanthus, which didn't exist in this world, but another type that was even more fragrant. Seiryu's eyes seemed to be drawn to the cake in Kagaya's hand, and she couldn't help swallowing hard. Realizing Kagaya was watching her, she snorted and turned her head away, her gaze still flickering with interest. If you don't want it, I'll eat it myself, Kagaya chuckled. Opening her red lips, she took a small bite, and the sweet, soft fragrance spread through her mouth, leaving a lingering taste. Suddenly, Saryu turned around, her eyes full of longing, reaching out as if to speak. But seeing Kagaya finish the cake in just a few bites, her face fell, looking utterly dejected. I'll be leaving, Kagaya said, wiping her lips with a white handkerchief, and turned to leave. As she was about to go, she added, since you don't seem to like eating, your bread rations will be halved from now on. That's too cruel. Saryu shouted, biting her lip, her fists clenched tightly, eyes burning with rage. Saryu had been surviving on a small piece of hard, rock-like black bread each day. Though small and tasteless, it was just enough to barely sustain her. If halved again, there would be only a fist-sized piece left. How cruel. Since you don't enjoy it anyway, Kagaya laughed, I'll be going. Let me know when you've made up your mind. With that, Kagaya turned and walked away. I will never yield to you. Saryu shouted angrily, grabbing a stone and hurling it at Kagaya with all her might. Unfortunately, due to prolonged malnutrition, her body was extremely weak, lacking any strength. The stone merely hit the distant wall with a thud and bounced off. I will not give in, Saryu whispered to herself as she watched Kagaya's retreating figure, as if trying to convince herself. Suddenly, Saryu seemed to remember something, urgently standing up and searching the ground for something. Finding nothing, she moved to the straw pile but still found nothing. Her face showed anxiety, she couldn't find today's piece of black bread. Her daily food was already very limited, barely enough to fill her stomach. Without today's ration of black bread, she'd have to endure the gnawing hunger again, a pain she wished to avoid. Where could it be? Suddenly, Saryu froze, realization dawning. Clutching the iron bars, she peered out and saw her black bread in the far corner against the wall. In her anger earlier, she had thrown the black bread at Kagaya, mistaking it for a stone. Because the bread was hard as a rock and looked like one, she hadn't noticed before throwing it. Defeated, Saryu slumped down as if drained of all energy, hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms. Her body shook with silent sobs, and soon, the sound of her weeping echoed in the silent cell. She was crying. Saryu had never been treated so harshly or suffered such hardship, it was truly too much. She had long contemplated giving in. But seeing Kagaya, all her grievances and suffering surged forth, uncontrollable. She regretted speaking as soon as she did, but pride kept her from yielding or begging that hateful person for mercy. But she could no longer endure the hunger and torment each day brought. What should she do now? Would she have to return to her previous life? The thought sent a shiver through her. Reflecting on her recent hardships, Saryu could no longer hold back and began to cry loudly, clutching her knees. Chapter 252, Interrogate the Girl. Just as Saryu was sobbing uncontrollably, she suddenly sensed something. She lifted her tear-filled eyes to find the silver-haired girl, who had just left, now standing before her again. This time she was smiling, extending a white handkerchief with her snow-white arm. Wipe your face, Kagaya said with a light laugh, you look like a mess. Saryu quickly wiped her eyes with her sleeve and turned her head away. Full of defiance, she had no intention of showing weakness to the person who was tormenting her. If you don't want this, Kagaya said, tucking the handkerchief away and pulling out another item, offering it to her, then how about this? It was something wrapped in paper, with a piece exposed that emitted a pleasing fragrance. It was the osmanthus cake Kagaya had shown earlier. The delicate, translucent cake still bore a crescent-shaped bite mark from when Kagaya had tasted it. Glancing at the osmanthus cake in Kagaya's hand, Saryu huffed arrogantly, turned away, and appeared unmoved, though secretly she couldn't help swallowing. Actually, we've only met a few times, and there isn't any deep hatred between us, Kagaya said thoughtfully as she approached, so why are you so hostile toward me? At this, Saryu suddenly turned around, her eyes blazing with anger, and she said fiercely, you cruel, ruthless person, you've committed so many heinous crimes, have you forgotten? Even though I've been captured, justice will never yield to evil. What? Kagaya was puzzled, feeling it was all nonsense. Cruel, ruthless, heinous crimes, what is this all about? I don't think I've done anything bad, Kagaya said, pinching her chin with her fair fingers, confused. How hypocritical, still trying to hide your crimes, Saryu said furiously. In the capital, you murdered Count Atron's family and their guards, and not only that, but you also burned their house to destroy the evidence. Do you dare deny it? Count Atron. Kagaya paused, not recalling knowing any count. Have you committed so many crimes that you've forgotten? Saryu said indignantly. The Atron family was kind-hearted, often aiding the poor with clothes and food, and Miss Arya even invited the homeless to be their guests. Such a good family, yet you killed them all. Saryu was indignant, puffed up with anger, and even her normally pale face was slightly flushed. What is all this? A complete mess. Kagaya felt more puzzled, she didn't recognize any of them. Wait a minute, Arya. Kagaya seemed to recall something, her mouth twitching, lines of frustration appearing. That psycho girl she had once killed, wasn't she named Arya? Her family was kind-hearted. Kagaya was speechless. If that twisted family could be called kind-hearted, then there would be no unkind people left in the world. You have nothing to say, do you? Seiryu said, raising her head and snorting, furthermore, you cruelly murdered over 100 innocent civilians in the capital. Can you deny it? Murdered innocent civilians? Kagaya said blankly, when did I ever kill innocent civilians? I don't recall. Are you trying to deny it? Seiryu shouted angrily, in that tall building full of lanterns in the southwestern corner of the capital. Southwestern corner? Kagaya frowned, pondering for a moment, then remembered. Feeling a bit exasperated, she realized the place was the red light district, and the building was where drug dealers forced girls into prostitution with drugs. Those people were innocent civilians. Kagaya nearly laughed aloud. If they were innocent civilians, then even dogs could claim to be human. You're speechless, aren't you? Seiryu said angrily, you're a heinous, unforgivable person. Do you have any humanity left? And Eric, the town mayor, an honest man who loved helping others, yet you killed him for his wealth. You're simply heartless. Seiryu spoke passionately, her inner grievances pouring out, making her feel much better. But suddenly, she realized something and froze. Oh no, what have I done? Seiryu regretted it immediately. She wished she could knock some sense into herself, she had actually blurted out all her thoughts and even cursed at that person. That ruthless person, what if she became angry and tortured her again? Nervously, Seiryu glanced at Kagaya and saw her expression dark, her face like a stormy sea before a tempest, sending chills down her spine. Seiryu shivered involuntarily. Kagaya frowned, her pretty face growing solemn, clearly realizing something. Earlier, Kagaya had regarded Seiryu's words as a joke, finding them amusing. After all, the capital was full of spies, and people like Zanku with foresight were bound to discover her identity. If the first two incidents could be traced, then they were understandable, but the last matter, the execution of Mayor Eric, was peculiar. This happened after Seiryu was captured and imprisoned. How could she know about events happening tens or even hundreds of kilometers away while in the dungeon? Could there be a spy within the territory? Kagaya's smile vanished, and she stepped lightly, approaching Seiryu, her face icy cold, as she asked sternly, how do you know about Mayor Eric? This was the first time Seiryu had seen Kagaya show such a terrifying expression. Her eyes, like autumn water, radiated a chilling coldness, and her beautiful face was dark and intimidating, a stark contrast to her earlier warmth. What do you mean? Seiryu's heart raced, and she turned her head awkwardly, I don't know what you're talking about. How did you, from inside the dungeon, learn about events outside? Kagaya's gaze grew colder, like the moonlight casting a bone-chilling frost. Kagaya furrowed her brow and slowly paced toward Seiryu. With each step, the aura around her intensified, and by the time she reached Seiryu, the overwhelming and frigid presence left Seiryu pale with fear. Chapter 253, A Young Girl's Dilemma. Why should I tell you? Seiryu snorted, feigning defiance, though there was a hint of unease in her heart. Forget it, Kagaya waved her hand, seemingly bored. Even if you don't tell me, I will find out. With that, Kagaya turned and walked out of the dungeon. As her light footsteps faded away, Seiryu's heart sank deeper into despair, her face showing a hint of fear about the miserable future she foresaw for herself in the dungeon. Just as Kagaya was about to leave the dungeon, she suddenly turned back and looked at the orange-haired girl. Seeing Kagaya turn, Seiryu hurriedly hid her downcast expression, pretending to be indifferent. From today, you are released, Kagaya said with a slight smile, finding Seiryu's attempt to appear composed somewhat amusing. Hearing Kagaya's words, Seiryu was momentarily stunned. She had expected Kagaya to mock her, not to release her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. But there are conditions. You cannot leave this palace. If you leave without permission and get caught, you will be locked up in this dungeon again, Kagaya said, playing with a strand of her hair, smiling. Then it won't be so easy for you to get out. Who needs you to release me? Seiryu lifted her head, pretending to be disdainful. I was fine here. Oh, really? Kagaya looked at her with a half-smile. Under Kagaya's scrutinizing gaze, Seiryu felt uneasy, regretting what she had just said. But the words were already spoken, and she could only brace herself. Fortunately, Kagaya did not pursue the matter further and opened the lock of the dungeon, which allowed Seiryu to relax a bit. It's your choice to come out or stay, Kagaya said with a smile. If you choose to stay in the dungeon, that's your decision. With that, Kagaya turned and walked out of the dungeon. With the dungeon door open, Seiryu was overjoyed at the prospect of finally leaving this wretched place. It felt like a release, almost unreal, but she was eager to leave. Without hesitation, she dragged her weak body out of the dungeon and into the open. Seeing Kagaya's unguarded back ahead of her, a thought suddenly surged in Seryu's mind, to take advantage of Kagaya's inattention and kill her. Although weak now, Kagaya likely didn't expect her to act, perhaps. Seryu's heart raced uncontrollably. She couldn't help but clench her fist, which held a sharp little knife hidden inside her body, always with her. Should she take this chance to kill Kagaya? If she did, everything would be over, and she would avenge the innocent civilians harmed by Kagaya. Seryu's eyes brightened, but another thought crept into her mind. What if she failed to kill her? Knowing Kagaya's strength, failing would surely provoke Kagaya's wrath, and given her cruel nature, Kagaya would likely torment her further. The thought chilled Seryu from head to toe. While the orange-haired girl was caught in her inner turmoil, she was unaware that Kagaya walking ahead was smirking subtly. With Kagaya's cautious nature, she was never truly unguarded. Even someone with minor strength could pose a threat if she was careless. Many powerful individuals have fallen to lesser opponents through unforeseen circumstances. If Seryu dared to act, Kagaya would simply throw her back into the dungeon and teach her a hard lesson. But disappointingly for Kagaya, Seryu didn't make a move, instead following her quietly out of the dungeon. At this moment, a pretty girl with pink hair appeared from a distance. "Air. Princess, the meal is ready. Please come and dine," Air said, bowing slightly. Noticing someone unfamiliar beside the princess, she asked curiously, "Who is this?" Seeing the unfamiliar orange-haired girl behind Kagaya, Air was a bit surprised. "Nothing, just a new maid," Kagaya replied. Though she's a bit disobedient. "Is that so?" "Hello, I'm Air," Air said with a slight tilt of her head, smiling. "Hello, I'm Seryu," Seryu replied, managing a forced smile. Although she disliked Kagaya, she felt no animosity towards this girl. "Please arrange a room for her," Kagaya said, suddenly thoughtful. "And make sure she has a good bath, don't want her dirtying the place." Seryu's face flushed red, glaring at Kagaya angrily, as if she wanted to attack her out of shame and rage. After staying in the dungeon for 2 months, where she couldn't wash properly, Seryu's body had developed an unpleasant odor. Watching Air and Seryu walk away, Kagaya smiled, unconcerned. Air had a kind nature, was gentle, considerate, and naturally endearing. Seryu, though somewhat twisted inside and ruthless to those she deemed evil, was kind to ordinary people and enjoyed helping others, as seen when she helped the lost Tatsumi in the original story. Kagaya wasn't worried Seryu would harm Air, and more importantly, Kagaya had already placed a curse seal in Seryu's body, a power to control someone's will through eye techniques, so she wasn't worried about Seryu running away. Kagaya returned to the parlor, sat on the sofa, and held a delicate porcelain teacup in her hands. As she sipped, a breath of aromatic tea rose like mist, and her gaze turned to the window. With a sense of foreboding, she mused that a fierce battle was on the horizon. Chapter 254, The Beginning of the War. It seemed that over the past 2 months, Seryu had truly been starving. After taking a bath, she devoured the exquisite dishes on the table with no regard for her image, ignoring even Kagaya's teasing. However, because of her prolonged hunger, she couldn't eat too much to avoid protein poisoning. So after a short while, Air removed the dishes and served a light vegetable porridge instead. Seryu, however, did not appreciate this gesture, assuming that Kagaya was deliberately making things difficult for her, her face full of resentment. Kagaya chuckled, indifferent to Seryu's attitude. In the days that followed, Seryu's health gradually improved. She no longer looked as sickly as before, though her body remained somewhat weak and required more time to recuperate fully. During this time, she behaved surprisingly well, she didn't try to escape or cause trouble, which surprised Kagaya. Kagaya had initially thought that once Seryu recovered, she would be less compliant. Unexpectedly, the girl was quite obedient. Moreover, to Kagaya's surprise, Seryu got along well with Air. They were often seen together, almost inseparable. Seryu even listened to Air more than she did to Kagaya. Perhaps it was because Seryu lost her mother at a young age and craved maternal affection, Kagaya speculated mischievously. By this time, it was late autumn and early winter, with everything withering away, and the cold wind blowing fiercely. There was no more lush green outside the window, only a bleak and dreary scene. The withered leaves swayed in the biting cold wind, adding to the sense of desolation. Dark clouds loomed outside, covering the sky. In the howling cold wind, the autumn rain fell like threads and strands, lightly tapping on the glass with a clear, pleasant sound. At this moment, Kagaya sat lazily on the sofa, her eyes, as clear as autumn water, gazing at the scenery outside the window. Her hands held a delicate porcelain teacup, sipping occasionally. Steam rose from the cup, and the fresh, elegant aroma of tea filled the air. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached, breaking the tranquility of the room. The door suddenly opened, and Guard Captain Ayasu rushed in. "Your Highness, something's wrong," Guard Captain Ayasu said urgently. "What is it? What's happened?" Kagaya asked calmly, sipping her tea and gazing out the window. There are people spreading rumors in the streets, slandering you, Your Highness, Ieyasu said solemnly. According to reports from spies, rumors were being spread not only in the imperial capital but even in rural areas. People were wantonly spreading falsehoods, accusing the princess of wantonly killing innocents, being cruel and violent, a merciless tyrant. These rumors were vivid and seemingly credible, fabricating tales like the murder of the earl's family, framing the honest and kind-hearted mayor, harming ordinary citizens, and so on, described so vividly that they were almost believable. As expected, Kagaya snorted coldly, unsurprised. Recalling what she heard from Seiryu in the dungeon, Kagaya had already anticipated such tactics, manipulating public opinion to slander and tarnish her image, turning her into a public enemy. This tactic wasn't unusual because, in the original story, the minister and his death used this method to vilify Night Raid, forcing them to retaliate. However, the target wasn't Night Raid this time, it was her. However, this wouldn't have any substantial impact, nor would it cause much harm to Kagaya. Unlike Night Raid, Kagaya didn't need to worry about her image because she owned vast territories and had loyal citizens. In her domain, she was the supreme ruler. The residents first thought of Princess Kagaya before the emperor because they were directly under her jurisdiction, epitomizing the saying, "The mountains are high, and the emperor is far away." Moreover, Kagaya implemented reforms in her territory, eradicated corrupt officials, abolished taxes, distributed land, and even helped the poor. Her reputation was high, and she had many supporters who wouldn't change their perception of her because of a few rumors, as they had genuinely benefited from her actions. What worried Kagaya wasn't the rumors but the possibility that the ministers might take further actions, which could be troublesome. Keep a close eye on the rumors and increase patrols within the territory. If you find anyone suspicious spreading these rumors, arrest them immediately, Kagaya instructed. Then, she asked, "How many soldiers do we have in the territory now?" "We currently have nearly 10,000 soldiers, but 4,000 of them are new recruits, undergoing training." "Your Highness, do you?" Ieyasu hesitated. "All right," Kagaya nodded, considering for a moment. "Send 5,000 veterans to the northern pass, and take the city defense equipment from the territory with you, including the 20 cannons in the warehouse. Also, have Kurum accompany you. If she refuses, tell her that her sister will appear there." Ieyasu was bewildered by Kagaya's sudden orders, hesitantly asking, "Your Highness, if we do that, with the soldiers guarding various places, won't there only be a little over 1,000 soldiers left to guard the palace?" "Just follow my instructions," Kagaya said, standing up and looking at the continuous autumn rain outside the window, murmuring, "It seems something big is about to happen." "Your Highness, you mean?" Ieyasu asked in shock, realizing something. "This winter will come earlier than usual and will be harsher. The northern tribes are lacking clothes and food, and it will be a difficult winter for them," Kagaya said softly. "You mean they will attack your territory, Your Highness?" Ieyasu asked in surprise. "They have already witnessed your strength, Your Highness. They wouldn't be so foolish. When people are driven by hunger, they can do anything," Kagaya replied with a soft laugh. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and a guard, panting heavily and covered in sweat, rushed in. "Your Highness, bad news. The Northern Tribe's army has launched a full-scale attack on the territory." Chapter 255, By Any Means Necessary. Captain of the Guard Ieyasu trembled, his eyes widening as he involuntarily glanced at the silver-haired girl standing by the window, deeply shocked. Could it be that the princess had already foreseen this? Kagaya's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she spoke. "I remember the pass has more than 2,000 stationed troops, and there are city defense weapons. How could it have been breached so quickly?" "Reporting to Your Highness," the guard kneeling on the ground respectfully replied. "Originally, with the stationed troops' defense, the northern tribes suffered heavy casualties and could not gain the upper hand. But the revolutionaries hidden in the city suddenly rose up, and with the addition of Night Raid, they attacked from both inside and outside, leading to the fall of the pass." "The revolutionary army, Night Raid." Kagaya pinched her smooth chin with her white fingers, pacing back and forth before suddenly looking up. "How many revolutionaries are there? How many from Night Raid?" "There aren't many revolutionaries, only about 100, and it's unclear how many Night Raid members are there, but it seems to be around 6 or 7, the guard said. "Order all spies to be deployed and find out their exact location," Kagaya commanded. "Yes," the guard replied, rising and hurrying away. "These revolutionaries pretend to be noble but are nothing more than petty thieves, willing to collude with northern tribes for victory," Kagaya scoffed, gazing out at the autumn rain. "Don't they realize that letting these wolves in will cause great harm to the Empire's people? They proclaim justice, yet secretly engage in countless shameful deeds," Captain of the Guard Ieyasu added gravely. "In my view, they are merely pursuing the highest power. Even if they truly overthrow the Empire, it might not be any better." Kagaya suddenly turned and said solemnly, "Order the entire army into combat readiness. We depart at dawn. Tell them the war has begun." "Understood," Captain Ieyasu bowed and left. Kagaya held the revolutionary army in contempt. In her eyes, they were nothing but hypocrites, flaunting the banner of overthrowing the empire's tyranny while engaging in petty theft. To win, they went as far as inviting wolves into their midst, disregarding the lives of civilians. Everyone knew what would happen if the brutal northern tribes entered the heartland. Sooner or later, she would wipe them all out. A cold gleam flashed in Kagaya's clear, transparent eyes. She reached for her teacup, only to find it empty. Setting the porcelain cup down, she suddenly thought of Seo. Usually, Shio would be the one to serve her tea at this time, and her absence felt unfamiliar. Due to Kagaya's implementation of new reform measures, such as reducing taxes, adjusting land distribution, and conducting population surveys, all required personnel. With no one suitable around, Seo volunteered for the task. It was then Kagaya discovered that Seo, besides her martial skills, also possessed considerable talent in internal affairs. Perhaps it had something to do with having a village chief for a grandfather. With his age, he was becoming less capable of handling affairs, and Shio's assistance was what kept the village running smoothly. Now, with Seo overseeing more than just a small village but the entire territory, Kagaya's prior guidance made it manageable for her. However, this left Kagaya without someone to pour her tea. At that moment, a graceful figure approached, picking up the teapot and pouring the faintly green tea into the porcelain cup. "Thank you, heir," Kagaya smiled slightly. The girl with pink hair and a dignified appearance before her was heir. "Your Highness, it is my duty," heir replied softly, bowing. "Thanks are still in order," Kagaya said, reclining slightly against the sofa back with a lazy demeanor. "By the way, how has Seryu been behaving lately? Is she still being good?" "Yes, she's been quiet, just frequently inquiring about the Imperial Army," heir replied softly. "That's surprising," Kagaya chuckled. "I thought she'd have tried to escape at the first opportunity." "Your Highness, forgive my boldness, but I feel Sarayu isn't a bad girl," heir dared to say. "She must have some misunderstanding about you, which is why she acts this way. She's actually a girl filled with a sense of justice, perhaps a bit extreme, but her nature is good." "Is that so?" Kagaya toyed with a lock of her hair, smiling. "It seems Sarayu is quite skilled if she has my little maid speaking on her behalf." Heir's face turned pale upon hearing Kagaya's words, and she hurriedly knelt, anxiously saying, "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I had no such intention. You rescued us three sisters from a den of evil, freeing us from a miserable fate, and gave us a beautiful life now. We are always grateful for your great kindness and are loyal to you with no other intentions. Please understand this, Your Highness." "I was only joking, get up," Kagaya said, reaching out to help heir to her feet, feeling amused. Was she really that intimidating? Heir stood, still somewhat uneasy. Although she appeared composed and gentle, like an elder sister, she was still just a teenager. The fear of authority was almost innate, especially toward the princess she admired, and she worried about any misunderstanding. "Rest assured, I was truly just joking." "I'm sorry for causing any misunderstanding," Kagaya said, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Seeing that the princess seemed genuinely unconcerned, heir relaxed a bit. At that moment, as Kagaya gazed at the autumn rain outside the window, she suddenly said, "You may go now. I have some matters to think over." "Yes, Your Highness," heir replied, bowing as she left. Watching heir's graceful departure, the silver-haired girl lounging on the sofa slightly curled her lips. Her clear eyes glanced toward the dimly lit corner, her lips parting slightly. "Since you're here, you might as well come out." Chapter 256, Jumping Clown. In the dim light, a figure stepped forward. She had short white hair and a beautiful, heroic face. Her tall, slender figure was striking, especially her prominent chest. She wore a black suit that accentuated her alluring charm and bold spirit. Kagaya recognized this woman. She was none other than Negenda, the boss of Night Raid. "I never expected you to be the princess." "What a surprise," Negenda said with a smile as she looked at Kagaya. Negenda had seen Kagaya before and had even fought her, but Kagaya had been wearing a fox mask at the time, concealing her true face. However, her figure could not be hidden, and when Negenda saw a portrait of Kagaya, she had a premonition. Now, it seemed her intuition was correct. "You are the real surprise, the boss of Night Raid," Kagaya replied with a light smile. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for coming here alone?" A powerful killing intent erupted from Kagaya, overwhelming and immense, like a tsunami crashing over Negenda. Negenda instantly felt a weight pressing down on her, the powerful aura making it hard to breathe, as if she were trapped in quicksand. She gritted her teeth, struggling to resist. Then Kagaya's frosty expression broke into a smile, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. The oppressive aura vanished as if it had never existed. Negenda felt the pressure lift, the weight vanishing like a mountain removed from her shoulders, but by then, she was already drenched in sweat, cold sweat trickling down her back. Facing the smiling silver-haired girl, Negenda took a deep breath, her expression becoming serious. "This person might be more formidable than I thought." I believe someone as refined as you wouldn't resort to such actions, Najenda said, stepping forward with a smile. What makes you think I won't? Kagaya replied with a light smile, holding a delicate porcelain cup and taking a sip, savoring the fragrance. For some reason, she found herself increasingly fond of tea. A person like your highness wouldn't stoop to such measures, Najenda said confidently, moving forward to sit casually on the sofa opposite Kagaya. I use whatever means are necessary for the people I deal with, Kagaya replied with a meaningful smile. For those of poor character, I have no mercy. Is your highness referring to anyone in particular? Najenda asked, crossing her long, slender legs and looking at Kagaya. Not at all. I'm not targeting anyone specifically, Kagaya replied with a light laugh. I'm just saying that all people of poor character are trash. I think your highness might have some misunderstandings about Night Raid, Najenda said, sitting up straight and speaking candidly. I admit we used some dishonorable tactics to breach the city defenses and let the northern tribes in, but this is to overthrow the empire's tyrannical rule and save the people suffering in misery. Kagaya chuckled, placing her teacup on the table with interest. Before you say that, you seem to forget one thing. I am the princess of the so-called tyrannical empire you speak of. Even though you are the princess, it's clear you're different from the tyrannical rulers, Najenda said, her gaze steady on Kagaya. You eradicate corrupt officials and local tyrants, implement reforms, abolish taxes, and distribute land, showing you are a good person who loves the people. I'm not as great as you say, and there's no need to flatter me, Kagaya replied with a light laugh, indifferent. Just say what you have to say. I know your highness has ambitions to change the empire, Najenda continued, her tone serious. But have you thought about the emperor and Minister Honest? They won't sit idly by and watch your power grow. Eventually, they will see you as a thorn in their side. After all that, what are you trying to say? Kagaya asked, lounging lazily on the sofa and yawning, as if a bit tired. The Revolutionary Army and Night Raid have grown strong enough to contend with the Empire's forces, Najenda said solemnly. And your highness has the desire to change this tyrannical rule. What I propose is that we join forces to overthrow the minister's tyranny. Is that all? Kagaya asked, reclining on the sofa, looking sleepy. Seeing that Kagaya seemed unmoved, Najenda continued, if the revolution succeeds, the people will have a new life. We will ensure that you can continue your current status, and if you wish, you can even ascend the throne. If that's all you have to say, you may leave now, Kagaya replied, sitting up and stretching, her perfect figure revealed. Your highness, won't you reconsider? Najenda asked urgently, unsure where she had failed to persuade Kagaya. Can you guarantee that you're starting this war for the people? Kagaya asked, sitting up and staring at Najenda. Yes, I can guarantee it, Najenda answered firmly. Can you guarantee the Revolutionary Army is also doing it for the people? Kagaya asked seriously. Can you ensure they have no personal motives? Under Kagaya's clear gaze, the words Najenda wanted to say were swallowed back. She couldn't guarantee it. Can you ensure the Revolutionary Army won't become another empire's army after victory? Kagaya asked coldly. Najenda's face froze, and she fell silent. Can't guarantee it, can you? Kagaya snorted coldly, turning to look at the autumn rain outside. In my eyes, they're just a group of clowns using public sentiment to gain power. Now, to win, they show their true nature, going so far as to let the brutal northern tribes in. Kagaya suddenly turned, her clear eyes filled with icy anger. Don't they know how many people will die because of this? Chapter 257, Come with me, let's kill. Najenda ultimately could not persuade Kagaya. She paused and looked back at the princess's palace, recalling Kagaya's resolute words. If you cannot protect the people of this country, then I will. When the princess spoke these words, they were powerful and resonant, with an unparalleled sincerity that made Najenda feel a bit ashamed of herself. In truth, she did not agree with the Revolutionary Army's decision to bring the northern tribes into the country. She knew how much harm they could cause to the people. But she had convinced herself it was necessary to overthrow the empire's cruel rule and achieve ultimate victory. Yet Kagaya's righteous words moved her, causing her to waver. Could it be that what she was doing was wrong? Najenda quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the thought. She believed that only by joining forces with the northern tribes could they defeat the mighty imperial army. However, with a princess like Kagaya, her people were likely very fortunate. Najenda took one last look at the princess's palace amidst the drizzling autumn rain and turned to leave. Kagaya watched Najenda's figure disappear into the distance through the window, sipping her tea with a sigh. Najenda had come hoping to form an alliance with Kagaya to overthrow Minister Honest. Even if Kagaya refused, Najenda hoped to persuade her to allow their army to pass through her territory and launch an attack on the imperial capital. But unfortunately, Kagaya could not join forces with them and would never allow the northern tribes to pass through her land. Allowing them through would bring great harm to her territory and damage her reputation, something she would never allow. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a crisp knocking sound came from the door. "Come in." An orange-haired girl entered, her figure delicate and her face beautiful. It was Seiryu. "What do you want?" Seiryu said bluntly, still not very friendly toward Kagaya, turning her head slightly. "Nothing much, I have something for you," Kagaya said with a slight smile. "What is it?" Seiryu asked, lifting her chin defiantly, sounding displeased. "You want to eliminate evil and promote justice, right?" Kagaya asked, holding her teacup and taking a slow sip. "So what if I do? What are you up to?" Seiryu looked at Kagaya suspiciously, wondering if this was some kind of scheme. "Nothing." "Since you agreed," Kagaya said, a sly smile playing on her lips as she blinked her captivating eyes, "come with me to kill some people." The next morning. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and a light drizzle fell. The cold autumn wind blew gently, carrying a biting chill. In the square outside the princess's palace, 5,000 fully armed soldiers were ready to march. At the princess's command, the army set off toward the north. The roads were muddy and difficult to traverse due to the rain. The soldiers trudged along, their steps sinking into the ground. Fortunately, they had practiced marching in harsh weather during training, so while progress was slow, it was manageable. Kagaya rode a white horse, dressed in red and black attire, with a long sword at her waist. Her long silver hair was tied back, and her beautiful face, though less seductive, exuded a sense of heroism, catching the eye. Her horse was tall and armored, presenting an imposing sight that complemented Kagaya perfectly. Flanking her were Seiryu and Kurum. Seiryu seemed to still hold a grudge over her time in the dungeon, showing Kagaya little kindness. However, she was kind and cheerful with others, like an energetic girl next door. Initially, Seiryu had no intention of joining the campaign, but upon hearing of the northern tribe's atrocities, her sense of justice was inflamed. She was determined to eradicate the evil invaders. Kurum, on the other hand, was straightforward. Hearing she could kill and might see her sister, she eagerly agreed to come along. In some ways, she was easier to persuade than Seiryu. As for Air, Fal, and Luna, it was inappropriate to bring them to war, so they stayed at the princess's palace. Kagaya also ordered Seo to return to the palace and strengthen its defenses to prevent any surprise attacks. Kagaya's army advanced tirelessly toward the north. Meanwhile, reports from the front kept coming in, painting an increasingly grim picture. The northern tribe's army numbered around 400,000, a massive force. Upon hearing this, many fell silent, their expressions growing serious. Even the ever-optimistic Captain Ieyasu, who trusted in Kagaya's strength, felt uneasy. After all, they faced a force 20 times their size. The northern tribes were no weaklings, they were survivors of the harsh north, far stronger than average soldiers. While ordinary officers were anxious, the three young women remained calm and composed. Kurum cared for nothing but her sister, eager to fight the northern tribes. Seiryu's sense of justice made her eager to face the enemy. Kagaya, however, was at ease, reading a book while riding her horse. Initially, everyone thought it was a military book, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was titled Love Guide. Chapter 258, Strategize in the Command Tent. As it turns out, the love guide that Kagaya was reading had actually been taken from someone, and surprisingly, that someone was Kurum. This story begins a few days earlier when Kagaya wanted Kurum to help train the soldiers since Kurum's skills were quite advanced. While Kagaya herself was very powerful, her abilities were closely tied to her unique skills, making it difficult to teach others since regular soldiers lacked the advanced skill of chakra. Despite looking for her all morning, Kagaya couldn't find Kurum until she discovered her sitting on a swing by the lake. To Kagaya's surprise, Kurum was not practicing as usual but was engrossed in reading a book. Kagaya was curious about what kind of book could captivate Kurum so thoroughly. Was it a book about training? Kurum was so absorbed in her reading, her eyes fixed on the book, her cheeks slightly flushed, that she didn't notice Kagaya approaching. Taking advantage of Kurum's distraction, Kagaya snatched the book from her. To her surprise, it wasn't a training manual but a love guide, which left Kagaya astonished. She hadn't expected the usually cold and aloof Kurum to be reading a romance book. Could she be in love? It didn't seem likely, as Kurum spent most of her time with Kagaya, and there were no eligible men around. Could it be Ieyasu? Kagaya quickly dismissed the idea. Kurum and Ieyasu barely interacted, practically ignoring each other. So who could it be? Kagaya couldn't figure it out. When Kurum saw her booklet taken away, her face turned as red as an apple, and she immediately tried to grab it back. However, Kagaya, curious about what Kurum was reading, was not about to give it back. "Give it back to me!" Kurum shouted in panic. But Kagaya moved lightly, like a dragonfly skimming over water, her movements elusive. No matter how hard Kurum tried to catch her, it was in vain. Seeing Kurum frantic and embarrassed, like an angry kitten, only made Kagaya more curious. She opened the booklet to take a look. How to confess to the one you like. What on earth is this? Kagaya couldn't help but wonder if Kurum had a secret crush. She glanced at the blushing girl still trying to retrieve her booklet. Could it be true? To prevent a young girl from making impulsive mistakes, Kagaya decided to confiscate the booklet. Burning it, however, was out of the question. Kagaya was curious about what made this booklet so appealing, even to someone like Kurum. After reading it, Kagaya had to admit that it was well written, with methods that were refreshing and accompanied by little stories. What intrigued Kagaya the most were the illustrations. They were quite captivating. Once the booklet fell into Kagaya's hands, Kurum never got it back. Over time, she gave up trying, although she still blushed whenever she saw Kagaya. After all, this kind of booklet was meant for adults. For a minor, it was a bit too soon. As Kagaya was admiring the beautiful illustrations of two unclothed girls depicted in intimate poses, a scout sent out in the morning hurried back. Reporting to Your Highness, the northern tribes have crossed the border and split into 3 groups, advancing deep into the territory, the scout reported respectfully, kneeling. They've split into 3 groups. Kagaya's eyebrows knitted together, her grip on the reins tightening. Yes, they seem to be avoiding your path deliberately, heading toward the northwest and southeast, the scout explained. It seemed the northern tribes were aware of Kagaya's presence, possibly having heard of her past actions using heavenly obstacle quaking star to destroy their soldiers. This awareness led them to avoid her deliberately. This complicated matters. The division of their forces thwarted Kagaya's plan to trap them all at once. With the tribes spread out, Kagaya had no choice but to divide her forces as well. Kurum, Kagaya suddenly spoke up, take 10,000 soldiers and head southeast. Take 6,000 bows and crossbows with you. Okay. Kurum nodded slightly, her face showing a hint of discomfort. Seiryu, Kagaya turned to the orange-haired girl, you will accompany Captain Ayasu with 8,000 soldiers and take 5,000 bows and crossbows. Head northwest. Seiryu snorted, turning her head. Got it. Your task is to stop their advance and inflict as many casualties as possible, Kagaya said sternly. You must keep them in the hilly areas. If they break through, they'll reach open plains, where there are no natural defenses, and their cavalry can charge unhindered. At this moment, Captain Ayasu stepped forward urgently. Your Highness, what about the remaining force? After deploying to those 2 areas, we'll only have about 500 soldiers left. Kagaya smiled, her face brightening like the sun breaking through clouds. I will handle the rest. How can that be possible? Captain Ayasu protested. The remaining force is the elite of the northern tribes, each soldier handpicked and heavily armed, while you only have 500 men. No need to say more, Kagaya interrupted with a wave of her hand. Do as I instructed. Besides, do you have a better plan? But Ayasu hesitated, at a loss for words. He wanted to protest but had no alternative solutions. Just then, the sound of hoofbeats approached, and a scout rushed over. The scout dismounted quickly and reported urgently, Your Highness, we have discovered traces of the northern tribes ahead. A village has already been plundered, with over 100 bodies found, no survivors. Kagaya's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing in her clear eyes. Chapter 259, Scared Out of One's Wits. By the time Kagaya and her group arrived at the scene, the village was already reduced to ashes in the blazing fire. Scorch marks were everywhere, and the buildings had been burned to the ground, leaving only charred wood and crumbling walls standing. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, their bodies covered in cuts and wounds. The blood had dried, leaving behind a dark red stain that was shocking to see. Many of the bodies had been so badly burned in the fire that they were unrecognizable, reduced to charcoal. The air was filled with a burnt smell that made one want to vomit. Among the bodies were men, women, and even children, all of whom had been brutally killed. In some corners, there were bodies of women who had been violated and murdered, and bodies that had been dismembered. The scene was hellish. Kagaya's face was as calm as water, her beautiful features emotionless, with only the occasional flash of cold light in her clear eyes. Bastards! Seiryu shouted angrily, punching a wall blackened by fire. The wall collapsed instantly, sending dust into the air. I will kill those beasts. Sensing its master's anger, the little creature recently released by Kagaya wore a furious expression on its dumbfounded face, baring its teeth and clenching its tiny fists. Kurum showed no reaction, no hint of emotion, as she calmly wiped her long sword with a handkerchief. I'm going to kill them. Seiryu exclaimed, grabbing her horse's reins, ready to charge after them. Stop, Kagaya commanded in a low voice. Why? Are you cold-blooded? Seiryu shouted, gripping the reins tightly. Can you remain indifferent after seeing so many innocent people murdered? Follow my orders, Kagaya said firmly. Seiryu's face showed stubbornness, and she shouted in anger, No, I'm going to. Didn't you hear what I said? Kagaya interrupted loudly, her eyes emitting a chilling aura that made Seiryu shiver. Saria bit her lip, clenching her fists, her face full of defiance. Go, Kagaya urged, riding forward and patting Saria's shoulder gently. I will deal with those beasts. Saria was momentarily stunned. She looked up at Kagaya's cold expression and felt a slight tremor in her heart. She nodded involuntarily. Let's go, Kagaya said, pulling the reins and galloping into the distance. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Yes. 500 soldiers in black armor followed closely, their horses' hooves thundering and kicking up dust, forming a black stream of steel rushing toward the horizon. Hey, boss, that woman was really something, said a bald brute with a wicked grin, nudging his companion. Shut up, replied another burly man, slapping the bald man on the head. If you hadn't been so rough, she wouldn't have died so quickly. I wasn't finished. This man was lean but equally strong, with a striking scar running from his right shoulder to his left abdomen, adding to his fierce appearance. They were all broke, no money at all, the bald man spat on the ground. What a waste. Come on, at least we had women and meat, the scarred leader snorted. In the north, you'd have starved long ago. Boss, don't say that. I'm following you, aren't I? You eat, and I'll drink the broth, the bald man said, bowing obsequiously. Humph, be careful, or you'll die on a woman's belly someday, the scarred leader warned, glancing at him. Don't worry, I'm in good shape, the bald man chuckled. They say the imperial princess is the most beautiful woman in the empire. I wonder if it's true. Stop dreaming, the scarred leader scoffed. You wouldn't know what hit you. Hey, you never know, the bald man laughed, his eyes gleaming lecherously. If I get the chance, I'll enjoy her. Just then, a melodious voice, sweet like a silver bell, rang out, captivating everyone who heard it. Yes, I'll make sure you enjoy it. Who's there? The bald man and the scarred leader jumped to their feet, and the northern tribe soldiers around them also stood, gripping their spears and swords, alert and staring at the bushes from where the voice came. A stunning silver-haired girl walked out elegantly. Her eyebrows were like distant autumn mountains, and her eyes were like serene autumn waters. Her shoulders were slender, her waist slim, and her chest was proudly prominent, like budding flowers. Her steps were light, and her posture graceful. Without any makeup, she appeared even more strikingly beautiful. Everyone present was dumbfounded, unable to take their eyes off her. Some even drooled at the sight. Kagaya frowned slightly, finding the barbarian's lustful gaze revolting, as disgusting as a wriggling pile of maggots. Hey, boss, the bald man whispered, staring intently at the silver-haired beauty. I can't believe a girl came to us. We're going to have a great time. Noticing the lack of response from the scarred leader, the bald man turned to look at him and froze. The scarred leader looked as if he had seen something terrifying. His eyes were fixed on the silver-haired girl, filled with fear. He was trembling, cold sweat pouring down his back, oblivious to the bald man's words. The bald man thought his boss was just awestruck and was about to tease him, but then he realized something was wrong. Suddenly, the scarred leader turned and fled, running for his life. Others might not recognize her, but he did. This was the silver-haired girl who had killed thousands of their men in Eisentown, none other than the imperial princess. He would never forget what happened that night, the deafening explosions, the blinding light, the suffocating heat. It was the most terrifying experience of his life, and the scar on his chest was a reminder of that night. The scarred leader had narrowly escaped death that night, thinking he'd never see her again. But now, encountering her once more almost scared him out of his wits. As he fled desperately through the woods, the scarred leader felt a chill in his groin. Only then did he realize he had been so frightened he had wet himself. Chapter 260, Meeting the General Again. The massacre was about to begin. Like a tidal wave, the soldiers of the northern tribes charged forward, brandishing their spears and swords as they sprinted toward the silver-haired girl in the distance. Their blood-red eyes shone with lustful excitement. Their eagerness stemmed from a promise made by their deputy leader: whoever caught this woman first would have her all to himself. The thought of holding this beautiful silver-haired girl and relishing her softness and cries made them feel as if a cat were scratching at their hearts. However, none of them considered whether their leader would truly hand over such a beautiful woman to them. Suddenly, their vision blurred, and the silver-haired girl who had been far away was now right in front of them. They were close enough to clearly see the glint of cold light in her eyes. Shocked, they quickly swung their swords, but before they could attack, a flash of cold light gleamed like the pure light of a cold moon. Blood sprayed everywhere. Countless severed limbs flew into the air amidst the bloody mist before crashing heavily to the ground, painting the earth crimson with fresh blood. Screams of pain erupted one after another but were abruptly silenced as another flash of cold light swept through, ending their cries. Large heads followed suit, tumbling to the ground. Amidst the throng, the silver-haired girl moved like a graceful swan, agile and swift. Her clothes fluttered as blood splattered and flesh scattered. Before her, no one could withstand a single blow. Useless trash, let me handle this. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed from afar. A towering man, over 2.3 meters tall with bulging muscles and a tiger-like build, charged out of the crowd. Wielding a massive axe, he barreled forward, knocking aside those in his path like leaves. "Stupid girl, others may fear you, but I..." Splurt. Before he could finish, crimson blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, spraying into the air as a cloud of blood mist. His ferocious head flew skyward in the blood spray, and his massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "What an idiot," Kagaya sneered disdainfully. She had never seen someone so foolish, like an undeveloped gorilla. She even doubted if he had the intelligence of an ape. But since he sought death, she would graciously oblige. The squad leader was killed by her. A northern tribe soldier stared at the headless body of the tower-like man, stumbling back a few steps before collapsing to the ground in terror. His voice trembled with fear. To Kagaya, the man she had just slain was a nobody, but in the northern tribe army, he was a renowned leader with impressive battle achievements. He had once infiltrated an imperial military camp and killed over 20 imperial squad leaders, earning the title Northern Tiger. Yet, this Northern Tiger squad leader couldn't withstand a single blow from the silver-haired girl and was instantly killed. "Don't come any closer." The northern tribe soldier's eyes filled with fear as he shouted, his voice trembling. He frantically kicked at the ground, trying to retreat. The silver-haired girl approached him, her face as cold as frost. She raised her ivory arm, and with a swift swing of her long sword, a dazzling flash of cold light sliced through the air. Half of the northern tribe soldier's body flew into the air, blood and innards scattering across the ground. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this, scattered in terror, fleeing in all directions with panic-stricken faces, devoid of their previous arrogance. They fled like dogs with their tails between their legs. But Kagaya had no intention of showing mercy. She lightly tapped her foot, her body turning into a streak of light as she pursued them. Her long sword was like a reaper's scythe, mercilessly harvesting their lives. Screams and wails echoed incessantly, the once brutal and tyrannical soldiers now cried for mercy, blood flowing like a river. They had been accustomed to treating others as prey, but now they were the hunted, a situation filled with irony. "Run for your lives." The northern tribe soldiers fled in disarray, the screams from behind spurring them to run faster, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. At that moment, a woman in a military uniform, wearing a distinctive cap, emerged from the forest ahead. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with a figure that was curvy and alluring, especially her well-rounded chest, exuding a captivating charm. "Get out of the way." But the northern tribe soldiers, terrified out of their wits, had no other thoughts now. Women were the last thing on their minds, they just wanted to escape and avoid the silver-haired girl, swearing never to return to this damned imperial land. In their panic, they didn't notice the woman before them had a playful smile on her lips, her eyes glinting with sharp coldness. A beam of intense cold light erupted from the beautiful woman's hand, her sword aura roaring like a celestial river, engulfing the fleeing northern tribe soldiers. Blood sprayed, flesh flew. The dazzling sword aura rained down like a storm, enveloping the soldiers. When the light faded, the soldiers were gone, replaced by scattered limbs and crimson stains on the ground. A bunch of ants, making such a fuss. "What fools," the striking woman smirked, sliding her sword back into its sheath. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps approached, echoing in the silent forest like raindrops rippling a lake. Soon, a stunning silver-haired girl emerged from the woods, her steps light and graceful. She walked over to the beautiful woman, her face as lovely as a flower, smiling as she spoke, "Long time no see, General Esteth." Chapter 261, A Young Girl's Conquest. The heroic woman standing before her was none other than the Empire's strongest general, Esteth. However, Kagaya was unsure why she was here at this time. When something unusual happens, it is usually not good. Kagaya was inwardly cautious. Esteth approached with light steps, bowed slightly, and smiled, "Hello, Your Highness. I didn't expect to meet you here." "What an honor," Kagaya said, skillfully twirling a lock of her hair with her fair fingers and smiling faintly. "However, I wonder what brings General Esteth here. If I recall correctly, this is my territory." "Please don't misunderstand, Your Highness. I mean no offense," Esteth replied with a slight smile. "I am here by the Emperor's command." "The Emperor's command?" Kagaya's delicate brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, and she released the lock of hair. "What command?" "Due to the northern tribe's large-scale invasion, the Empire's borders are in jeopardy. Combined with the Revolutionary Army's disturbances, His Majesty is very concerned," Esteth explained. "Therefore, he ordered me to assist you, Your Highness." "I see, thank you, General Esteth," Kagaya replied with a slight smile. "However, if that's the only reason, I don't think there is a need for General Esteth to worry. While the northern tribes may be barbaric, they are no more than a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs posing a false threat. Frankly, I can easily defeat them without requiring your assistance." "I acknowledge Your Highness's strength," Esteth said with a smile. But some things may not be as you expect. Oh. Kagaya raised her delicate eyebrows, her pink face showing a hint of curiosity. Indeed, Isteth chuckled softly as she walked up to Kagaya. In the capital, when the northern tribes invaded, someone reported to His Majesty, who agreed to send troops. However, Minister Honest seemed to have some objections. Objections. Kagaya's eyes focused intently on Isteth. Minister Honest believes that your highness's army is well trained, more than capable of dealing with the northern tribes, and that you are extremely powerful. Therefore, the northern tribes pose no threat. Isteth paused before continuing. However, there are rumors that your highness is secretly in contact with the revolutionary army and night raid. Kagaya's brows furrowed deeply. She had anticipated Minister Honest would cause trouble, but she didn't expect he would go directly to the young emperor. This surprised Kagaya somewhat. The minister worries too much, Kagaya said with a light laugh. Perhaps he misunderstands me. Exactly. I also believe your highness would have no dealings with those night raid rats hiding in the shadows, Isteth said, turning with her long hair swaying in the wind. But as you said, Minister Honest might have some misunderstandings about you, so please be cautious. Thank you for the warning, General Isteth, Kagaya replied with a slight smile, her clear eyes fixed on Isteth. But I'm curious why you're telling me this. As far as I know, you and the minister are allies, aren't you? You mean Minister Honest? Isteth smiled slightly. When did I ever say he was my ally? Although Isteth didn't say it outright, her gaze made it clear that she didn't regard Minister Honest as someone significant. Any cooperation was only due to mutual interest. As for why I'm telling you this, Isteth said, her light blue eyes fixed on Kagaya, her pale skin slightly flushed, it's because we have an unfinished battle. I don't want your highness to be unnecessarily distracted. I see, Kagaya nodded slightly, realizing that this was indeed in line with Isteth's character. She wasn't one to rely on plots or schemes and preferred straightforward battles. This was her pride as a top-tier warrior. Knowing that Isteth was not someone who would lie made Kagaya feel more at ease. Show your strengths to capture her attention, and then care for and help her, which is the foundation for conquering her completely. Isteth's light blue eyes were fixed on the silver-haired girl before her, recalling the content of that little booklet. A faint smile played on her lips. Thank you, General Isteth, Kagaya said, stepping forward and smiling slightly. Not only was she less guarded against Isteth, but she also felt a little more favorably towards her. No need to thank me, Isteth replied, brushing her light blue hair aside with a smile. Since we have some time now, why not have a match? A match? Kagaya was slightly surprised and shook her head gently. Let's save the match for later. Now is not the right time, with the northern tribes invading. Once they are expelled, we can choose a more suitable time. It's fine, just a quick match, it won't take long, Isteth said, her fingers brushing the hilt of her sword. With a clang, Isteth's sword was drawn instantly, and she charged at Kagaya with the speed of an arrow. Kagaya's brows furrowed slightly. She knew that Isteth wasn't giving her a chance to refuse. Despite her surprise, she had no choice but to accept the challenge. Kagaya's eyes narrowed like an autumn lake, and she kicked off the ground, dashing forward like a stream of light. Her fair arm swung, unleashing a dazzling flash of cold light to meet Isteth's sword. Chapter 262, The Battle Between the Princess and the General. The night was hazy, with stars scattered across the sky. It was early winter, and the air was suddenly cold. A crescent moon hung quietly in the sky, its cold light like an autumn stream, pouring down like threads, illuminating the fallen leaves and adding to the chill. Under the cold moonlight, two figures were locked in fierce combat, their weapons clashing with a metallic ring that shattered the night's silence. The two figures were none other than Her Highness Kagaya and General Isteth. Kagaya moved with grace, like a startled swan or an eastern dragon dancing in the moonlight. Her garments fluttered as she danced through the night, her attacks sharp and dangerous, like a long rainbow cutting through the sky. Her elegance concealed deadly intent. In contrast, Isteth's movements were clean and precise, without a hint of wasted effort. Her strikes were fierce, each aimed at a vital spot. These were skills honed through countless battles, a true technique for killing. A moment's lapse in vigilance could result in a fatal blow. Kagaya frowned slightly, realizing that the opponent before her was no easy match. She had fought countless battles and faced many formidable foes, but Isteth's mastery of the blade was unparalleled. If not for her own extensive battle experience and training, she might have struggled to keep up. On the other hand, Isteth was equally surprised. Though she had heard of Kagaya's formidable power, she hadn't taken it seriously. She had witnessed Kagaya's heavenly obstacle quaking star technique recently and had assumed it was an imperial arm or a personal ability. But now, she discovered that the silver-haired girl before her possessed combat skills rivaling her own, capable of standing toe-to-toe with her. This revelation both surprised and thrilled her. Isteth had long been without a worthy opponent, no one could withstand her fierce attacks, and none had ever made her break a sweat. This brought her both glory and a sense of loneliness. Now, finally finding someone who could match her in battle made her overjoyed, her heart beating faster. Kagaya, however, was less thrilled. She didn't wish to be entangled with his death, as she had much to do, the foremost being dealing with the northern tribes. The longer the fight dragged on, the deeper the northern tribes would penetrate her territory. Knowing the tribe's locust-like ways, they would leave her lands devastated, and the thought filled her with anxiety. Kagaya bit her lip, realizing she couldn't let this continue. She needed to end the fight quickly. A flash of cold light appeared in Kagaya's clear eyes as she suddenly relaxed her hand, letting the Kusanagi sword slip from her grasp and clatter to the ground. Seeing Kagaya's action, Isteth paused in surprise and curiously asked, "Are you conceding?" "Of course not," Kagaya replied with a light laugh. "Then why did you drop your weapon?" Isteth blinked her light blue eyes, her curiosity piqued. "You might not know," Kagaya smiled, "but my specialty isn't swordsmanship or blade work, it's ninjutsu." As she spoke, Kagaya's body suddenly vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated. Yamatsu Hirasaka. This was Kagaya's long-unused Yamatsu Hirasaka, a technique she rarely employed due to its high chakra consumption. However, since her eyes mutated, it seemed Yamatsu Hirasaka had also changed. Previously, Yamatsu Hirasaka required entering and exiting through a spatial portal, akin to a black hole, which took time. After its mutation, Yamatsu Hirasaka allowed instantaneous spatial movement, similar to Sasuke's Amenotejikara. However, unlike Amenotejikara, which required a target object, Yamatsu Hirasaka didn't, allowing for teleportation, albeit over a short distance. Isteth's pupils contracted as she realized Kagaya's presence had vanished, leaving no trace. This revelation startled her. Was this the ninjutsu Kagaya spoke of? Suddenly, Kagaya reappeared behind Isteth, raising her alabaster arm as chakra surged in her palm, unleashing a powerful force. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Countless punches filled the air, crashing down like a tsunami on Isteth's back. As the punches closed in, Isteth turned, a blue light flashing in her eyes as she swung her arm, her sharp blade clashing with the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed to the heavens, and the shockwave surged like a violent hurricane, tearing through the area. Trees were uprooted, rocks shattered and flew skyward, and debris scattered in all directions, raising clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the two combatant silhouettes emerged. Kagaya's lips parted as she breathed heavily, her chest heaving. She wiped the sweat from her brow with her white hand. The technique had been exhausting, leaving her slightly fatigued, though still within manageable limits. Isteth, however, looked rather disheveled, lying on the ground. Her hat was gone, and her clothes were dusty and torn in several places, exposing large swathes of fair skin. The cuts across her chest revealed her creamy, jade-like skin, adding an alluring touch. "Your Highness is stronger than I imagined." "I made a mistake," Isteth admitted softly as she got up, her head bowed, her expression hidden. "It's nothing," Kagaya said as she approached, smiling slightly. "General Isteth is very strong. I was just lucky." "No," Isteth replied, suddenly raising her head, her light blue eyes flashing with cold light. "The battle isn't over yet." As she spoke, Isteth's figure shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning, charging at Kagaya. Chapter 263, A Perverted Feeling. Isteth moved like a streak of light, and in a flash, she was right in front of Kagaya. With a swift swing of her arm, her sharp blade slashed through the air, leaving trails of afterimages as it slashed toward Kagaya. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. Isteth's speed was already impressive before, but now it had increased to the point of creating afterimages. Kagaya quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding Isteth's slash. Just as she prepared to turn around, she heard a whooshing sound beside her, and her pupils contracted. A flash of cold light streaked by. A piece of black and red cloth fluttered in the air before spinning and falling to the ground, stained with spots of blood. It was the sleeve of Kagaya's black and red Gothic short dress. "Be careful," Isteth said, her eyes fixed on Kagaya, her lips curving into a slightly excited smile. The setback she experienced earlier had not discouraged her, instead, it ignited her fighting spirit like a roaring fire. Kagaya glanced at the small cut on her arm, her eyes narrowing. It wasn't the blade that had injured her, it was ice. With each slash, Isteth unleashed arcs of icy blades. These ice blades were incredibly sharp, nearly indistinguishable from a real blade, and they traveled faster and farther due to their projectile nature. Suddenly, countless ice shards floated around Isteth, hovering in the air and glinting coldly. With a wave of her arm, the ice shards shot toward Kagaya like a shower of blossoms. Kagaya sighed softly, her face showing helplessness. She had intended to conserve chakra for future battles, but it seemed that was no longer possible. Raising her alabaster arm, Kagaya's eyes focused intensely. A massive repulsive force erupted from her snow-white palm, like an invisible shockwave. The ice shards disintegrated into dust before they could reach her. The repulsive force continued unabated, tearing through trees and shattering rocks, leaving a trail of devastation and raising clouds of dust. Seeing the invisible force charging toward her like lightning, Isthetha's light blue eyes narrowed. With a swift wave of her arm, a massive ice wall rose from the ground to shield her. The ice wall was solid and several meters thick, reflecting a gentle light under the moon. It was this ice wall that had previously shielded her from Kagaya's 80 gods vacuum attack. Although it hadn't fully absorbed the impact, it had mitigated a significant portion of the damage. Otherwise, Isteth would have suffered more than just minor injuries. With a thunderous crash, the repulsive force collided with the ice wall, causing the earth to tremble and ice shards to scatter. Cracks spread across the tall ice wall under the pressure of the repulsive force. As the cracks widened, the ice wall finally collapsed with a sharp crack, sending large chunks of ice flying through the air and crashing heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Despite their hardness, the ice blocks were still only ice and proved ineffective against the repulsive force. Suddenly, a dark shadow burst from the dust, charging toward Kagaya with lightning speed. Before it reached her, a flash of cold light shot from the figure's hand, slicing toward Kagaya's fair neck. As the blade neared Kagaya, ready to cleave her in two, a shadow appeared in front of Kagaya at the critical moment. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as the sharp blade was deflected. A black sphere materialized before Kagaya, enveloping her completely. The black sphere that blocked the attack was none other than Kagaya's truth-seeking ball. You managed to block it. The dark figure revealed its true form under the moonlight, Isteth. Isthetha's attack had been her fastest, and with the cover of dust, she had been confident of victory. She hadn't expected Kagaya to block it at the last moment. It's nothing, Kagaya smiled slightly. I just have good eyesight. Her clear eyes sparkled like starry nebulae. To others, Isthetha's rapid sneak attack might have been deadly, but for Kagaya, it posed no threat. Her keen perception allowed her to see even the fastest movements as if in slow motion. Very impressive, Your Highness. Your strength exceeds my expectations. Isthetha's eyes sparkled as she watched Kagaya, seemingly delighted rather than angry. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of pink. I am more and more impressed with you. Thank you for the compliment, Kagaya replied with a faint smile. Shall we continue? Of course, Isthetha's cheeks were slightly flushed. It feels wonderful to duel someone so evenly matched. Really? I don't feel it at all, or maybe only a sadist like you would find this thrilling. Kagaya couldn't help but remark internally. Next, Isthetha's light blue eyes narrowed, a smile playing on her lips. I will use my ultimate technique. General Isteth. A crisp voice rang out from afar, breaking the tense atmosphere. A handsome blonde-haired youth ran over from a distance, bowing and saying, General Isteth, Night Raid. Before he could finish, a booted foot kicked him hard in the face, twisting his handsome features and sending a spray of bloody saliva flying. I told you not to disturb me during a battle. Isteth glared at the blonde youth at her feet, her light blue eyes exuding danger and killing intent that seemed almost tangible. I'm sorry, the blonde youth quickly scrambled up, clutching his face in terror. Forget it. The interruption spoiled my mood, Isteth snorted, turning to Kagaya with a gentle smile. Apologies, but we'll have to continue this another time. I have other matters to attend to. Chapter 264, The Real Show is just beginning. Watching Isthetha's tall figure gradually fade into the distance, Kagaya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was afraid of Isteth, it was just that whenever she saw Isthetha's enigmatic smile, Kagaya felt a chill run down her spine. What on earth was going on? Kagaya felt puzzled. Did Isteth have some sort of scheme? Kagaya trusted her intuition and foresight, which had proven accurate many times, prompting her to be vigilant. But she didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts. Scouts reported that the northern tribe's massive army had already passed through the forest ahead and was advancing toward them, with an estimated strength of nearly 200,000 troops. The Imperial Army, which had originally been stationed at the border with a strength of 100,000, surrendered without a fight and fled in panic. Some even withdrew from the defensive line before the northern tribes were in sight. This was partly due to the cowardice of the border Imperial Army and partly due to secret instructions from Minister Honest. Desertion was a severe offense, punishable by execution if discovered. Now the northern tribes had breached the defenses and were sweeping toward Kagaya's territory. As of today, the northern tribes were only 20 miles away, and the faint rumbling of their approach could be heard. The night gradually receded, with the distant horizon beginning to lighten. The clouds slowly brightened. Finally, a gentle light appeared on the horizon, slicing through the night sky and dispelling the darkness. The soft, warm sunlight bathed the desolate land, bringing a hint of warmth. The silver-haired girl, bathed in the dawn light, her clothes and hair fluttering, seemed to be infused with a gentle glow. Her clear eyes gazed into the distance, and she lowered her head with a slight smile, murmuring, "They're finally coming." Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, the silhouettes of the northern tribe soldiers, like a black tide, surged forward. "Your Highness," said a scar-faced man in armor, kneeling respectfully, "a small group of Imperial troops has been spotted about 10 miles ahead." Before him stood a young and valiant prince, with jade-like skin and striking features, tall and handsome. He was Prince Numa Saika, the heir to the Northern Tribe's throne. The Northern Tribe's king was advanced in age and increasingly unable to manage state affairs, leaving Prince Saika to handle most of the governance. His influence was strong among the tribes, commanding great respect. Not only was he undefeated in battle, but he also possessed formidable military strategy and enjoyed widespread support, posing a significant threat to the empire. "How many men, General Hank?" Prince Saika asked, his demeanor steady beyond his years, revealing a precociously mature young man. "Your Highness," replied General Hank, "their exact numbers are unclear due to their concealment in the forest, but it appears they number fewer than 1,000. A mere 1,000 troops, and you bother reporting this to me?" Prince Saika's expression showed slight displeasure as he tapped his armrest lightly with his fingers. "Although they number only 1,000, our scouts report they are tall, well-armed, and move with powerful precision, suggesting they are not ordinary soldiers. Their equipment is exceptionally fine, befitting the Empire's elite troops," General Hank explained with a bow. "Oh." Prince Saika rested his chin on his hand, pondering. After a moment, he smiled slightly. "If my guess is correct, we've caught a big fish." "You mean?" General Hank's chiseled features registered surprise. "Yes, if I'm correct," said Prince Saika, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes, "these are the Imperial Princess's guards, which means the Imperial Princess is among them." This southern campaign had not been in vain. If this were true, they had indeed caught a big fish. The Prince of the Northern Tribe smiled faintly, his expression inscrutable. Blare. The mournful, distant sound of a horn echoed like rolling thunder across the clouds. A large force appeared over the horizon, resembling a swarming mass of ants, a black mass stretching endlessly. Banners obscured the sun, and the drums and horns sounded as the Northern Tribe's army advanced in a vast wave. Their disciplined strides exuded a sense of martial ferocity. "Your Highness," a guard rushed over amidst the clamor, kneeling and reporting, "the Northern Tribe's army has discovered us and is advancing toward our position." "Pass the order, prepare for battle, and be ready at all times," Kagaya said, her gaze fixed on the approaching Northern army in the distance. "Your Highness," the guard exclaimed in alarm, "the Northern Tribes are only 20 kilometers away. They've spotted us, and a detachment is moving to encircle us from the rear. If we don't retreat now, we might be surrounded. Are you afraid?" Kagaya turned, her beautiful face showing a faint smile. The guard paused, entranced by the princess's smile, then quickly regained his senses, urgently saying, "Your Highness, I am not afraid to die. At your command, I will sacrifice myself. But please, consider your safety. If we delay, it may be too late. Please withdraw, we will cover your retreat. There's still time." The guard's heart was anxious, seeing the imminent threat of the Northern Tribes while the princess remained unfazed. If he weren't no match for the princess, he would have forcibly taken her to safety. Moved by her loyal guard's earnestness, Kagaya felt a pang of emotion. She smiled slightly, turning to gaze at the horizon. The show is just beginning. Chapter 265, Insanely Dangerous Bait. To the mournful and deep sound of horns, the Northern Tribe's army began their assault. Hoofbeats pounded, and the roaring of drums filled the air. Flags fluttered fiercely in the cold wind. The vast army surged forward like a tidal wave, dark and overwhelming. Ahead, a unit of less than 1,000 soldiers stood guard, fully armed and clad in black iron armor. They held cold spears and carried sharp steel swords at their waists, with small crossbows slung across their backs. Despite being outnumbered by dozens of times, their faces showed no fear. Their will was firm, their formation was disciplined, and the killing intent was nearly tangible. Though less than 1,000 strong, they carried the momentum of a mighty army. Among this unit, a silver-haired girl walked gracefully forward, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, and brows like painted lines. Her shoulders were slender, and her chest was full and proudly prominent, like a budding flower ready to bloom, revealing a hint of alabaster whiteness that captivated the soul. At the sight of the silver-haired girl stepping forward, the tribesmen became excited, raising their spirits as they howled like wolves. Their charge quickened, even at the expense of their formation becoming chaotic. Of course, from such a distance, they couldn't clearly see the silver-haired girl's face. Their excitement wasn't driven by lust but by the prospect of a rich reward. Earlier, Prince Saika had decreed that anyone who captured the imperial princess alive would be ennobled, granted vast lands, and given countless riches. The promise of titles and fertile lands was an immense lure for those from the barren, frozen north. But was this reward so easily obtained? As the enemy soldiers surged like a tidal wave, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard wore serious expressions. Their heartbeats quickened, and sweat formed on the hands gripping their spears. To say they weren't nervous in the face of such overwhelming numbers would be a lie, but their faith in their princess was unshakable. To them, their princess was omnipotent. At this critical moment, the princess walked calmly forward, her posture elegant and her expression relaxed, even with a faint smile on her lips. She raised her alabaster-like arm, and a vast chakra gathered in her palm. Her eyes, like clear autumn waters, moved slowly, exuding extraordinary beauty. Meanwhile, the northern tribesmen halted their charge in confusion. They were alarmed to find that the sky had suddenly darkened as if day had turned to night. Looking up, they widened their eyes in terror, some collapsing weakly to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Above them, a massive meteor had appeared in the sky. The meteor was enormous, the size of several football fields, blocking out the sun and casting the land into shadow. Its surface burned fiercely due to air friction, forming a massive fireball with an intimidating presence. In the eyes of the terrified soldiers, the colossal meteor, with a long tail of flame, descended slowly yet swiftly toward them. Suddenly, they recalled a rumor that a commander had offended the imperial princess not long ago, and she had obliterated an army of 10,000 with such a meteor. They had previously scoffed at the rumor as absurd. How could such a feat be possible? But now they realized the truth of it. A blinding flash cut through the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. The ground shook violently, rocks shattered, and debris flew in all directions. The shockwave, mixed with a fierce gale, swept forth like a tsunami, tearing through everything in its path. Though many of the Imperial Guard had witnessed the princess's heavenly obstacle-quaking star before, they were still astonished by the sight when they opened their eyes. In the meteor's wake, a vast crater with a diameter of a kilometer had formed, unfathomably deep. The area surrounding the impact site was devastated, with rocks turned to dust, the land leveled, and the forest trees snapped in half, ablaze with raging flames and billowing smoke. Kagaya's exquisite face flushed slightly, her rosy lips parted gently as she breathed heavily. Her ample chest heaved, and sweat formed on her brow. After her intense battle with death, Kagaya was already drained. Now, without rest or recovery, she unleashed another powerful jutsu, leaving her feeling a bit strained. But at least the northern tribe's forces were destroyed, allowing her some time to rest. Kagaya steadied her breathing, exhaling softly as she surveyed the devastated land wrought by the meteor. Suddenly, her eyes focused sharply. On the horizon, a black line appeared, growing thicker and longer, like a tidal wave surging forth. Kagaya saw clearly that this was not a tidal wave but an army, the northern tribe's army. Clad in leather armor, gripping spears, and striding forward with a fierce momentum, they were a formidable force, incomparable to the previous group. Kagaya realized that the previous troops were mere cannon fodder, meant to draw fire, while the real main force lay behind. Her brows furrowed slightly. An army of tens of thousands used as bait, these northern tribesmen were truly ruthless, bordering on madness. Meanwhile, in a distant camp. "Your Highness," General Hank rushed over, unable to hide his smile, "just as you predicted, using the technique consumes an enormous amount of energy. The Imperial Princess can no longer use it a second time." "Excellent," Saika said, rising from a throne of white tiger hide, a hint of joy flashing across his face. "Order the troops to advance and crush the enemy. Ensure the Imperial Princess is captured alive." "Yes, sir." Chapter 266, How Do You Want to Die? Kagaya was not expecting that these northern tribes would use tens of thousands of soldiers as bait to draw fire. After all, it was a force of tens of thousands of men, even slaughtering tens of thousands of pigs would take several days. The largest battles in the Naruto world were only about tens of thousands of people, and that involved the bulk of the ninja from the 5 great ninja villages. Faced with an enemy several times, even dozens of times larger, the Imperial Guard did not flinch but showed unwavering resolve and incredible combat power. The front line of the Imperial Guard held large shields, the second row had crossbows, and the third line wielded spears, with layers upon layers supporting and supplementing each other. When the northern tribesmen reached the range of the crossbows, the Imperial Guard officer waved his arm and gave the order. With a deep twang of bowstrings, arrows shot forth like a plague of locusts, overwhelming the northern tribes. Amidst the rain of arrows, piercing screams rose among the northern tribes. Many were instantly turned into pin cushions by the arrows, while others, not immediately killed, clutched their wounds and screamed on the ground, only to be trampled into pulp by the advancing troops. These northern tribesmen were elite troops, but they were too poor to afford good equipment. Even the elite soldiers wore only leather armor, which was as vulnerable as thin paper against the powerful and penetrating crossbows of the Imperial Guard. Despite their heavy losses, the northern tribes did not suffer significantly since the Imperial Guard's numbers were relatively small, hitting only a fraction of them, like a wave in the ocean, fleeting and unable to inflict serious harm. To minimize casualties, the northern tribesmen quickened their pace under the rain of arrows. In the blink of an eye, they were upon the Imperial Guard, brandishing spears and swords, and collided fiercely with them. Blood splattered, and flesh flew. The northern tribesmen and the Imperial Guard were locked in intense battle. Although the tribesmen were tall and strong, with superior strength, the Imperial Guard was equally elite and even more formidable. They had undergone rigorous training, greatly improving both their physical abilities and techniques. Moreover, the Imperial Guard's equipment was far superior. They wore armor made of refined steel, incredibly sturdy yet lightweight, allowing for freedom of movement. Their swords were meticulously crafted, honed to extraordinary sharpness. Amidst the flashing blades and clashing metal, the Imperial Guard stood like a rock in the sea against the northern tribes' overwhelming assault. With their superior combat skills and equipment, they held a significant advantage. However, as the battle wore on, the Imperial Guard's disadvantage in numbers began to show. Without fresh troops to rotate in, the soldiers' stamina waned, their arms ached, and they were drenched in sweat. Against the relentless assault of the northern tribes, they began to suffer casualties. They are quite a remarkable force. Prince Saika observed the Imperial Guard fighting fiercely in the distance and said, I didn't expect the Empire to have such elite troops. It is indeed surprising. Your Highness, these are the Imperial Princess's guards, known for their incredible combat prowess. Hank seemed to know a lot about the Imperial Guard. It is said that these elites were personally trained by the Imperial Princess, with each soldier handpicked. Indeed, they are impressive. If possible, I would love to challenge them personally. Prince Saika smiled lightly. But unfortunately, this is war. Send the order to intensify the attack. Ensure the Imperial Guard is defeated by noon and capture the Imperial Princess alive. Remember, do not harm her. Yes, sir. At this time, under the unrelenting assault of the northern tribes, the Imperial Guard fought fiercely but was increasingly struggling. With Prince Saika's order to intensify the attack, it only added to their difficulties. Fight to the death to protect the princess, the Imperial Guard officer shouted, gripping a sword whose edge was dulled from the prolonged battle, and slashed fiercely at an oncoming tribesman, slicing him in half with a spray of blood. Fight to the death to protect the princess. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard roared with determination, their morale soaring, as they cut down the tribesmen before them who cried out in pain. Seeing the Imperial Guard's indomitable spirit, the northern tribes faltered, with some hesitating to engage them. At that moment, a spear shot forth like a rainbow, flashing coldly as it swept through the air, knocking the blood-soaked Imperial Guard soldiers aside, halting their fierce assault. Standing before them was a tall, handsome young man wielding a spear. His Royal Highness the Prince. The surrounding northern tribesmen shouted like a tidal wave. The previously demoralized troops, littered with bodies, found renewed vigor and attacked with increased ferocity, like a storm battering the Imperial Guard's formation. Prince Saika was incredibly powerful. Despite the Imperial Guard's fortified defenses, his spear moved like a serpent. Ordinary soldiers had no way to counter him, and even if they fought desperately, they were no match for him. Just as the Imperial Guard's formation was torn open, and they were on the verge of collapse, a brilliant light flashed across the sky like lightning, striking Prince Saika's spear. Saika's pupils contracted as he felt an immense force from the spear, giving him the illusion that it was irresistible. He was pushed back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself by driving the spear into the ground. He looked up in confusion to see a silver-haired girl emerge gracefully from the ranks of the Imperial Guard. It was Kagaya, having just restored her chakra. She smiled faintly, though her clear eyes shone with a cold light. Your Highness, how would you like to die? Chapter 267, The Villain Dies from Talking Too Much. The silver-haired girl in front of him had hair that flowed like mist or a waterfall, swaying in the wind. Her flawless skin was as smooth as silk, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her clear eyes were like still water. Below her delicately upturned nose, her lips were pink and rosy. Beneath her slender neck, her chest was as smooth as white jade, partially concealed yet tantalizing, like a bud about to bloom. Prince Saika's eyes lit up, as if drawn by a magnet, unable to look away until the beauty in front of him furrowed her brows slightly, bringing him back to reality. Excuse me, are you the princess? Saika cleared his throat, stood straight, and smiled slightly. Do all of you northern tribes love to chatter so much? Kagaya glanced at him, guessing that this prince was the one beaten like a dog by his death. In the original story, this character was depicted as quite formidable, not only powerful but also possessing considerable military acumen. However, he was just a high-level extra, easily defeated by his death, losing his direction entirely. Eventually, his pride and character became twisted, leading him to be manipulated like a dog until his death finally kicked him to death. His 400,000 soldiers were also buried alive by his death, making him a rather tragic character. For that, I apologize, Saika said with a slight smile, holding his spear. However, Princess, your defeat seems inevitable. To prevent further harm on both sides, I suggest you surrender. Rest assured, I will not mistreat your soldiers, and as for you, Princess, I will take good care of you. Before he finished speaking, a flash of cold light shot toward his face like lightning. Saika was startled and quickly swung his spear. With a crisp clang, a small object was deflected into the air, causing Saika to retreat a few steps before stopping. Looking down, he saw that the object was a pink hairpin. When he raised his head to look at Kagaya, his gaze had changed. Such a small hairpin, yet in her hands, it held such force. It seemed that her strength was not solely reliant on her imperial arm, but her own power was also formidable. With this realization, Saika's expression grew serious. Until now, he had assumed that the meteor technique Kagaya used was some kind of imperial arm and was unaware that this was Kagaya's own ability. Villains always die because they talk too much, and you seem no different, Kagaya said, wrinkling her nose with disdain. Since you've come to my territory, you should stay. With those words, Kagaya's toe lightly tapped the ground, causing a ripple to appear at her feet. Her body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Saika. With a flick of her slender hand, she drew a sword as clear as autumn water, slashing fiercely at him. Saika had been on guard since Kagaya began speaking, but her speed exceeded his expectations. His pupils contracted as he twisted his arm, and his spear instantly thrust forward. With a clang, the sword and spear collided, sparks flying. Saika was surprised. The silver-haired girl before him appeared delicate, yet he didn't expect her to possess such strength, equal to his own. The impact left his hand slightly numb. Kagaya retracted her sword, turned on her heel, her slender body spinning gracefully like a swan or a dragon in flight. Her sword slashed upward from the lower left, attacking Saika again. Having learned his lesson, Saika cast aside any arrogance and became serious. His spear trembled slightly, moving like a serpent as he unleashed a flurry of shadows, stabbing straight at her. Clang, clang, clang. The sword and spear clashed fiercely, sending sparks flying. Kagaya and Saika became like two phantoms locked in a fierce battle, sometimes separating and sometimes converging, appearing evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. But only Saika knew that the silver-haired girl before him was far stronger. Though it appeared even, he was already at a disadvantage. Despite exerting all his strength, he had no means to overpower her. It felt as if his every move had been seen through. Whenever he attacked, her sword would intercept him at a precise angle, disrupting his rhythm, forcing him to switch to defense mid-strike. This feeling of being neither here nor there almost made him spit blood. He felt like a marionette, led around by her. He did not realize that under Kagaya's ocular technique, his moves and tactics were utterly transparent, leaving him no place to hide. Finally, with a shout, Saika unleashed a powerful force through his spear, creating a massive gust that forced Kagaya back. He knew he couldn't continue like this, or defeat was certain. I admit you are a formidable opponent, Saika said, gripping his spear tightly, staring intently at the silver-haired girl before him. But with my next move, I will not hold back. If you surrender now, it might still be in time. Villains die from too much talking, how can you not understand this principle? Kagaya shook her head, her lovely face showing a look of exasperation. Saika's face stiffened, but he said no more. He closed his eyes slowly, gripping his spear tightly. Suddenly, a massive aura surged from his body like a tidal wave, the force sweeping out like a hurricane, sending the distant tribesmen stumbling. For a moment, it seemed the earth and sky were in chaos, with flying sand and stones everywhere. Suddenly, Saika's eyes snapped open, a glint of determination flashing within. With a shout, he stomped the ground, causing it to collapse, pulverizing the rocks beneath him. Using this power, Saika shot toward Kagaya like a black lightning bolt, with speed unmatched. Simultaneously, the space around Saika fluctuated and warped, like ripples spreading across a pond. In the center of these ripples, over 20 fist-sized black holes appeared out of thin air. As he reached Kagaya, Saika's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm, thrusting his spear forward. In that instant, countless spears shot out from the black holes, glittering with a cold light, joining with Saika's spear in a lightning-fast assault on Kagaya. Chapter 268, The Dignity of a Man Trampled Underfoot. Countless spears, glinting with icy light, flew toward Kagaya like a rain of arrows, covering the sky at a speed that could not be caught by the ear. Facing the rain of spears, Kagaya remained calm and composed. Her beautiful face showed no panic as she gazed at the incoming spears, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she chuckled softly. Her white arm slowly rose, her 5 fingers gradually spread open like jade onions. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, a powerful repulsive force burst forth from her snow-white palm, sweeping out like a raging tsunami. It collided forcefully with the incoming spears. With a thunderous crash, the sea of spears vanished into nothingness. The lances were sent flying backward by the immense force, shattering into splinters and iron shards in midair. What? Prince Saika's pupils contracted in shock. His Imperial Arm's ability had been nullified. There are 48 Imperial Arms in total, and the spear he wielded was one of them. Different Imperial Arms have different abilities, some are for attack, some for defense, and others have strange abilities, such as transforming into someone else. His spear had powerful offensive capabilities, but unlike other attack Imperial Arms, his also had a special penetration ability. It could pierce through any defense, except for a few special Imperial Arms that could resist it. The ability he had just used was the special ability of his Imperial Arm, possessing even greater attack power and penetration. Yet, the silver-haired girl in front of him had easily blocked it. This left him utterly bewildered. He did not realize that Shinra Tensei was not a defensive jutsu. Although it has defensive capabilities, it essentially manipulates gravitational forces. So, even though the spear's piercing ability was strong, there was nothing for it to pierce, it was repelled by the force instead. Prince Saika gritted his teeth, gripping his spear tightly. He lunged forward again, determined not to give up. Although he didn't understand what had happened, he could not afford to admit defeat as a prince. This was about a man's dignity. Moreover, he had boasted earlier, which made him feel even more humiliated. For some reason, he didn't want to be looked down upon by this stunning silver-haired girl. He had to win. The initial setback only fueled his competitive spirit. However, the difference in strength between them could not be bridged by mere pride. Suddenly, the silver-haired girl vanished before his eyes, disappearing without a trace. Alarmed, Saika looked around but could not find her. At that moment, he felt a gust of wind from behind. Without thinking, he swung his spear behind him, the weapon darting like a serpent. With a metallic clang, sparks flew as the weapons clashed. Saika saw clearly that it was the silver-haired girl's long sword attacking from behind. But where was she? He wondered, his mind racing. Just then, another gust came from his side, and he tried to turn to defend himself. Unfortunately, he was midair with nothing to leverage, and his old strength had faded while new strength hadn't yet arisen, leaving him powerless. With a dull thud, a petite foot in a black and red leather shoe kicked him hard in the face. Under this kick, his handsome face twisted into a comical shape, and a mouthful of bloody spittle spewed out. His body was sent flying, like a kite with a broken string, and he crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. His spear flew from his hand, landing on the ground. What happened? Prince Saika's head spun, his mind muddled from the blow, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The world seemed to spin around him as darkness closed in on his vision. Dazed from the kick, Prince Saika ignored the searing pain on his face and tried to scramble up from the ground, using both hands to push himself up. But just as he managed to rise halfway, a foot stepped on his face, pressing him back down. He finally realized he was being stepped on by the silver-haired girl known as the princess. His face flushed crimson with humiliation. He struggled fiercely, veins bulging as he fought to rise. Yet, the foot on his face, though dainty, felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. No matter how he thrashed, he couldn't break free, like a dog digging in the dirt. That little bit of male pride was trampled mercilessly by the silver-haired girl. "Oh my, is this the special move you mentioned?" "If so, it's rather disappointing," Kagaya said with a light laugh, her tone full of mockery, showing no regard for his pride. Saika's face burned with shame, turning a deep purple as steam seemed to rise from him, like a crab being steamed. "Don't be so arrogant. I will definitely make you." Before he could finish, Kagaya's leg tensed, and her foot pressed him deeper into the dirt. "A loser should act like one," Kagaya said, glancing down at the prince beneath her. She wrinkled her nose and snorted disdainfully. "I'm tired of hearing the threats of defeated dogs." While Kagaya and Saika fought, the northern tribe's army surged forward like a tide, encircling Kagaya and her guards completely. All around, as far as the eye could see, a dark mass of enemy soldiers surrounded them like storm clouds, their fierce faces and towering figures sealing off any escape. Yet, Kagaya seemed unfazed by the encirclement, her expression relaxed. Her clear eyes surveyed the sea of enemy soldiers, and the corner of her mouth lifted in an enigmatic smile. The real show is about to begin. Chapter 269, Annihilate in One Fell Swoop. Just as the words fell like a stream of clear spring water, a sudden outcry erupted from within the northern tribe's army, as if they were enduring immense pain, causing one's hair to stand on end. At first, there were only a few cries, but then the wails became more numerous and piercing, echoing one after another. The soldiers in the northern tribe's army began to panic. Unaware of what was happening, they pushed and shoved each other, trying to flee forward. Occasionally, someone would fall to the ground, immediately trampled into mush underfoot, never to rise again. The army of the tribes descended into chaos, with soldiers fleeing blindly in all directions. Although minor commanders shouted orders to restore order, their efforts were futile, and the chaos only worsened. Some minor commanders were even killed by their own men. The soldiers' eyes were filled with deep fear, and panic spread like a plague through the ranks. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard exchanged glances, bewildered by the events unfolding before them. They had no idea what was happening to the northern barbarians that was causing them to turn on each other. Standing at the forefront of the Imperial Guard, Kagaya seemed unsurprised by the unfolding events, having anticipated them. Instead of being alarmed, she watched the chaos with great interest. "What have you done?" The prince of the northern tribes shouted in anger and disbelief at Kagaya's feat. "You'll see soon enough." Kagaya blinked her autumn water-like eyes, giving a mysterious smile. At that moment, it was as if the northern tribe's army had plunged into a boiling cauldron of oil, suddenly erupting. Countless soldiers swarmed aimlessly like headless flies, fleeing in terror. Some even ran toward the Imperial Guard, losing their heads in panic, and were promptly beheaded. Suddenly, a monster burst from the crowd, towering 3 times the height of a man, with muscular, rock-hard skin. Ordinary swords and blades were incapable of inflicting much harm on it, instead arousing its ferocity. With a mighty sweep of its massive arm, it shattered a swath of northern soldiers. Those who could not escape were seized by the creature's enormous claws and torn apart amidst a shower of blood, their screams abruptly silenced. Innards and intestines scattered across the ground as the monster dug into a victim's chest, pulling out a still-beating heart and devouring it. Witnessing this horrific scene, the soldiers of the northern tribes were terrified out of their wits and fled for their lives. Yet more monsters appeared around them, leaving them nowhere to escape. Kagaya watched calmly as the northern tribes fell into paralyzing fear, chuckling softly. It seems the outcome is satisfactory. The terrifying scene before them was the result of Kagaya's prior arrangements. This story began months earlier when a plague swept through Kagaya's domain, turning many citizens into dangerous creatures. The situation grew so dire that Kagaya had to handle it personally, even being forced to kill tens of thousands of infected people. The virus responsible for the plague was now the very cause of the panic and chaos among the northern tribes. After the outbreak, Kagaya searched for a solution to prevent similar incidents in the future. This pursuit was thanks in part to Seiryu, as Kagaya believed Dr. Stylish was the true culprit behind the plague, a notion supported by the original story. Seiryu, being well acquainted with him, had much of her equipment crafted by Dr. Stylish. Under Kagaya's coercion, Seiryu reluctantly investigated Dr. Stylish's laboratory, hoping to uncover something. Surprisingly, she found the exact formula, a cure, and even various strains of the mutant virus. Knowing she would face the northern tribes, whose numbers far exceeded the Imperial Guard, Kagaya needed a method to cause significant damage to the enemy army. Although her strength was formidable and she possessed many powerful large-scale ninjutsu techniques, she needed to conserve some of her energy as a precaution against running out of stamina at a critical moment. Kagaya carried the vial of the virus with her and secretly released it during the battle. Due to the virus's highly contagious nature, it quickly spread, infecting many soldiers within the northern tribe's army. She had already administered the antidote to the Imperial Guard, preventing them from being infected, and the creatures would not attack those who had taken the antidote. It seems effective, Kagaya nodded slightly. However, she frowned, finding the creature's method of combat quite unsightly. It was too gruesome, and the stench was revolting. You actually resorted to this, the prince of the northern tribes exclaimed in anger and disbelief. Using such a method is truly inhuman. I didn't expect you to be such a wicked woman. Wicked, my foot, Kagaya's anger flared as she furrowed her brows, fury boiling within her. She kicked him in the stomach. When you said that, did you think about yourself? If you hadn't led tens of thousands to invade my domain, would I have resorted to this? And your army pillages my land, why don't you mention that? Have you considered the feelings of the ordinary people you oppress? Kagaya's fury rose at his words. To him, bullying others was justified, yet being bullied was intolerable. Such double standards and twisted logic were revolting, reminiscent of certain national policies from her previous world. Prince Saika attempted to argue further, but before he could speak, Kagaya stomped him into the mud. She was disinclined to waste time with such a person, feeling that conversing with him lowered her intelligence. While Kagaya watched the show unfold, a brilliant beam of light suddenly flashed from afar. It carried searing heat, slicing through the sky and heading straight for the unsuspecting Kagaya. Chapter 270, Teach Akame a Lesson. A dazzling light erupted from Kagaya's location, triggering a violent explosion. A shockwave burst forth, carrying waves of air with it, as smoke and dust filled the air. As the dust gradually settled, a graceful silver-haired girl emerged from the haze. She was unharmed, save for the scars from her battle with his death, her clothes bore not a single tear. Night Raid, Kagaya muttered, furrowing her brows and glancing into the distance. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Looking down, she noticed that the Saika prince, whom she had been trampling underfoot, had disappeared, leaving behind only a small pit in the ground. Sensing something, Kagaya turned abruptly to find a few people in the distance, a man and 2 women. The battered young man was none other than Prince Saika. He looked quite miserable, his once noble face was now swollen and bruised, his clothes torn and dust-covered, far from the spirited figure he had been when Kagaya first saw him. Beside him stood a woman with short white hair, a dignified appearance, wearing an eye patch and dressed in a black suit. She was the Night Raid boss Nagenda, whom Kagaya had met not long ago. As for the other young woman, Kagaya saw her for the first time. She had long black hair that reached her waist, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her delicate features exuded a fresh and elegant beauty, with snow-white skin and a well-proportioned figure. She wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a small red tie around her white neck and a black skirt, looking clean and neat. Kagaya furrowed her brows. The girl before her seemed familiar, and she pinched her chin with her white fingers, pondering. Suddenly, she clapped her hands together, remembering. This girl looked quite similar to Kurum. Aside from the hairstyle, their faces were nearly identical, and their figures were similar. Yes, neither of them had a particularly large chest, but it was round and perky. If Kagaya was correct, she was Akame, Kurum's sister. Apologies, Najenda stepped forward with a smile. This man is someone we revolutionaries need. He cannot die yet, and we need to take him away, so I hope Princess can let him go. He led an army to invade my territory, committing a grave crime, Kagaya said casually, twirling a lock of her hair with her slender fingers. Those who err must be punished, wouldn't you agree? We will compensate for the losses caused by the northern tribes in your land and provide relief for the civilian casualties, Najenda replied, bowing slightly. We hope the princess can forgive. If I remember correctly, the Revolutionary Army's goal is to overthrow the tyrannical regime for the people's well-being, Kagaya said with a half-smile, yet now you ally with the brutal northern tribes. It's puzzling. Najenda hesitated briefly, then smiled. This is a choice made out of necessity to overthrow Minister Honest's regime. Sometimes sacrifices are unavoidable. I'm sorry, but I can't accept such an explanation. Kagaya shook her head gently and chuckled, especially since the invaded territory is mine, and I won't allow anyone to harm my people. I'm truly sorry, but we must take him today. I hope the princess can understand, Najenda said. Then you all should stay here. Kagaya's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible chill. As she spoke, Kagaya waved her snow-white, smooth hand, and the grass sword embedded in the ground shot into her hand. Holding the long sword, Kagaya stomped her foot, her graceful form turning into a streak of light, rushing toward Najenda and her group with lightning speed. Just then, a figure suddenly dashed out, colliding with Kagaya. With a crisp clang, sparks flew. Blocking Kagaya's attack was the long black-haired girl, Akame. She gripped her sword tightly, her face cold and focused. With a stomp, she shot forward like an arrow, her arm swinging her sword, leaving afterimages as she slashed at Kagaya. Her speed was remarkable, nearly fast enough to create afterimages. Her experience was evident in her moves, though she appeared to target Kagaya's chest, her real aim was the girl's white, tender neck. Her skill was indeed higher than Kurum's. Even after Kagaya's personal training, Kurum was still no match for her sister. Akame's battle talent far surpassed her sister's, but it still wasn't enough for Kagaya. With an ivory-like arm swing, Kagaya's long sword became a flash of cold light, slashing upward from the lower left, meeting Akame's blade. With a crisp clang, the sound of metal striking metal echoed. Akame's pupils contracted. She felt a powerful force transmitted from Kagaya's blade to her arm, forcing her to lean back. The next move she had prepared was neutralized before she could execute it. Kagaya's sword light descended again, and Akame gritted her teeth, gripping her sword to meet the attack once more. Clang. As expected, Akame was repelled again, her hands numb, and nearly dropping her sword. Seeing Akame falter, Kagaya's eyes focused, and with her long sword, she closed in. Her attacks poured down like a storm. Having lost the initiative earlier, Akame was now at a disadvantage. Under the torrential assault, she was nearly defenseless, struggling to fend off the attacks. Facing the silver-haired girl's flawless offense, Akame felt helpless for the first time. She had never been so passive. No matter how she attacked, it was easily countered, and a casual strike would disrupt her rhythm. The most discouraging part was the silver-haired girl's relaxed demeanor. It seemed she wasn't taking the fight seriously. This couldn't continue, she was no match for her. Akame's red eyes narrowed, her teeth clenched. Gripping her sword tightly, she ignored the oncoming fierce strike from the silver-haired girl and slashed at her soft abdomen. Blood splattered as Akame's white arm took a slash, but her sharp blade was poised to pierce the silver-haired girl right through. Chapter 271, Fly into a Rage Out of Humiliation. Watching the sharp blade heading towards her abdomen, Kagaya showed a look of surprise on her face. She did not expect Akame to have such determination, risking injury to kill her. Was it worth it? If Kagaya had not stopped herself in time, Akame's fair arm might have been cut off. Did Akame really not care? Seeing Kagaya's expression of surprise, Akame felt a sense of relief. The pressure Kagaya exerted was overwhelming, her attacks were continuous and seamless like moonlight, giving Akame no openings, leaving her only to defend. Even in defense, she felt overwhelmed, often pushed into desperate situations, as if Kagaya could read her mind. In reality, that was indeed the case. In the face of Kagaya's powerful ocular technique, Akame's moves were transparent, allowing Kagaya to clearly see her every move. Although Akame's speed was extremely fast, this advantage was negated. Additionally, Kagaya could predict Akame's next move based on her body movements, and even replicate her techniques. Kagaya had used this ability in various battles, such as against Kurum and Saika. Because of her ocular technique, Kagaya was able to toy with Kurum easily, capturing her without much effort. Even against his death, her ocular technique gave her a significant advantage in their intense fight. These are the basic uses of the ocular technique, but basic does not mean mediocre. These abilities play a crucial role in battle, especially in taijutsu, where they become vital. To launch an attack, one must at least be able to see the enemy's movements and understand their tactics to defeat them. If one cannot even see the opponent's actions, it is basically a guaranteed loss. But now, she couldn't see through it anymore. Thinking of this, Akame regained her confidence, a smile appearing on her lips. However, her smile quickly froze, her eyes widening instantly. The silver-haired girl before her suddenly discarded her sword, letting it fall to the ground with a crisp clang. Kagaya reached out with her fair arm, bypassing the heavy blade, and grabbed Akame's white wrist, pulling forcefully. Akame lost her balance, stumbling forward, her blade missing its mark. Due to Kagaya's actions, Akame's body wobbled uncontrollably, stumbling around, her feet unsteady, accidentally falling into the embrace of the silver-haired girl before her, colliding into a tight hug. Kagaya was stunned, not expecting this to happen. Akame unexpectedly fell into her arms, surprising her greatly. Almost instinctively, she embraced the long-haired girl. A refreshing fragrance hit her nose. She wasn't sure if it was the legendary scent of a virgin, but feeling the supple body in her arms, she felt quite pleased. Indeed, very nice, as expected of the older sister, bigger than Kurum. Perhaps out of habit, Kagaya's hand reflexively moved, lightly touching Akame's chest, easily slipping into the gap in her clothes. From nowhere, Akame suddenly burst with energy, pushing the silver-haired girl away with all her strength, stumbling back several steps before steadying herself. Her face flushed red, breathing heavily, her body soaked with sweat, glistening. "I'll kill you." Akame bit her lip, humiliated beyond measure, her shame turning to anger. She raised her sharp blade and charged at Kagaya, her attack fierce and direct. Kagaya was slightly surprised. She had just used her ocular technique to immobilize Akame, expecting her to be unable to move for a long time. Yet she broke free so quickly, it was almost unbelievable. She truly was talented in combat, Kagaya thought. In truth, Kagaya was overthinking it. This sudden outburst was not due to any battle talent but rather the girl's spike in willpower due to her shame and anger, allowing her to momentarily break free from Kagaya's control. The black-haired girl before her was overcome with a mix of shame and anger, her face red as if it could bleed. Her hands gripped the blade tightly, slashing wildly in a frenzy. The chaotic, relentless strikes were devoid of technique. Trees were sliced in half, and rocks were shattered under the erratic slashes of her sword. Faced with Akame's berserk attack, even Kagaya could only avoid her and retreat. Akame's moves were so erratic and disorderly that it was difficult for Kagaya to predict her next move accurately. "Let's go," Najenda said, glancing at the two still fighting, then turning to Saika. "No need to worry, it seems our people are not in immediate danger." Najenda had stayed to observe the battle. She knew well the terrifying power of the princess, the kind of power that could wipe out tens of thousands in an instant was hardly human. Though she understood Akame's strength was considerable, capable of overwhelming most, she doubted Akame could defeat the princess. But now it seemed the princess held a significant upper hand, even overwhelming dominance. There were many opportunities she had to kill Akame but didn't, indicating she had no intention of killing her. Given this, Najenda's presence was unnecessary. If Akame could not win, her intervention would change little. Understood. Prince Saika nodded lightly, casting a lingering glance at the silver-haired girl in battle before turning to leave. In his tightly clenched right hand was a pink hairpin. Chapter 272, Pursuit. Akame's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. She bit her soft, red lips and swung her sword chaotically at Kagaya. Faced with her relentless attacks, Kagaya did not wish to be entangled with her. She focused her eyes, and with a sudden swing of her fair arm, the sword in her hand transformed into a fleeting streak of light, striking toward Akame with lightning speed. A crisp metallic clash rang out. The Kusanagi sword accurately struck 3 inches above the hilt of Akame's sword blade, precisely at the weak point in her grip. Akame felt a tremendous force transmitted through her blade, sending her body flying backward. Kagaya then stepped down, and in the ripples formed on the ground, she shot forward like an arrow, speeding toward Najenda and Saika. Noticing this, Najenda turned her head in surprise, seeing the silver-haired girl break free from Akame's entanglement and rapidly approach them. Every time Kagaya lightly tapped her foot, she seemed to glide dozens of meters through the air, as if dancing. Najenda grew anxious. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for Kagaya to catch up. Prince Saika also noticed the silver-haired girl closing in behind them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickened his pace. However, due to the exhaustion from his earlier battle with Kagaya and his injuries, he could not run fast enough, he was running on empty. As the silver-haired girl drew nearer, close enough for them to see her frosty expression and even her fluttering eyelashes, Najenda's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and flung her mechanical arm, which shot out a rope-tethered fist, wrapping it around Saika. Pulling him along, Saika's speed increased significantly. But it was futile, having little effect. Kagaya tapped her foot lightly, swiftly closing the distance. In a flash, she appeared before Saika. Saika's pupils contracted as he attempted to push off with his foot, using the recoil to dodge, but it was already too late. Kagaya raised her arm, which was as smooth as jade, and, like a butterfly among flowers, struck Saika's chest with her palm. Saika's chest caved in, and a crisp cracking sound of bones breaking followed. No one knew how many ribs were broken. His face turned deathly pale, and he spat a mouthful of crimson blood, like a misty spray in the air. Taking such a powerful chakra-infused blow, Saika bled from his mouth and nose, his face ashen, with several ribs broken and seriously injured. His consciousness began to blur, and if Najenda hadn't been pulling him along with her mechanical arm, he would likely have collapsed, unconscious. This was despite Najenda urgently pulling him back in the nick of time, preventing him from taking the full brunt of the strike. Had he taken it head-on, Saika would have been killed. However, the attack still dealt a severe blow. It should be noted that Kagaya's first martial technique learned after crossing worlds was the gentle fist, and Saika had taken a direct hit from it. Even if the gentle fist doesn't make physical contact, it can still harm the enemy. The gentle fist, under Kagaya's mastery, had become highly refined, though it had faded from prominence due to her stronger abilities and techniques. But this did not mean it lacked power, as evidenced by Saika's half-dead state. Most importantly, the gentle fist consumed minimal energy, requiring little stamina and placing a small burden on the body, making it an ideal choice for Kagaya, who was greatly fatigued after successive battles. Seeing that her attack had succeeded, Kagaya focused her gaze, lightly tapping her foot and advancing to finish Saika with another blow. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the distance, a white beam streaking toward Kagaya's unguarded back. Only mine, the sniper hiding afar, could launch such an attack. With a roar, dust and smoke surged. As the dust settled, a silver-haired girl emerged from the haze. Surrounding her was a black, fluid-like shield that coalesced into several black orbs, Kagaya's truth-seeking balls. Kagaya furrowed her brows slightly, her clear eyes gazing into the distance. The battlefield no longer showed signs of her opponents. Najenda, Saika, and even Akame had vanished, leaving only scattered corpses and raging danger beasts. It seemed they had taken the opportunity to escape. Kagaya considered giving chase but decided against it, as she might not catch them. Besides, she was already weary from successive battles, feeling a slight fatigue. It was better to rest for a while. Furthermore, after taking her blow, Prince Saika would likely be critically injured if not dead. He wouldn't be able to recover quickly. The gentle fist's power lies not only in causing external injuries but also in disrupting internal meridians, pressure points, and even internal organs. It was a feat that he hadn't died on the spot. With the battle concluded, Kagaya's guards had sustained significant damage but within an acceptable range. Despite the overwhelming odds, they had held firm, which was commendable. The northern tribes had suffered genuine devastation, with over 100,000 soldiers perishing under Kagaya's hand. At the outset, she had used the heavenly obstacle Quaking Star to obliterate tens of thousands of northern tribes' fodder, while the remainder fell to her viral infection, transforming them into raging danger beasts. Countless soldiers perished at the hands of these beasts. Gazing at the battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, Kagaya gently brushed her smooth silver hair, her lips curling slightly. After this fierce battle, the northern tribes would likely be severely weakened. At that moment, a guardsman rushed over and knelt, reporting, "Princess, the remnants of the northern tribes have fled north. Shall we pursue them?" "No need," Kagaya waved her hand dismissively. "Those stragglers are nothing to worry about. Clean up the battlefield and properly tend to the fallen guards." "Yes, Princess, but..." The guardsman hesitated before finally speaking. "What about the danger beasts on the battlefield? Should they be cleared out?" "There's no need," Kagaya replied nonchalantly. "They will disappear on their own shortly." Chapter 273, Complete Victory. The guard was a bit perplexed, unable to make sense of the princess's cryptic remark. How could the danger beasts vanish on their own? That seemed quite unbelievable. Although he had always had great faith in the princess, this time, he couldn't help but feel confused. However, his confusion was soon resolved. One of the danger beasts rampaging across the battlefield, covered in crimson blood, suddenly began to swell like an inflating balloon, gradually growing larger. Its body distorted, making its originally terrifying appearance even more grotesque, enough to make one's hair stand on end. Suddenly, with a dull bang, the swollen danger beast exploded. Blood sprayed everywhere, and flesh flew. Blood mixed with chunks of meat fell from the sky, pattering on the ground like a rain of blood, instantly filling the air with a foul stench. At the same time, the other danger beasts on the battlefield also began to swell, then exploded with a muffled sound, shattering into pieces. The guard was stunned by the scene before him, finding it beyond his comprehension. The danger beasts had exploded on their own. Kagaya, however, remained unfazed, having expected this outcome. The virus used this time was not the same as the one from the previous plague. The current virus was an incomplete version, or a defective product. It could cause mutations, turning beings into danger beasts, but due to its defects, the transformed danger beasts could not sustain themselves for long. Their bodies would eventually succumb to the intense effects of the drug, causing them to explode. Therefore, Kagaya was not worried about the virus spreading. If it were the previous complete virus, she would never have used it, as it would have turned the story from Arcane GA Kill into Resident Evil. Kagaya stretched lazily, revealing her alluring curves. After the successive fierce battles, Kagaya felt a slight fatigue. What she wanted now was to rest, but she could not, as there were still many things to do. Moreover, she was somewhat worried about the other two battles. She wasn't too concerned about the troops led by Kurum, as Kurum was quite strong and had improved significantly under Kagaya's training. Moreover, she possessed the Taigu Yatsufusa, which could control up to 8 puppets that she had killed with the cursed blade. The puppets looked the same as in life and could be manipulated freely, turning back into ordinary corpses once the ability was cancelled. Kurum's puppets were very powerful, including many skilled fighters and even a super dangerous beast. Combined, the puppets were much stronger than Kurum herself, almost equivalent to a small army. However, the more puppets she controlled, the more Kurum's own power diminished, and it greatly consumed her physical strength. Despite this drawback, the benefits outweighed the costs. Especially after Kagaya had removed the toxins from Kurum's body and intensified her training, Kurum's physical strength had greatly improved. She was no longer the frail girl she once was. Compared to Kurum, Kagaya was more concerned about the unit with Seiryu. Although that unit included Ayasu, who would ensure things wouldn't get too chaotic, Seiryu was impulsive and fought recklessly, like a little maniac, which worried Kagaya. She hoped Seiryu wouldn't cause too much trouble. Kagaya's clear eyes gazed at the distant horizon, pondering with some concern. On a vast grassy plain, a large troop was advancing rapidly. They wore black armor, wielded sharp spears, and carried steel swords at their waists and small steel crossbows on their backs. Their disciplined formation marked them as elite soldiers. They could only be matched by the Imperial Guard defending the palace. At the forefront of the group were a man and a woman, both on horseback. The man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, his appearance exuding strength. He wore armor with a large sword hanging from his waist, radiating heroic energy. He was Ayasu, Kagaya's chief guard. The orange-haired girl had a sweet appearance and a slender figure. Her uniform armor only enhanced her cuteness, and she held an adorable puppy in her arms, who was Seiryu and her imperial arm, Koro. "This is so boring, is this the so-called northern tribe?" Seiryu said, disappointed, as she pinched Koro's face. "I thought they'd be formidable, but they're just a bunch of rabble, scattering before I could even exert myself." "Indeed," Ayasu nodded, noncommittal. He had always thought of Seiryu as just a normal neighborly girl and had never taken her too seriously until the battle revealed how wrong he was. He was shocked by Seiryu's formidable power, especially with her devastating weapons, which even made him break out in a cold sweat. Her devastating munitions and, just as cannon, annihilated the northern tribesmen, leaving no trace. She single-handedly routed the northern army, showing the power of her weapons. Moreover, these northern soldiers, though appearing fierce, had low morale and poor discipline, with formations disorganized. After a few attacks, they quickly scattered. They were indeed, as Seiryu said, just a rabble. Could it be that these were not the elite troops of the northern tribes but merely cannon fodder meant to draw fire? If so, that would explain how the northern tribes could muster 400,000 troops. The Empire could only field several 100,000, including supply units. The northern tribes fielding 400,000 troops without deceit seemed impossible. Where were the northern tribes' elite forces? Could they have? Realizing this, Ayasu grew anxious, fearing the elite northern forces might be heading toward the princess, who had just 1,000 troops. If they were engaged. Yet he did not know that the northern elite force of 200,000 had already been decimated by Kagaya. Chapter 274, The Princess's Royal Guard. The scouts reported Northland soldiers 5 kilometers from the village, the Imperial Guard scout said, kneeling respectfully. "That's great, Koro, let's go," Seiryu exclaimed excitedly, clutching Koro and tugging at the horse's reins, speeding off like an arrow. "Hey, wait!" Ayasu shouted a few times in vain, but Seiryu was already out of earshot. He shook his head helplessly. Seiryu usually seemed like a cute little girl, but when it came to fighting, she became a different person. Even he was somewhat intimidated by her. Only the princess seemed to have any control over her. He could almost see the princess's beautiful face, capable of conveying both anger and joy. Ayasu shook his head to clear away his wandering thoughts. When Ayasu finally arrived with the troops, the area outside the village was already in chaos. Bodies of the northern soldiers were strewn everywhere, many unrecognizable, with severed limbs and even internal organs scattered about. It seemed Seiryu had completely annihilated the northern soldiers. "Don't eat these things," Seiryu said, patting Koro's head. "These people are filthy, not tasty. I'll get you something better later." Ayasu's mouth twitched. Though he had seen Koro eating people many times, he still wasn't quite used to it. The expressions of the Imperial guards behind him were also unsightly. Killing people was one thing, but the gore was another. Seiryu walked into the village, joyfully shouting, "Come out, everyone! The brutal northern soldiers have been eliminated." However, the village remained silent, as if uninhabited. Seiryu found this odd, and with Koro in tow, she ventured deeper into the village. The village showed signs of great hardship, appearing dilapidated. Most houses were damaged to varying degrees, with walls bearing marks of sword and knife cuts, and doors and windows in disrepair, barely serving their purpose. Some houses had burned down completely, leaving only charred ruins. The village paths were littered with rubble and collapsed walls, stained with dark red blotches that any experienced person could identify as dried blood. Those damned northern soldiers, doing such beastly things, Seiryu's pretty face was full of anger. They must be punished by justice. Seiryu shouted a few more times, but the village remained silent, without a single response or sound. Could the village be deserted? Just as Seiryu was about to leave, an angry voice called out. "Imperial dogs, get out of our village. Stop pretending, we won't fall for your tricks again." The voice was abruptly silenced, as if someone had covered the speaker's mouth. Seiryu paused, turning toward the source of the voice. But with so many houses, it was difficult to pinpoint its exact origin. At this moment, a tall, armored young man approached. It was Chief Guard Ieyasu. "What's going on?" Seiryu asked, puzzled. "What did they say? Did they call us Imperial dogs?" "They might have mistaken us for the Imperial army," Ieyasu sighed, looking at the desolate village. "What about the Imperial army?" Seiryu was still confused. "Aren't they here to save them? Why would they react this way?" "You'll find out soon," Ieyasu turned and shouted, "We are Princess Kagaya's Imperial Guard, not the Imperial army. Please don't be afraid." The village was quiet for a moment, then came murmurs, followed by someone daring enough to peek through a curtain. "Are they really the princess's Imperial Guard? They might be tricking us. The Imperial army used that trick last time." "I don't think so. Look, their armor has the red spider lily symbol." "Sure enough, that's the red spider lily. Could it really be the princess's guards come to save us?" They recognized the red spider lily symbol on the guards' armor and uniforms. This symbol was unknown in the world, introduced by Kagaya to distinguish her forces from the Imperial army rabble. She disliked anyone associating her troops with the Imperial army. Over time, the red spider lily became a beloved symbol among the people. The Imperial Guard's discipline and kindness, often helping civilians, earned them a good reputation, unlike the Imperial army, who plagued the populace. Suddenly, a door opened, and an elderly, white-haired man emerged, walking shakily with a cane. "Are you really the princess's guards?" "Indeed," Ieyasu stepped forward, smiling. "And you are. It's wonderful you've finally come, we've been waiting so long," the elder said with emotion. "Apologies, I'm just overjoyed. I am the village chief." "Hello, village chief," Ieyasu replied warmly. "What happened here?" "It was those damned northerners, pillaging and burning," the chief said mournfully. "Many in our village were killed." "What about the Imperial army? Weren't they nearby?" Seiryu asked suddenly. "Don't mention those bastards," the chief's face twisted in anger, striking his cane on the ground. Those beasts were worse than the northerners. Hearing the old chief's tale, Seiryu fell silent. She never imagined the situation was so different from what she had envisioned. Chapter 275, Eradicate Scum. In Seiryu's mind, the Imperial army should protect civilians, resist foreign invasion, and eliminate evil. But in the words of the old village chief, she discovered another side of the Imperial army. Not only did the Imperial army fail to resist the invasion of the northern tribes, but they also abetted the enemy, taking advantage of the chaos of war to ransack the village. Moreover, they killed several villagers who dared to resist, abducted innocent young women, and abused them to death. Their actions were utterly heinous. Seiryu instinctively thought this was false and that the old village chief was lying. However, seeing the old village chief's bitter and resentful appearance and the angry expressions of the villagers, it didn't seem fake. Could the Imperial army really be so disgraceful? Seiryu, who prided herself on justice, felt confused. After all, she was once a member of the Imperial army, and now that the Imperial army was being cursed at, she found it hard to accept. Had all she had done been aiding and abetting the wicked? While Seiryu was at a loss, the old village chief tremulously approached with a smile, saying, "It was you who saved us just now. Thank you so much. You are indeed a subordinate of the princess. If it weren't for the princess, we wouldn't be able to survive. Please accept this, although it is insignificant, it represents the villagers' gratitude." The old village chief said, handing a box to Seiryu. Seiryu, still in a daze, hurriedly took the box and said softly, "Thank you. You are welcome." "This is a local specialty of ours, please don't mind," the old village chief said kindly, smiling. "If possible, please convey our thanks to the princess." Seiryu said nothing more, just nodded slightly, looking at the somewhat simple food box in her hands. Suddenly, she imagined a beautiful silver-haired girl, seemingly smiling at her. Was it really as she said, that this empire was beyond saving? The temperature in early winter had gradually dropped, all the plants had withered, and the trees had shed all their leaves. Swaying in the bleak northwest wind, they resembled ghostly shadows. The protagonist of Seiryu's thoughts was now walking through the leafless forest, treading on the frost-covered ground, advancing slowly. Due to the forest's rugged terrain, the mountain path was uneven, so they had to dismount and walk. Treading on the frost-covered dead leaves and listening to the crisp sound of snapping branches, there was some elegance in it. However, Kagaya was not in the mood for such elegance. She thought about building a road to smooth the area in the future. It was too hard to walk, and she even had the impulse to flatten the forest. "Princess, there is a small town ahead where we can spend the night," a guard approached and said softly. "Okay," Kagaya nodded slightly. "Pick up the pace and keep moving. Let's try to reach there before dark." "Yes." Finally able to rest well, Kagaya sighed in relief. After such a long journey, she was somewhat weary. By the time the group arrived outside the small town, it was gradually getting dark. The sun had already set over the horizon, the afterglow was fading, and the temperature was dropping. The chilly wind blew, feeling bone-chillingly cold. The northern winter was long and exceptionally cold, especially at night when the temperature dropped quickly. Although it was just the beginning of winter, it was no different from the southern winter. At this moment, there was suddenly a vague noise ahead, interspersed with shouts and screams, and as they drew closer, the sound became clearer. Kagaya's delicate brows furrowed, and her face darkened as she said, "Arm yourselves and mount up, prepare for battle." "Yes." The Imperial Guard responded in unison. Having been through several battles, they had immense trust in the princess, even to the point of worship. To them, her power seemed like that of a legendary deity. Kagaya's Imperial Guard was in perfect formation, exuding a murderous aura, marching in unison toward the small town. Before they even entered the town, they saw a scene of chaos from afar. Those people were wearing the Imperial Army standard armor, but they didn't have the imposing presence of regular soldiers, instead appearing lazy like street thugs, their helmets askew. If not mistaken, they were the Imperial Army guarding the border. They were waving their long knives at the villagers, looking arrogant, shouting at the villagers before them. The villagers looked furious and outraged as if arguing loudly. Perhaps impatient, a soldier suddenly drew his knife and swung it at a villager's neck. Caught off guard, the villager's neck was slashed, and blood spurted out. In the splattering blood, the villager fell softly to the ground. Suddenly, a somewhat attractive woman rushed out, throwing herself on the villager and crying loudly. The Imperial soldiers looked at the woman maliciously, grinning, grabbed her arm, pulled her up, and held her tightly, groping her. The woman struggled desperately in grief but was no match for the strong soldiers. In no time, her clothes were torn into rags. The other soldiers noticed and gathered around, laughing obscenely, seeming eager to join in. Just as the woman was about to bite her tongue and kill herself, the soldiers suddenly stiffened, standing motionless. Though unsure of what happened, the woman took the opportunity to escape their clutches. The soldiers suddenly had a line of blood appear on their necks, growing thicker until, with a spurt of blood, their heads fell to the ground, and their bodies collapsed. At this point, the woman noticed a stunning silver-haired girl before her, so beautiful she was momentarily dazed. The silver-haired girl's face was icy, her eyes as cold as autumn water. With a wave of her creamy arm, she said sternly, "Execute these Imperial soldiers on the spot." "Yes." Suddenly, a large number of Imperial guards appeared from the bushes, armed with swords, charging toward the distant Imperial soldiers like tigers descending the mountain. Caught off guard, the Imperial soldiers were soon overwhelmed, crying out for mercy. Chapter 276, Go on a Killing Spree. Facing the Imperial army, which was as disorderly as a pack of wolves, the elite guards swiftly overwhelmed them. Despite being heavily outnumbered, the guards managed to completely defeat the Imperial army, leaving corpses strewn across the battlefield and capturing hundreds of soldiers, even surpassing the total number of Kagaya's entire guard. "Your Highness, the Imperial army prisoners have been captured. How should we deal with them?" A guard hurried to Kagaya's side, kneeling as he asked. "Execute them on the spot," Kagaya replied absent-mindedly, her clear eyes gazing into the distance. "But..." The guard hesitated, "They are soldiers of the Imperial army. If we kill them rashly..." "Just do it," Kagaya waved dismissively. "Those who commit mistakes must be punished." "Yes," the guard responded, no longer hesitating, and quickly turned to leave. Shortly after, the prisoners led outside the village began to wail and cry out in despair. Realizing their fate, their screams echoed like the howls of ghosts, interspersed with pleas for mercy. However, the cries soon fell silent, and under the cold moonlight, the village exterior returned to silence. Your Highness, the guard returned swiftly, respectfully reporting, 678 prisoners have been executed. Very well, Kagaya nodded, you did well. Additionally, we found many women in a room in the village, but they. The guard hesitated. What about them? Kagaya turned and asked softly. They were unclothed, showing signs of abuse, and. The guard continued in a low voice, they were likely drugged, their minds unclear. Drugged. Kagaya frowned slightly, turning to face the guard, where are they? Lead the way. Yes. They arrived at a dilapidated house, and as the guard opened the door, a foul stench assaulted their senses, making one nauseous. The room was crowded with naked women, their bodies covered in bruises, and the floor was in disarray, indicating the violations they had suffered. The women lay in a stupor, eyes unfocused, drooling, as if they had lost all awareness, oblivious to the guard's calls. Kagaya frowned, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Without further inspection, she turned away and said softly, burn the house down. The guard was taken aback, then quickly protested, but these. Do as I say. Yes. Though puzzled, the guard, trusting the princess completely, followed her orders. Firewood was stacked around the house, soaked in oil. A lit torch was thrown on, igniting a fierce blaze, sending smoke billowing into the sky. No screams emerged from the house, only the crackling of burning wood could be heard, chillingly eerie. Only Kagaya understood why this was necessary. The women had been drugged, their minds controlled, and there was no antidote. Even if they were rescued, they would remain alive but mindless, akin to death. In Kagaya's view, death was their release. The house burned for over 2 hours, the fire gradually subsiding. The air was thick with an indescribable burnt smell, reminiscent of charred meat, inducing nausea. In this calamity, most villagers had been slaughtered, leaving the village in ruins. Only those who had hidden well survived, but their village was devastated. Your Highness, a guard approached quickly, speaking softly, the task is complete. Good. Kagaya nodded gently. The guard had buried the bodies of the imperial soldiers and villagers to prevent disease. They also distributed food and money to the survivors to help them rebuild and endure the harsh winter. This was all Kagaya could do. The villagers, grateful to their savior, repeatedly expressed their thanks, many with tears in their eyes. The scene moved even the seasoned guards, who felt a deep unease. Kagaya, however, remained expressionless, her eyes lowered, lost in thought. As the long night passed, dawn arrived. Under the morning star's light, the sky began to lighten in the east, the clouds tinged with pink. Suddenly, a gentle beam of light spread from the horizon as the sun rose, its warmth gradually dispelling the night's chill. Gauda, Kagaya called, her clear eyes fixed on the rising sun. Yes, Your Highness. A tall, well-armed guard hurried over. This was Gauda. Kagaya often found calling his name amusing, as it reminded her of Gauda maps. But Gauda was capable, smart, and loyal, which is why Kagaya had promoted him to second-in-command of the guard, recognizing his talents. If you're ready, return to the princess palace, Kagaya instructed softly. What about you, Your Highness? Gauda asked in surprise. I have some matters to attend to, Kagaya said, gazing at the distant clouds, it might take 1 or 2 months. Chapter 277, Wild Hunt. The unit led by Seiryu and Ieyasu charged through the northern tribal army with unstoppable force, causing them to scatter in complete disarray. Most of the tribal soldiers were slaughtered on the spot, while only a small fraction managed to escape into the vast mountains. Seiryu wanted to pursue them, but Ieyasu stopped her, reminding her that the princess had ordered them only to rout the enemy. Expending resources and time chasing these now cowardly deserters into the endless mountains would be unwise. These tribal soldiers, once dispersed in the vast mountain ranges, would be like finding needles in a haystack. Hearing that this was the princess's order, Seiryu shivered, her high spirits suddenly deflating. She feared no one except Kagaya, though she would never admit it openly. Their campaign had been victorious, and Kurum's forces also achieved outstanding results. Armed with the imperial arm Yatsufusa, Kurum excelled in large-scale battles, especially with a super-dangerous beast among her puppets, a powerful weapon against massed enemies. Under the beast's fierce assault, the northern tribal forces crumbled, abandoning their armor and fleeing in panic. This is so boring, Kurum said, sheathing her sword and exhaling softly. Although her physical abilities had greatly improved through training, the imperial arm still placed a significant burden on her, especially in large-scale battles, which required even more stamina. Fortunately, the northern tribal forces had no real resistance, only a few had moderate strength. But even those were easily defeated by her puppets, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Who goes there? Kurum suddenly turned her head, looking toward a sparse thicket in the distance. To think we were discovered, how unexpected. Several figures emerged from the bushes, led by a man with spiky hair and a long ponytail. His expression was arrogant, with a star in the center of his forehead, bronze skin, a strong, muscular body, wearing a half-shirt exposing his abs, and a unique outfit with tights. Behind him were 2 men and 2 women. One girl was dressed in a maid-like outfit, cute and petite, with shoulder-length blonde hair and bunny-like ribbons. Next to her was a girl in a red dress, with a charming face, a star hairpin, and black stockings, looking very lively. The 2 men were a thin man with a sinister gaze and a lascivious smile, and a fat man dressed like a clown, or perhaps an actual clown. Kurum's eyes narrowed. If she wasn't mistaken, these were the notorious Wild Hunt group. This organization had long engaged in shady activities like extorting protection money, framing others, and committing heinous acts of rape and slaughter. The leader was Sayura, the son of Minister Honest, and the others were likely Dorothea, Cosmina, Inshin, and Champ, if intelligence was accurate. They were formidable individuals. Kurum could defeat any of them individually, but facing all 5 at once was beyond her capabilities, especially after the exhaustion from using her imperial arm. I feel like I've seen you before. Sayura's eyes roved lasciviously over Kurum as he scratched his head, then suddenly clapped his hands. Ah, you're that enhancement type from the Imperial Research Institute, right? Sayura, what are you doing here? Kurum gripped her sword tightly and asked coldly, recognizing their hostile intent. Oh, I didn't expect you to know my name. Sayura's eyes brightened as he smirked. Interesting. Well then, I've decided you're my next toy. Excited. As for my intentions, I plan to enjoy myself with you. With those words, Sayura's body flickered like a shadow, rushing toward Kurum. Protect the lady. At that moment, the elite guards demonstrated their remarkable combat skills by swiftly forming a defensive line, standing at the ready with their weapons. But the 4 behind Sayura moved as well, and their speed was incredible, reaching the guards in an instant like specters. Blood spattered, and flesh flew. The girl named Dorothea dashed into the crowd like lightning, biting into a soldier's neck. The soldier barely had time to react as his body shriveled, turning into a dried corpse as if drained of life. This was her imperial arm, blood collection, a set of fangs that absorbed victims into mummies, using them for healing and power enhancement. The other girl, Cosmina, held a microphone. When she spoke into it, the soldiers charging her fell limply to the ground, their bones pulverized by the ultrasonic waves from her imperial arm. The other 2 were even more brutal. Inshin wielded a scimitar among the crowd, releasing fierce wind blades from his weapon. Soldiers fell like wheat being harvested, severed limbs flying as blood filled the air. The fat clown wasn't as graceful, swinging his massive arm and tossing a small ball into the ranks, which exploded violently, reducing soldiers to dust. This was his imperial arm, disorderly 6 spheres, each possessing different attributes. This one was his explosive sphere. Although the elite guards were strong and formidable, they were still only human. Against imperial arm wielders, they struggled, but they charged forward without hesitation. Bastards. With heavy losses among the guards, Kurum's face showed anger. She drew her shining sword, dashed forward like a streak of light, and charged at them with lightning speed. Chapter 278, Cut in Half. The beautiful black-haired girl supported herself with her long sword, half kneeling on the ground. Her delicate face was flushed, and she was gasping for air, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead trickling down her fair skin. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, showing that her stamina was beginning to wane. In front of her stood 5 people with different appearances. Although they pretended to be relaxed and had a leisurely demeanor, the sweat on their foreheads and their slight panting revealed their true state. Around them lay heaps of bodies, limbs scattered everywhere, with dark red blood emanating a strong smell of blood. I didn't expect that princess's army to be so tough, like cockroaches. Truly annoying, Sayura spat on the ground disdainfully. But cockroaches are still cockroaches, just useless trash. As if angered by Sayura's words, the Imperial guards surrounded them, their faces showing indignation as they held sharp long swords and crossbows aimed at the 5, creating a tense atmosphere. What, do you want to die? Flame sneered, staring intently at the Imperial guards in front, wiping the blade of his curved knife. His arm trembled slightly, and beneath his arm was a long wound oozing blood, indicating that they were not unharmed. It's all because you're too stupid, Cosmina said with a chuckle, wiping her microphone. How did you get hurt? You want a beating? Inshin glanced at her coldly. You're not even close to being able to beat me, Cosmina said dismissively. Inshin liked to toy with women, while Cosmia enjoyed playing with men. Logically, they should be kindred spirits, but surprisingly, they were like water and fire, always at odds with each other, quarreling whenever they met. Is this the natural antagonism between male superiority and female superiority? Stop talking nonsense, Sayura impatiently interrupted their quarrel. Hurry up and finish them off. No need to rush, Champ said, tossing the small ball in his hand. We still have plenty of time. Plenty of time, yes, Sayura snorted coldly. I'm worried someone will come and interfere. Interfere? Curiosity appeared on their faces. They knew Sayura's personality was arrogant and unruly, never taking others seriously, not even his father, Minister Honest, whom he sought to surpass. Now, hearing him express concern about interference was unbelievable to them. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Sayura's face turned gloomy as he sensed their thoughts. Seeing Sayura's expression, they shivered and quickly composed themselves. They knew this was a sign of their boss getting angry. The Imperial Guard seemed to sense the impending attack and immediately surrounded them, encircling them with a forest of swords and spears glinting coldly. The situation was tense, and a battle was about to erupt. At that moment, Kurum calmed her breathing, stood up, and said to the guards, "Stand down." The soldiers hesitated, looking confused. "I said stand down." Kurum shouted with her head down. "But how can we retreat now?" the guardsman said urgently. "Should we abandon our positions?" "One person is enough here." Kurum raised her head, her eyes flashing coldly. "You're just in the way." "But..." "No more words," Kurum interrupted loudly, waving her pale arm. "I can handle it alone. Will you defy my orders?" The guardsman looked at Kurum, gritted his teeth, and finally did not disobey her order. With a wave, the guards retreated like a tide from the battlefield, but they did not go far. Instead, they camped nearby, observing the battle from afar. The guard leader looked into the distance and punched a tree trunk hard, understanding Kurum's reasoning. The guards couldn't make a difference in the battle and suffered heavy casualties, making their presence meaningless. "Are we really too weak? Are you planning to fight us alone?" Sayura asked, looking at the black-haired girl with surprise and a slight smile. "I'm impressed by your courage. As a reward for amusing me, I'll let you live a little longer." Before Sayura finished speaking, Kurum suddenly vanished as if evaporating into thin air. The five of them looked shocked, turning their heads to search around, but they couldn't see any sign of the black-haired girl. Where did she go? At that moment, Cosmina suddenly exclaimed, "She's above." They hurriedly looked up to see a black shadow with a sharp long knife descending at lightning speed. Boom. A loud noise echoed as shattered rocks flew like bullets, and dust filled the air. When the dust cleared, the black-haired girl was revealed, her expression calm and a hint of blood on her blade. Dark red blood dripped from her blade. At her feet lay a severed arm, bleeding slowly. The others had narrowly escaped, but one of them wasn't so lucky. Dorothea clutched her right shoulder tightly, where an arm used to be. Blood oozed slowly from the stump. Her arm had been severed by Kurum in the battle. Despite appearing as a young girl, Dorothea was actually much older. As an alchemist, her body had been modified countless times, which kept her youthful. Due to these modifications, she had great strength but lacked combat skills, which led to Kurum's attack succeeding. "You bitch!" Dorothea shouted, her once cute face contorted with rage. "How dare you injure me? I'll kill you. I'll hack you to pieces, turn you into a puppet, and sell you to a brothel so you'll forever." Before Dorothea could finish, her chest burst open, spraying a rain of blood. With a dull thud, her upper body fell to the ground, lifeless. Unbeknownst to her, Kurum had slashed her chest with one stroke. Chapter 279, Kurum's Battle. After extensive training under Kagaya, Kurum was no longer the same. With her physical fitness improved, her agility and skills had greatly increased, especially her speed, which had seen significant progress. If her speed had not improved, she would not have been able to touch even the hem of Kagaya's clothes and would have been easily toyed with. Therefore, she had been focusing on increasing her speed for a long time. The move she just executed was the result of her long training. Her speed was now on par with that of her sister, Akame, and because she was younger, she had greater agility and flexibility. Indeed, Kagaya had personally experienced her flexibility, which was simply wonderful, ahem. Another aspect was her swordsmanship, which, under Kagaya's guidance, had become more fierce and efficient, especially the determination she exhibited in battle, which she had learned well from Kagaya. What? The remaining 4 members of the Wild Hunt looked at Kurum emerging from the dust with astonishment. They had not expected the girl to display such strength. If Cosmina had not been sensitive to sound waves, more than one of them might have died. "It seems I underestimated you," said Sayura, cracking his neck and clenching his fists, producing a cracking sound. "But your time to die has come. I will thoroughly torture you." As soon as he finished speaking, Sayura stomped on the ground, instantly breaking the sound barrier as he shot forward like a cannonball. In a flash, he was in front of Kurum, with a wicked grin, leaping high and punching down at the girl below. With a sharp clang, Sayura's fist collided violently with Kurum's sword, sparking brightly. Kurum was slightly taken aback to find Sayura wearing a set of knuckle dusters, allowing him to withstand her attack. In the moment she was distracted, Sayura swung his fist again, accompanied by a howling wind, striking Kurum's blade. Kurum felt a great force, causing her to involuntarily step back, while Sayura used the momentum to punch again. However, Kurum seemed to anticipate this. She bent her supple body, dodging the oncoming fist, as her sword suddenly flashed like lightning, thrusting toward Sayura's ribs, targeting his heart. This move was taught by Kagaya. It was not very difficult in theory but required the body to meet strict flexibility conditions. Without it, one might twist their waist off. Aside from Kagaya, only Kurum could achieve this move. Just as Sayura was about to be pierced, a sharp wind blade shot toward Kurum, striking her sword. With a metallic clang, blood splattered. Blocked by the wind blade, Kurum's sword was deflected, slicing across Sayura's ribs, causing blood to spurt out. Kurum felt a bit regretful. Without interference, she might have killed him. Although he bled a lot, it was only a superficial wound. Turning her head, she saw that the one who interfered was Inshin, whose imperial arm was the Moonlight Sword Dance, a scimitar-type imperial arm capable of emitting vacuum blades. Its performance varied with the moon's phase, reaching its peak under a full moon. He was formidable and not to be underestimated. Sayura seemed startled by the slash, cold sweat breaking out. He hadn't expected Kurum to make such a move. Despite traveling the world to hone his skills and martial arts, he had never seen someone perform such a technique. Damn it, Sayura's face turned red with rage, a grim expression as if he would devour someone. Kurum had embarrassed him, making him angry. I will capture you and torment you thoroughly, making you regret opposing me. Villains die because they talk too much, why don't you understand? Kurum blinked her clear eyes and said softly. If Kagaya heard this, she would surely laugh, for it was a phrase she often used, and now Kurum had picked it up. What? Sayura, upon hearing this, became even angrier. I will kill you. Before he finished speaking, he dashed like lightning toward Kagaya, swinging his fists at Kurum. Clang, clang, clang. Sayura's fists pounded Kurum's sword, each punch heavier than the last, like a fierce storm. Yet Kurum remained calm, her expression unruffled. Her sword danced, leaving afterimages, utterly impenetrable. With a sharp clang, Sayura's fist struck Kurum again, but she did not fly backward. Instead, her toe touched the ground, using it as a pivot to spin her supple body, transforming her sword into a cold flash, stabbing at Sayura's ribs once more. Kurum snorted, thinking he hadn't learned from the previous lesson and dared to fight like this. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed from behind, startling Kurum. In her focus on Sayura, she had forgotten about the other three. Reluctantly, Kurum changed her move midway, twisting her body back. With two clang sounds, she deflected both Inshin, wind blade and Champ's small ball. Only someone with Kurum's extraordinary flexibility could execute such a difficult move. Meanwhile, Sayura's attack followed immediately. He raised his fist and punched at Kurum. In the blink of an eye, Kurum raised her sword horizontally to block Sayura's incoming attack. At that moment, Sayura vanished from her sight, seemingly disappearing into thin air. It mirrored Kurum's earlier move. Could it be his speed? Kurum quickly scanned her surroundings but saw no trace of him. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind her. You were too careless. Kurum was startled, barely turning her head to see Sayura, who had vanished, suddenly behind her. Die. Sayura roared, swinging his muscled arm down at Kurum. At that moment, Kurum couldn't turn around in time. Chapter 280, Are You a Dog? It was too careless. Kurum had forgotten about Sayura's Taigu's ability. Here Taigu was dimension formation, a space-moving type Taigu, capable of instantly transporting the target to a predetermined marked location. This meant he could go to any place she had marked, and its capabilities were among the best of all Taigu. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Kurum couldn't help but close her eyes, waiting for the pain to arrive. At that moment, Kurum suddenly felt an arm reach over, holding her body tightly. She was immediately startled, her face turning red with a mix of shock and anger. Sayura, that bastard, was taking advantage of her. Just as Kurum was about to fight Sayura desperately, a voice as melodious as a clear spring sounded in her ear, and she froze. What is it, don't you recognize me? Suddenly looking up, Kurum found herself looking at a stunningly beautiful silver-haired girl. Her brows were like paintings, her eyes bright and her teeth white, and she was looking down at Kurum with a playful smile. It was Kagaya. Kurum's delicate face showed a hint of surprise, her eyes a bit confused, as if she didn't understand how Kagaya had come here. While she was dazed, a sneaky hand suddenly appeared, like a snake, reaching under her ribs, and the familiar 5 fingers instantly grabbed a soft mass. Kurum, feeling violated, immediately snapped back to reality. Her face flushed red, burning hot like a red apple, her face almost steaming. What's wrong, did you miss me? Kagaya leaned closer, whispering softly into Kurum's ear. The warm breath brushed against Kurum's ear, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The young beauty before her, her face as red as a peach blossom and shy demeanor, almost made Kagaya drool. Her heart felt as though it were being scratched by a kitten, itching, and her grip subconsciously tightened. Indeed, a bashful young girl is the most adorable. Just as Kagaya was about to take it a step further, Kurum's expression turned angry, and she opened her mouth, biting Kagaya's hand. Hey, why are you biting me? Kagaya winced in pain, trying to withdraw her hand. You're really biting, huh? I was just joking. However, Kurum's small teeth clamped down on Kagaya's arm, refusing to let go, no matter how much Kagaya tried to pull away, as if glued to her. Hey, are you a dog? Kagaya grimaced in pain, shaking her arm vigorously, trying to shake Kurum off. But Kurum's head bobbed with Kagaya's movements, refusing to let go. Despite her small mouth and teeth, Kurum bit down hard enough to nearly bring tears to Kagaya's eyes. Finally, Kagaya steeled herself, stretching her white arm out suddenly, grabbing Kurum's round little chest firmly. With a cry of pain, Kurum finally released her bite. Kagaya quickly pulled her arm back, revealing 2 crescent-shaped teeth marks on her alabaster-like arm. Meanwhile, Kurum was rubbing her chest with her hands, sucking in cold air through her red lips, her large black and white eyes glaring angrily at Kagaya, clearly showing Kagaya had squeezed a bit too hard. As the two of them were playing around, a black shadow suddenly shot out from behind, like a black lightning bolt, aiming for Kurum's back. Kurum was still rubbing her chest, completely unaware of the attack coming from behind. By the time she realized, it was already too late. However, the shadow did not succeed. A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind Kurum, waving casually, and the shadow was caught in that person's hand. The shadow then revealed its true identity. It was Tenseigan, Chaos Throw, Big Leaguer. And that figure was, of course, Princess Kagaya. Ambushing someone is a disgraceful act, you know, Kagaya said with a playful smile, tossing the black ball in her hand. As long as you win, that's all that matters. Besides, Champ's clown-like face twisted into a grin, you've been too careless. Explode. Champ's Taigu had 6 spheres, the Storm Orb, the Explosive Orb, the Flame Orb, the Ice Orb, the Lightning Orb, and the Rot Orb, each with a different ability. The one Kagaya was holding was the Explosive Orb, which, as the name suggests, was capable of explosion. As soon as Champ finished speaking, the black ball in Kagaya's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the temperature rapidly increased, seemingly about to explode in her hand. At this moment, Kagaya's lips curled up in disdain. With a sharp grip of her white hand, there was a bang, and the black ball shattered into pieces, scattering in the air. Champ's Taigu had been so easily crushed by Kagaya. What? Champ stared in shock at the shattered explosive orb, his face full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. After all, the explosive orb was supposed to be a powerful Taiga with a strong resistance to destruction, otherwise, it would have shattered in its own explosion. Yet, now, the supposedly indestructible explosive orb had been crushed. Ambushing isn't something a good child should do, Kagaya said as she walked over gracefully, her lips curling up. But since you've become a filthy adult, I suppose it's normal. Seemingly stung by Kagaya's words, Champ's body trembled, his clown-like face twisting with rage, his eyes widening, teeth grinding together audibly, fists clenching tightly, his face already contorted with ferocity. As a member of the Wild Hounds, Champ had a twisted psyche. He particularly enjoyed children, calling them little angels, but loathed the thought of them growing into filthy adults. Thus, when he saw children, he would ultimately kill them brutally. He even cruelly murdered Boris's adorable daughter, committing acts that were heinous beyond words. However, seeing Champ's ferocious expression now that his sore spot had been hit, Kagaya felt a sense of satisfaction. The greatest harm to a person is not physical pain, but a deep mental blow. The feeling of toying with someone else's psyche was truly gratifying. What, are you angry? Kagaya toyed with a lock of her silver hair, her lips curling up with a sneer. Then come and kill me. Damn you, Champ's eyes filled with bloodlust. He threw 5 black spheres toward Kagaya. Simultaneously, a figure suddenly appeared behind Kagaya, holding a sharp scimitar, swinging it fiercely at the back of Kagaya's head. Chapter 281, Effortlessly Kill. The person who ambushed Kagaya was none other than Inshin, who had been lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing this fleeting chance, he grasped his scimitar and swung it fiercely at Kagaya. Just as the sharp scimitar was about to strike the back of Kagaya's head, her figure wavered and suddenly vanished from his sight. Inshin was shocked, and as he frantically searched for Kagaya, a white fist appeared before his eyes. With a muffled bang, Inshin's abdomen was struck hard by a punch, instantly denting in. The intense pain twisted his face, causing him to spew saliva mixed with blood. Somehow, Kagaya had silently appeared in front of him without any warning, as if she had vanished and reappeared out of thin air. The attack was not over yet. Kagaya struck another heavy punch to his stomach. Inshin's eyes bulged, and saliva sprayed everywhere. The intense pain made him unable to hold the scimitar in his hand. With a crisp clang, the scimitar fell to the ground. Kagaya's attacks were like a violent storm, an unending assault that left Inshin defenseless, forced to endure blow after blow. Moreover, Kagaya's speed was incredibly fast. Though it seemed long, it was only a fleeting moment, and Inshin was beaten black and blue, with broken bones all over his body. Finally, with a graceful spin, Kagaya kicked out with her leg, her silver hair dancing around her. Her leg struck in Shin's chest with lightning speed. Crack! Amidst the clear sound of bones breaking, Yenshin was sent flying like a ragged doll, spitting a mouthful of blood mist. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit in the solid earth. But at this moment, Champ's attack also arrived. 5 small balls of different colors spun in the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound as they screeched toward Kagaya's chest. Kagaya seemed unconcerned, leisurely raising her alabaster arm and spreading her fingers toward the incoming balls, her eyes showing a hint of disdain. Seeing the silver-haired girl ignoring his attack, Champ grinned, revealing a hideous smile on his ugly face. Did she think his attack was the same as before? She was gravely mistaken. His imperial arms, when combined, could exert their greatest power. The previous attack couldn't compare to the current one. Unfortunately, the explosive jade was destroyed by her, or it would have been even more powerful. The 5 small balls spinning in the air suddenly came together like magnets, forming a larger multicolored sphere, which emitted a dazzling light. Die! Champ laughed maniacally, his twisted and ferocious expression more like a demon from hell than a human. Well, you go die. The beautiful silver-haired girl not far away showed a radiant smile, like clouds parting after rain, flowers blooming in full. For a moment, even Champ, who never favored beauty, was stunned. But when he came to his senses, he realized something was wrong. His pupils contracted because his imperial arms had vanished into thin air before his eyes, disappearing in the blink of an eye. There was a subtle psychological connection between a master and their imperial arms, allowing them to sense its general location. But just now, that connection suddenly broke, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Suddenly, Champ's eyes widened in shock and his face changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. His body seemed to freeze, slowly turning his head. He saw a dazzling sphere of light rushing toward him from behind. He tried to control the imperial arms, but it was too late. Boom! A blinding light erupted in the air, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the heavens. A surging wave of air roared forth, sending sand and stones flying as dust filled the sky. Champ probably never understood why his imperial arms disappeared or why they reappeared behind him. But he would never find out, as he was vaporized in the intense explosion, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood. This was the result of Kagaya's ability to manipulate space with Yamatsu Hirasaka, transferring Champ's imperial arm behind him, causing him to suffer the consequences of his actions and ultimately be blown to pieces. The battle within Shin also utilized this ability. However, the explosion's power surprised Kagaya. She didn't expect Champ's imperial arms to be so powerful. If it had hit her, it would have been unpleasant. But no matter how formidable a weapon, if it couldn't hit its target, it was just a stick for kindling. Meanwhile, a figure was crawling on the ground with difficulty, covered in wounds, blood trickling from his mouth, barely clinging to life. Every few breaths, a large amount of blood oozed from his mouth and nose, along with fragments of internal organs. He was Shin, who had been severely injured by Kagaya. Shin's chest was shattered, and his internal organs were severely damaged, leaving no hope of recovery. Now he was only clinging to life. But he refused to give up, desperately crawling forward, muttering incoherently due to excessive blood loss, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Suddenly, a pair of black and red shoes appeared before Shin. He struggled to lift his head, terror-stricken as he saw the silver-haired girl from before. She was smiling at him, her eyes like crescent moons. Yenshin's pupils contracted, his chest heaving violently, making a gurgling sound in his throat. His body trembled a few times, and finally, a large amount of crimson blood sprayed from his mouth as his head fell to the side, drawing his last breath. Yenshin's imperial arm's power varied with the moon's phases, weakest when the moon waned and strongest at the full moon. If it were a full moon, he might have stood a chance against Kagaya, but unfortunately, it was the beginning of the month, with only a crescent moon in the sky. Kagaya furrowed her brows, walking over to the lifeless Shin, feeling a bit bored. He had died of fright, she had wanted to have some fun with him. In less than a tea break, Kagaya easily dispatched the 2 members of the Wild Hunt with overwhelming force. Kagaya sighed, dusting off imaginary dust from her hands, and turned around with a light step, chuckling, "What's this? You eat spicy hot pot and want to run." Chapter 282, Did you take your medicine again? In the distance, a girl was hunched over, tiptoeing away stealthily. Upon hearing Kagaya's words, her whole body froze as if caught in ice. She stiffly turned around with a forced smile on her face. It was Cosmina. "I don't recall giving you permission to leave." Kagaya played with a lock of her hair with her pale fingers, speaking with a faint smile. "Princess, your highness." Cosmina immediately knelt down, her eyes reddening as she lowered her head, sobbing lightly. "Please spare me. I was forced to do those things under their pressure. I beg you, have mercy on me." "Oh." A curious look appeared on Kagaya's lovely face. "You were coerced." Yes, yes, Cosmina noticed Kagaya's attitude softening and quickly added in a hurried voice, yes, they forced me to do it. I had no choice but to join them. Please, Your Highness, have mercy on me. But you did kill people, right? Kagaya asked in a troubled tone. It wasn't my intention. They encouraged me to do it, I am truly innocent, Cosmina sobbed, looking pitiful and helpless. How cleanly she shifts the blame, placing all responsibility on others. She certainly has thick skin. So these things had nothing to do with you? Kagaya asked, pinching her smooth, rounded chin as if deep in thought. Exactly, that's how it is. Cosmina nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. But you did kill people, Kagaya pretended to be troubled. According to the Empire's law, manslaughter is punishable by death, usually beheading. Cosmina's tear-streaked face froze, her body trembling slightly, and she paled, saying, Princess, Your Highness, I didn't mean to. Please spare me, I promise there won't be a next time. Cosmina crawled to Kagaya's feet, clinging to her leg, tears welling up in her eyes, looking utterly pathetic. I might consider letting you go, Kagaya's lips curled slightly, but... Cosmina's eyes lit up, about to say something. At that moment, an extremely cold light flashed in front of Kagaya, accompanied by the splash of bright red blood. A long-haired head spun into the air, and a pillar of blood shot skyward. With a thud, a bloody head hit the ground, its face still showing a bewildered expression. In the blink of an eye, Cosmina had been decapitated with a single stroke. Hey, were you trying to kill me too? Kagaya shouted in dissatisfaction at the black-haired girl nearby. It turned out the one who killed Cosmina wasn't someone else, it was Kurum, who had been fighting Sayura. Kagaya had wanted to toy with Cosmina, this wicked person, a bit more for amusement. But unexpectedly, Kurum ended her swiftly and decisively. Humph, Kurum turned her head, snorting coldly, her face seemingly puffed up with anger. What's there to say to this harlot? Could it be that the noble princess is interested in this slut? Harlot, slut. Kagaya's face froze, stunned by Kurum's words. Kurum had always seemed gentle and quiet in front of her, refined and serene, never speaking ill of others, let alone making such shocking remarks. This was completely contrary to Kagaya's previous impression of her. Could it be that she misjudged her? Is Kurum actually a closet sadist with a sharp tongue? Noticing Kagaya watching her, Kurum turned away with a huff, stepping on the ground and rushing toward the direction where Sayura was fleeing. There's another trait, Tsundere. Kagaya's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as she lightly stepped forward, transforming into a stream of light, and pursued Kurum. Earlier, while Kagaya was battling the three members of Wild Hunt, Kurum had been locked in combat with Sayura. Surprisingly, Kurum and Sayura were evenly matched, with Kurum even having the upper hand, pressing Sayura hard. Sayura, although cruel, violent, and shameless, was quite skilled. His combat techniques were a combination of various styles, capable of seeing through opponents' moves and routines. The same move rarely worked on him. Moreover, his imperial arm allowed spatial movement, somewhat similar to the Flying Thunder God technique in Naruto. As long as the place was marked, he could move freely, making him hard to defend against. In the original work, Lubbock had to sacrifice himself to barely bring Sayura down with him, marking him as a formidable opponent. However, considering Kagaya's training of Kurum, this made sense. Fighting Kagaya was at least 10 times more challenging than fighting Sayura, even 100 Sayura couldn't match one Kagaya. Sayura's imperial arm required marking to teleport, whereas Kagaya needed no such marking. She could move anywhere instantly, with astonishing speed and ghostly agility, impossible for most to perceive. Through such intense training, Kurum naturally gained substantial understanding of spatial movement in combat. Although she still couldn't evade Kagaya's grasp, Sayura was no longer a significant threat to her. When Kagaya caught up, Sayura had disappeared. He must have fled quickly after witnessing Kagaya's power and seized the opportunity when Kurum struck down Cosmina. But it doesn't matter, Sayura would be dealt with sooner or later. He could run for a while, but not forever. And since he was the son of Minister Honest, she definitely wouldn't let him off the hook and would ensure he paid dearly. Nearby, Kurum was half kneeling on the ground, using her sword for support. Her face was flushed, and she was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Seeing Kurum's condition, Kagaya's lips curled. She was about to make a teasing remark when she noticed something, her brows furrowing as she walked over quickly and grabbed Kurum's wrist, saying sternly, "You took the drug again." Chapter 283, Pitiful Kurum. No, no. Faced with Kagaya's questioning, Kurum appeared somewhat flustered, turning her head away, unable to meet Kagaya's gaze, and stammered softly. "Are you still trying to deceive me?" Kagaya's eyebrows furrowed as she fixed her eyes on Kurum. Seeing her stubbornness, Kagaya's tone turned stern. At this moment, Kurum's face was drained of color, pale as a sheet of paper, her body weak and trembling, soaked in sweat that had already saturated her clothes, revealing her shapely figure. Most crucial was the dark mark on her forehead that seemed impossible to dispel, extending across her chest and limbs. Others might not see it, but with Kagaya's powerful ocular technique, it was clear as a dark spot on white paper, indicative of having consumed a strengthening drug. Perhaps aware of her guilt, Kurum felt uneasy, keeping her head down, biting her lip, and nervously fidgeting with her clothes. "I've told you countless times not to take that drug, why won't you listen?" Kagaya was genuinely angry. "Don't you know the consequences of taking that drug? And when did you secretly keep some? Didn't we agree that all of it had been destroyed? That drug for enhancing the human body was extremely potent. Though it could greatly enhance one's abilities in a short time, the side effects were severe and the damage to the body was incalculable. It severely depleted one's potential and life force, each use shortened one's life by several years and was difficult to remove." Originally, Kagaya had spent a long time detoxifying her, managing to clear out most of the toxins. Those seemingly flirtatious punishments were actually Kagaya helping her detoxify, something she had been unaware of. But now Kagaya was truly angry, as Kurum had ignored her warnings. Kagaya's eyes, like clear water, were fixed on Kurum, seeing her defiant expression. Suddenly, Kagaya sighed and said, "Fine, I won't care anymore. Do whatever you want." With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Kurum trembled, her face pale, raising her head, feeling at a loss. The princess had always been gentle and kind, she had never seen her so angry before. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and quickly followed. As evening approached, the setting sun cast long shadows, and the pink clouds gradually faded. The north wind howled, bringing with it a chilling cold. Kagaya strode ahead, her silver hair swaying in the cold wind. Behind her, a small figure followed in her footsteps, Kurum. Kurum looked like a timid child who had done something wrong, pitiful and hesitant. Finally, as if making up her mind, Kurum bit her lip and quickened her pace, reaching out with a small, pale hand to gently tug at Kagaya's fingers. But Kagaya remained unmoved, snorting as she flung Kurum's hand away. Kurum's eyes reddened slightly, not knowing what to do. Still, she did not give up, reaching out again, only to have Kagaya coldly brush her away. Kurum sniffled, taking a deep breath to keep her tears from falling. Though Kagaya did not turn back, she could clearly sense Kurum's little movements. Several times, Kagaya's heart softened, almost turning around, but she ultimately steeled herself to refuse, needing to teach Kurum a lesson. Otherwise, what if she did it again? That drug was like drinking poison to quench thirst, ultimately harming one's own body. At this moment, Kurum felt dizzy, her vision blurring, her body heavy as if weighed down, stumbling and staggering. Having just endured a fierce battle and taken drugs that stimulated her body, her weak frame was nearing collapse. Finally, Kurum could hold on no longer, her body swaying before collapsing with a thud. She struggled to lift her head, gazing dimly at the silver-haired girl in the distance, trying to rise on shaking arms, but ultimately her vision darkened, and she fainted. When she awoke, she found herself cradled in someone's arms, silver hair brushing gently against her face, familiar and warm, filling her with a sense of comfort and easing her anxious heart. "Are you awake?" A gentle, familiar voice sounded by her ear. Kurum softly responded. "You won't do this again, will you?" Kagaya snorted, speaking irritably. "No." Kurum replied timidly, her defiant demeanor entirely gone. Kagaya felt amused but did not show it, maintaining a stern expression. "You must be hungry." Kagaya's tone softened considerably, speaking gently, "Let's go eat." Kurum obediently answered, burying her head deeper into Kagaya's embrace. The cold moonlight draped like silk, falling on the two girls, rendering the scene serene and harmonious. In a dense forest, a tall man was fleeing frantically, glancing back frequently until he confirmed no one was following, then stopped, leaning against a tree to catch his breath, sweat streaming down his face. His hair was spiky, with a long ponytail trailing behind, and a four-pointed star on his forehead. His skin was bronze, muscles bulging, wearing only a short white shirt revealing his abs, with tight-fitting pants below. He was Sayura, the son of Minister Honest. Now, Sayura had lost his previous arrogance, appearing ragged, his clothes torn, body covered in wounds, some still bleeding. Breathing heavily, Sayura looked back with a vicious expression, slamming his fist against the tree, cursing, "Those two bitches, one day I'll tear you to pieces." Chapter 284, Sleep In. The sky was clear and the clouds floated leisurely by, the weather was bright and mild. However, since it was already the beginning of winter, the temperature was gradually dropping, and the air was filled with a faint chill. The whistling northwesterly wind was bone-chillingly cold, and even today's rare fine weather couldn't dispel the chill of winter. However, the room was warm and cozy, seemingly unaffected by the cold outside. On the soft, comfortable bed lay a beautiful silver-haired girl, breathing lightly, appearing peaceful and serene. The soft sunlight illuminated her snow-white skin, adding an extra layer of warmth. Suddenly, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her sleepy eyes, still appearing half asleep. After a while, she sat up from the bed, stretching her lithe body, revealing a perfect figure. After a long journey, she could finally sleep in and enjoy herself. Kagaya yawned and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her pale fingers. Over the past few months, various matters had become tangled and chaotic, with many factions stirring up trouble, causing her endless worry. Every time she wanted to take a vacation and relax a little, all sorts of trouble arose. To be honest, her role as a princess was quite frustrating. She had to do everything herself, with no one to rely on, let alone someone who could take charge. She couldn't be lazy even if she wanted to. Sometimes, she even thought about quitting altogether, but that was just a thought. Her resentment toward Prime Minister Honest deepened. If not for that fool, she wouldn't be so exhausted. At that moment, a sound like a kitten's purr came from beside her, pulling Kagaya back from her fantasy of tormenting the minister. Next to her, a head emerged from under the covers, and she saw Kurum yawning, her hand covering her mouth. Kurum, still sleepy and groggy, had an expression like a kitten that had not fully awakened. As she moved, the soft covers slipped off her shoulder, revealing a white, soft shoulder, which was very cute. Moreover, she was not wearing anything underneath. The antics of the previous night lasted until dawn. Although Kurum felt shy, Kagaya justified her actions as helping Kurum detoxify and, at the same time, as punishment for her. Knowing she was at fault, Kurum didn't retort. As Kagaya helped Kurum remove her clothes, Kurum blushed and shyly asked if they could leave them on. Of course, Kagaya sternly refused, claiming that the toxins could only be completely removed if she took off her clothes. Whether it was true that the toxins had to be removed this way was something only heaven would know. Kurum wiped her sleepy eyes and looked up. Their eyes met in the air, and Kurum froze. Suddenly, her face flushed red, and she pulled the covers over her head. "Hey, what's there to be shy about?" Kagaya said, amused, patting the covers. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Hearing this, Kurum wrapped herself even more tightly in the covers, pulling Kagaya's covers over as well, wrapping herself up like a ball. Kagaya looked at her bare body and said helplessly, "You can wrap yourself in the covers, but can you leave some for me?" Kurum didn't respond, pretending she didn't hear anything, remaining motionless. "Did I go too far last night?" Kagaya mused, stroking her chin with her pale fingers. "Maybe I should ease up a bit. It wouldn't be good if she got scared away." When Kagaya finished dressing and went downstairs, it was already noon. The bright and gentle sunlight streamed through the bright windows, adding some warmth to the cold winter. "Come down and eat, the food is ready. I guarantee you'll like it." An amiable old lady was setting dishes on the table, kindly addressing Kagaya as she came down. "Where's the other young lady?" "Oh, she's coming soon." Kagaya went over to help the old lady with the dishes, smiling. "This is too much food, we can't finish it." "It's no problem," the old lady said with a smile. "You're both young and growing, you should eat more." Hearing this brought a twinge of sadness to Kagaya. Perhaps because she was still developing, her figure had become more pronounced, with perfect curves that drew attention. The way men looked at her, like lustful dogs drooling, was truly disgusting. Kagaya wanted to say more but remembered Kurum, the glutton, and decided against it. Kagaya herself ate quite a lot, and with a glutton around, the table of food might not be enough. This kindly old lady was very hospitable. Initially, Kagaya only intended to stay for one night, but the old lady warmly invited them to her home. Her husband had passed away the previous year, and her children had left to live their own lives, leaving her alone. Perhaps because of this loneliness, she took a liking to Kagaya and Kurum, treating them as her granddaughters. At that moment, Kurum came downstairs, dressed, her face still slightly flushed, and her walk slightly awkward. Kagaya also felt a bit embarrassed and cleared her throat lightly. Perhaps she had gone too far yesterday. "Come and eat, the food is ready. It will get cold if you don't eat soon." The old lady kindly took Kurum's hand and led her to the table. The old lady's culinary skills were indeed excellent. Though the ingredients were simple, the dishes were delicious and fragrant. Even Kagaya, who considered herself a master chef, couldn't help but praise her. Seeing the two girls enjoy the food so much made the old lady very happy, and she smiled broadly, continually helping Kagaya and Kurum with more food, as if she truly was their grandmother. Chapter 285, Return to the Palace. Kagaya and Kurum devoured the food on the table. If anyone else saw, they would surely think they were starving ghosts reincarnated. In just a short while, they had eaten more than half of the exquisite dishes on the table. The elderly woman didn't mind, instead, she watched them with a smile, as if looking at her granddaughters. Finally, Kagaya finished, burping as she set her knife and fork aside and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Kurum also nearly finished her meal. "How about it, are you done eating?" the elderly woman asked kindly. "Have some more?" "No, thank you." Any more and we'll be too full. Thank you for your hospitality, Kagaya replied with a smile, taking a few gold coins from her pocket and placing them on the table. This is for the cost of food and lodging. Please accept it. No need, I don't lack money, the elderly woman said, shaking her head with a smile. Seeing you two is like seeing my own children, and besides, these things don't cost much. That wouldn't be right, Kagaya said with a smile, pushing the coins back over. Please take them. Really, there's no need. I don't spend much living in the countryside, the elderly woman smiled, and I must thank the princess for that. Kagaya and Kurum exchanged glances, feeling a bit puzzled about why the elderly woman mentioned this. Noticing their confusion, the elderly woman began to explain. It turned out that Kagaya had previously implemented reforms that eliminated many oppressive taxes and greatly reduced the burdens on the people, requiring them to pay only a tenth of the original tax amount. Additionally, she provided assistance to those affected by natural disasters, helping them through difficult times. She also eradicated many corrupt officials who monopolized power and oppressed the people, which significantly improved their lives. Importantly, the princess's imperial guard successfully repelled the northern invaders, preventing them from causing severe harm to the inland populace, relieving people's fears of the northern tribes. So, it's all thanks to the princess, the elderly woman said with a hint of gratitude in her aged features. You two don't seem like ordinary folks. If you truly want to thank me, please continue to help those in need, as not everyone is as fortunate. Kurum turned her head to look at Kagaya, her thoughts unknown. They didn't stay at the elderly woman's home for long, leaving in the afternoon despite her urging. Kagaya had many matters to attend to, especially the remnants of the northern invaders, who needed to be eradicated to prevent them from roaming and causing havoc in her territory. She wasn't worried about regular soldiers but about these scattered bandits, who were now more dispersed and unrecorded, posing an even greater threat than before. For some reason, Kagaya noticed that Kurum's gaze toward her had changed, though she couldn't pinpoint how. The two traveled, stopping along the way and eliminating a large number of scattered northern troops. After more than half a month, they returned to the royal palace. As Kagaya and Kurum arrived, they saw someone greeting them from afar, indicating that their return had been noticed. This showed that Kagaya's intelligence network had finally become effective, no longer as blind as before. Welcome, princess. Welcome, princess. Upon entering the palace, rows of guards stood at attention on both sides, spears in hand, saluting the princess. Having undergone the rigors of war, these soldiers no longer had the naivety of recruits, instead, they exuded a calm, intense aura and formidable fighting spirit. Princess. At that moment, two people approached, a beautiful girl with long black hair and a tall, armored young man, who were Seo and Kagaya's bodyguard captain, Ieyasu. Ieyasu knelt and saluted. Seo rushed over and hugged Kagaya, surprising her slightly, as Seo was usually gentle and quiet, making such a bold gesture out of character. Kagaya was about to tease her when she noticed Seo's reddened eyes, which made her pause. Perhaps aware of the surprised gazes around her, Seo quickly pulled away from Kagaya, blushing and a little embarrassed. Princess, why were you gone so long without a word? We feared something happened to you, Seo said unhappily. Ieyasu nearly led a search party to find you. Ieyasu, caught off guard by Seo's mention, coughed awkwardly, avoiding Kagaya's gaze. Thank you all, Kagaya smiled. Let's not stand here, let's go inside. Okay. Seo beamed, taking Kagaya's hand and leading her in. Kurum's eyes flickered between Seo and Kagaya, and as she passed Kagaya, she huffed, turning away slightly displeased. Kagaya curiously watched Kurum, unsure what had upset her this time. Just then, three petite figures rushed over, elegantly lifting their skirts to curtsy before Kagaya, princess. They were Fal, Air, and Luna. Hello, Kagaya nodded and smiled at them. The trio's cheeks were flushed, possibly due to the time apart, making them appear a little shy. At that moment, they seemed to notice something, and their beautiful eyes lit up as they scampered over to Kurum. Kurum was lost in thought and didn't notice the three girls until they surrounded her. Sister Kurum. Sister Kurum. Kurum seemed startled, looking at the three eager faces in confusion. Seeing Kurum's flustered state, Kagaya nearly laughed out loud. Who would have thought Kurum had three little fans? How amusing. Chapter 286, Recognizing Women by Their Scent. Speaking of which, there is an interesting story. Air, Fal, and Luna, three young sisters, went out of the palace to purchase some items but unexpectedly encountered a group of bandits in the forest. The three sisters were just young girls without any real strength. Even Fal, who knew a bit of martial arts, was just displaying fancy footwork in the bandits' eyes. They were no match for the bandits. Just as the three girls were about to be captured, Kurum appeared and swiftly defeated the bandits, saving the three young girls. Perhaps it was a feeling of closeness to their savior or Kurum's formidable strength that inspired their admiration, but the three sisters were immediately infatuated with Kurum. Even when Kagaya rescued them, they did not show this level of admiration. It should be noted that they were all around the same age, and Kurum was only a few years older but so powerful, leaving them full of admiration. Because the three young girls were quite weak, they naturally revered those stronger than themselves. Kagaya, being the princess, had an increasingly imposing presence, which made them gradually fearful of her. Even the lively fowl dared not be too casual in front of Kagaya. At this moment, a girl close to their age and immensely powerful, like Kurum, became someone they naturally gravitated toward. However, Kurum was not accustomed to such attention. She did not know how to interact with them, often choosing to avoid them, but today she could not escape. Looking at these vibrant young girls, Kagaya couldn't help but feel a bit envious, thinking that this was the life she desired. Suddenly, Captain Ieyasu approached Kagaya and whispered something to her, causing Kagaya to frown slightly. She gestured for him to follow her. Once inside the study, Kagaya sat on a luxurious, soft chair and said, "It's quiet here, so let's talk here." Yes, Captain Ieyasu bowed slightly. According to the information returned by our spies, something unusual may be happening in the imperial capital. Unusual? Kagaya frowned, her fair fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the chair. Go on. It's like this. More than a month ago, intelligence indicated that Prime Minister Honest had made some moves, purging officials opposing him and secretly cultivating a large force, Captain Ieyasu said seriously. Isn't that what the minister has always done? Kagaya asked curiously. Yes, normally this wouldn't be extraordinary, Captain Ieyasu paused before continuing, but this time, the scale is unprecedented. Not only has he purged the ministers in the court, but even the lower-ranked officers and those stationed outside have been replaced with his own people. Most crucially, there are rumors that the minister has already taken control of the emperor, which explains these actions. Controlled the emperor? Kagaya's face turned serious as she pondered this. Suddenly, she laughed. It seems Prime Minister Honest is planning to move against me. What? Captain Ieyasu was shocked. You are the princess. How dare he? Is there anything he wouldn't dare? Kagaya scoffed. He's a short-sighted coward who only cares about his own gains. Now that I've become a threat to him, he's not going to sit by and watch me grow stronger. With the Imperial Guards having just fought a war against the northern tribes and suffered significant losses, he's surely thinking of making his move. Doesn't he fear the Emperor's wrath? Captain Ieyasu was taken aback. Could it be true that the Emperor has been controlled? If I'm not mistaken, he has not only taken control of the Emperor but also seized power over the Empire. He's likely drafting a declaration of war against me, Kagaya chuckled, her beautiful eyes filled with mockery. Should we begin taking action then? There are tens of thousands of Imperial soldiers in the princess's domain. I'm concerned they might rebel, Captain Ieyasu pondered, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Should we deal with them all? He made a cutting gesture. Not necessary, Kagaya waved dismissively. Those Imperial soldiers, though numerous, are poorly trained and ill-equipped, hardly a threat. Our real enemy lies elsewhere. Are you referring to? Captain Ieyasu's eyes widened. Yes, the Empire's strongest general, Isteth. Kagaya stood and gazed out the window at the clouds. She is my greatest adversary, the rest are insignificant. And what about those Imperial soldiers? Captain Ieyasu hesitated. Leaving them is a risk. Do this, Kagaya suddenly turned to Ieyasu and said, send 5,000 troops to infiltrate their camp and capture them by surprise. If they resist, eliminate them. If they surrender, allow them to return home, or if they wish to join the guards, they may do so after thorough screening to prevent spies from infiltrating. Yes. Captain Ieyasu bowed respectfully. Watching Ieyasu's figure retreat, Kagaya sighed, looking out the window. She had hoped to rest for a while, but it seemed that was not to be. If her guess was correct, Prime Minister Honest would strike within a month, ushering in a new battle. Just then, a pair of soft white hands suddenly covered Kagaya's eyes from behind. Guess who? Seo, stop it. Kagaya knew it was Seo even with her eyes closed. Even if Seo tried to disguise her voice, the fragrance she carried was unmistakable. Could this be the legendary ability to recognize people by scent? Kagaya mused. How boring, can't you pretend to guess wrong to make me happy? Seo feigned dissatisfaction. Next time, I promise, Kagaya turned around and smiled gently. You're not sincere, Seo pouted, then smiled. Here, I made you some pastries, try them. She held out a delicate box from which a refreshing and enticing aroma wafted. At that moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in the room. Chapter 287, Unfavorable Situation. Kagaya was slightly startled and turned her head, only to see a girl with black hair draped over her shoulders standing at the door. It was Kurum. What's up? Kagaya walked over and asked curiously. Wasn't she just surrounded by the three little sisters? How did she escape so quickly? Kurum turned her eyes to the side, not speaking, only pointing lightly out the window with her finger. Following the direction of her finger, through the window, a familiar orange-haired girl came into view, Seiryu. It was unexpected that she had returned today. When Kagaya returned earlier, she was somewhat surprised. By rights, Seiryu should have returned earlier than her since the distance she needed to travel was shorter. What had taken her so long? Kagaya was even worried that something had happened to Seiryu, causing her delay. She had already planned to send a unit to escort Seiryu if she did not return soon. Unexpectedly, Seiryu returned shortly after. This little girl finally came back. Kagaya chuckled lightly and got up to head outside the room. She wanted to meet Seiryu. Although Seiryu had returned, something must have happened, otherwise, it wouldn't have taken her so long. Seiyo followed Kagaya out of the room, but as she passed by Kurum, Kurum cast her a disdainful glance, turned her head away, and snorted contemptuously, full of provocation. Seiyo, unwilling to back down, raised her eyebrows, snorted, turned her head, flipped her long black hair with her hand, and left without another glance. It was unclear when it started, but these two girls seemed to have taken a dislike to each other. Initially, it was just a cold war with them ignoring each other, but it gradually escalated into direct confrontation, like mortal enemies. Every meeting was an occasion for mutual mockery. It was somewhat surprising they hadn't yet come to blows. Outside the palace, Kagaya walked briskly towards the crowd, where Seiryu was already waiting. Princess, Seiryu slightly bowed when she saw Kagaya approaching, her adorable face adorned with a hint of a smile. Kagaya was slightly taken aback. What was up with Seiryu? Had she taken the wrong medicine, or perhaps not taken any at all? It should be noted that Seiryu used to be quite displeased with her, even downright hostile, especially after the painful experience in the dungeon, where her hatred for Kagaya was palpable. Typically, she'd either show a cold face or avoid her altogether. Even after Seiryu's freedom was restored, the situation hadn't improved much. Yet now, her attitude seemed markedly different. Previously, she'd likely snored arrogantly at most. Princess. Seiryu blinked her bright eyes, curiously watching the dazed Kagaya. Oh, nothing, Kagaya snapped back to her senses and smiled slightly. Why are you back so late? Did something happen on the way? No, everything went smoothly, Seiryu replied with a squinting smile. Justice will never fail, and those guys have received their due punishment. The due punishment likely meant death. Those guys were probably now inside the little bii, Kagaya mused. Then why return so late? I remember the distance from here to the northern tribe's stronghold isn't very far, Kagaya inquired. Oh, well, I saw many Imperial soldiers looting villages on the way, so I killed them, Seiryu said matter-of-factly. Ah. Kagaya was slightly stunned. She knew Seiryu was once part of the Imperial army, and her father and mentor were members too, having influenced her to join as well. She had deep feelings for the Imperial army, so it was unexpected she'd take action against them. True justice spares no evildoer, even if they were once part of the righteous, Seiryu declared, her face firm. Yes, very true. Although Kagaya didn't know what had influenced her, it seemed this change posed no disadvantage to her. Go wash up and rest. You must be tired. Yes, as you command. Seiryu saluted, a bright smile on her face. As Kagaya predicted, several significant events transpired in the imperial capital within a month. First, because the emperor was still young, Minister Honest was appointed regent to manage the empire's affairs. It was apparent that, although the emperor was the nominal ruler, Honest held all the power, effectively making the empire his. The second was the empire's announcement that, due to Princess Kagaya's alleged collusion with the northern tribes and the revolutionary army, with intentions of rebellion and causing chaos, her title was revoked, her lands confiscated, and her guards declared traitors, with the empire's army set to suppress them. If the first announcement was met with a mundane reaction, the second caused public uproar. Although the princess had limited influence in the capital and other areas, her prestige in her domain was unmatched. Many citizens only knew of the princess and not the emperor. This slander was unacceptable to the ordinary citizens who owed their happiness to the princess. They could not believe the accusations, especially since she had personally led troops to defeat the northern tribes. The idea of her colluding with them was ridiculous, sparking protests. The third event, known to few, was uncovered by Kagaya's reconnaissance department, who paid a heavy price, including several lives, to obtain this information. Its death had formed an organization called the Jaegers. Though weaker than in the original story due to the absence of Kurum and Seiryu, they retained the three beasts, who had not yet been killed by Night Raid, somewhat compensating for their lack of strength. These three developments were unfavorable for Kagaya. If the Empire's primary enemies had been the Revolutionary Army and Night Raid, they were now focusing their efforts on her. A fierce conflict was inevitable. Chapter 288, I like you, Your Highness the Princess. Facing Prime Minister Honest's severe criticism, Kagaya prepared for battle and counterattacks, readying her troops for war. Although Kagaya's forces had suffered losses in the previous battles against the northern tribes, their combat effectiveness was not affected in the slightest. If he dared to attack, Kagaya would give him a memorable lesson. Unexpectedly, Honest's actions were all bark and no bite. Although he had announced that he would punish Kagaya soon, after a while, nothing came of it. Everything in the capital remained the same, and the imperial army showed no signs of mobilizing, as if the prime minister had never made such threats. This left Kagaya puzzled. She had expected some plot from Honest, but after investigation, nothing seemed amiss. Perhaps the only difference was that Honest seemed to be eating more meat than before. Recently, the situation had been calm, but Kagaya remained vigilant, recruiting new soldiers, gathering provisions, and preparing her army for battle according to wartime standards. Although some may have been alarmed, it was far better to be prepared than caught off guard when war broke out. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in Kagaya's territory, specifically south of the princess's palace. In recent times, people had inexplicably disappeared one after another. At first, it was just one or two missing people, not enough to draw much attention. In winter, many wild animals, driven by hunger, might attack those wandering outside. But soon, the disappearances increased, from 4 or 5 people to a whole team of over 10 disappearing without a trace, as if they had vanished into thin air. This caused great panic among the commoners within the territory, prompting many to stay indoors, fearing any unforeseen events. Due to the severe impact of these incidents, Kagaya dispatched several squads to patrol the area, focusing on locations where disappearances had occurred. However, nothing unusual was found, and people continued to vanish mysteriously, including some soldiers of the Imperial Guard. "Princess, this is the situation," reported Chief Guard Iya solemnly. "We dispatched many squads, but found no clues. I suspect someone is orchestrating these events behind the scenes, possibly under orders from the Prime Minister, but the specific motives remain unclear. Continue to strengthen patrols, and ensure spies are placed to catch any potential threats," Kagaya replied sternly. She realized the gravity of the situation. Although it seemed inconspicuous, it could greatly destabilize her territory. The unseen and untouchable is often the most terrifying. If this issue remained unresolved, it would damage Kagaya's reputation, and adversaries might use it to spread rumors and sow discord among the people. "Understood," Iya's replied, bowing before hastily leaving. Watching Iya's departing figure, Kagaya sighed. Such chaotic matters were indeed troubling. Open confrontation was manageable, but these covert attacks were truly vexing. At that moment, a sharp flash suddenly attacked from behind like lightning, aiming directly at Kagaya's back with the speed of a thunderbolt. Kagaya seemed to sense it beforehand and flicked it away with a quick motion of her fingers. With a crisp clang, the incoming light trembled and revealed its true form, a sharp long sword. Before the sword's wielder could retrieve it, Kagaya grabbed her wrist, pulling the attacker into her arms. Kagaya's mischievous hand instinctively reached out, lightly squeezing the attacker's chest, feeling its softness and firmness. Why does it feel so much bigger suddenly? After groping for a while, Kagaya realized something was off. It seemed much larger than expected. No matter how much Kurum had grown, she couldn't have developed this much. This person wasn't Kurum. Kagaya looked down and was stunned to see that the person in her arms was unexpectedly someone else. "Seo!" Kagaya exclaimed in surprise. "Princess," Seo said, her cheeks slightly red, but she stayed quietly in Kagaya's embrace, showing no intention of leaving. "Why is it you?" Kagaya asked, bewildered at the long-haired girl in her arms, unsure of what was happening. In the princess's palace, the only one who might have tried to ambush her was Kurum, due to their agreement to help Kurum improve her skills. Why was it Seo today? Why can't it be me? Seo replied, shyly. "No, I didn't mean it that way," Kagaya responded, confused by Seo's behavior, wondering what was going on. Suddenly, Seo stood up. Just as Kagaya thought she was leaving, Seo turned around, embraced her, and pressed herself against Kagaya, holding her tightly. "What does it mean then?" Seo's once bright eyes were now misty, and her grip tightened around Kagaya. What does it mean?" Kagaya stammered, feeling her throat dry and unsure where to place her hands as she looked at the lovely girl before her. The situation had developed beyond Kagaya's expectations, heading in a strange direction she couldn't quite grasp. "Princess," Seo's face flushed as she pressed herself against Kagaya, her skin a lovely shade of crimson. Even her pale neck was tinged with an ambiguous color. "There's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time." "What is it?" Kagaya asked, clearing her throat. "You mustn't laugh at me when I say it," Seo said, embarrassed. "What is it?" "Just say it," Kagaya said, swallowing nervously. "You have to promise not to laugh," Seo insisted, her eyes locked onto Kagaya's. "Okay, I promise," Kagaya nodded. Gathering her courage, Seo finally said, "Actually, I like you, princess." Chapter 289, Drunkenness. Kagaya froze, feeling as though she had been struck by a bolt of divine lightning. What exactly was happening? Could it be April Fool's Day? Once, she had been the one teasing others, yet now she found herself being teased by someone else. This was hard to believe, and Kagaya's first reaction was to suspect that Seo was playing a prank on her. Even though she knew Seo to be a lively and cheerful girl, such a thing seemed a bit too bold for her. It was more in line with someone like Leon, who was more carefree. Seeing Kagaya in a state of shock, Seo also appeared slightly embarrassed, her face turning even redder as she awkwardly said, "Isn't it strange? After all, a girl liking another girl is quite unbelievable. Princess, you don't think I'm a pervert, do you?" Pervert? At this moment, Kagaya snapped out of her daze, clearing her throat, and said seriously, "How can this be considered perverted? Girls liking girls is perfectly normal." Kagaya spoke with utmost seriousness, as if stating something utterly ordinary, though she was actually just making things up with a straight face. Really? Seo was dumbfounded by Kagaya's words and blinked. Is it really like that? Of course, Kagaya said earnestly. How can you have a romantic relationship if the genders are different? But I see other people. Seo hesitated. Don't mind what others think. Kagaya placed a hand on Seo's shoulder and said solemnly, in matters like this, just follow your feelings. Is that okay? Seo was still somewhat uncertain. Absolutely, Kagaya declared firmly, her clear eyes fixed on Seo. Don't you trust my word? Kagaya's words were resolute, as if she truly believed them, though no one knew she was just speaking irresponsibly. That's wonderful. Seo's face broke into a bright smile, and she leapt into Kagaya's arms, exclaiming, I thought I was some kind of perverted freak. Well, you aren't a perverted freak, but you aren't quite normal, either. But I like it. Kagaya savored the softness of Seo's body, especially the fullness of her chest, feeling as if she might drool. She never expected such a delightful surprise today, and it made her quite happy. Could this be the reward for all her hard work? Slut. A crisp voice suddenly pierced the air, dispelling the intimate atmosphere entirely. Kagaya turned to see a girl with long black hair standing in the doorway. It was Kurum. Slut. Seo was shocked. No one had ever used such a word to describe her before. It was an outright, baseless insult, leaving Seo too stunned to feel anger. Using your overdeveloped chest to seduce the princess so shamelessly, Kurum snorted disdainfully. Isn't that what sluts do? Oh, Seo smirked, could it be you're jealous? She emphasized the fullness of her chest. Why would I be jealous of those meaningless lumps that hinder combat? Kurum glanced at her dismissively. Only someone as incapable as you would resort to such cheap tricks. Cheap tricks. Seo's face flushed with anger, but recalling something, she covered her mouth and laughed. I'm more worried that when you sleep with the princess, she won't be able to tell your chest from your back. Cover your face, and I bet she wouldn't know if you're facing her or turned away. Kurum clenched her lips. Her figure wasn't as flat as Seo claimed, but it didn't matter because compared to Seo, she seemed insignificant. They locked eyes, and the air seemed to crackle with tension, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Kagaya couldn't help but chuckle at the escalating tension between them. They had always disliked each other, but now they argued immediately upon meeting, seemingly born enemies. This winter was particularly cold, with temperatures plunging unexpectedly before the harshest season. Outside, frost coated the ground, and water on the roads turned to ice. The chilling northwesterly wind howled like wailing ghosts, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Kagaya awoke from sleep, her eyes still a bit bleary, halfway between sleep and wakefulness. She noticed an arm draped over her, holding her tightly. Turning her head, she saw Seo's rosy face beside her, smiling gently in her dreams. As Kagaya gently moved Seo's arm to rise, she discovered her waist pinned by another long, smooth leg. Glancing over, she found Kurum curled up on her left, limbs entwined like a content kitten, sleeping soundly. No wonder she felt so heavy while sleeping, she thought it was sleep paralysis. How had these two ended up in her bed? It took Kagaya a moment to recall that out of boredom yesterday, she invited them for a game of cards. Along with them came the sisters Air, Fal, and Luna. While playing, Kagaya complained it was too boring and suggested a drinking game for the losers, prohibiting cheating with powers. She planned to get these little kittens drunk, but her luck was abysmal. Nearly every round she lost, causing her to nearly lose her mind. Air, pitying the princess's predicament, tried to secretly help her win, only to be caught by Seo. Kagaya intended to turn the game around but found her luck didn't improve. She lost terribly and ended up drinking most of the wine herself, eventually passing out on the bed. As Kagaya held her throbbing head, vowing never to drink again, a soft groan came from beside her. She turned to find both girls awake, staring at her with wide eyes. Chapter 290, Snow Falling in Flurries. What a shameless woman, without a shred of decency, clinging onto the princess's bed like a parasite, Kurum snorted coldly, her sharp tongue fully exposed. When you say that, kindly remove your hand from the princess's neck first, Seo glanced at her with disdain. A wild country girl truly has no idea what being a lady means, completely lacking manners. If your behavior is considered ladylike, then the term lady should be spelled with an S for slut. Kurum wrinkled her nose, giving Seo a sidelong glance, fully expressing her contempt. Are you in heat, letting your mind be controlled by disgusting lust? At least that's better than those who haven't even developed. Seo cupped her chin in her hands, blinking with a sweet smile. Are you perhaps lacking motherly affection? If so, you could hire a nursemaid with a large chest to fulfill your pitiful desires. Is your mind so shallow that it only contains those 2 lumps of fat? Kurum pouted. How pathetic. It's still better than having none at all, Seo snorted lightly. The more a person emphasizes their self-esteem, the more they are usually insecure. The more they show off their strength, the more it indicates their lack of security. Your disdain for those 2 lumps of fat is merely your pathetic inferiority complex at work. All right, enough, both of you leave. Seeing the 2 girls sparring verbally like 2 chirping sparrows, Kagaya finally couldn't take it and asserted her authority as the princess. Did you hear that, wild girl? The princess wants you to leave. Clearly, she told you to leave, you slut with filthy thoughts. You leave, I won't share a bed with you. Then why don't you leave? It's none of your business. And it's none of yours. You 2 continue, I'm getting up. While 2 beautiful women are a pleasant sight, if these 2 beauties are verbally sparring, it just gives Kagaya a headache. And Kagaya's head was indeed pounding, still throbbing from last night's drinking. Kagaya decided she would never drink again. As Kagaya got off the bed, the 2 girls exchanged a glance and hurriedly climbed down from the bed, one on the left and one on the right. Cool water splashed on her face, clearing Kagaya's mind a bit. Her beautiful face still bore the remnants of last night's intoxication, making her look even more alluring. When Kagaya came downstairs, Air had already prepared breakfast, a table full of dishes. The refreshing aroma of food wafted toward her. Princess, Air bowed slightly, the meal is ready. Please enjoy. Mem, Kagaya nodded slightly and smiled, you don't need to busy yourself, come join us to eat. At home, there are no such rules. No, the palace is full of prying eyes, and this concerns the princess's dignity, rules cannot be abandoned, Air smiled politely. Besides, I've already eaten earlier, but thank you for your concern. If eating is a matter of the princess's dignity, then the princess's dignity is really not worth mentioning. Kagaya mused internally. But since Air did not want to join, Kagaya didn't force her. Kagaya walked straight to the dining table and sat down. Actually, Kagaya had always wanted to complain about why the table was designed in a very long oval shape, feeling like a buffet table. However, the rumbling of her stomach made her put this thought aside. Because she drank all night last night and barely ate anything, her stomach was practically empty. Looking at the exquisite dishes before her, the famished Kagaya began to feast heartily. Not long after, Kurum and Seo came downstairs separately, sat at the dining table, exchanged glances, and snorted before turning their heads away. Kagaya picked up a piece of fruit salad with her fork and savored its sweet and sour taste. Being able to eat fresh fruit in the dead of winter was perhaps a luxury only enjoyed by the royal family or high-ranking officials and wealthy people. Kagaya thought of refrigerators from her original world. Casually glancing outside, Kagaya suddenly noticed it was all white outside. It's snowing, Kagaya said with some surprise. Yes, Air smiled, it started snowing last night. Kagaya put down her fork and got up to walk to the window. As far as the eye could see, large snowflakes were falling like feathers, covering everything in a blanket of white. The cold wind howled outside, swirling the snow around. Perhaps due to a dedicated heating system, the princess's palace was warm like spring all year round, comfortable and cozy, with no hint of the biting cold. Call Ieyasu over, Kagaya suddenly turned around and said. Yes, princess. Before long, Captain of the Guards Ieyasu hurried over and knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, Princess, you called for me. Is there something you need? Send 3 companies to patrol the area around the territory and investigate the disaster situation carefully, Kagaya said seriously. Disaster? Captain Ieyasu was slightly surprised. Yes, Kagaya nodded, her expression grave. This winter is unusual, it has never been this cold in previous years. I'm worried this snowstorm will greatly impact the territory. And what worries me most is that someone might take advantage of this snow disaster to cause trouble. I understand. Captain Ieyasu said solemnly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Don't delay, go now, Kagaya instructed Ieyasu seriously. Remember to send more personnel. If you encounter any situation you can't handle, report it to me. Yes. Watching the captain of the guards walk away through the heavy snow, Kagaya sighed lightly. I hope my suspicions are wrong. Chapter 291, Snow Disaster. Although Kagaya had made the worst preparations for this heavy snowfall, the storm still far exceeded her expectations. The heavy snowfall continued intermittently for nearly a week before the sky finally began to show signs of clearing. Everywhere one looked, the world was covered in a blanket of white, with freezing temperatures and ice stretching for miles. Due to the snow, the temperature plummeted sharply, breaking historical lows. With temperatures several degrees below zero, this was extreme cold weather, even by the standards of Kagaya's original world. Moreover, in the world of Akane ga Kill, where technology is not very advanced, luxuries like air conditioning do not exist. Most people rely on chopping wood and burning fires to stay warm. The snow, reaching depths of up to 2 meters, had already buried most houses, making it extremely difficult to venture outside to chop wood amid the falling snow. Some people, unable to find shelter from the storm in time, were frozen to death. Many houses collapsed under the weight of the snow, leaving their residents struggling to survive the harsh winter. Fortunately, Kagaya had prepared for this in advance. On the first day of snowfall, she dispatched the Imperial Guard to investigate the situation, helping numerous ordinary citizens in distress by rebuilding their homes and providing food, greatly reducing the number of deaths caused by the snowstorm. If it had been the Empire's army, they would likely have ignored the plight of the people, or even taken advantage of the situation. The princess's aid won her the gratitude of the common people, with those rescued from despair expressing their endless thanks and eager to personally thank the princess. A charming girl with pink twin tails stood on a small hill, watching the Imperial Guard busy assisting the common people, and snorted disdainfully. Just trying to show off and win people's hearts. Don't say that, mine, said another lively, blonde-haired girl with a smile. Whether she's showing off or winning hearts, as long as she genuinely helps people, isn't that enough? Why be so picky? Leon, why do you keep defending her? You've been doing it all the way. Mine looked at the blonde girl suspiciously and asked, are you hiding something from us? How could that be? Leon scratched her head and laughed, it must be your imagination. My intuition is usually spot on, you can't fool me. Mine wrinkled her nose, wagged her index finger back and forth, and snorted lightly. Really, there's nothing, Leon said, trying to reassure her. I was just thinking about my past. I used to have a family, but because of a natural disaster, my parents died, and I ended up in the slums. If all the rulers of the empire were as kind as this princess, maybe things would have been different. You're overthinking it, Leon, mine shrugged dismissively. How could there be such nice people? It's already good enough that they don't take all our money. I feel this princess might be different from the Empire's soldiers, Leon said softly, looking at the busy Imperial Guard in the distance. What difference could there be? She's just buying people's loyalty. When she takes the throne, she might be even worse than that bastard minister, mine said, clasping her hands behind her head. Maybe, Leon replied thoughtfully. Suddenly, Leon regained her lively demeanor and sneaked up behind mine, reaching her hands under mine's arms to grab her chest, teasing, mine, what have you been eating lately? It seems like you've gotten bigger. Ah. Mine let out a startled scream, yelling angrily, you perverted cow, let go. Mine's small body struggled fiercely, breaking free. Just as she was about to escape, Leon pulled her back into her arms, burying mine's head in her own ample chest, swallowing mine's words in the process. MMPH. Hey, I'm not your mom, Leon teased mine playfully, and I'm not feeding you. Who's there? The unusual commotion on the hilltop immediately alerted the Imperial Guard. After a brief flurry of noise, a squad quickly assembled and moved up the hill, their movements nimble, as if the snowy path presented no obstacle. Oops, we've been discovered, Leon said, scratching her head, somewhat embarrassed. Are you trying to smother me, you cow? Mine pushed Leon away angrily. What now? You're not very bright, are you? Mine said, frustrated. Of course, we run away. Are you going to stay here and wait for them, dummy? Mine started to run down the path, her words pragmatic yet shameless. Report to the captain, we have identified 2 suspects, but we are not yet clear about their affiliations. They are now fleeing east. Should we pursue? A guard clad in armor, sword at his waist, asked respectfully. No, let them go. Continue monitoring the area and report any unusual activity to me immediately, the captain, Ayasu, said, looking toward the distant hill. Yes, sir. With most of the soldiers sent to aid disaster victims, the princess's palace seemed rather deserted, with only a few guards on duty. The rest were maids and craftsmen. However, Kagaya did not mind. To her, as long as she was present, the palace was impenetrable, and the number of guards did not make much difference. You're saying the 2 people you spotted are likely members of Night Raid? Kagaya asked, holding a milky white porcelain cup, taking a sip of hot tea, and speaking softly. Yes, Ayasu replied respectfully. According to intelligence, one is likely mine, and the other Leon. They are important members of Night Raid. Kagaya, who had been nonchalant, suddenly narrowed her eyes and placed her teacup on the table, asking, where are they now? Chapter 292, Inexplicable. They have already escaped, said Guard Captain Ieyasu in a deep voice. However, I have ordered more personnel to search for them, and it shouldn't be long before we find them. No need, Kagaya waved her hand and pondered. Call them back. But their appearance here must be part of some unknown plan. If we let them go. Guard Captain Ieyasu hesitated. It's fine, they can't stir up much trouble, Kagaya said, playing with a strand of her hair and smiling slightly. Those people run faster than rabbits. Don't bother with them. Yes, Guard Captain Ieyasu replied respectfully. At this moment, Kagaya saw Kurum approaching. She seemed hesitant, as if she had something to say. Kagaya turned and waved her hand at Guard Captain Ieyasu, saying, "You may leave. Report to me immediately if anything happens." Yes. Guard Captain Ieyasu bowed, turned, and left the room in a hurry. What is it? Are you sick? You look pale. Kagaya blinked, curiously looking at the dark-haired girl standing before her. The girl looked a bit pale, with dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept well the previous night, carrying a hint of fatigue. Princess, I want to go out, Kurum said softly. Go out. Kagaya frowned unconsciously. What do you want to do outside in this snowy weather? Many people have gone missing recently, and I suspect it's the work of danger beasts. I want to go out and investigate, Kurum said quietly. Besides, it would be good practice for my skills. The Imperial Guard can handle such matters, Kagaya said, sipping her tea and smiling. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, and you're still in a crucial developmental stage. Too much training might not be beneficial. Would you like some tea? Kagaya stood up, picked up a small bag from a table nearby, and handed it to Kurum with a smile. These are cookies I baked myself. I'm not sure if they'll suit your taste, but I think they're pretty good. As Kurum accepted the bag, a pleasant aroma wafted out, surprising her. She looked up at Kagaya with her clear black and white eyes, showing a hint of astonishment. These were her favorite cookies, she recognized the smell. So I took your cookies, and now I'm making up for it, Kagaya chuckled. Kurum held the cookies gently, her expression momentarily lost in thought, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She was reminded of the time when she first met the princess. Back then, she had lost all hope, left only with despair. If not for her goal of avenging her sister's death, she might not have survived. Those days were spent in a daze, like a walking corpse. The whole world seemed a monotonous gray, devoid of color. It was the princess who pulled her out of that abyss of despair, giving her new hope. She suddenly realized that the world could be so beautiful, something she had never considered before. Her new pursuit was no longer about killing her sister, but something else, though it was a bit embarrassing to admit. Why don't you try one? Kagaya tilted her head and smiled. It took me a long time to perfect the recipe. It shouldn't be too different from what you used to eat. Oh. Kagaya's voice snapped Kurum out of her reverie. Her face turned a bright shade of red, and she hurriedly opened the bag, clumsily taking out a cookie and putting it in her mouth. A crisp crunch was followed by a rich flavor spreading through her mouth, refreshing and delicious, even better than the cookies Kurum remembered. She immediately took a liking to them. Delicious, right? Kagaya cupped her chin with her hands, smiling as she watched Kurum enjoy the treat. As a cook, there's nothing more satisfying than someone enjoying what you've made. Kurum nodded repeatedly, her face brimming with happiness. She had avoided such cookies for a long time, fearing the princess might think she was still taking those enhancement drugs. Now can you tell me why you want to leave? Kagaya suddenly asked. Kurum was caught off guard, nearly dropping the cookie. Do you think I can't tell when you have something on your mind? Kagaya walked over, placing a hand on her shoulder. Tell me what's going on. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Kurum's face turned a deeper shade of red, and she tried to run, but Kagaya caught her wrist. What's going on? Kagaya asked, puzzled by Kurum's reaction. Nothing's wrong, Kurum stammered, looking uncomfortable. If nothing's wrong, why are you running? Kagaya was even more puzzled and curious about what could cause such a reaction in Kurum. Let go of me. Kurum struggled, but she couldn't break free from Kagaya's grip. Really, it's nothing. I'll let you go if you tell me, Kagaya said. Are you going to tell me? No, Kurum replied firmly. Then I won't let go, Kagaya teased. You, let go. No. You're really like a dog. It seemed Kurum was desperate. She opened her mouth and bit Kagaya's arm, and as Kagaya loosened her grip, Kurum quickly escaped like a frightened rabbit. What just happened? All I did was ask a question, was it really necessary to react like that? Kagaya looked at the crescent-shaped bite marks on her smooth white arm, puzzled. Chapter 293, Winter Morning. As Kagaya was still trying to understand what was happening, Seo, with her long hair hanging down to her shoulders, slowly walked in and curiously asked, what happened to her? Did she take the wrong medicine? Nothing, I'm not sure what happened either, Kagaya shrugged. It was the first time she had seen Kurum so panicked. It's probably that time of the month, Seo said with a sweet, innocent smile on her snowy white face. Kagaya wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but it seemed like Seo's tone was filled with malice. Don't worry about her, maybe she'll be fine in a while, Seo said as she walked over with a small plate from behind her. It had a piece of exquisite fruit cake on it. She smiled and said, Princess, please try the fruit cake I made. It just came out of the oven, and the fruit was just delivered today. Is that so? Kagaya's clear eyes lit up. She took the plate from Seo's hands and used a spoon to take a bite. It was indeed very sweet and delicious. Kagaya didn't expect Seo to have such good culinary skills, it was really surprising. You did very well, it's almost as good as the head chef's cooking. Oh, not at all. Seo feigned modesty, but her smug expression completely betrayed her. At that moment, a gentle and beautiful pink-haired girl pushed the door open and entered. She said, Seo, did you ruin more than 20 cakes again? She was the royal chef of the princess. Suddenly, walked in and noticed that the princess was also in the room. Seo was winking at her repeatedly, so she quickly closed her mouth and gave an awkward smile. What's this about 20 cakes? Kagaya asked, curious. It's nothing, Seo quickly waved her hand, forcing a smile. Those are for the guards in the palace. I'll send them over later. Oh, I see, Kagaya realized and then smiled. That's very thoughtful. Standing guard in the cold winter is really hard work. Why don't you send them some ginger tea to warm them up? Yes, I will do that, Seo laughed. That night, it was said that the palace restrooms were overflowing with guards clutching their stomachs and lining up to use them. They claimed they had eaten something bad, though no one knew exactly what. Winter is a good season for sleeping, and nothing is better than sleeping in during winter. Conversely, nothing is crueler than getting up early in winter. However, Kagaya was awakened early in the morning. What's going on? Why are you bothering me so early in the morning? Kagaya, dressed in her nightgown, yawned as she lay on the sofa, sleepily muttering. Seeing the princess in such a lazy state, Captain Ieyasu turned his head away awkwardly, not daring to look directly at her. Upon hearing the princess's question, he banished all irrelevant thoughts and focused seriously, saying, Princess, the investigation into a series of missing persons cases has made progress. The culprit may be a danger beast created in an imperial military laboratory. A danger beast? Kagaya asked, puzzled. How could something like that appear in my territory? It's likely that the Imperial Army secretly built a lab here before the princess acquired this land, Captain Ieyasu said gravely. These danger beasts were originally kept in an underground lab and somehow got released. Given that it is winter, they are probably hunting for food, and the missing people might be related to them. Oh, Kagaya became a bit more alert after hearing this and sat up. Is there any information about what these danger beasts look like or what their abilities are? We are not entirely sure. Most of those who have seen the danger beast were killed, but one person who barely escaped said that the beast is very large, covered in thick armor, and wrapped in a thick chain. Captain Ieyasu's description reminded Kagaya of a danger beast from the original anime, which was similar in appearance. However, it was challenging to deal with due to its thick iron armor, and Kurum had suffered at its hands. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and a girl rushed in. It was What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Kagaya asked curiously. Kurum left a note this morning saying she went out to train and is nowhere to be found, said anxiously, handing a small note to Kagaya. Huh. Kagaya took the note, and seeing the elegant handwriting, she immediately recognized it as Kurum's. She frowned slightly, not expecting Kurum to be so disobedient as to sneak out on her own. Clenching the note, she turned and asked, which way did she go? She went east, replied quickly. East. The east was precisely where Captain Ieyasu said the danger beast frequently appeared. If this danger beast was the same as the one Ieyasu described, it was likely the same as in the original story. Kagaya stood up, thought for a moment, and said, stay in the palace and don't wander around. Also, Ieyasu, prepare to recall the elite guards to protect this place. Recall all the elite guards? Captain Ieyasu asked, surprised. Yes, Kagaya nodded. The snow has stopped, so the commoner should be fine now and no longer need the guards' assistance. It's pointless to keep them there. Moreover, I have a feeling that something is wrong. The Imperial Army is too quiet, suspiciously so. You think they'll try to attack here? Captain Ieyasu asked solemnly. No, they wouldn't dare to make trouble under my nose, Kagaya chuckled. I'm worried about something else. Meanwhile, in the forest dozens of kilometers away, due to the winter cold, the trees had shed all their leaves, leaving bare branches adorned with sparkling icicles. Suddenly, a white hand reached out, grabbing an icicle. With a crack, it broke off and was placed into a slightly dry mouth. Chapter 294, Super Danger Beast. The owner of the fair hand was a beautiful black-haired girl with curved eyebrows, striking black and white eyes, a small upturned nose, and soft, rosy lips. She was none other than Kurum. At this moment, she appeared somewhat thinly dressed, not wearing enough warm clothes. Amidst the swirling snow and howling north wind, she shivered slightly. Kurum now regretted her hasty actions. She should not have hurried out so quickly, especially since the warmth of the palace misled her about the severity of the cold outside. She was wearing only a wool sweater and some undergarments, without even a small cotton coat. The cold wind was biting, penetrating her bones, and her breath turned to mist in the frigid air. She thought several times about turning back, but doing so would be very embarrassing, especially in front of Seo, who would certainly mock her. This thought gave her the courage to continue. At this time, the weather was freezing, and the ground was icy. Kurum walked through the vast forest, trying to find a path to the small town, but the falling snow had completely covered the road, leaving everything white, obscuring her view. However, Kurum seemed to remember a small village not far ahead, which she had visited with Kagaya. She gently rubbed her almost frozen hands and walked forward with unsteady steps through the thick snow. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed before her. Kurum's clear eyes narrowed, she saw clearly that the shadow was a rabbit. The heavy snow had stopped briefly, and animals were beginning to emerge, taking advantage of the short respite to forage. Touching her rumbling stomach, Kurum realized she hadn't eaten all day, and the bag of cookies Kagaya gave her was already finished. To fill her stomach, she would have to rely on this rabbit. Kurum stepped forward, her petite body becoming a blur as she dashed toward the rabbit at lightning speed. The rabbit seemed unaware of the danger and continued to hop around, searching for uncovered grass and berries. When it finally realized the danger and tried to run, it was too late. A fair hand reached out, grabbing its long ears and lifting it. The rabbit struggled desperately, but being caught by a critical point, it had no way to escape the small hand. Kurum held the rabbit up to her face, examining it with a smile. It's a bit small, not enough to eat, but better than nothing. The rabbit seemed terrified by Kurum's evil smile, trembling all over, not daring to move. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the forest's silence. The ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, causing stones to roll and branches to sway. The snow on the branches fell in swirls amidst the cold wind. What was that? Kurum looked toward the source of the sound, her pupils shrinking. Her hand loosened, and the rabbit dropped to the ground, rolled, got up, and dashed away out of sight. Not far from her, a massive figure emerged from the thick snow, towering as high as a 7- or 8-story building. It was colossal and muscular, covered in thick steel armor with only a few parts exposed. It raised its head and roared, the sound waves stirring a tempest of air like a fierce hurricane, bending trees. Even Kurum struggled to keep her balance. Kurum's delicate face grew serious as she gripped her long sword, her eyes fixed on the giant before her. Suddenly, the giant stepped forward, its tremendous footsteps booming like thunder as it charged toward Kurum. Despite its massive size, it was incredibly fast, reaching her side in an instant, swinging a fist larger than Kurum's body toward her. With a deafening crash, the snow and ice on the ground exploded, sending waves of snowflakes, ice blocks, and stones flying like bullets in all directions. Amidst the flying snow, Kurum's figure was nowhere to be seen. As the giant searched around, a shout came from above, and a figure dived down from the sky, slashing at the giant's head with a long sword. It was Kurum. She had skillfully evaded the giant's punch at the last moment, using its arm to reach its head. With a sharp clang, Kurum's pupils constricted. The sword scraped against the steel helmet, striking sparks but failing to penetrate, leaving only a shallow dent. She hadn't expected the armor to be so robust, even her imperial arm couldn't break through. Angered by Kurum's actions, the giant roared and swung its fist at her. In midair, Kurum seemed on the verge of being struck. In that critical moment, Kurum adjusted her position, placing the long sword horizontally in front of her. With a resounding clang, Kurum was hit hard, sent flying and landed heavily on the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Fortunately, the thick snow cushioned her fall, preventing severe injury. Had it been solid ground, Kurum would have been seriously hurt. Breathing heavily, Kurum shakily got up from the snow, clutching her left arm with her right hand. Her left arm was injured in the battle but only slightly, it was just a bit numb. She had been too careless, assuming that the sharpness of her imperial arm could defeat the giant in one blow. She hadn't anticipated the armor's extraordinary thickness. Kurum steadied her breathing, gripping her sword tightly, focusing intently. She shouted, stepped forward, and charged at the giant like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 295, The Sudden Battle. Kagaya was currently darting through a dense forest, moving like a swift and graceful dragon. Her steps were light but swift, her speed ghostly and elusive. Suddenly, Kagaya halted, listening intently. She thought she had just heard something in the distance, a deep and hurried sound, but now, after stopping, she could no longer hear it. Was it just her imagination? Kagaya furrowed her brows and peered into the distance with her clear, sharp eyes. Ahead, there was only a vast expanse of white snow and an endless stretch of dense forest. There was nothing else in sight. The forest was eerily silent, with only the howling of the northern wind to be heard. She was still quite worried about Kurum. Although she knew Kurum was strong, the severe cold would significantly hinder her performance. Even Kagaya herself felt uncomfortable in the bone-chilling wind, let alone Kurum, who wasn't dressed warmly. Furthermore, this was a winter of many troubles. Kagaya's territory was surrounded on three sides. To the south, there was the powerful imperial army, to the east, the formidable revolutionary army, and though the northern tribes had been driven back, there was no guarantee that some remnants wouldn't launch another attack. Even within the boundaries of Kagaya's own power, there was still the possibility of unexpected dangers, particularly with the recent spate of disappearances, which had cast a shadow over Kagaya's heart. That little rascal really doesn't know how to behave. If I catch her, I'm definitely going to spank her little butt, Kagaya thought angrily. Just as Kagaya was about to continue on her way, her ears twitched slightly, and she frowned, turning her gaze toward a large boulder. She spoke in a low voice, "Come out, I've already noticed you. I didn't expect you to detect me." As expected of the princess. From behind the boulder emerged a figure with long, luxurious silver-blue hair, deep ice-blue eyes, and exquisitely perfect features. She had a queenly, heart-shaped face, skin as white as snow, a voluptuous figure, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura full of captivating charm. Esteth, Kagaya's brows furrowed as her clear eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here, princess?" Esteth's lips curved into a smile so beautiful it was almost breathtaking. "My territory doesn't welcome the Imperial Army," Kagaya said coldly. "My apologies, princess, but what if I refuse to leave?" Esteth's ice-blue eyes gleamed with a playful yet predatory look as she fixed her gaze on Kagaya. "If you insist on staying, I have Northwest choice but to drive you out myself." Kagaya snorted coldly, and in a flash, a shimmering, water-like long sword appeared in her hand. "I'm afraid I won't let you have your way this time, princess," Esteth said, raising her arm. "My abilities are enhanced in the cold, and right now, this is my domain. Princess, I think you should surrender." As soon as she finished speaking, Esteth's figure flashed like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. She dashed toward Kagaya, and with a flash of cold light, a long sword appeared in her hand. She slashed it through the air, sending a wave of icy energy toward Kagaya. "Sorry, but wherever I am is my domain," Kagaya replied with a cold snort. In her clear eyes, starry patterns began to swirl. With a light step, her body became a blur, darting like a ghostly apparition toward the approaching Esteth. With a crisp clang, Kagaya's sword clashed fiercely with Esteth's sharp blade. They pressed against each other with great force, the sound of metal grinding against metal echoing as sparks flew. Neither seemed able to overpower the other. Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she pushed with her sword, using her strength to send Esteth flying backward from the recoil. Just as Kagaya was about to pursue her advantage, the ground suddenly heaved, and a massive pillar of ice erupted from beneath, shooting toward Kagaya, who was still midair. With another sharp clang, the ice pillar shattered into fragments under Kagaya's swift blade, the pieces scattering and falling to the ground. But then, 4 more sharp ice pillars rose from the ground, coming from 4 different directions like a net, closing in on Kagaya with lightning speed. Kagaya remained unfazed, her face expressionless as she gripped her sword tightly. With a wave of her arm, a sharp flash of light shot out, like a cascade of stars falling from the sky, instantly enveloping the incoming ice pillars in a shower of starlight. In a series of crisp sounds, the sharp ice pillars were shredded into powder by the layers of sword light, turning into ice dust that scattered in the wind. But at that moment, Esteth's next attack arrived. Her sword gleamed with a biting cold light, each move swift and deadly, making it feel as though blades were pressing against the back of anyone who watched. Even from a distance, one could feel the illusion of pain. Her attack style was relentless, aggressive, and unyielding, a reflection of her personality. It was a ceaseless offensive, overwhelming and relentless. For most opponents, this might have been too much, leaving them unable to defend and quickly dispatched. Unfortunately for Esteth, Kagaya was not an ordinary opponent. Esteth's ferocious assault was no match for Kagaya's perception. No matter how fast Esteth moved, she couldn't escape Kagaya's eyes. This was the terrifying power of Kagaya's ocular abilities. The two clashed back and forth, their figures intertwining, with sparks flying from their collisions. Suddenly, Kagaya's assault slowed, her wrist twisting slightly as she slashed upward at Esteth's chest, her move seemingly slow but deceptively quick. With a crisp clang, Kagaya's sword struck something hard, unable to advance further. It was Esteth's ice shield, which had appeared just in time to block Kagaya's seemingly inevitable strike. This was the power of Estetha's ability, control over ice. Her power was formidable, allowing her to summon ice even in the absence of water. In this icy wilderness, her strength was further amplified. However, ice is still just ice, and in the next second, Kagaya's Kusanagi sword shattered it into countless shards that scattered to the ground. The brief pause gave Estetha a moment to catch her breath, but instead of retreating, she pressed forward, closing in on Kagaya. Her long sword, glinting with cold light, thrust straight toward Kagaya's chest. Chapter 296, Teased. At that critical moment, a small black sphere suddenly appeared in front of Kagaya's chest. The black sphere flowed like water, forming a shield that protected her chest in the blink of an eye. It was Kagaya's truth-seeking ball. Simultaneously, Estetha's sharp sword struck the truth-seeking ball with a crisp clang. Estetha was momentarily stunned. She had not expected her seemingly sure strike to be blocked. While she was momentarily distracted, Kagaya quickly retreated and raised her fair arm, her 5 fingers suddenly spread wide. Shinra Tensei. Estetha's blue eyes widened as a tremendous force hit her head-on. Caught off guard, Estetha was sent flying. Kagaya seized the opportunity and closed in to launch a follow-up attack. However, as Estetha flipped in midair, she swung her sharp sword, and with a flash of cold light, a towering ice wall suddenly rose, blocking Kagaya's path. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy ice wall cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. Finally, with a deafening roar, the wall shattered and collapsed, sending large chunks of ice flying in all directions, and scattered ice fragments drifting in the air. Emerging from behind the ice wall was a stunning silver-haired girl, who walked gracefully toward Estetha. At the same time, Estetha, holding her sword, stood up from the debris. She appeared slightly disheveled, her curvaceous body bearing several wounds, with blood seeping from her injuries. Interesting, this is so interesting that even being wounded doesn't matter. Estetha's blue eyes sparkled with excitement, or rather, a fanatical fervor, as she stared intently at Kagaya. I'm going to get serious now, Estetha said, a smile curling on her lips. As soon as she finished speaking, Estetha shot forward like lightning, her speed so fast that it left afterimages in her wake. In an instant, she was in front of Kagaya, her sword raised and slashing down with lightning speed. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. Estetha's sudden burst of speed was much faster than before, almost ghost-like, making it difficult for Kagaya to defend against. Faced with Estetha's relentless, storm-like attacks, Kagaya found herself momentarily at a disadvantage. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Estetha swung her sword with increasing speed and force, each strike heavier and faster than the last, leaving Kagaya no time to catch her breath, let alone counterattack. Not bad, Estetha said excitedly as she continued to swing her sword. To last this long against me, I'm finding myself liking you more and more. It's too soon for you to say that, Kagaya replied coldly. With those words, Kagaya raised her fair arm, her 5 fingers spread wide. 9 small black spheres appeared around her palm, spinning rapidly. A massive storm formed within her hand. Suddenly, the storm in Kagaya's hand erupted like a tsunami, surging toward Estetha. Silver will reincarnation explosion. At the same time, a towering ice wall, dozens of meters high, suddenly rose from the ground, resembling a small mountain, and blocked the path of the silver will reincarnation explosion. However, the ice wall proved nearly powerless against the silver will reincarnation explosion. The storm only hesitated for a moment before shattering the ice wall into pieces. The large ice chunks flew in all directions, but before they could hit the ground, they were ground into ice particles by the storm. Although the ice wall was fragile, under Estetha's power, it quickly regenerated. Due to the surrounding icy environment, Estetha's power was greatly enhanced, and the ice wall's regeneration speed was significantly increased. The silver will reincarnation explosion continued drilling through the ice wall like a drill, while the ice wall rapidly regenerated, resulting in a temporary stalemate. However, the silver will reincarnation explosion gradually gained the upper hand. Under its relentless assault, the ice wall began to weaken, with large cracks spreading across its surface, and the cracks expanding bit by bit. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the ice wall was utterly destroyed. Large chunks of ice were sent flying in all directions, while ice particles and snowflakes drifted in the air. On the snowy ground, a massive trench extended far into the distance. Kagaya exhaled lightly, her clear eyes scanning the distant horizon, but she saw no sign of Estetha. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and a sense of unease washed over her. Darling, you're the first to force me to use this move. How interesting. But did you really think you could defeat me like this? Kagaya's pupils contracted sharply. Just as she was about to turn around, her vision blurred, and she found herself suddenly held in a tight embrace. Snow-white arms wrapped around her, holding her firmly in place, and to her shock, she found she could no longer move. I didn't expect you to be this strong. What a delightful surprise, darling. The warm breath by her ear sent a shiver down Kagaya's spine. She turned her head with difficulty, only to meet a pair of beautiful, light blue eyes. It was Esteth. She had let her guard down. Kagaya's heart sank. The intense battle had gone so smoothly that she had momentarily forgotten about Esteth's special ability, her power to stop time and space entirely. This ability was incredibly powerful, capable of freezing both time and space, leaving the opponent utterly defenseless, and then delivering a devastating blow. In this process, the opponent wouldn't even know what had happened before becoming a mere memory. As Kagaya was still contemplating how to escape, a snow-white hand suddenly reached over, slithering like a snake into Kagaya's neckline. Before she could react, Kagaya felt a sudden tightness in her chest, and her pupils contracted sharply. The one who had always teased others was now being teased herself. Chapter 297, Falling in Love. Amidst a vast expanse of white snow, a beautiful black-haired girl stood confronting a giant, towering 7 or 8 stories tall. This girl was none other than Kurum. Kurum was panting heavily, her delicate face flushed, and beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. She weakly gripped her long sword, using it to support herself on the ground, indicating that she was gradually losing strength. The giant opposite her was in even worse condition. Its armor was covered with cuts of varying depth, exposing flesh in many places, and in some areas, the wounds were so deep that bones were visible. Blood flowed from these injuries, freezing into red ice in the cold air. Fortunately, it was winter, otherwise, the giant might have already bled to death. Apparently enraged by Kurum's attacks, the giant pounded its chest with its massive arms and roared, taking large strides towards her, causing snow to fall from the branches with its every step. Kurum snorted coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in her black and white eyes. She tightened her grip on the sharp long sword, and with a sudden push of her foot, she shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. On the other side, the atmosphere was much more awkward. Kagaya's body was stiff, she enjoyed teasing others, but that didn't mean she liked being teased herself. Suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment and anger, Kagaya's body surged with a powerful force. A palpable wave of chakra burst forth like a tsunami, catching Esteth off guard and striking her directly. But Esteth didn't release Kagaya. Instead, she tightened her arms, hugging Kagaya even more tightly, as if holding onto a large cushion. No matter how much Kagaya struggled, Esteth refused to let go, causing a momentary standoff. "Don't waste your energy, my dear," Esteth whispered, gently biting Kagaya's ear. "Let go," Kagaya demanded urgently. "Are you some kind of pervert? Where is your dignity as the Empire's top general? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" "Dignity?" Esteth chuckled lightly, her face showing a proud expression. "I am the embodiment of dignity. If anyone dares to laugh at me, I'll just kill them." "What if everyone laughs at you?" Kagaya huffed. "Then I'll kill them all," Esteth said casually. "If they're weak and don't understand their place, they deserve to die." Kagaya was speechless. How much of a sadist was she? At that moment, Kagaya finally broke free from Esteth's control and regained her mobility. Although being held by such a beautiful woman felt nice, she had her pride as a soul of a man and couldn't stand being teased by a woman. With a sudden effort, she tried to break free from Esteth's embrace, but Esteth seemed to have anticipated this. She grabbed Kagaya's arm tightly and even used her leg to pin Kagaya's legs, causing Kagaya to lose her balance and fall to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, the ground was covered in thick snow, so she wasn't hurt, but the situation became even more awkward. "My dear, I didn't know you had such preferences," Esteth teased, a blush appearing on her delicate face. It was only then that Kagaya realized her hand had ended up in an inappropriate place. This probably had something to do with Esteth's daily training. Esteth's immense strength was the result of her hard work. Although she was undoubtedly very talented, it was undeniable that without rigorous training, she wouldn't have reached her current level of power. Kagaya swallowed nervously and quickly got off of her. She suddenly found it strange, weren't they supposed to be enemies? How did things develop in such a weird direction? Recalling Esteth's earlier words and expressions, a realization struck Kagaya like a flash of lightning. "Do you like me?" Kagaya asked hesitantly. "Yes, is that a problem?" Esteth stood up from the ground, tidied her disheveled clothes, and smoothed down her nearly knee-length light blue hair. "That's a huge problem," Kagaya said urgently. "How can two girls be in love? Who says girls can't fall in love with each other?" Esteth asked curiously, then smirked. "And don't try to deny it, you have unclear relationships with the girls around you, don't you?" Kagaya was momentarily speechless. She didn't really have the right to say otherwise. "If I remember correctly, we're supposed to be enemies," Kagaya said, changing the subject. To be honest, Kagaya didn't actually dislike Esteth, but they were on opposing sides, so it wasn't possible. In the original story, Tatsumi tried, but he couldn't change Esteth's beliefs or mindset. Esteth's will wasn't something anyone could easily alter. So, rather than getting tangled up, it would be better to be decisive, or to simply destroy the empire, in which case Isteth would be a general in name only. Who says enemies can't fall in love? Isteth wasn't swayed by Kagaya's argument. Her light blue eyes, filled with a predatory gleam, were fixed on Kagaya as she smiled slightly. Or are you afraid? Of course not, Kagaya scoffed, flicking her silver hair back and giving Isteth a clear-eyed look. If you want to date me, beat me first. Wait, this isn't right, Kagaya suddenly thought. Why did her tone sound like she was the submissive one? Just as Kagaya was bracing herself for another fierce battle, Isteth unexpectedly sheathed her sword, hung it at her waist, and smiled at Kagaya. Let's leave it at that for today. I'm quite happy, but unfortunately, I can't stay to play with you. Kagaya watched her in confusion, not understanding her intentions. Wasn't she here to fight? Seeing the confusion on Kagaya's face, Isteth smiled. I was hoping to spend more time with you, but I need to deal with those rats in Night Raid, so I can't stay. But don't worry, my dear, I'll be back. With those words, Isteth flashed a smile at Kagaya, flicked her long hair, and turned to leave. Watching Isteth's slender figure fade into the distance, Kagaya's brow furrowed slightly. She had thought Isteth was sent by Minister Honest, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. It looked like she was more focused on Night Raid. Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Chapter 298, Fever. As Kagaya watched the figure of Isteth slowly disappear into the distance, her brows furrowed slightly. She had initially thought that Isteth was sent by Minister Honest to deal with her. However, Isteth's actions seemed more directed at Night Raid than at herself. Could there be some hidden plot? Kagaya considered chasing after her to get a clear answer, but she ultimately decided against it. She still didn't know where Kurum was, and with Kurum wandering alone, she might run into trouble if she encountered Imperial forces or Night Raid. Although Kurum was strong, being alone made her vulnerable, especially in the harsh winter, which further limited her abilities. With these thoughts in mind, Kagaya turned and headed east. Being targeted by a sadist like Isteth was definitely not a pleasant experience. If it had been a gentle beauty like Seo, Kagaya might have been more accepting, but she was definitely not into that kind of thing. She was not someone who would allow herself to be restrained by anyone. However, the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. It felt like the era of the Three Kingdoms at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. The young emperor was an ineffectual Xian of Han, Minister Honest was a brutal Dongjua, and Isteth was the unparalleled warrior Lu Bu. But then, who was Jiao Chan? Kagaya's face stiffened. Could it be? At the thought, Kagaya shuddered, and goosebumps rose all over her body. It was just too absurd. As Kagaya's thoughts wandered, a figure appeared, walking unsteadily toward her. The girl had black, shoulder-length hair, with delicate features and a gentle, elegant demeanor. However, she looked rather disheveled, her thin clothing covered in scratches, and her body marked with wounds, some of which were oozing blood that had frozen into crystals. She appeared extremely weak, barely able to walk. Kagaya's eyes narrowed, and she quickly rushed over to support the trembling black-haired girl. This girl was none other than Kurum. Kurum was barely conscious and collapsed into Kagaya's arms. Perhaps sensing the familiar presence, she didn't resist and instead clutched tightly to Kagaya's clothes with her small, pale hands. Kagaya was startled and quickly examined Kurum's body, only to breathe a sigh of relief. Kurum had no fatal injuries, the small cuts were mostly caused by ice shards and were not serious. She was just exhausted, and wearing too little had led to a cold. Kagaya had initially planned to scold her thoroughly once she found her, determined to teach her a lesson and perhaps give her a good spanking. But seeing the little girl in such a pitiful state now, Kagaya couldn't help but feel pity. She took off her own plush coat and draped it over Kurum. It seemed Kurum was freezing, she was trembling all over and shivering uncontrollably, which made Kagaya chuckle. Such self-inflicted suffering, why couldn't she just stay somewhere warm instead of venturing out into the cold? Kagaya didn't know whether to laugh or scold her. Being in the wilderness, there were no houses around, just desolate land with sparse trees and white snow. Occasionally, small animals like rabbits could be seen, but they quickly disappeared from sight. The snow had completely covered the roads, making it impossible to tell which path led to the town. Even more dangerously, the snow concealed many pits and holes, what looked like solid ground might give way underfoot, and a person could easily fall through. If the pit wasn't deep, it wouldn't be too bad, but falling into an ice-covered hole connected to an underground river would mean certain death. With Kurum on her back, Kagaya walked lightly forward, seemingly unaffected by the snow. Her steps left only faint impressions in the snow, barely noticeable. Any martial arts enthusiast witnessing this would have undoubtedly shouted, walking on snow without leaving a trace. Kurum was light as a feather, her soft body feeling like that of a small cat, almost weightless as she clung to Kagaya's back, making her seem even more delicate and cute. However, as Kagaya continued walking, she noticed something was wrong. She set Kurum down and felt her forehead, only to find it burning hot. Kurum's face was flushed unnaturally, and though it was freezing outside, she was sweating. Kurum was running a fever. This was no trivial matter, especially in the freezing wilderness. Although Kagaya could treat minor injuries, the icy environment made it difficult to provide proper care. Kagaya quickened her pace, moving like a flash of light, speeding toward the distant horizon. Perhaps by luck, it wasn't long before Kagaya came across a small village in the snowy landscape. The village was tiny, with only a few dozen houses, neatly arranged and exuding a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Without hesitation, Kagaya ran toward one of the houses with Kurum on her back. She knocked on the door and called out, "Excuse me, is anyone there?" The sounds inside the house fell silent, followed by a series of footsteps approaching the door. Someone asked from behind the door, "Who is it?" "Sorry to bother you, I'm a traveler passing through. My friend has a fever, could we stay for the night?" Kagaya replied. After a moment, the door opened, and a person stepped out. Holding Kurum, Kagaya was momentarily stunned when she saw the person. "It's you. It's you." Chapter 299, Punishment. Appearing before Kagaya was a girl with a stunning figure. She had golden hair cascading down her shoulders, slender and taut eyebrows, vibrant golden eyes, and an oval face that exuded a sense of heroic spirit. Her tall and curvaceous figure, especially her prominent chest, stood out even among those Kagaya had encountered. She was none other than Leon, the first member of the night raid that Kagaya had met. "Princess, I didn't expect us to meet here," Leon said, a dangerous glint flashing in her golden eyes. Her golden hair suddenly grew longer, reaching down to her waist, and her ears transformed into furry animal ears, while her hands morphed into lion-like claws. This was her taigu, the lionel, a waist-worn taigu that could ossify her body, greatly enhancing her physical abilities and senses, allowing her to track enemies. Her ultimate ability, Regenerator, increased her regeneration ability, enabling her to stop bleeding and reattach limbs even if they were severed, or her eyes gouged out. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you last time," Kagaya said with an awkward smile, feeling that deception was never a commendable act, especially when facing the very person she had deceived. "Is that so?" Leon clenched her fists and said menacingly, "The first time wasn't intentional, but what about the second time?" "There were unavoidable reasons for the second time as well," Kagaya replied with a light cough. "Why waste time talking to her? Just shoot her," came a voice from behind Leon. A girl with twin pink ponytails emerged, wearing a pink long dress, a ribbon in her hair, a fluffy shawl, black stockings, and pink shoes, giving off a vibrant energy. She was holding a sniper rifle over a meter long, aiming it directly at Kagaya, ready to turn her into a sieve at the slightest provocation. This pink-haired girl was another member of the night raid, mine. "Sorry, I'm not here to fight. My friend is sick, and I'm just looking for a place to rest," Kagaya said seriously. "I don't want any unpleasant conflicts between us. It wouldn't be good for anyone. I hope you can understand." "Are you threatening us?" Mine said coldly. "Then go ahead and try." "Mine, that's enough," Leon suddenly interjected. "Since your friend is sick, we'll call a temporary truce. But remember, we're still enemies." As she spoke, the changes in Leon's body caused by the taiga gradually receded, and she returned from her half-beast form to her human appearance. "Leon," Mine grumbled discontentedly, "don't you realize she's our enemy?" "I don't think she seems like a bad person," Leon said, her golden eyes fixed on Kagaya. "Not a bad person? Do you think bad people would label themselves as such?" Mine pouted and clenched her small fists in frustration. "Maybe your brain hasn't fully developed because all the nutrients went to your chest. What do you know, kid?" Leon laughed heartily, rubbing Mine's head. "I'll be happy when your heart is as big as your chest." "Leon." Mine puffed up like an angry kitten, her hair practically standing on end. At that moment, Leon looked at Kagaya's back in surprise, carefully observing the girl lying there, seemingly discovering something. In the end, Leon and Mine allowed Kagaya to use a small room. The room was modest, with only about 10 square meters, simply furnished with a bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf. Although it seemed somewhat shabby, considering the widespread poverty, it was already quite decent. At this moment, the girl lying quietly on the bed, black pupil, was breathing steadily, and her pale face had regained some color as her fever had subsided. Kagaya sat on a nearby chair, flipping through a book she had taken from the bookshelf. She found the books interesting, recording the history of the entire empire and some strange tales, a good way to pass the time. Suddenly, a soft, kitten-like groan echoed in the room. Kagaya turned around to find Kurum awake, holding her forehead with her small, pale hand, her brows furrowed as if she was in discomfort. "How are you feeling?" Kagaya walked over and sat by her bedside, smiling. "Feeling better?" Startled by Kagaya's sudden appearance, Kurum trembled slightly and instinctively shrank back, her face blushing. "So, sneaking out on your own. Have you grown bold enough to ignore what I say? Kagaya feigned a stern expression as she spoke. To be honest, Kagaya had been quite angry earlier, especially since Kurum had snuck out without a word. Realizing her mistake, Kurum shrank under the covers, leaving only her large, black and white eyes visible, looking at Kagaya with a pitiful expression. Do you know what you did wrong? Kagaya said with a cold face, her tone severe. Kurum nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. Since you know you were wrong, you need to be punished, Kagaya said. Upon hearing this, Kurum immediately pulled the covers over her head, hiding like an ostrich. Kagaya found her behavior amusing. She never expected Kurum to have such a childish side, something she had never noticed before. In reality, Kurum was only a 13 or 14-year-old girl, just about the age to start middle school in Kagaya's original world. But Kurum's mature demeanor often made people forget her actual age. Patting the covered Kurum, Kagaya tried to suppress her laughter. There's no escaping it. Be good and take your punishment. A head suddenly poked out from under the covers, but when she saw Kagaya's stern gaze, Kurum quickly ducked back in. As Kagaya wondered what was going on, the soft blanket was slightly lifted, revealing a smooth, jade-like bottom, along with a pair of freshly removed underwear. Chapter 300, Dark History. The sight of that snow-white skin, as smooth and flawless as jade, emanated a tempting fragrance that was utterly captivating. Kagaya's beautiful large eyes suddenly widened, and she froze in place, utterly stunned. She never expected Kurum to make such a move, something that was completely beyond her imagination. Kagaya felt a bit dazed, scratching her silvery hair with her soft white hand and knocking on her head with her fingers, wondering if she was hallucinating due to being too tired recently. Suddenly, Kagaya seemed to recall something and immediately stiffened. Could it be because of last time? This was incredibly awkward. Kagaya coughed lightly a few times and walked over, reaching out to pull the blanket over Kurum. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and two girls walked in. How is your friend doing? Hey, you perverts should leave. The moment Mine entered the room, she let out a high-pitched scream, her voice suddenly rising by 8 octaves. Kagaya felt as if her eardrums were about to burst. You two are actually doing something like this here? Mine's pale fingers trembled as she pointed at Kagaya, her expression one of utter disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide open. Ahem, Kagaya cleared her throat twice and said, don't misunderstand, it's not what you think. With a deafening bang, the door was slammed shut before Kagaya could finish explaining. This misunderstanding was getting out of hand. Kagaya's mouth involuntarily twitched a few times. When Kagaya came out to have breakfast, the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Mine looked at Kagaya with disdain, as if she had seen something disgusting. When Kagaya looked over, Mine huffed and turned her head away. Leone, on the other hand, appeared relatively normal, with no unusual expressions on her face. But that was the strangest part. Under normal circumstances, with Leone's lively personality, she would have been chatting endlessly by now. Her current silence was entirely out of character. And why did the corners of her mouth seem to twitch upward involuntarily? If you want to laugh, just go ahead and laugh, there's no need to hold it in, Kagaya sighed helplessly. Ha 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 ha. Leone burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, tears nearly streaming from her eyes as she kicked her legs in mirth. What's so funny? Kagaya muttered, her temple throbbing. Seeing the embarrassed look on your face, Leone said between gasps, it just cracks me up. How low is your threshold for humor? Kagaya couldn't help but think. And really, is it right to find joy in someone else's discomfort? Humph, some princess you are, and to think you have such terrible taste, Mine sneered as she wiped her Tiger sniper rifle with a handkerchief. Ignoring the two's taunts, Kagaya simply walked over to the table and sat down. The breakfast laid out was neither lavish nor overly simple, fragrant bread, milk, fried eggs, and a sausage. It seemed freshly made, exuding a rich aroma. Well then, I won't be polite, Kagaya said as she grabbed the bread and picked up a cup of milk. After not eating for so long, she was starting to feel quite hungry. Are all imperial princesses this shameless? Mine snapped, glaring at Kagaya. We didn't exactly invite you to breakfast. Maybe they are, Kagaya said with a playful smile, taking a bite of her sausage. Since I'm the only imperial princess, though, I guess you'd have to ask me. You're such a child, you don't even know something as simple as that. She then sighed theatrically. You're the child. Mine, clearly sensitive to being called small, glared daggers at Kagaya, puffing up angrily. Children should drink more milk, Kagaya said with a smile, wagging her finger. Otherwise, one day, people might not be able to tell the difference between your chest and your back. A short and flat figure would be truly pitiful. Kagaya looked at Mine with a concerned expression, as if she were genuinely worried about her. What did you say? Mine exploded with rage, jumping to her feet and pointing her sniper rifle at Kagaya, as if ready to blow her head off any second. Stop it, Leone said, calming Mine down before turning to Kagaya. Where's your friend? Isn't she coming down for breakfast? She's not feeling well right now, she'll be down later, Kagaya replied, holding the milk in both hands and taking a sip. I bet she's still hiding under the covers in embarrassment. After all, that was a pretty humiliating situation, especially with outsiders witnessing it. Knowing her personality, it's surprising she hasn't killed someone to silence them yet. Is that so? Leone hesitated for a moment as if she wanted to say something, then finally spoke up, your friend looks a lot like someone I know. Can you tell me who she is? Her identity? Kagaya asked curiously, setting down the milk. It might be a bit presumptuous of me to ask, Leone said with a sheepish smile, scratching her head, so if it's difficult, you don't have to answer. It's no trouble at all, Kagaya said with a smile. It's not a secret. Her name is Kurum. Kurum. Leone's eyes narrowed. Yes, she's Kurum, Kagaya replied with a smile. You might have heard of her. She used to be a member of the Imperial Army and is also the younger sister of Akame. That person. Mine exclaimed in shock, her expression one of disbelief. After all, they had fought her before. Night Raid and the Imperial Army had clashed numerous times in the past, sometimes several times a month. Kurum's formidable strength had left a deep impression on them, and only Akame among the Night Raid members could defeat her. But for some reason, Kurum had mysteriously disappeared for a while, as if she had vanished into thin air. Now they finally knew that Kurum had left the Imperial Army and joined the Imperial Princess, which was quite a surprise to them. As they spoke, a girl with shoulder-length black hair walked down the stairs. She was beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, a petite yet shapely figure. She was, indeed, Kurum.